he was asking me, they want a preliminary hearing. What should I do? I said, absolutely. You want a preliminary hearing. He's like, but ain't I working in their jurisdiction? I said, damn right. And when you're working in their jurisdiction, in their court, in their case, a preliminary hearing, what you're going to do is you're going to set the terms and conditions in which you're going to appear. You're only going to appear as a man. The other side can only appear as a man. You're going to set the terms and conditions of what's going to happen at the trial. You got a preliminary hearing, and that means this is what's going to happen. What is going to be talked about or discussed or done at the trial. So you're going to slug it out at the preliminary hearing. You could go through one preliminary hearing. You go through 1,000 preliminary hearings. You're going to keep getting these preliminary hearings until you agree. We're going to do pistols at dawns. No, not Uzis, not machine guns. No, we're not going to use flamethrowers. We're going to use a .22 caliber. That's all we're going to use. I'm like, no, we want to use this. Well, you know what? This is how I'm going to appear. I'm going to defend myself with a .22. If you want to come with a bazooka, you know and I know that's not right. So when you agree to come meet me with a .22, we'll fight with a .22. You know, it's like, no, I want a bazooka. Well, I'm telling you, we're coming in there, and Judge, make a ruling on this. Can I come in only with a bazooka or a pistol? Yeah. Well, Judge, make a ruling on this. Do I have to appear as a defendant, or can I come in as a man? Don't I have the right to invoke common law, man on man, here in Canada? And the judge would be like, well, yeah. Because that's what happened with him on an earlier hearing. We put the paperwork into the court, and the prosecutor says, I don't understand this. And the judge says, oh, I understand this. So the prosecutor couldn't understand it because he can't stand under the capacity of a man. He can't. He's like, Judge, like, I can't answer this. And the judge is like, oh, I understand exactly what he's doing. The prosecutor knew what he was doing, but the prosecutor was only appearing as a prosecutor, so the prosecutor could only answer as a prosecutor. The prosecutor can't understand the words of man. The prosecutor could only understand the words of a defendant. If he understood what the man was saying, man to man, then he's going to hold himself up liable to being a man. And he's like, I can't be a man. If I'm a man, I'm going to be held liable. I'm going to hold myself up to be liable. So the judge is like, well, I understand what he's doing.
That's why the prosecutors always say our paper's gibberish, because they can't understand it. People get all mad. Oh, they called my paperwork nonsense and gibberish.
That's good. That's right, because he had to. He can't look at it from the words. It's like looking at the word from God. It's like, well, this is the word from God. It's like, well, who am I to decipher it? You're telling me this is the word of God? Yeah, then who am I to speak for God? Who am I to say what's God's word? This is God's words, right? Yeah. Well, what do they mean? I don't know. I'm not even trying guessing. They're God's words. They're not my words. Who am I to try to play God? Who am I to try to guess what God's trying to say? God, what do you want from me? I'm not God. I'm not going to pretend to know what God's saying. So like I say, when you see like all these guys with the Bible saying this is the word of God, it's like, oh, really? And you're going to tell me what God said? Oh, he speaks to you, huh? Oh, really? That's special. I love it. It's lovely, It's like, okay, so that's what you believe he said to you. That's lovely. I don't have to believe it, but if you believe it, if you believe God spoke to you, well, lovely. I'm not calling you a liar, but don't expect me to believe it. It's like, oh, well, if you don't believe me, then, you don't believe the word of God. If I don't believe you, that just means I don't believe what a man is saying. Well, God said this to me. Well, I'm sure you did. But you know what? I'm going to need a little more proof of that other than you, hearing from you. You know what? You're just another man like me. You ain't special. Believe me, you get shot with a gun, you're going to die too. Yeah, so it's funny that it says that the courts are not there to recognize a man's word unless a court of record is evoked. It's not so much a court of record. All courts are courts of record. Or, what it is that you have to not say that it's a court of record. What you have to say to them is, you want to testify. You want to have the court record the testimony. And just like when I went to court the other day with my buddy, and I said to them, I wish to be sworn in before I give any testimony today so I could record, we could record this event. And the judge is like, no, we're not taking testimony from anybody today. I said, so if we're not taking testimony from anybody, you're saying this is the court of no record? He's like, correct. This is a court of no record. So it's like, then there's nothing else for me to say or do here because I'm just wasting my time. He said, that's right. He said, go upstairs to the circuit court, the court of record. Testify up there. We don't testify down here.
That's what they call the Nisi Prius courts or whatever?
Right.
The court of no record?
Right. They don't record anything. They don't record that it happened. What they do, they don't take testimony. And unless you testify, you can't make a record. You say, are we all going to testify today? No. Well, then there's no record today. No. So that's the whole thing with the court of record. Yes, they're going to record it. Yes, they're going to record the event happened. Yes, they can actually give you a transcript. Yes, they could actually give you a recording of what happened in a court of no record or a district court or a lower court like that. Yes, they could, just like, yes, this is he said, she said, blah, blah, blah. But no man is going to appear. So that's what was funny, because, like I said, we were going up against the bank. So obviously, it was the bank's court. Obviously, it was the bank's case. So obviously, the judge knows, well, the plaintiff obviously can't testify. So obviously, the defendant can't testify. That's why when you walk into a court case like that, you walk into a bank case, you better have your own damn case ready to go, too. You say, oh, lovely, since we're here today, Jamie Dimon, he's the CEO, he's the man who trains, discipline, and monitors this little corporation called Bank of America or Wells Fargo or Chase. I know he runs Chase Manhattan. He runs Chase Bank, Jamie Dimon. So if it's Chase Bank versus, say, me as a defendant, I'm going to say Chase Bank versus Karl Lentz. You know what? I'm going to make a case. I'm going to bring my own case before the court at the same time, and I'm going to have Karl Lentz versus Jamie Dimon. The man in control of Chase, the man who's in control, the man who trains, discipline, monitors, controls Chase Manhattan Bank. So while I'm there, I could testify that this man unleashed this little monster called Chase Manhattan Bank, and what Chase Manhattan Bank did caused me a lot of harm. The agents that work for him, under the corporation known as Chase Manhattan, this little monster known as Chase Manhattan, it's causing me a lot of harm. So I'm going to go after Jamie Dimon for letting his little monster take over me. It's not going to be Karl Lentz versus Chase Manhattan. That's ridiculous. It's like when I filed that lawsuit in Alabama, it's Karl Lentz versus Department DHR. It's because DHR sent me a letter saying that, the DHR does not believe that it's done anything wrong. I was like, really? Only man has the capacity to do wrong, and only man has the capacity to have a belief. So DHR is a man. I didn't know that. Honestly, I thought it was a state agency. So obviously, I did something really funny by putting in Karl Lentz versus DHR. Man to man. And then they had to write back. It's like, no, DHR is not a man. It's like, oh, okay, it's not a man? Okay, fine. Then I'm going to have to go after the man who's in charge of this little corporation, this little agency that you're talking about. Oh, now I'm going to go after, I'm trying to remember, Bentley. Whatever the man's first name was, the governor of the state of Alabama. Now I'm going to go after Mr. Bentley. Bob Bentley. So now I'm going after Bob Bentley. It's Karl Lentz versus Bob Bentley. Right, but first I went after DHR because it sent me a letter. It said, look, you have to cease and desist immediately or you're going to cause me to file a claim into a public forum. And then it says, DHR believes it's done no wrong. DHR, it's like, oh, DHR believes it's done no wrong. Isn't that just lovely? So
it's kind of funny they believe they did no wrong when you told them how much money they owe you and they ignored it and didn't pay it.
Yeah, but what's funny is when it says, DHR believes it's done no wrong. They should have said we, at the legal department of the DHR, believe that the DHR and its agents have done no wrong. See, now the attorneys could say that we believe that the DHR has done no wrong. But for them to say DHR believes it's done no wrong, DHR who? DHR, that was the most ridiculous sentence I ever gotten back from them. It says the DHR believes it's done no wrong. Oh, really? It's like how could an agency believe anything? And how could an agency have the capacity to know the difference between right and wrong? It's ridiculous. So that's when everybody said, well, Karl sued the DHR. I said, did you read the letter that the DHR sent to me that I file a claim against the DHR? They're like, well, no, it just says that Karl Lentz versus DHR. It's like, okay, why don't you read the exhibit that I put in there that says the DHR believes it's done no wrong? That's why I'm suing the DHR. That's why I'm making a claim against DHR. So what had happened was when DHR, the attorneys for DHR said the DHR is an agency of the state of Alabama. I was like, oh, good. Now we got that clear. Instead of me presuming and assuming DHR, which I knew since day one, that it's an agency of the state of Alabama, I played stupid. I said, oh, I thought it was a man. Why? Because it thinks it has the capacity to have a belief system. It believes that it has the capacity to do right or wrong. That's amazing. Only a man could do right or wrong. Only a man has a belief system. The state agency doesn't have anything. It's a piece of paper. They changed their name so many times, it's not even funny. The DHR just exists for the moment, a temporary moment in time on a piece of paper. And then they change. And then where did the DHR go? It didn't go any fucking where. The building's still there. All the personnel's still there. Now it's just called DSS instead of DHR. Now it's Department of Social Services instead of Department of Human Resources. Now they said, you know what, we're going to call it DSS instead. Well, where did the DHR go? Nowhere. It was never anywhere. It was just existing on paper. It didn't go anywhere. It's still there. It's still there on paper somewhere, but no, they just changed the name on the side of the building. Same office, same amount of room, same chair, same everything, same function. They just changed the letter. Whoop-de-doo.
I'm Jessica from Minnesota. I'm just calling because my son was taken from me yesterday from the NICU at Children's.
Yeah, how old is he?
Technically, he is not newborn state. He is 3 months only because he was born 3 months early.
Okay, so when was he actually birthed?
At birth, he was 2 pounds 8 ounces, and he was 27 weeks.
What day was he birthed?
I gave birth October 24th, 2014.
Okay, October, November, December. Okay, he's 3 months old. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, where was he supposed to be discharged?
He was supposed to be discharged 3 times over. He was finally discharged yesterday. The hospital did give me a call. I missed it. I was with my daughter. I had called back because they had told me he was being discharged, but that was it. When I called back, they wouldn't give me any information. They told me to call my CPS worker. I had then called her, and she said,
why do you have a CPS worker?
So I'm confused. They're saying that I'm not eligible to raise my son due to the feeding problems that he has, which is incorrect and false accusations.
Okay, so what? Okay, one more time. Why do you have a CPS worker?
Because so the hospital has a social worker, and the social worker is saying that I'm unable to. My son has feeding problems. From birth, he's been able to breathe on his own. Doesn't have any medical problems except for feeding. He has reflux problems. Therefore, he needs to have a special bottle. He needs to be in a football hold and paced while feeding, and I had gone through classes through the hospital to learn this, and went there every day to provide for my son. They feel that I'm not good enough and reported it to Child Protection. Child Protection had called me. I went to go visit with them. And they're looking at it as they don't know why they have the case either. She had read a bunch of forms out, which I was very unclear on exactly what it was that she was reading me, but wouldn't reread it for me. But I thought to be cooperative, thinking that would help my case, not knowing any rights whatsoever, and signed the forms. It was 3 days later. I had learned that he was being discharged, which was yesterday. And foster family came in and took my son, and nobody had told us anything up until I had called the hospital, wanting to know if we could come pick him up or not. By then, he was already taken.
Okay, so what did you do after you found out he was taken?
I called the child protection worker, and she said there was nothing I could do until Tuesday. I had asked where he was, if he needed anything, if he was okay. They wouldn't give me any information. Furthermore, they told me I didn't have the right to know where my son was, and said that anything that he needed, the hospital provided.
Okay, so what did you do next?
I haven't done anything. I don't know what to do.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay, if somebody took your bicycle, what would you do?
Call the police.
What did you call the police?
I did not.
Did you file a report?
I didn't.
Did you say that there was a theft of your property? Why not? Why don't you make it a public record? Why don't you let the whole world know?
I don't know my rights, and I figured that there were.
You had a bicycle stolen. You had your piece stolen. You have a yo-yo stolen. You have your wallet stolen. You have your cell phone stolen. What do?
Call the police.
You make a report.
Right.
Local authorities. No, you don't call them. You go down there and you say, I want to file a complaint. I don't know who has my property, but I know somebody here around here knows where my property lies, and I want my property returned immediately.
Okay.
That's all.
So you're saying file a complaint.
That's it. And it just says it's my property. And it just says it's your child. I don't know anything about no child, but I got property. I created something. It's my property. Nobody else has a right to use it or enjoy it but me without my consent. It's my property. And I want to file a complaint.
Okay.
And if somebody's got my property, I'd like to return immediately. That's all.
Okay.
And they're going to say, well, we can't file this. So that's right, we can't, but I can.
Okay, now.
You see, but you see what I'm saying. You're going to have to start concentrating because you're a woman and your mouth works 10,000 times faster than your brain. So you're going to have to understand. They're going to say, well, we don't file a form like that. We can't take that form. It's like, that's right, we don't, but I do. I am not we.
Okay.
So we don't take the complaint. I am going to write out the complaint, and I am going to hand it to you, and you're going to file it, and you're going to give it to the proper authorities, and you're going to take it through the chain of command, and you're going to give it to the prosecutor, and then the prosecutor is going to determine whether or not he wants to take the case. He wants to hear the complaint. If he wants to move it, you just take my complaint, and you hand it up the food chain.
Okay.
It's just that simple. So look, I just want to make a recording of this, that my property, there's been a theft of my property. I went to the hospital expecting to see my property where it lied the day before. I got to the hospital and the property was gone. Somebody took my property without my consent. Just that simple. It was a theft of property. And if they use your child kidnapped? No. Was my baby kidnapped? No. It was theft of property. So somebody took your newborn? No. My property. And if they say, well, now you're just being silly, then you say, you know what? You need to get in touch with your legal department lady at the police department or man at the police department, you need to get in touch with your legal department. And your legal department will tell you the difference between property and child.
Okay.
Right, because child is a legalese word. Property is the word of man. So there's a man in here making a claim that his property has been stolen. His property there's been a theft of his property. There's been a taking and carrying off with his property. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Now,
the reason why you're making a complaint, not a claim, is because you can't point out the person who actually walked away with it.
right.
If you knew Susie Cupcake walked away with it, and you could eyewitness her and pick her out of a lineup, you can make a claim, because you know it's true. But a complaint is, honestly, you really don't know where the hell the kid is. You really don't know who picked it up. You don't know if space aliens abducted it. You really don't know, because you weren't there.
Okay. Now, they're threatening I have a 2.5-year-old daughter that is currently with me right now, and they're threatening to come and see her or take her. How do I protect her?
What do you mean it's threatening?
Well, right now, they're saying that part of this case is they have to see my daughter and check her out, and I don't think there's any grounds for her to even be part of this.
Okay, so why don't you, where do you live now?
Right now I live in Dayton, Minnesota.
Okay, so you live in Dayton, Minnesota. Where's the dad?
With me. He also lives with me in Dayton, Minnesota.
Okay, so why don't you just tell the dad, to take the child someplace else until it settles down?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'd do. I'd take the child to some relative and say, look, this is getting kind of crazy here. We're going to need you to take care of this little bundle of joy for a couple of days until we figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay.
Yeah. And if anybody comes around and snooping around saying, where's this baby, where's this? It's like, how the hell do I know? Like I got
okay.
I got 3 dogs outside and 4 cats. If somebody asks me, where's my dogs? I say, I don't know, they're on planet Earth somewhere. Well, can you be a little more specific? Probably in North American continent. But other than that, I'm really not sure.
Okay.
Why? What's it to you? Is there some law that I have to know where my dogs are? No, they're my property. Don't worry about it. You got a vested interest in that property? No. Then what the hell are you asking me? Is it your property? No. Is it state property? No. Then what the hell are you doing knocking on my door? I wish to be let alone. You're trespassing, right? Just like that phone call I did today with that lady. Did you hear that phone call I did today with that lady?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, your friend did. She listened. They had 3 sheriffs at the door, the captain, and a couple of social workers.
Oh.
And I walked her through it. This is what you say to them. I say this, and I say this, and I say this. And they got in the car and I left.
Okay.
And I told the lady, I said, you're from Guyana, so I know you're Catholic. And she said, yeah. I said, then why aren't you going to the church and asking them for help? Because they'll help you and your daughter get that grandbaby into someplace safe. They'll bypass the whole state crap. And the state can't do a damn thing about it. And I don't even bother asking you if you're Catholic or not. I don't bother.
I am.
Yeah, but I kind of figure, like I said to the lady is like, I said, how old is this kid? Just like, and she said, it's 3 months old. So I said, you just wait a second. And I called up my sister on the phone. I said, hey, Karen. She said, yeah. Got an easy question for you. When do kids get baptized? She said, about a week or 2 after they're born. I said, okay, great. 10 days? She said, yeah, 10 days. I said, great. I said, this lady, how long has this kid been with you? She said, 3 months. I said, why didn't the kid baptized? And she's like, well, I said, yeah, because you're too damn lazy. You just don't give a shit about the Catholic Church anymore for whatever reasons. I said, the only problem is, I said, you don't understand, man, that's a great place to run to when you need help. I said to my sister, because my sister's one of these modern women, 50-year-old modern women who don't believe in the Catholic Church and decided Mother Nature and all this other crap for a while there, and tree hugaboo shit. And I said to her, hey, when you went out to San Francisco and you ran out of money, what did I tell you to do when you couldn't afford an apartment? I told you to go to the Catholic Church, right? And she said, yeah. I said, how long did it take you to get an apartment in, like, the most expensive city in the world? She said, immediately, they got me a place to stay. I said, that's right. They got you an apartment. I said, then when you moved out to Newport News, Virginia Beach, and you had no money, what did I tell you to do? I told you to go back to the Catholic Church and ask them for help. How fast did they get you a place to live? She said, immediately. So I said to the lady, Natasha from Guyana, I said, do you understand, ma'am? Do you understand how fast the Catholic Church will move? I said, do you understand that the Catholic Church is the #1 free health provider in the world? Free.
Right.
They give you free homes. They give you free medicine. Free. They just go find a nun. I said, don't find no archbishop, no cardinal, no priest. I said, you go find a nun. And those women, they'll bend over backwards, man, to help you. I said,
Okay.
the most of the priests are drunk by 5 o'clock. I said, don't deal with those guys. I said, deal with the nuns. They actually give a damn. I said to them, because my sister, she's like, well, I'm all modern, and I got 2 master's degrees, and I'm very secular, and I don't do that Christian stuff anymore. Not since I've been dragged in church when I was a kid. I gave up on that 40 years ago. I said, well, you know what, honey, you're going to go kiss some ass and go work with these Catholic people because they're the only thing that's going to save your ass right now. I said, I know Jehovah's Witness people will, Catholics will, and I know Salvation Army people will. Everybody else, I don't really know how fast they'll provide you shelter, food. I don't know how fast Southern Baptists will or Missionary Baptists. I think Missionary Baptists are pretty good. But I don't know, But I know, I said, if you're Catholic, use the Catholic, use that card that you got,
Okay.
to protect. But like I said, you really don't have to run to them because if you got family to bring the 2-year-old, use family. But this other lady was from Guyana, and she didn't have anybody in this country. So I said, well, use the Catholic Church to your benefit. Tell them that your child is in danger and your grandbaby's in danger. And tell them that, you don't understand why. And right now we just need help. And I'm sure those Catholic nuns will find a way to help you. I said, if you want to abandon a kid with the Catholic Church, they'll be more than glad to take on your kid and come back in a year, and a week, and 10 years. They'll give your kid back, no questions asked. I said, you try to do that stunt with the state, they're going to be like, oh, no, you got to pay for the kid being in foster care, child support, you got to pay all kinds of nonsense. I said to the people, I said, before you get into dire straits, I said, run to the church and see where the church could help you, set you up with a place to live and food. They did with my sister.
Okay.
Yeah, but like I said, if you got family, stick with family first. And then, like I said, that nonsense with them taking your kid, you better believe the first thing I did, man, is I went down and filed a report of, theft. And it was so funny when I went down there. I filed it at the city level, the county level, and I went to the federal level. It was funny. Like I said, I remember the man's name was Sandy Callahan Jr. at the Department of Justice. As he had his yellow pad and his pencil all out, ready to take down the report of what was stolen. And as soon as I said my property and I described it, I said, well, it's like it's about 2 days old. It's 2 pounds 9 ounces. And he just stopped. He's like you describing a baby? I said, no, it's property. And he took the paper and pencil down and said, oh, that I can't help you with. I said, I don't care if you can help me get it back. I just want to file a report that my property's been stolen. It was a theft at the hospital.
Right.
If anybody could find it and locate it, I'm just trying to let you people know that I want it to return to me. In case you find it laying on the side, somebody picked it up and walked off with it, and they find it laying on a sidewalk somewhere. I wanted to make you know that it's mine, and I'm looking for it to come back.
Okay. Now, where do you suggest that I file the complaint? was in St. Paul at Children's when he was taken, but I live in Dayton, which is in Hennepin County.
Well, what was taken?
When my son was taken, he was in St. Paul, but I'm in a different county and town. So where would you suggest that I file the complaint? Where he was taken or where I live?
No, where the property was stolen from.
Okay.
Yeah, if the property was stolen in Hawaii and you live in Alaska, it ain't going to benefit you to make a claim in Alaska that your pocketbook was stolen in Honolulu.
Right, right.
'Cause what do you want us to do about it? It's out of our jurisdiction.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just go there and say, look, it's a property was taken from me, and if it's like, well, we don't take those reports. So look, I don't know how it was taken. Maybe a band of gypsies took it. I don't know. They're trying to tell me social service workers took it. I don't know who took it. All I want to know is I want to put this on a public record. If anybody finds this property laying around somewhere in a waste pit, in a trash can somewhere, this is what it looks like. Here's an exhibit. Attach it to this complaint that stolen, missing property. And I want it back. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty
thank
simple.
you.
All right, just give that a shot. And like
thank
I said,
you. This helps.
Yeah, because what's happening on Tuesday?
Well, as far as I know right now, I have court on Tuesday to fight my case.
No, they're going to give you a dependency hearing within 72 hours, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you got going on. Say the child is not dependent on anything other than its mother. That's my property. Return it immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, just say, have I done anything wrong? No. Is anybody making, a claim that I've done anything wrong? It's like, no. Well, then you have no jurisdiction.
Okay.
They don't have any control. If there's no claim on file that you've done anything wrong.
No, nothing at all.
Right. Then so I require the immediate return of my property.
Okay.
The judge will keep trying to correct you and saying it's your child. It's like, no, it's property. Only I could claim it because I'm the creator. Say, ma'am, did you create it? No. Okay. Who's got custody of my child now? What do you think the judge is going to say?
We can't tell you.
The judge is going to say the state of Minnesota or the county of Buttfuck, right?
Right.
Okay, it's like, did Buttfuck create my kid? Did the state of Minnesota create my kid? No. Did the state of Minnesota have any interest in that property? No. What interest means, did they put anything into it, like money? Do they have any interest in my property? That's my property. I created it. Did the state of Minnesota ever create a child? No. Did the county ever create a child? No.
Right.
Then who has any right to that child, that piece of property, other than me? No man or woman on planet Earth. And certainly not a creation of man called the county of whatever, county of Winnemucca, and certainly not the state of Minnesota.
Right.
They didn't create, they never created a human being. They're not the creator. I'm the creator. Who created that piece of property? I did. Who labored over it? I did. It's mine. Who else could claim it's theirs? Nobody. Then you better return it, because it's a theft. And when I find out who created this theft, and if I know, Judge, if I know where my property lies, and you don't order the immediate return, I'm going to hold you liable as well. You better pray, Judge, that you don't know where my property is, because if you do and you're holding it back from me, I'm going to make you liable as well.
Okay.
Yeah. And, Judge, I know you're a mandated reporter. You heard that I just reported that there's a crime that was committed. Now, go do your duty and notify the local sheriff's department, notify the local prosecuting attorney's office, district attorney's office, and let them know that you heard a woman testify in court that a crime has been committed. You're a mandated reporter, ma'am. You have to report when you hear that there's a crime committed.
Okay.
Okay, well, if you said okay, I'd believe you were from Minnesota, so obviously you're not from Minnesota.
Oh, I'm from Minnesota.
Originally?
Yeah, I was born and raised here.
And you don't have that crazy accent? No. No.
No.
Oh.
I thought that, no.
Oh, you lived in the city, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is. Not in Winnemucca, huh?
I'm from originally St. Paul.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you had cable TV down there since you were a kid. That makes sense, huh?
Right.
Okay. Not one of those prairie kids.
No.
All right. All right,
But
well,
I
good luck.
appreciate all your help.
All right, well, hopefully your friend listened and she could explain to you a little better what I just said to you.
Yes, thank you. And I'll definitely keep you up to date.
Okay.
I
All right,
appreciate everything. I'll start here on everything you had let me know.
Okay. All right, good luck. It sounds pretty simple. It shouldn't be very complicated.
Yeah,
and what you do, too, is, I'm sure your friend will tell you, make sure you put it all in writing and you hand it to the judge.
Okay.
And when you hand it and you put it in writing and hand it to the judge, make sure before you hand it in writing and put it to the judge that you go someplace and get it notarized, because they're probably not going to let you time stamp it at the family courthouse.
Okay.
They probably won't accept it. They'll tell you wait until you get to the judge and she'll time stamp it. She'll stamp it for you.
Okay.
But some
everything I handwrite?
Yeah, handwriting, and a lot of courthouses nowadays have their own timestamp machines for the public. You can just ask the court clerk, do you have a machine here to timestamp my paperwork? And if she says, no, give it to me and I'll do it for you. What happens is these busybody, nosy clerks will start reading it, and she'll say, oh, I can't stamp this. So that's why I tell people, you know what, go to the local bank and get it notarized.
Okay.
That's good enough. And then, like I said, when you get it notarized, then go to the court clerk after you get it notarized. Like, so you got to go Tuesday, go Monday and get it notarized. And then Tuesday, you go to the court clerk, before you got to go to court, say, hey, can you just timestamp this for me real quick? And she says, what's this all about, And they just say, it's none of your damn business. Just timestamp the damn thing because I got to get in the courtroom in 2 minutes. And she'll start reading it. She's like, hey, I can't tell. This, no. You an attorney? No, only the attorney could do this. It's like, okay, fine. That's why I got it notarized. Don't worry about it, ma'am. Thank you anyway. So when you get it notarized too, you keep the original one and then you copy theirs and you write the word copy at the bottom for them.
Okay.
Yeah, but you keep the original. And make sure you try to do everything in blue ink.
Okay.
If you could copy it in blue ink, that'd be good too. If you got a copy machine that copies it, copy it in blue ink. That way the judge knows, the judge knows certain things that you're doing.
So I was in court yesterday, and this Judge Wilson, this Wilson guy, which I have the guy I have the bill for, that I didn't give it to you right away. Remember we talked about that? You said, why didn't you give it to him right away? Because I hadn't performed the order yet.
Right.
Well, I had the bill, but I left it in my trailer, so I didn't have it with me, and I had Wilson again. So anyways, I'm standing there in court, and he says, well, you got counsel yet? I says, yeah, I have counsel. Yeah, I'm happy to tell you I have counsel. He says, well, who is it? I says, well, it's Karl. He goes, well, Karl who? I says, I don't know. I don't have the guy's card here. I don't recall. Yeah. And he goes, well, where's he from? I says, well, I don't recall. I don't have his card here. So, anyways, I just finished. We were working at 29 below Celsius, whatever that is in Fahrenheit, and stuff, and I've been putting in 12, 14-hour days at work with these guys. So I've just been burnt. Like, I'm 53 years old. Like, this is really taking the edge off me. So he says, well, he says, you're coming back next Friday. He says, I am? He says, yep. He says, I want your counsel here in person, or I want, if he can't be here, I want you in person. I said, well, I'm not sure if I have enough coin, because I don't get paid for a couple of weeks. I'm not sure if I have enough coin to retain my counsel properly, right? And he goes, well, if he's not here, you have to be in here in person. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I says, well, I believe I might. He goes, no, if he's not here, you have to be here in person. Do you understand? I says, well, okay, so you want me here if my counsel can't be here. And he goes, I want you here in person.
Yeah.
So he's telling me he wants me here in person so that I can plea, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I'm taking the week off work, and I'm going to hang around the courthouse all week down there in the big city, and I'm going in with my claim, and I'll just put a notice in their file if they can let me that I will be there with my claim.
Yeah. So what's funny is when he kept saying to you, he wants you here in person. What did you say to him?
I played the duck, as if I didn't know what he was talking about. I just played it. Well, I said.
You said you just say to him. You see what I'm saying? What I was hoping you were going to say. Oh, and when you do that Celsius to Fahrenheit thing, when you're going down to, like you said, -29.
Yeah.
The more that you guys go down negative, the closer you get to Fahrenheit. So like -29 is like -2021 Fahrenheit. So the closer you go, I think -40 is identical. I think when you guys do -40, we're -40. Yeah. So as you get closer to -40, the numbers start matching. You know what I'm saying? They almost went parallel then. So if it's -29 there, it's -20 here. So we kind of understand once you start going into -20s, 30s, it's almost identical to our temperatures.
Yeah.
But no, when he kept saying to you, I think he was trying to help you, man. When he kept saying, I want you to appear in person, you should have said, what person do you wish me to appear as?
I was so tired.
Oh, yeah, but person just means a mask. What mask would you like me to wear?
I thought he was trying to trick me. I thought he was trying to tell me that he wants me to show up as my person.
He wants you to appear in person, okay? As what? As the prosecutor, as a judge, as a jury member, as a defendant? What person would you like me to appear as? Because I only know how to appear as a man. Now, if you'd like me to appear as a person, what person would you like me to appear in, and how do I do it? Because I'm not competent to appear as a defendant. I'm not very good at it. I've never been a defendant. But but since the moment I've been born, I've always been a man. If you want me to appear as man, I can do that, like walking in my sleep. But to appear as a person, what person in particular? What mask do you want me to wear?
Yeah, I took it more as a threat that I better show up and.
No, he kept asking you. He kept asking you, I want you here in person, just like what happened with Bali in England. They kept saying to him, is the person, and they were calling out the three defendants' names. And they kept saying that we're only here as, we're here as man. We're not here in person. And they said, well, if the persons aren't here today, we're going to hold this over for like 6 months. And I was like, I'm not going back to England. F this.
Well, he would hold the warrant. He would, if I'm not here in person, that he would issue a warrant for my arrest, which I thought was strange because I've always been there.
That's right. But what I'm trying to say is you appear in person. And like I said, when I jumped up when I did Bali's case, I said to them, I said to the court, I said, the persons known as Bali, person known him, person known as him, as her, are in this court at this time. But the only problem is, and then the lady walked over to me and says, who are you? Like, why are you jumping up, in the middle of this trial? Who are you, in reference to this court? Who are you in regards to this court? I said, I'm just their friend. I'm their next friend. I'm the person who's going to If they don't stand up, I'm going to stand up for them. I'm their next friend. I'm going to stand up next to them. I'm their friend. I'm here to aid and assist them. And they said, well, what do you know of these persons? I said, I know they're a person, but they're the persons of the Sikh society. They're Punjabi society. They are not of the English or the legal society. And a person is a member of a society, and depending on his rank or his status, that society may impose upon that man. But since he is not a person of the legal nor the English society, he doesn't have a duty and obligation because he has no rank within that society. He is not a person within that society which that society may impose duties and obligations, fines, or penalties. He's a person of Sikh. He is a person of Punjabi. He is not an English person. He is not a legal person.
This is the same guy I told that I was a citizen of the King clan.
Okay, well then that's what you'd say. I am not. What person do you wish to seek? Which person do you seek?
You know, when I came home tonight, I told my wife about this, and she told me, Al, the judge is trying to help you.
Yeah, what person do you
You're
seek?
saying the exact same thing as her.
Right. Are you a person of the legal society? Are you a person of the Crown Society? Or are you a person of, the Douglas Society?
Oh, gotcha.
Or the Society of Man and Mankind? What person are you? You just say, what person would you like me to appear? Would you like me to appear as a legal person? It's like, well, yes. Well, then, if I am a legal person, then according to my rank and position within that legal society, that you people may impose upon me, and if I act improperly, you may fine and penalty, and and I'm going to be held liable for my actions or my inactions for failing to, perform within the duties and obligations of the society that I ascribe to. But I don't ascribe to any duties of society within the legal society. I'm in a society of man. I'm a society of my family, of the Douglas family. But no, I'm a man. I'm a man first and foremost. If you wish me to be a person of which society? There's billions of societies. Which society do you wish me to perform as or come under? How do you want me to act?
Well, he even used the word want. I want you to.
Yeah. All this is the reason why you want me to, and the reason why you don't require me to.
Ah. Oh, I feel included.
When he's wanting of you, he's begging of you. When he's requiring you, he says, by my power and my authority over you.
Right.
When he wants something, he's begging.
I thought about that all the way home. I drove 7 hours today to get home to visit my wife for 24 hours and sent her to the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good. Well, that is good, I guess.
No, it's not good. But we have our disabled son home, so I had to get somebody to drive her for me so I could take care of her. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the whole. These are like I said. These guys are trying to, like I said, help you by saying, "I want you here in person."
Oh man,
what person?
The way he was talking to me, it felt like a threat. But he kept saying, like he said it to me like 3 times. Do you understand? Like, do you get it?
Yeah.
And I'm like, because I've learned to not, oblige myself quickly. I was like, well, I believe I might.
Well, I guess you better send him a letter, saying, hey, what person would you like me to appear as? I forgot to ask you. Say, I was so worried about my wife going to the hospital, I forgot to ask you, what person do you want me to appear as?
I'm hanging out there all next week, so I will do that.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea to get in touch with him as fast as you can.
I will, Monday morning.
And then, like I said, I know that guy, Mike from Ontario, man. I know you probably talk to him a lot.
Oh, yeah, of course. He's fuck, I like that guy.
Yeah, he's Canadian. So, like I said, you ain't going to be able to get in touch with me, so get in touch with him.
Oh, yeah. I talk to Mike lots.
Okay, well then let him make sure that you're writing the letter correctly.
Oh, yeah, he's helped me lots, man. He's been a blessing to my family.
Oh, that's good.
Yes. And, there's one thing you said once that really made sense. And it was like, these guys, you're not going to jail because of what you did. You're going to jail because of what you didn't do. Yeah. And a lot of people just don't get that.
Yeah.
It's what we're not doing.
Right. I mean, like I said, if you could act like a man, he'll toss you a bone. He's just waiting to see that there's a responsible man, that he's going to step back out to the public who's not going to cause any harm.
And that mean Judge, my friends are calling me Dennis the Menace because of Judge Wilson. And I didn't realize he was throwing me a bone. I thought he was trying to trap me.
No. Like I said, man, if I'm a judge, that's what I'd be doing to you guys. I'd be just begging for you. It's trying to toss you a bone, man, trying to say, man, can somebody come forth and act like a damn man so I can let you, so I could, let you go. But if you don't act like a man, we gotta keep playing this game until you learn.
Right.
So that's where I look at what they're doing to you guys. They're trying to find a freaking man.
Well, everything you said too, I've watched unfold before my eyes in my own case. I've been watching it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, usually people, right? I'm saying it doesn't ring true until you people actually experience it, and then you're like, holy shit, Carl. It just makes sense. It's like, wow, I'm living it.
Yes, and I am.
Yeah, and you're like, holy crap, this is. It's like, yeah, people really don't understand what I'm doing until they actually got to go through it. And I say, now, did you see him do this? Did he do this? Why did he keep asking you to appear in person? Because you'd make a special appearance in person, but you would not actually make it, a general appearance. A general appearance is you'd be as, I'll appear as a man. But if you want, I'll appear especially in person. What person you want me to be?
All right.
That's the way I'd be. It's like, okay, I'll make a special appearance just for you. What person would you like me to be? Would you like me to be the jury? Would you like me to be the prosecutor? Would you like me to be the defendant? Well, yes, I'd appreciate it if you came in as a defendant. No, I can't afford to come in as a defendant. That just means to move forward. I can't move forward as the defendant at this time because I'm not competent in that role.
Well,
I do play a pretty mean prosecutor.
This would be the first time that I was going to come in with my case because I did my claim, and so this was going to be the time I came in with my case, so I would have standing.
Yeah, but like I said, you said standing as soon as he asked you to appear in person. I said, I'd love to appear in person. What special person would you like me to appear in? I'll appear especially in person for you. What special appearance would you like me to appear in? How would you like me to appear? Would you like me to wear a wig like you and a big cape like you? Well, how would you like me to appear? What person would you like me to appear as? It's like this is like jolly good fun. What a game! Let's play this game. What game would you like? How would you like me to play? How would you like me to appear? What person would you like me to appear as?
And that's the letter I'm going to write him.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what special appearance means.
Okay.
I'll appear especially just for you. One time only. How would you like me to appear? What person is that? A legal person? What person would you like me to appear as? And as that legal person, would you like me to be the prosecutor or plaintiff or claimant or defendant or respondent? Or how would you like me to appear? You see what I'm saying?
Yes. I'm not as clued in as you are, but I have some kind of grasp on it.
Yeah, it's a game. He's just asking you to play the game.
Okay. That's why he said want. And I thought that was strange, too.
Yeah, he's like he wants you to. He's not ordering you to because you'd require compensation to carry out orders. He's begging.
Yeah, and I did take his order and made him write it down. And
he's saying, what, last time?
It was about a month and a half ago.
That's right. He's saying he wants you. He's saying, I'm a poor little beggar Indian boy, and won't you please come you know, in person.
Right.
You know, give a copper to the poor little Indian boy. I want a copper, sir, please. I used to do that to Bali all the time, man. Do that copper, little Indian boy. And he started talking like a white man. It's pretty funny. With a white accent. It's like, dude, you're creeping me out, man. Go back to talking like an Indian. Says, well, I can talk like a white man, too. If you wish to speak like an Indian, I will speak white. And it's like, hey, that's creepy, man.
Well, you speaking Indian's probably creepy to him.
Yeah. I was really messing with him. So, like I said, he started messing with me. It was pretty funny.
Right on. I am so glad I caught your call tonight.
Yeah, the only reason I did it is because the man from Australia called me up, and I said, you know what? I got to, a lot of people, I heard somebody give Gus a hard time on a call a couple of weeks ago when I was, some people came over on a Saturday and helped me. So when people come over and help me, I don't answer the phone. I don't do shows. I don't do anything. If somebody comes here to help me, I spend my whole time helping them. They got questions, and I spend my whole time helping them.
Right.
So Gus ran the show, and these smart Alex were giving him a hard time.
Oh, yeah, they give Bali a hard time, too.
Yeah, so like I said, there was just crank calls. And I realized that, people saying that, this call has anything that works, blah, blah, blah. So when the Australian man called up, I said, I got to get him to record him on the show. And so then now some people from England or wherever listen, they could say, we need the case number that this man was. What do you mean case number? The Tax Revenue Service of Australia was threatening to take him to court if he didn't, divulge all his earnings that year. So what do you mean a case number? What do you mean? What case number are you looking for? What are you talking about? There's not going to be a case number. So I'm thinking, just let these people hear the man from Australia explain exactly what he went through. The letters that they wrote back and forth, and he said that he actually recorded every single document, and he said he said he'll send me every single piece of paper, from the very first letter that they wrote to the very last letter. I said, well, that's great. I said, then that way I could put it on a website, and they could see every letter that you wrote to them, they wrote to you, and then finally to their apology.
Oh.
Saying that you don't owe a debt, and how about we just forget that, this ever happened. Because they threatened them. They said, if you don't pay the money by this time and you go to court, we are going to require the court to, have you also pay $40,000 and fines, court costs, and penalties. Just like I try to tell all you Canadians, man, you guys all got these crazy papers that says if you plead guilty now, we got a one-time special offer. Go to jail for 6 months, pay a $10,000 fine. I said, you guys actually got that in writing? Like, yeah. I said, that's communicating a threat and extortion. And they're like, well, no. I said, well, what the hell do you think we call it here in the United States? That's communicating a threat and extortion. But see, if you're a person in their legal society, then it's not.
Right.
If you're a person within their tax system, it's not. It's just a deal that you're cutting with a subordinate. It's like, okay, mommy says to baby, if you eat all your peas, you get to watch TV. If you don't eat your peas, you're going to go straight to bed. So a kid could say, hey, mommy, that's blackmail, that's extortion, that's communicating a threat. And she's like, you're damn right it is. And what are you going to do about it? See, because you're a person under her control and her authority.
But it just reminds me of like my mishap that happened last spring. So I had to write my creditors letters, and I was sending them $20 checks or $25 checks, whatever I could afford. And I got a letter recently here. I haven't opened it yet, but my wife told me about it from, I don't know, sounds like a collection agency. So first thing I'm going to do is is write them a letter and say, who are you?
Right.
Because
who are you?
I have the money in the bank. I've been writing them the checks faithfully. Even at Christmas, I said, bless you guys and New Year, and thank you for stopping all accumulating interest. And I should be back on track by March, because I've been working my ass off for this, and I want to pay my debts. And so whoever the collection guy is, I'm going to have fun with this.
Yeah, the collection guy, you just basically ask him, who's the man or woman? Thank you for this lovely letter. Who's the man or woman who's going to sign this matter? Who's going to sign this case?
I was going to write him the first one. Just say, dear BRO or whatever you're called. Who are you?
But what is it? BRO? You said?
Some agency. You have to get a hold of us and all this shit.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Say, hello. BRO. Let's just say BRO greetings. Who is is there a man named BRO? What is the name of the man or woman who's attempting to communicate with me? Something simple like that.
Yeah.
Is BRO your Christian name? I mean, what's a BRO? Is BRO a name of a man? I mean, bro, your name is bro?
Well, you know what bro means, right?
What's that?
Bend right over.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Just ask him. Say, BRO as in bend right over. You could send something funny like that. So, I'm not aware of that, that acronym. Is that an acronym? Is that your name? Is that a name of a man? Do I owe some man named bro? It's just, you just got to come at him with a nice little simple attitude like that at first.
I use this whole thing. It's totally my lifestyle now. I've been using it at work. I use it with people everywhere.
Yeah, that's the whole trick, man. I'm trying to teach everybody, man.
Yes. Well, I taught this to my brother, and in the early stages, I taught him, don't get people's first names, call them by their first names, and watch the change. And he's like, Al, he says, you're right, man. He says, you call people by their first name, and there's totally different attitude with people, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, Earl, the dirty Jesus beard that we were riding with there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so Earl's a single dad with 3 kids, and his ex-old lady, who hasn't been around since the kids were in diapers, crackhead, whatever she's doing, in trouble, in and out of jail. Anyways, she's on welfare, so welfare decides to take Earl to court. So Earl does everything, and he sends him some notices, and he goes to a parenting thing, and he does all this stuff, and he's never once asked for a continuance. So in December, he goes to court, or in November he goes to court, and he says, well, geez, don't you guys read your files? I got all this stuff in your files. And they're looking at their files, and they're going, oh. So the prosecutor, he goes to court in December, and the prosecutor wants to drop it all because they don't have a case, because he is the primary parent. He's got letters from the RCMP. He's got letters from the teachers. They've never met the mother. Earl is the prominent father and parent in the kids' lives, and he's always there for hockey and everything. So they say, well, Mr. Klopp, you don't need to be here. We're going to drop this. And they were going after him because she's on welfare, so they automatically go after her for support for the mother who claimed to be raising the kids. They say, oh, no, we're going to drop this. You can just leave. So Earl's just picking up stuff that I've been telling him, and he's listened to you as well. He's not a prominent student or anything, but he's just been picking up this stuff. So Earl reads the court rules and this and that, and so he goes to court and he goes to the lady. He says, well, no, I'm here already. I'm just going to stay here. And the prosecutor's kind of a hot chick, and she's kind of showing off in front of him, like most girls do, because they like him. And the judge calls him up and he says, yeah, well, Mr. Klopp, they're dropping this case, so you're free to go. And he goes, well, no. He says, well, hang on, Your Honor. I've never once asked for anything from this court. I've been brought here all this time. I've missed work. And what about my costs? And he says, here's a bill. And he hands it to the judge, and the judge looks at the bill, and she goes, well, I think it was for like $5,000 or something. She's like, well, or $3,500 actually, I think it was. And she goes, well, yeah, you know what, Mr. Klopp, I'll give you $500. And she ordered the court. This was a court order for the prosecutor to pay my brother Earl $500.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor just had a knip shit, man. She peed her dress, and she was like, "Well, we don't do that here." And she was so unprepared in that. And the judge warned her too. She said, "Look," he says, "if you want to press this, I'm going to give Mr. Klopp a lot more than what I just offered him now. So you have a choice. You either pay up or you're going to pay a lot more later." Okay?
Right.
Yeah. So all my buddies that have been kind of watching me go through my thing, and now Earl, they're all getting the grasp of this. Like, wait a minute, how did you do that? Yeah, it's hilarious.
But did your brother try to figure out how it happened, or the prosecutor lady?
My brother was the one who put.
I'm saying who. The end of the story is like who thought that was amazing? Your brother or the prosecutor?
Oh, the prosecutor. She's just screwed. She doesn't know how it happened.
Oh, yeah.
My brother and all our friends like Wendell and everybody are all amazed that the prosecutor has to give Earl $500.
Yeah. He was the one. Right. He was the one who was, brought forth. He was the one who was ordered to appear.
Yes.
Just like if Elvis Presley was ordered to appear. You order up Elvis Presley. When Elvis Presley coming right up, well, believe me, you're going to pay him $1 million to appear. And don't think that he ain't going to get it.
Mm.
If he appears and he's like, wait a second, my appearance, it cost me, everybody knows. If you want Elvis Presley to appear, you're going to give me $1 million. And if you try to challenge Elvis Presley and he takes you to court, that's at least he's going to get us $1 million. Because everybody knows.
Plus costs.
Everybody knows there's costs when you summons him to appear. You order him to appear. Like I said, the Queen does that. The Queen of England will say a command performance. Yeah, but she compensates. She pays them performance. She doesn't get it for free.
And he didn't do it because he wanted the money. He did it just to fuck with them.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I tell people all the time. They summons you to appear, fine. Say, is this an order? Yes, good, lovely. I carried out your order, right. Now pay me. Everybody could be doing that. Every single person who appears in court. Every single person. I don't care what it's for. Traffic tickets, anything. Everybody says, did I appear? Yeah. Was I ordered to appear? Yeah, great. And pay me. But I don't want everybody and their brother effing doing that, man. This fucking stupid.
Well, he was. I mean, they didn't do any research, and they wasted his time. And
But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what it's for. Everybody could be compensated. Nobody could be ordered to do something without compensation.
Yeah, and it's.
Like I said, that's only if you're a person within their society. Then you owe them a duty because you have an obligation as a member of their society. A person is a man, or has duties to that society in which he subscribes. And depending on his rank, they could expect certain obligations and performances from that man. And if he fails to perform, they could impose upon him, imposition him, knock him off his position, impose.
Right.
They certainly can.
Right.
That's what I tell people all the time, man. You guys got to be careful with these simple words they're using. That's why I keep using the word person all the time, stuff like that to you guys all the time, and man.
Well, I honestly thought the judge was trying to trap me because he's Mr. Wilson. I didn't. But my wife, when I told her the story, she said the same thing you did. Well, Al, I think he's trying to help you out.
Yeah.
I was like, well, how is that?
Yeah. Well, he kept telling me to come in person.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'll be a special appearance person for you. What's special appearance? How do you want me to specially appear? He's like, no, I don't want you to specially appear. I want you to generally appear. Oh, I can't do that. I can only generally appear as a man.
I'll be there as special appearance. So I will. I'll write him a letter Monday and get it to him right away.
I'd be glad to specially appear any way you want me. What mask do you wish me to wear? You said in person. Person is a mask. What mask do you wish me to wear? You want me to come in as a masked man. That's what you're saying. In person, a masked man.
All right.
That's simple.
I have no problem coming in as, a father.
Yeah, I wear a wig and come in as a judge.
I don't think that'd go over well. The guy already told me, oh, yeah, it's funny because the first time I met him, and I'm like, well, where's my accuser, right? And he's going on about psych eval and psych eval to me, right? I think you need a psych eval. So on my way home, because I got some of the old shows downloaded and stuff, I'm listening to you, and you're saying, oh, yeah, no, if you talk too much in court, man, the judge can order a psych eval on you. And that's exactly what happened to me with the same judge the first time I met him, right?
Yeah, but that's what's funny. Like I said, if the judge says it orders a psych eval, I'll say, good. Put it in a form of writing, and I'll go carry out your order.
Well, he just said, I think you need a psych eval. And I said, well, I'm not sure I need one of those.
Instead of thinking of it, why don't you create an order, place it in a form of an order, and I'll go carry out your order.
I guess I've been too chicken to be as aggressive as you are.
That's not aggressive. That's happy. It's like, oh, I think you need a psych eval. You know what? You're probably right. Why don't you put it in a form of an order, and I'll go carry out your order.
Well, when I asked him to give me the order in writing to show,
there's a way you got to say it nicely. You say, you know what? You're absolutely right. That sounds like a lovely order. I'd be more than glad to carry out the order. Why don't you create an order, write the order down, and I'll go carry out the order.
Okay.
That way it doesn't sound like you like create the order and put it in writing and sign it. Yeah, that sounds pretty hateful.
No, I just said to him, I says, is that an order? He says yes, and I says, can I have that in writing? and then he got madder, and then he was, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Better write that down so you don't forget.
Yeah, that's right. I need a psych eval. Remember, I'm the crazy one. You better put it in writing. So I don't forget. Maybe I don't hear too good.
I don't.
Not only am I crazy, maybe I don't hear too good.
I don't hear well. I don't see well, and
yeah,
me a lot to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say too many women along the way. My hearing and sight is kind of going.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that in front of my wife.
Just say I kind of like the wild women, My eyesight and hearing isn't as good as it should be.
That's your story.
Yeah. That's what you get tell them. You get a good chuckle out of them anyway.
Who's your counsel? Oh, Karl. Karl who? Well, I don't know. I don't recall. I don't have his card.
I said, well, God's my co-pilot. He's here with us right now.
Well, you have been my counsel. I wasn't lying.
Yeah, God's my co-pilot. Oh, yeah.
God is my co-pilot.
Yeah, God, yeah. Jesus is my co-pilot, and God's my counsel. Would you like God to appear right now? He's like, yeah, well, you say, well, here you go. I say, well, here you go what? I say, I'm in the image of God.
I'm here.
I'm a man. I'm in the image of God. See?
Yep.
It's always good for a laugh.
I did lighten up. I have been lightening up. But I've been playing more of the duck, more of the Columbo thing.
Yeah.
Than anything.
Yeah, but your brother had a good time, so that's good.
Yeah. Well, it's been a great time.
Well, that was good fun, man. Giving it Bill. But now you said that's great.
Well,
because it's funny, man. He's lucky. Like I said, man, he could have taken the crown for everything he had. They got off easy with $500. You move a case against a man and it's not true, holy crap, in old days you died.
Right.
You bring controversy into the public where one doesn't exist, you bearing false witness, that's one of the top 10 death penalties. You just bear false witness against this man? Yeah. Did you want us to take his property from him? Yeah. Oh, really? What do you think we should do to you? Well, you shouldn't do anything to me because, I bear false witness all the time. Oh, really? And you think that's acceptable? And you shouldn't have to pay anybody for doing that. Well, no. That's just my job. I'm just a fucking liar, and everybody has to deal with it.
And that is my claim right now with Ken. And I wrote him a letter, and I explained I have not seen a proper claim against me before this court or any other court. Do you bring forth a false claim? And that's what I'm going into court with as my claim.
And you're basically saying that I'm just waiting for. Look, I'm not here to give you folks a hard time. I got my checkbook out. I got my wallet ready. I'm just waiting for any man or woman to come forth with a claim so I could compensate them for doing them wrong. I haven't done anybody fucking wrong. You know it, and I know it. But as soon as that man or woman appears, I'm ready to compensate. I'm ready to make them whole. I'm ready to beg them for their forgiveness, and I'm ready to compensate and make them whole. But that hasn't happened. They say I'm an honorable man. I want to pay my debts, but I don't owe a debt. There's no man or woman from any society who's come forth and said I owe a debt to society. Whose society? What society? Is there any man or woman from any society that says I owe a debt? No. Then how can I compensate? How could I provide a remedy or a cure? Nobody's saying that I've done anything, they incapacitate them. I've done anything to them.
I can't stress the importance of having a claim to anybody enough. I was talking to Joe and Catherine. They had a court because they went up for sentencing in beginning in November, and so I thought they were gone. And they had what did they do? They pulled the private prosecution on the judge and prosecutor, I think.
Right.
So I was talking to Joe yesterday, and he's like, Al, I know it's their jurisdiction. I know it's their shit. We did a constitutional challenge. I know that's their stuff. He says, we still have our claim. We haven't abandoned our claim. And I'm like, Joe, you have not used your claim yet. That's why you're still here. But what they did manage to do was, here they are in Calgary, and Williams Lake is, 700 miles away. They had a court in their living room via camera with Williams Lake on Friday.
Oh, wow, that's a hell of, yeah. Well, that makes sense, man, because that's a 10-hour ride.
Well, it's a long ways to go.
Yeah, I know. I took the ride with him.
Yeah, so yeah, Joe says, no, I was making coffee during court and getting everybody tea and crumpets. So next week, though, I'm going to go over their place and kind of work with them a bit on their claim. They made the claim, but they haven't used it yet. I don't think they got their rules of court. They tried to get rid of their claim as a frivolous claim, and they did manage to keep it, but they haven't used their claim at all. They haven't gone into court with their claim. They haven't put a notice that, hey, we'll be at court on this day to have a hearing, and gave a notice into the file of the guy pressing the complaint on them. Or
yeah, like I said, I mean, they're nice people, man, but they don't devote enough time to this. I mean, they got kids, and they want to spend every waking moment doing, ice capades with their kids, and I mean, I don't blame them that they want to spend so much time with their kids, but you got to dedicate yourself to learning this stuff if you haven't done this stuff your whole life.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
and they just don't want to spend that kind of time. You know, I mean, Catherine kind of does. You know, she kind of tries.
She does.
But like I said, I called them up to one time, and she said, I can't really talk to you right now. We got ice dancing classes. I said, you go to court like in 2 days, or whatever it was. It was like tomorrow, whatever. You got to stop and concentrate. Like, oh, not right now. You know, this is family time. It's very special to us. It's like, yeah, well, they don't see your mom for 15 to 20. Then you might have a little time to talk. You know.
Well, I'm hoping this week when I get together with them here in the next couple of days that I can press upon them that, like, guys, you have this claim. The claim is standing. Use it so that next Friday when you're back in court, that the judge understands that you're having your own hearing, right, on this matter.
Right. Did you compensate it? You know, the utility company for the theft?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, so they compensate. That's what I'm saying. They compensated for the theft. You don't owe any other man or any other woman of any society any debt.
That's right.
I don't know a debt, an obligation, a duty to any other member of any society. No man or woman has come forth from any, a society and said I've done them wrong.
But because they haven't used their claim, they haven't had standing in any of their cases, any of the court hearings.
Well, then they stand as a defendant.
Yes.
You know, they're saying, it's like, okay, defending what? Who do I owe a debt to? I owe a debt to society. Whose society? The legal society? I'm not a member of the legal society. And that's what they're going to say. You owe a duty to society. It's like, what? You know, this is what you guys always go about, the legal person. You mean, as a legal person? The legal society I owe a debt to? It's like, yeah, but I'm not a member. It'd be nice to be a member because you guys got a lot of fancy, wigs and clothes and hats you wear, and you got a swell society going on there. But at this time, I can't afford to. And afford has nothing to do with money. It's just I can't go forward because I don't have the capacity. I'm not competent to be a legal person.
Great.
I'm just a common person. I'm just a man. I don't have the ability to be a legal person. It's that simple. I don't know the terms of order, your legal society. I'd be a fool if I tried to come in and be a defendant. You guys are so much more, you just basically, you get so much, wiser or, speak legally so much better than I ever will. I mean, I'll never be to your level. So me to try to defend myself against somebody like you would be a waste of my time. It would be a total joke. I'd walk into court and be a total fool. I can't keep up with you. This is all you people do.
Well, Joe does know, and he is repentant of leaving basically Catherine with holding the bag on learning and everything.
Yeah, well, like I said too, it's like, look, it's lovely. You're trying to give me you're trying to make me a member of your legal society, right? You want me to be a person, a legal person, right? Yeah, and you're going to try to bestow upon me this wonderful title known as defendant. And I tell people all the time, it's like, look, whatever they told you, you're the heavyweight boxing champion of the world. You're going to smile and say, woohoo. And it's like, yes, Alan Douglas is the heavyweight boxing champion of the world. Woohoo. You're going to say, wow, what a great title. And they say, oh, yeah, Al, next Tuesday you got to fight Muhammad Ali. You got to defend your title. And you'd be like, what? Yeah, next Tuesday. You're the heavyweight champion, right? Well, yeah, you accepted the title, right? As the defendant you're the defendant, right, of the title? Well, yeah. Well, now you got to defend. Well, who would I got to defend against? Muhammad Ali. I don't think I want this title anymore. Well, why not? You're a defendant. Well, the guy who's going to prosecute me, the hunter, Muhammad Ali, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me with one punch. He's going to knock me out without even trying. Well, yeah, sometimes that happens. Well, I can't afford that. I can't afford this lovely title at this time. If you try to force this title upon me, you're going to cause harm to the man. You're not going to cause harm, obviously, to the legal person because the legal person is just fiction. It's just a make-believe thing.
Right.
You're not causing harm to the heavyweight champion of the world title. It's just a title.
Right.
You know there's a man attached to that fucking title. And you know if you fucking hit me, you know, Muhammad Ali hits the fucking heavyweight champion of the world, regardless I'm the heavyweight champion of the world, in title, you know and I know he's going to break me in half.
Yeah, so what do we do with the body?
That's what I'm saying. So you have to say I can't accept the title at this time because it goes home to the man. But thank you for the lovely legal title of defendant. But I can't afford to come forward as a legal defendant. The prosecutor's going to slaughter me. It's not going to be a fair fight. It's going to be a waste of time. It's going to be a joke. You're going to crush me in court in one blow. What kind of game is that? You know, those are quarters where you go to play games. That's what a court is. A court is where you go to play games. So what kind of game is that? The guy's going to knock me out in one blow. What kind of game do you call that? Pretty boring game.
Pretty heavy-duty game.
Well, that's why I knock them out in one blow when I go into their court. I bring in the court of man. I say, now how do you guys want to play this? I was like, oh, shit, you knocked us out in one blow. Yeah. Well, we usually knock you guys out. That's right.
Can't do that without a claim.
That's right. I can go in court and just, knock them out in one blow. A couple of words like, boom, I'm done. They're like, shit, that was no fun. I'm like, that's right, no fun. Oh, you thought you don't beat me around for a while. Oh, is that what you thought? Oh, that was going to be funny, watching me get my ass. Oh, you thought that was funny. Yeah. It goes, oh, you little word nerd, perpy guys, man. You think it's payback now because you got your ass kicked all through school? So now you're going to be bullies and you're going to be making everybody piss in their pants. Seeing you come into the courthouse with a wig on and a nightgown. We're all going to be scared shitless now. Say how it feels, tough guys. And you used to beat up all those word nerd lawyers when they were kids. Yeah, it's just payback, man.
Well, without a claim, you have no knockout.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, a claim is a good way to knocking them out. Because they could see what's coming from across the other side. But being a man and being in an image of God, man, that's a hell of a knockout. Once they realize God's not present.
Well, they can't even hear us unless we have a claim.
Oh, they hear through that wig. They hear that wig has got an ear hole in there. They know when they're in the presence of a man. They know when just because they got a badge, like I said earlier, just because they got a badge they still know when they're robbing. They still know when they're stealing. They still know when they're causing harm to man.
Well,
just because you got a badge doesn't mean you can rob from me.
They sure don't recognize it.
Oh, yes, they do. They understand. When you say it in a certain manner, they know you. That's why. Go listen to the phone call I did with some black lady from Guyana who lives down in Florida. I told Gus to upload my phone call with her.
Okay.
She had 3 cops at the door. The captain, they finally got tired of dealing with her. So this was the 3rd time they went down to her house, and I talked the cops off a porch. And this time they had a captain of the sheriff's department down there. They had the supervisor of the social services down there. They was like, no more of this, no more nice guys. You're all going, we got a warrant. You're all going to jail. Da 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 da. You open the store immediately. Da 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 da. So, she had. You tell she's got a crazy accent, man.
Right.
Only 3 minutes long, and it's hysterical, man. And they all got in their cars and left. The 3rd day in a row, man. It was Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Really?
Time to get back in their car and go, and the baby's still at the house.
I have a friend of mine that I work on a shovelhead. His dad's a judge down in Guyana, and what he does is he goes around the Virgin Islands and teaches other judges how to be common law judges in the area.
Who's Guyana?
Guyana, South America.
Well, probably British, not French.
Yeah, no, British.
Yeah, it makes sense because you probably don't speak French, yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's where this lady's from. I asked her, I said, obviously you're from British Guiana? She said, yeah, not French. She said, correct. I said, okay, yeah, because your English is pretty good. So I kind of figured she wasn't French Guiana.
I've talked to his dad a couple of times, and yeah, that's what he does. He's old. He's in his 70s, still a womanizer, but he goes around through the Virgin Islands teaching judges how to operate in common law.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I believe you.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much to teach a judge how to be a judge, man. This isn't rocket science. There's only a couple of key words they concentrate on. You know, so like I said, you could say, well, without a claim, they don't hear me. Oh, you better believe, man. They, you know, I could say a couple of words, man. They know exactly. Don't mess with this fucker. It's the way you perform. Like I said, I mean, there's been millions of people who've done Shakespeare. You know, there's millions of people, actors who, you know, do Shakespeare, but there's only one Laurence Olivier.
Right.
You know, just because you could read Shakespeare, just because you could quote Shakespeare, doesn't make you're not going to win an Oscar. You're not Laurence Olivier.
Right.
You know, you're going to pull it off. Oh, I mean, I've watched a lot of Shakespeare, like, you know, movies or, you know, my time. And I was like, oh, this guy's horrible as Hamlet. Oh, this guy's horrible as Henry. Oh, this guy is King Henry. This guy's horrible. I mean, where's Laurence Olivier? I mean, I bet you if King Henry popped up in my face and started to talk, I'd say, who are you? He'd say, King Henry. I say, no, get Laurence Olivier in here. He's the real King Henry. Now, if I want to see King Henry, I want to see Laurence Olivier. It's like, but I'm the real king. Whatever. You still don't act as good as Laurence Olivier does.
Hey, Al Pacino did an awesome, what was it, Merchant of Venice?
Yeah, Shylock. Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
But that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is, they could say they're lawyers, and it's like, that's great, but then I could get up in court, and I could litigate, and I could perform, and it'd go like, well, he might not be the lawyer, man, but he might not be an attorney, but holy crap, he's good. It's like the other guy would say, but I'm the attorney. Like the barrister did when Foley's thing. He's like, I'm the barrister. This is my court. Barristers don't lose cases in their court. I said, that's right, because I took over the court. You didn't see me lay my case down. He's like, he looked at me and said, oh, yes, that's right, you did. But you thought it was a joke. It was 8 words. You thought it was a joke. Well, I guess you better understand what those 8 words mean. You know, and then next time you see somebody throw a claim down before the court on top of your case, you better understand what the hell's going on.
And that's really important he had a claim that gave him standing to speak.
Right. But like I said, there's a way I could appear in person and then flip the court immediately without paper. But like I said, it's being a Laurence Olivier. It's being able to control that court, control that judge, look at them, and they look at you, and they know that you know exactly what the hell you're doing and exactly who they are. And it's all fraud. It's all bullshit.
Well, I'm the one standing there with the dry mouth going,
Because you think it's real. Because you believe it's real.
Well, yeah, they keep threatening me.
That's right, but if they were threatening in Chinese, you just smile and laugh. So I don't understand this ping pong crap they're fucking saying. Hey, oh, ping pong, you don't. You start laughing. And they start getting really fucking mad and pointing a finger at you, waving real sternly. It's like, you laugh your ass off. Did he just say Nippon, ping pong, ding dong? Did he fucking really say that? No, this is very serious. No. He just said ping pong, pee pee, wee wee, ding dong. Like, well, that's some very powerful words here in the Chinese language. So, you know what pee pee, wing wong, ding dong means in our language? It's a joke, right? You can't be serious. So like I said, you're just hearing them say words that you believe have power and control over you because it controls your heart rate, it controls your emotions, it controls your sweat glands, it controls every damn thing.
Oh, it does. Oh, it does very much.
Because you believe that something that they're uttering has something to do with you as a man.
I try not to let them know.
They understand they still got control of you. See, they understand this. They have absolutely no control of me. They know that. They know that I only answer to one authority. That's God. So they could tell when they got a God-fearing man in their presence. And then they could tell when there's a man such as you who's afraid of a costume. I'm only afraid of God. I ain't afraid of anything else.
I don't think I let them know that, though.
I'm afraid what God's going to judge me as. That's what I'm terrified of. I'm terrified that I might not live up to a certain standard that God expects of me. That's what I am afraid of. Deliver a standard that a man expects of me? I'll go fuck yourself.
I have my ups and downs with that.
That's what I'm saying. And that they understand that I couldn't give a rat's behind. I'm here to fucking compensate any man that I've done wrong to. If no man appears, the only thing that I have to, could judge me is God. And does any man purport to be God? No. I'm here to compensate any man I've done wrong. Have I done anything wrong to any man? No. Then let me be. And just wearing a wig and wearing a badge doesn't immune you from being a man. You trespass upon this man, you're a man, I'm going to hold you liable. Well, I'm wearing a wig. Well, I've got a pistol. I got a gun. Dude, that's communicating a threat. That's extortion.
And I have thought about that.
Yeah. Just because you wear a wig doesn't make you immune from fucking trying to steal my property from me.
When I go into court, not worried about that, like I'm ready to stand, I do way better than when I go into court worrying about my wife and my son getting thrown out on the street because I can't earn a living for them.
Yeah, because like I said, that's a big thing, I guess, like I said, for you, because like I said, they never, like I said, I guarantee the state of Alabama had never met nothing like me. Because I told them, I said, I don't explain this to you people. I said, you could chop off pieces of my kid and mail them to me in a box. I said, you could have me witness him doing it. I said, you're not going to watch. I'm not going to blink. I said, you're not going to get any emotion out of me. Why?
I don't give them that. That's just
dude, I said, to me, this is just a game. I said, to me, I only have to answer to God for my actions or my inactions. You have to answer your creator one day, too. I said, I'll be able to explain to God with a straight face. I had no control of that. I had no ability. You put me in this game, God. You put me in this position. This is what the cards you gave me to play, God. You gave me deuces and jokers. Well, what did you want me to do? I had no power. I had no ability to do other than what you gave me to play with, work with. And that's what I tell people all the time. God gives you, the hand to play, and you play it the best you can.
Amen.
And so he gave you, this is all you got. And this is the best you can do. So it's like, look, if you're chopping my kid's fingers off and you're mailing them to me in a box, or I have to witness, why? Because you got 3,000 guns pointed at my head. What more can I do? As soon as I blink, you're going to kill me anyway, right? So I might as well not even bother blinking. I might as well say, you know what, do whatever the hell you want, because you know what, you got a gun in my head, and you're going to do it anyway.
And that's where I'm at.
So do it. What more do you want from me? You're not going to scare me. You're not going to terrify me. You're not going to. This isn't hard on me. This will pass too. God must want me to experience this for some reason. Why? I don't know. Why is this? Is it such a tragic or traumatic or horrific event? I don't know. But you know what? I believe He's got something good planned for me. He's making me go through this for a reason. Maybe to toughen me up. I don't know. But no matter what I've gone through, I've always said, it is what it is. And he's getting me ready for something bigger and better. He's toughening me up so that no matter what happens, I'm not even going to blink. Like I said, I guarantee, like I said, how many parents would have just finally caved in after 30 trials and not knowing why they're there at any of those trials, saying, you know what, okay, I give up. Just give me a piece of paper, I'll sign it. And that's when the judge said on the 30th trial, he said to the state, what exactly do you want from this man? Well, we just want a piece of paper from somebody saying that he's competent to be a dad. The judge was like, you're kidding. It's like, no, we just told him, go get a competency, from exam from a doctor or psychiatrist. They said, honestly, he could have had his brother write the note. His mama could have wrote the note and signed it. We really wouldn't have cared. We wouldn't have background. He said, you don't need a doctor from Alabama. It's like, no, he can go to Virginia, New York, wherever the hell he wants. He can go wherever the hell he wants. All we have to have from him is a piece of paper from somebody saying that he's competent and fit to be a father. And we give him back his kid. And he said to me, you understand what they're saying? You get a brother write the note. I said, sir, I could write the note. They don't care. I said, sir, but it seems that you don't seem to understand. You're a public servant. I'm the public. I'm the master. You're my servant. My servants will never order me to do anything. I said, I don't understand how you understand how this works. And if he's a man trying to order me to do something, I'm not going to do it without compensation. Nobody's going to threaten me. Nobody's saying, well, look, just do this. I said, sir, I actually said that in open court. I said, sir, if you told me to blink and you'll give me back my kid, I will staple my fucking eyelids right here in front of you, and I will never blink again for the rest of my life. You will never order me to perform without compensation. I am not your slave. You do not give orders. I said, I'm a man. Nobody orders me. And it was just that simple. And he understood. I said, I will staple my eyelids right here in front of you, and I will never blink again for the rest of my life. He said, but that's all you have to do to get your kid. I said, sir, I don't care if that's what I have to do to save my life. I'm not doing it. So he realized, and that's the judge who walked down the hallway with me and walked out in the parking lot with me and said to me, here, I'll help you. He walked right out of the fucking courtroom with his fucking robe on, walked down the corridor, went to the court clerk's office, made a call to the Alabama Supreme Court for me, got the head clerk down there, said, hey, man, this guy needs his case file. We can't find this contract nowhere. You got to work with this guy. And he walked out and he got a Jeep Wagoneer truck. I mean, he was a regular Joe. And he was talking to me. I mean, the judge really liked me. I mean, after I fucking said that to him, I said, dude, huh? Yeah. I'll stay my eyelids right here in front of you, man. You tell me to blink, I'll get my kids. I ain't blinking. You know, I'll stay my eyelids in my head. I ain't blinking. You know how many dads or moms would just say, how many years did you put up with this? Where you living? Oh, I'm living in a storage unit, man. I got one little storage unit where I would take a shower, where I throw a couple of gallons of water in my head, and the other storage unit where I keep my tools and I sleep. Why? Because I'm broke. I ain't got no more money. I've been fighting you fuckers for 6 years. It cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars. I said, I'm done. I said, but I'm never going to fucking do what you tell me to do. You're not going to order me to do shit. I don't take orders from any man. And they just realized, holy shit, this guy's serious, man. He ain't going to stop. I said, oh, watch what I'm going to do to your legal society when I'm done with you. Because I want to teach everybody how to act like me.
Wow.
Yeah. And I guarantee you they're saying, holy shit, this guy's really... I said, look, if I take 10, 20, 30 years, I don't give a damn. I said, I'm a very patient man. I want to teach people what you people are really all about and what it takes to take you people down. You're a bunch of bullies. You know, you're a bunch of word nerds. You were picked on when you were kids, and now you know the words, and you can control everybody with the words. You couldn't control them with muscles, so now you're going to control them with your mouth, just like a woman. I said, you're going to break me. It ain't going to happen. Many have tried. It ain't going to happen.
I just don't know how I got that so wrong. Like, my wife made it as the judge was like exactly what you said about the judge, about hearing in person, and I was taking it totally the opposite way.
Yeah, I'll be any special person you want me to be. I'll make any special appearances, any person you wish. What wish do you want me to carry out? How do you wish to order me? But you do know when you order me, I'm going to require compensation. You do know that. So, like I said, when they were trying to say they were ordering me to do get a fit, accreditation of being a fit parent. And I said, and what's the compensation? Oh, we'll give you back your child. He's not yours to give back. He's always been mine. It's like, no. Giving me back my child is not compensation. He's always been mine. That child's stolen. I'm not going to negotiate with terrorists. I'm not going to negotiate with kidnappers. I'm not going to do it. And it's like, why? Because you're going to fucking give me back the fucking kid, and guess what? You're probably going to give me back a dead kid, or guess what? You give him back to me, you're going to do it again tomorrow because you're going to say I'm a chump, I'm a sucker. This time you gave him back because I got the letter. Guess what? Tomorrow you're going to be knocking on my door, taking the damn kid again, and then you're going to have me jump through 2 or 3 more hoops. And then what's going to happen? Then you're going to let me have my kid come back after I jump through 2 or 3 hoops. You're going to have kid's going to come back, and then you're going to make me jump through 100 hoops to get the kid back. And then guess what? I'm going to jump through 100 hoops. We'll pay you guys $100 in ransom fee. or court costs or child support, and then next time you're going to take away, then I got to owe you $1,000 in court costs, child support, and ransom fees. Then I want to owe you $10,000. Then you're going to take my truck. Then you're going to take my house. No, this is going to get sick and perverted. You guys ain't never going to stop. Once I do one thing for you fuckers, it ain't never going to stop.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I said, man, that's why I'm a very difficult guy to get along with when it comes to a woman. They just think, well, if you'll let me slide today. No, I'm not going to let you slide. No, you're going to do what you agreed, and that's it. Well, I got a headache. I don't feel like doing it. Well, then get the fuck out. I'll get somebody else in here. Well, you're not very reasonable. That's right. It's black and white. It's going to be this way or that way. It's on or off. That's it. Goodbye. Go. Why? Because everything I say I'm going to do. And everything you say you better do, you better do. If not, you're lying. I ain't got time to deal with no lies. Well, my hand hurts, my leg hurts, my nose hurts, I'm dizzy. I don't give a shit. You got a test of a phone perform. You don't wish to do it? Goodbye. That's what I was trying to explain to my sister this week. She said, your hands are all black. What did you do? I said, I had to keep the water flowing. I had animals down here. Well, why don't you just, stop? I said, because they'll die. He said, look, what do you want, make a phone call and find a real man who'll come up here and blister his hands to these animals? That's ridiculous. I said, when you're a man, sometimes you got to do things that are extremely painful. But you realize that there's others that require you to be in extreme pain so they survive. This is what you got to do. I said, I don't got no complaints about it. I said, it just hurts like hell. I'm not whining about it. I don't need to go to no damn doctor. It'll be all right. It's just what you do. I said, there's no excuses. You don't blame nobody. This is the cause God gave you to deal with. I wasn't born in Tahiti or the Bahamas. I was born up here where it's fucking freezing.
Amen to that.
Yeah. If I was in Tahiti, I'd be bitching that a shark bit me in the ass because I was bending down to pick up some crabs and lobsters for the kids. A damn shark bit me in the ass. What were you doing? I was, picking up lobsters and some clams for the kids. Shit happens. If I was born up north, I wouldn't be worrying a shark biting me in the ass.
I was going down the road minding my own business, and the shark bit me, and the pirates got me.
Yeah, that's right. That's because I was born in Tahiti. Shit happens, man. You got to deal with the cards God gave you.
Yep, and we do.
Yeah, do the best you can with what you got.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, like I was telling one guy tonight, quit being a victim.
John's stuff is code, and he's probably the best IRS code, decipherer that there is out there. But you know what? They don't care. You're still at the bottom of the barrel. You're still at a hierarchy in the totem pole. You're still a defendant. You're still just a Punch and Judy. Just like that man who called me and Gus up this week. I don't remember his name. I think you said his name was Scott. Going on about the crazy Title 18 not being ratified. Who gives a damn whether it was or not? Okay, so say it was. But it has nothing to do with me. So I couldn't care less if 100 senators all ratified and it went through. I couldn't care less. It has nothing to do with me. So I don't know if that would make them feel better if they had another vote and it went through unanimously. Then what did all his wasted time learning crazy Title 18 or that it wasn't ratified? Why was the years and months wasted? What they did back in, 1931, 32. Who cares? Who cares? But it's just a damn shame that people get wrapped up in that silly code nonsense. And they could modify it, change it, amend it at will. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. Because you're the child and mommy wants to modify her code of the house. These are the new house codes. Okay, well, guess what? She'll say, you know what? Like the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 18 says we could do whatever's necessary and proper to execute this Constitution. We can do whatever we damn well please. That's exactly what it says. And I tell people that all the time. I say, why don't you people go look and see why Patrick Henry and all his delegates, half the delegates who went to the Constitution Convention, when they got the title Section 18. You know what? Is there a Section 19? No. Is there a Section 20? No. It stopped at Section 18. Why did it stop at Section 18? It says, you know what? It's nice that we put these other 17 titles in there above us, you know, controlling and restricting and limiting the centralized government. That's nice that we put all these rules on what we can and cannot do. But guess what? We're going to throw the old Trump card down and say, you know what? Section 18. We'll do whatever the fuck we want to any fucking man and woman that gets in our fucking way. And half the delegates, like Patrick Henry, said, this is outrageous. You're creating a tyranny to our future generations. And they're like, yeah, and they're like, oh, hell no, I want no part of this. So I kind of wish that he stuck around and fought to get Section 18 out of there. Instead of saying, you know what, I'm not signing this, I'm not agreeing to this, I'm going home. You should have realized, man, look, you got to fight. You got to make sure that this doesn't exist. You got to do it for future generations. If you know this is so deadly and so important, get rid of it. Do whatever you can. Get that thing out of there. Because future generations are going to glorify the United States Constitution. They're going to live and worship and die and breathe and eat and sleep. You're going to get 100% of these people in this crazy-ass nation believing that that's the Bible to end all, that the Constitution is the most wonderful document that ever existed, and that gives us all our freedoms and rights and protects us from the government. Okay, what's Section 18? It's saying any officer of the United States, any agency of the United States could do whatever the fuck it wants at any time to any man or woman upon this land. It's insane. So like I said, when people say, well, the Constitution says, dude, are you effing kidding me? What does Section 18 say? Well, you know, Section 1 and, Section 3 and establish us, between the government and the people. Okay, what does Section 18 say? We can do whatever the fuck we want anytime we want to, you people. There's not a damn thing you can do about it because we got the guns, and as we get older and bigger and more established and we put up these huge monuments to ourselves and these good, glorious courthouses and legislative buildings all over the land, and we put U.S. Marshals all over into the field, we're going to do whatever the hell we want. Eventually, we're going to grow into a tyranny. Yeah, that's right. And there's not a damn thing you people could do about it because you want your people to worship this stupid Constitution. Because you're not reading Section 18. You're just reading the first three things. Oh, we the people of form world. Yeah. Right, yeah, they're lovely. You know. Like I said, there's still men who cared about property, cared about wealth, who considered people other than themselves 3/5 human beings. You know, it's still all about property. It's still all about profit. It's all about what they could obtain for themselves. No different than what Congress is doing nowadays. You know, I'm not number one on their list of things they worry about every day. I'm not even in the top 1 million of the things they worry about every day. So for them to say, oh, well, the Constitution, my congressman, nah, he ain't going to do shit.
We went down to see John, and we hung out with John, talked to him, found out what was going on with him a little bit. And that night we were supposed to stay at a bed and breakfast that was owned by a Chinese guy. And we got there about 10 o'clock, got settled in, brought our bags in, told the guy we're going out for pizza. And when we came back, the guy told us that his wife was uncomfortable with us being there, and that we had to leave. So we had already paid everything, and so we told John, we left without incident. But we told John, this is a great way to get started in common law. Make a claim against this guy for $200 or $300 for giving you for breach of contract. So that's how John got started learning about common law. Ed and I went to John's hearing on that Chinese contract case that with the Chinaman, and it was a slight disaster, but he was just getting started, and he's come a long way. And last week, Tuesday.
Well, Gus, why was it a disaster?
He didn't put in an order. He went to court.
No, it was a disaster because he claimed more than he was due, and the judge seen it. You can only claim what is due, not 1 farthing, 1 penny, 1 shilling more. You can only claim what is due. The judge ain't going to let people get away with it.
You can't claim punitive damages. The court's got to award them to you based upon the merits of your case or the situation of what the other party, just how extreme the other party was and what they did, how outrageous what the other side did. If the other side didn't really do anything really outrageous and it was just a little boo-boo and it's just a little miscommunication, well, then you're not going to get punitive damages. But if it was so outrageous, the court could have awarded John $200 and $10 million. But they didn't, because John was the one who decided he should get punitive damages for whatever it was, like $5,000, $10,000, some ridiculous number.
Yeah, it's $5,000.
It was ridiculous. I mean, if he said, look, the guy called us a bunch of dirty white wiggers, and he didn't want any wiggers in his house, and and all kinds of hate speech stuff. No, that might have been different. Or if he said, they look Jewish, we don't know kikes over here. That's different. But the man didn't do that. The lady just said, look, these guys are some pretty big guys, and you know what, we're used to little pencil pushing professor-looking people, crashing here. We don't want these guys look like bikers or Cheech and Chong, potheads or something. Yeah. No, you weren't wearing your fuck you T-shirt. Yeah. You were dressed nice. No, we were dressed nice. We had shirts with buttons. We were dressed nice, but still, All right, Dave, let me let you get going. Like I said, I just wanted to jump in and say why it was a disaster. Not because he tried the common law method of trying to make a claim for damages that would do. He just was, you can, any man, any kind of judge, any jury would say, look, you could only claim what's due. If he made a claim for $200, I'm sure he would have got it. But when you start making a claim for $5,000, you got to better have a hell of an itemized statement of the list of why you believe you're entitled to $5,000 or $5 million, $5 billion. You see what I'm saying? Like with me, like say I made a claim for 5 billion seconds that they took my kid from me. I could say that, yeah, $1. I'd give you $1. If I stole your kid for 1 second, would you expect at least $1 from me? Oh yeah, you'd expect something. Thought I was even crazy enough to put my hands on your child for 1 second. That's insane. $1, you're getting a flight. So did you keep your hands on my kid for how many seconds? 10 billion seconds? Oh yeah. And you think I'm gonna charge you $50? No. You know what? You got off light with $1 a second. Yeah. Okay. Well, guess what? Too bad I asked you to get it back that very first second you even thought about touching my kid. So now it's just going to accumulate. Now you're going to realize the outrageousness of your act. That you are outrageous enough to hold somebody else's property, somebody else's child for 10 billion seconds. What are you out of your effing mind? How else are you going to learn? But yeah, go ahead and that's what we basically met John. But John had already gotten involved with the IRS for many years before he met us. And I believe he was trying to do, you might know the stuff he was trying to do before he talked to me. So yeah, I'll let you off at that point. I'm going to mute out again.
All right. Yeah, he was going through the trial this week. I was able to establish that he's been dealing with the IRS since, I think, 1998. But as far as that the case with the Chinaman, like Karl was saying, he was asking a ridiculous amount for the damage that was done, which is really, Karl and I said goodbye to John. I drove Karl back to New Hampshire, and he ended up in a hotel room overnight. And it was a serious inconvenience because we were supposed to meet with John the next day and go over his case. So it really screwed everything up. We left there, but I think by the time we left, it was 1 a.m. And but it's certainly not worth $5,000. The other thing is when John went into that case, there was no order, so the court had no idea what the order was, because when you do your own case, you got to put your own order into the case, and if you don't know what the order is going to be, I wish, order, and require A, B, C, D. If you don't know what that is, then how can you provide the elements of the case? You have to put that in living courts.
And the order is a separate document. The order is a separate document from the claim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, tell people that. They might just think, he put in a claim and order something within a claim. No. A claim ticket is like I got my hat. I checked it in at the restaurant at 7 o'clock. At 12 when I leave, I give them the claim ticket. I don't give them an order ticket. I walk over there and I verbally order them, hey, can you give me this fucking hat back? Here's a claim ticket. It's separate from the claim. It's not the same. And if they don't give it back, you say, oh, you didn't understand me? Give me paper, pen, and ink. Here. I order you to return this hat that's attached to this claim.
John started, this federal case started last Tuesday. The trial started last Tuesday. It's been about a year and a half since they gave him the indictment and arrested him and put him through the process. So last week on Tuesday, the trial began, and the judge announced the case and looked at the prosecutor and asked the prosecutor if he was ready to begin. And the prosecutor said, yes, the United States is ready to move forward. Actually, he said the government is ready to proceed. And then he looked at John, who was without representation, and there's a standby counsel, and said to John, is the defense ready to go? And John looked at the man and said, I noticed that you're directing your voice at me. Oh, no, he said, Mr. Fall, are you ready to go? Are you ready to get started? And John said, I notice you're directing your voice at me. I'm not Mr. Fall. He says, and the only reason I'm here is to prosecute my claim against that man over there who's acting in the capacity of a prosecutor for fraud, for committing fraud and causing me harm. And the judge didn't want to hear that stuff, so he told John, well, that's not what we're here for. We're here for this case, and this is what we're going to be doing. Are you ready to proceed? And John said the same thing. I notice you're directing your voice at me. I'm not the man. I'm not John Fall. I'm John Joseph Fall. And this went on for, I'd say, 5 minutes or so. And the judge was getting more and more aggravated. And John said to the judge, look, if you wish for me to do something different than what I'm doing, I require you to put it in an order and to sign it. And I will, I will take your order and execute it. I don't remember the exact words John used, but that's the point he was getting across. And so the judge said, all right, we're going to recess. And the judge actually left the room. And, for 10 minutes, and then we got back together, and then the judge gave the man acting as a judge, I think his name is John O'Connell, gave an order to John, and the order was that you will obey the rules, you will obey the rules of procedure, the rules of this court, the orders of this court, and blah, 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 and it went on. And then he said, so is the defense ready to proceed? And John looked at him and said, I notice you're still directing your voice at me. Like I said, I'm not Mr. Fall. I am John Joseph Fall. I'm here to prosecute my case against that man for committing fraud against me in by way of this indictment that's on the record in this case, and I require to move my case at the same time as this case. And the judge cut him off and said, Mr. Fall, there is an order. Again, there is an order in this case right now. It's before you. I believe you've already been served with this order. And John said, that order is to John J. Fall. My name's John Joseph Fall. He says, that's not an order for me. That's got nothing to do with me. If you want me to carry out an order, then you write it out to me, John Joseph Fall, and I will carry out your order. And this is how the first day went, and it was beautiful. It was just hilarious to watch. And the judge was fantastic. He did his part great. I mean, everybody did. The marshals came in and took John out, and the man acting as judge ordered the marshals to remove John from the courtroom. And so John was brought down to another courtroom down the hallway, where they set up video and audio for him to be able to watch the proceedings so that they could preserve his due process rights to be involved. And Karl had a great great thing to say about that. I'm sure he'll tell you about it afterwards, about being his drink of water. And what are you telling me I can and cannot do at my trial? So from there, after John was in the other room at the other end of the hallway, the judge continued to present the case, explaining to the court or to whoever was in the court what was going to happen next. Is he was forced to, because of John's willingness to not respect the court, that he had effectively waived his right to counsel, and that he was appointing the standby counsel, a man by the name of Kevin. Kevin, I don't remember his last, Fitzgerald, I believe. Great guy. What an awesome guy. Great personality. Excellent disposition for the kind of work he's doing. So he was he was appointing this guy as full-time counsel. And John remained at the other end of the hall, and this guy took over the case, and they threw us out because there wasn't enough room for the jury. It's a small courtroom. So we went down to the other end where John was and hung out with John while they brought in the 54 people that they were going to pick the jury from. And they went,
yes.
Yep.
I'm just listening to some wood over here. Yeah, what John has to do is you got to put a notice into the court that since the judge, under his own volition, moving under his own volition and not within John's consent, that if he bears the burden now of any liability, that by his actions or his inactions, by appointing a counsel, if this counsel causes any harm to the man, that the judge, the Bill Williams, known as the judge of the United States Federal District Criminal Court, is going to be held liable for a claim of harm, injury, or financial loss due to his actions or his inactions. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For his competency or his incompetency in what he decided to do on John's behalf, on the person known as John Hall, defendant's behalf. Because there's a man attached to that defendant. It's like I said, there's a dog attached to that truck's back bumper. Yeah, you can drive the truck, but what about the dog? Oh well, I got the right to drive the dog. Okay, did you check the damn bumper? No. Well, don't you think that it might have been a good idea? Well, I got the right to drive this truck. Yeah, dude, I didn't say what you can undo. Did you fail to check what was on the back bumper? Yeah. Did you fail to, understand that there's a man attached to that defendant? Well, yeah, but I could drag the defendant around. Dude, I didn't ask you that. What did I ask you? You see, like I said, that one guy said that to me. He says, man, Carl, the way you do analogies is fucking fantastic. So you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to put in a little bit of a context here, what you guys should be doing.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah, I want to mute out again, man. I got to put my gloves back on. I'm freezing.
Okay. I'm texting John a message. I'm hoping he's going to join us. All right. So they proceeded to pick the jury and give jury instructions, and then they began. One of the things that was awesome is that there's a lady who's the clerk of the Rhode Island Supreme Court, and she was one of the jurors, one of the prospective jurors. And the judge asked everyone, he gave the basic guidelines, the basic rules, and then he says if there's anybody that has a problem being here or being, unbiased, giving an objective opinion as to what they see and hear, please let me know. So people raised their hands one at a time. They went up. Some people went to the sidebar next to the judge's his desk, whatever. They went to the side of that. That's called the sidebar to discuss their personal issues. It might have been medical reasons or whatnot. But one of the ladies that came up was the clerk for the Supreme Court of Rhode Island, and she says, I don't think I should be on this jury. And the judge says, would you like to come up and talk to me here at the side? And she says, no, I can tell you from here. She's standing at the microphone. She says, I've never been in trouble with the law. I've never been arrested. And I work as a clerk in court, and I totally believe that everybody who comes in here into my courthouse, into the court where I work, is guilty. And I don't think I can be objective at all. And she just nailed it perfect. I mean, if you don't want to do jury duty, that's the way to get out. She was hilarious. So the judge just excused her right away.
That's what I say all the time on my show. If they made me a judge, as far as I'm concerned, I'll put the noose around your neck when you get on the witness stand. And say, what's this? Oh, hang on, bailiff, put the noose around his neck. Now, work your way out of it. That's exactly what I do. I say, here, put a noose around his neck. Now, convince me why I shouldn't hang you. Because this police officer, I'm not sure he's trained in his duty and he's carrying out and he's performing in a proper manner. You convince me why we shouldn't hang you. So that's good. That's the way you should be. You know what? They always say you're innocent until proven guilty. Bull. As far as I'm concerned, the European way is correct. These people, you could show me that there's a conspiracy to do this to you, just like they did to me. Show me why you believe that they took your kid. And I said, well, as soon as you give me a copy of the case file, I'm more sure I could try to figure out what's going on. It took me 6 years to get a copy to prove that they were conspiring by using another contract from another family to take my kid. So as soon as I was able to obtain that, of course, the kid was released to me. The kid was brought back into my family. But like I said, it was funny. It's like I said, now the people who conspired, now those people should have the noose around their neck. And now explain to us why we shouldn't hang you, social worker, why we shouldn't hang you, Governor of Alabama. Now why shouldn't we hang you, Attorney General of the state? Now you explain why. We put the noose around this man's neck for 6 years. Now, why shouldn't we not put the next noose around you and hang you? If that's what you wish for me, that's what you should wish for return. This is very serious stuff when you're trying to destroy and steal somebody's property and destroy their world. This is very serious stuff. And back then, like I said, for tens of thousands of years, that's how a king would run. He'd put the noose around your neck and now explain to me why I shouldn't hang you. Because I ain't got time for this. The king's got court. The king's got a lot of things to do in this court, and it ain't to deal with your silly nonsense. That's why litigation or any kind of summoning somebody to court was unheard of 120 years ago. It was unheard of. People settled it outside of the public forum. Now it's a free-for-all. It's a huge industry. It's easy money. It's an easy way to steal money from 50, 60, 70-year-old people who acquired this wealth throughout their whole entire lives of working. It's very easy to attack them now and say, oh, you made an IRS error back in 1998. With all the civil penalties and forfeitures, it came out to $1.376 million, 17 cents. And since you've never been arrested in your life, never got in trouble, paid your taxes 50, 60 years, was the best plumber in the world, dentist, doctor, neurosurgeon, flight attendant, whatever the hell you are, you acquired all this wealth. This is the way that they figure, the centralized government figures out that they could steal it from you, legitimately, with a smile on their face, and making you feel that you need to defend yourself, that you've done something wrong. Actually flip it around and like, watch, these people actually going to think they've done something wrong. Watch, we're going to actually convince them. That's all their fault. And it's hysterical what they do. And people try to fight from the position of a defendant instead of turning around and coming after them. Say, hey, who are you? Just like you said a little while ago. You said, he said the government is ready to proceed. Right?
Yeah.
John should have said, point of law, clarification here. Yo, over here. What, I need a clarification, point of law? What government? What do you mean, what government? There's 4 billion governments on planet Earth that I'm aware of. Which government in particular is moving a claim against me? Everybody's self-governing. Which government are you talking about? Like you said, I heard that, because when I went down to Boston and Rhode Island, wherever the hell I went, I heard the prosecutor say the same thing. He kept saying the government. What government? What government? You guys don't ask them, what government? Which government? What government? What government? You mean something that has the capacity to move me? Move me, the man? Which government? So see, that's what I'm saying. I heard the prosecutor say it a couple of times, but then obviously, I was trying to pass notes to John, and the U.S. Marshal guy kept saying, no, that's enough. Enough notes. The judge is starting to get pissed off. Because John doesn't have the wherewithal to just flat out say, oh, the government's ready to proceed. Because you guys are so effing smart. People like John, you're so highly educated, you're so effing intelligent, you guys have, I know what the government is. It's the United States of America. Oh, wait a second, are you sure it's the United States of America? Maybe it's just the United States government. Well, it's the same thing. Oh, really? Really? Why don't you just play stupid like Karl and just say, you know what? Government. Which government? Because in mankind alone, there's 4 billion independent governments floating around planet Earth. Every dog, cat, fly, flea, ant, worm is self-governing. Which government in particular are we effing talking about? Government with an uppercase G?
When did Obama say he would the right to self-govern? What was that on?
It was I think it was November. Was it November 17th, 2013, or was it October 17th, November 3rd, 2013?
I think it was October.
Yeah, when they opened up for business again. Was the greatest gift our forefathers gave us was the right to self-government. That's right. But you know what? God gave us the right to self-govern. Not our forefathers. God gave it to us. And like I say to people all the time, you know what? You guys are so wrapped up in the secular breeding, the secular governments. You guys deserve what you get. You're such an ungodly people. You deserve what you get because you think a centralized government gave you the right to self-government. Oh, really? Oh, my forefathers gave that to me. Oh, really? Well, maybe my forefathers did because they're my creator. So they're my closest connection with God. So through them, this is what I got. That's right. But so did the worm, so did the fly, so did the bird, so did the dog. Through their forefathers. Not because it was based upon a piece of paper in writing. Because it's common law. It's within us all. So, like I said, I just had to jump in. I was going to jump in before, but I had some shit in my hands. I couldn't unmute myself. I got to mute myself with my nose. I'm not stupid enough to take my gloves off again. So I'm going to mute myself off. It's pretty funny. You use your nose to unmute yourself, so it's pretty cool. All right, I'm going to unmute myself again.
All right. So John says he's on. Oh, there he is. All right, I see him on the call.
How you doing, Gus?
Hey, good. How you doing?
I'm fried. I'm so tired. I've been in bed all day trying to catch up, and I just can't seem to get sleep. But yeah. I got your message, so I figured I'd call in and say hello.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm going to try to just get back to sleep, get some rest pretty soon, but I just want to see if you had any questions, you want to talk about anything.
No, we were just going over, the statements. If you want to talk about the different stuff that happened over the course of the last 2 weeks, you're more than welcome to put it out there. I can only give my version of it.
Well, I think probably just I don't want to go into the whole thing right now because it's a lot of stuff, but a couple of the big lessons I learned from it, and this is just my perception. Everybody's got their own perceptions. Is what you taught me on entering the court, giving your driver's license, being suicide. Boy, that's a bullseye. Because apparently behind the scenes, there's some kind of rule that when you give them when you go into the court, it has to go in as an exhibit. So never again. If I ever go into court again, I'll never give them my driver's license. And another lesson I learned is...
No, the big thing, too... Okay, hang on a second.
Carl, how are you?
How you doing, John? Yeah, I'm going to jump in my truck a second, man. I'm freezing. Hang on a second. No, the big thing is it's not your driver's license, okay? It's the state-issued driver's license. They're the creators of it. It's theirs, okay? Anytime. So you don't say, I'll never give it to them, because then you're throwing controversy, okay? The big thing I tell people all the time is what? Gus could probably answer this. What do I tell people, Gus?
Carl, you tell people so much shit, I don't know what to think.
That's Sorry about that. I dropped the phone. I tell people what, Gus?
I said you tell people so much stuff. I don't.
Okay, if somebody asks me for my driver's license, okay, if somebody asks me for my my unicorn, okay,
Yeah.
you know, it's something that I honestly don't even possess. You know, it's not literally mine. So how the hell can I give you something that's somebody else's property? There's two ways you can do it. It's like this was state issued to me, and this was put into my custody and care. You know, I'm not at liberty to just discharge it to any man or woman on planet Earth that asks me of it or demands it of me. You know, because like I said, say I gave you my child, and I gave you custody of my child, and I say to you a little later on, like, what? They didn't give John back the driver's license?
No, I just didn't give it to them in the first place. I just wrote a note that.
Okay, I thought you said that you gave him the driver's license, like you'll never do that again.
Well, in the beginning I did, and then I stopped. And what I did is I just wrote a note, you know, just a simple note. I am a man entering this public courthouse to face my accuser and move my claims.
Right.
Along those lines.
Oh, yeah, it's the security guards at the front desk. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the U.S. Marshals.
Yeah, they check at the check-in with a weapons check, the metal detector.
Yeah.
Okay. But still, even like I said, with anything like that, all you basically have to say is like, look, say I gave you my kid, and then I came back an hour later and said, where's my kid? It's like, oh, somebody with a badge came over here and said that they wanted to take custody of my child, my property. I said, wait a second, who did you release it to? Who did you discharge it to? What are you kidding me? So like I said, people have got to start to see, this is what I'm saying, is so people are so used to just saying, look, we live in a mommy state, a nanny state. And when mommy says to baby, give me that ice cream cone, baby just turns it over to mom. Might make a face, it's like, oh, mommy, you gave me that lollipop. Oh, and I got to give it back. Yeah, you know, that's enough of that. You know, we got dinner to take care of. You know, oh, we got, the room to clean. You know, give me back that, and maybe I'll give it back to you later. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll play God. Maybe I'll play I'm your creator. Maybe I won't because I got a badge. Oh, no, I'm mommy. So everybody is so willing to just submit and hand everything over because they got a badge. Or they got a piece of paper that says, oh, look, we got this Constitution that says we got control and power over you. Oh, really? Okay, well, I better just submit. I better just give in. You know, like I said to somebody from San Francisco the other day, I said, look, this is a lifestyle. I said, you lived out there for how many years, 30, 40, 50 years of your life? Look, I'm from New York. I'm from Brooklyn. You just turn over anything to anybody. Like, say somebody sees you turning something over to somebody else. Guess what? You're going to have a pack of people fucking just stripping everything from you. Every ounce of clothes, every ounce of thing, they're going to take everything from you like a pack of hungry wolves. It's just like Gus and I were talking about Mark. I said he's a Caldarian. And Bali's like, oh, that's why he's so aggressive. That's why he's got such an angry voice. That's why he sounds intimidating and mean. Because for hundreds of thousands of years, if you were 3 feet tall, you better curse, swear, you better act angry, you better be a mean motherfucker, because in that part of the world, if you even showed any sign of weakness, your neighbors would tear you apart like piranhas. So this is what the federal governments are doing. You show any sign of weakness, and they're just going to tear you apart, especially 50, 60, 70-year-old people like a pack of fucking piranhas. They're just going to strip everything from you. Once the federal government's done with you, the state, the counties, they'll all take whatever they can from you. That's because they're not getting their hands dirty for a living, these lazy bastards. They're doing everything with paper, pen, and ink. They're doing everything by manipulating the language, manipulating words. If they didn't lost the capacity to communicate with paper, pen, and ink, how would they make an income? How would they make an income if anything that God gave them, they did a Tower of Babel on them, and everything that came out of their voice and on their hand was written in Chinese? How would they control the United States people? How would they do it? The United States people say, what is it going on about? What the hell is this crazy shit they're spouting? What language is that? It's like, I don't think it's Cantonese. I'm not sure. What's this document they're throwing in my face? I don't know. Some crazy hieroglyphic Chinese-looking shit. Well, they got a gun pointing at me, and I'm waving this piece of paper. It's like, dude, I don't know what to do. I have no fucking clue what you're trying to communicate to me. We're not on the same level here. We're not on the same playing field. I got no idea what you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm trying to convince people, that just because you see a piece of paper and it looks like you can understand what is on there, and that you were trained in school to have up to an 8th grade competency level so they could hold you liable for paperwork. And that's exactly why the centralized governments, you always hear like Barack Obama's like, well, my mission is to get everybody to at least an 8th grade competency level. Yes, so that way when we throw a piece of paper at you, they say, do you understand that piece of paper in front of you? They know, well, let me see his records. Did he go through at least 8th grade? Yes, he did. Okay. Did he at least get a passing grade? Yes. Okay, then we could hold him liable for what's on that paper. That's the whole trick. It's an effing sick trick that they're doing to you guys. It's really manipulating you people. So when somebody says to me, I want my driver's license, it's like, what? Honestly, it's not mine to give. It was state issued. I'm not the creator of that wonderful document. But you know what? What can you give me in return? If you give me this, what can I hold for deposit? What could I hold in case you decide to cut it, damage it, break it? Just like that phone call I did last week that Gus loaded up on the show with that newborn baby. They wanted to come in the house. They wanted to see the baby. I said, oh, is that what you wish? I did one of those genie things. I said, oh, is that what you wish? Did you wish to see the baby? Oh, lovely. So I told the lady, go in the house, lock the door and don't open it again. Yell out the window to anybody, you got a cell phone number that I could call you on? And so some social worker said yes. And now go take a picture of the baby and send it to her. And her wish has been fulfilled. Now she sees the baby. She sees the baby with her eyes. It's like that old joke. It's like, can I see that? The teacher or the parents would say, some friend in the street would say, hey, can I see your baseball glove? Can I see your bike? Yeah, here, you see with your eyes, not with your hands. So it's like, oh, is that all you wish? And then you leave. It's like, yeah, they just want to see the baby. The deputy said, all we want to do is see the baby. And then you leave, and then you leave her alone, and everything will be okay. Yes, all we want to do is see it. Well, lovely. That wish could be fulfilled in a matter of moments. Give the phone back to the lady. I told the lady, okay, now get in the house. I said, tell them you got to go in the house. You got to take this call in private, and I'll work with you in there. She said, oh, okay. She said, he must be going to the house or we talk in private. I said, you in the house? Yeah. Door closed? Yeah, lock it. Don't ever open it again to these clowns. I said, now, yell out the window. What's the phone number? Give me a phone number. Now take a damn picture of the fucking baby and send it to him. And yell at them, now you see the baby. You agreed. Once you see the baby, you'll leave. Now leave. And then they didn't leave. So I said, now you're dishonorable people. Now, I don't know about further communications with you. Because you said one thing and you did something else. They're you yell out at them, they're dishonorable people. We agreed on one thing and now you're modifying it. No, we're not going to play this game. You said, see, you see the baby? Good. You visually wanted to see the baby? Good. No, we wanted to touch the baby. Oh, you wanted to touch the baby. Oh, well, you're going to have to be indemnified, bonded, and we're going to have to do background checks on you because we just don't let anybody touch our property. That's a Ming vase. You know that vase, that property, that baby? It took hundreds of thousands. No, you know what? According to Darwin, it took billions of years to create that little precious gem called a baby. It took billions of years. Okay? No, it's very precious and very valuable. You're not just going to come in here and manhandle it and touch it. No, you're going to be bonded, you're going to be insured, you're going to be indemnified to the maximum amount that I believe that will secure and protect my property from any physical damage that you do to it. What happens if you physically manhandle this baby and you guys are in such a panic because you want to grab the baby and run out the effing door and steal it? What happens if you trip over an extension cord or a rug or trip over the chair and you break the baby in half and he's in a wheelchair the next 80 years? Who's going to pay for the wheelchair? Oh, well, then you could sue us. Oh, sue us. So we could sue you in front of your judge friends and your judge court and your judge jury and all your friends who run the state system. Oh, and how much are we going to get? Right, and how many hundreds of years is it going to take us to get a freaking dime for you effers before you keep people saying, oh, well, it's all your fault. All you had to do was do what we told you to do, and we would have never took the baby and ran and tripped down the doorway and fell down the front door steps. We would have never done that if you just cooperated with us. It's all your fault. You're partly liable and responsible for negligence as well. If you just did according to what the state wishes you to do in the first place, your baby wouldn't be in a wheelchair. That's the malarkey you're going to fucking hear. It's like, you know what? I don't want to hear no malarkey. You get a bond. You get insurance. You prove it to me that you're insured and you're indemnified for, I don't say, care, lady, whatever amount you want to claim that your little precious bundle of joy is worth. $1 million, $10 billion, I don't give a damn. And so when you're satisfied, you tell them to come back with a bond. And when they come back with a bond, you're going to put it in escrow. And you're going to make sure through either the bank or a legal, lawful financial advisor that there's something attached to that bond. There are legitimate funds that are there. That it's not they just cut, copy, and paste it off the internet, something that looks like a bond. It's like, look, let's just give this lady any damn thing. Just whip out something from the internet that looks like a effing bond. You're going to make sure that the bond is secured in your possession, that they have no ability to get it back. They're just going to walk in with a warrant and a bond attached. Yeah, it's a legitimate bond, and it's attached to the warrant, and it's 100% bona fide bond. And so they give you this bag of gold. They give you this bond when they walk into your house. Obviously, they're going to put you in handcuffs, and guess what? You think they're going to leave the warrant with the bond in your back pocket? You think they're going to leave the warrant with the bag of gold on your kitchen table? No. They're going to leave the fucking warrant there, but they're going to pick up their bag of gold, and they're going to put it back in their back pocket, and they're going to put you in handcuffs and drag you out the door. So the bag of gold is gone, and you're gone. They say, well, I had the bond there for 2 seconds. Yeah. Go ahead and deal with the leprechaun. See how fast you keep this gold. These people are masters of manipulation. The judiciary has got this thing down to a fucking playing skill, and you've got no idea. They're using Old Testament on you, man. It's judiciary for a reason. It's the old Jewish laws, the old Jewish bylaws. They know what they're doing. They're masters at this. They control everything when it comes to the judiciary. They're not stupid. You got to learn how to beat them at their own game. You got to secure that bond. And like I said, they're not going to give up their little pot of gold. They're not going to give up one farthing if they think, they couldn't care. Honestly, they couldn't care less about your kid if it's going to cost them 1 penny, 1 shilling. They couldn't care less. If they think they might lose one little tiny scrap ounce of gold, they ain't gonna fucking do it. They'll say, you know what, leave them alone. Let's go for somebody else. You know what? Well, they just want one sliver of a farthing of a hair, a breath of gold. We're not giving them shit. Let them keep that fucking baby. We got plenty more to deal with. We got other people's babies we can steal. It's all horseshit. It's all fucking fraud.
All the time.
All the time. So like I said, when somebody wants something from you, say, not a problem. Are you indemnified? What? Are you bonded and you're insured? Well, just like me. Okay, you say, well, that's an awful extreme. It's like, well, okay. I was driving around Alabama and Georgia, I think for about 2 or 3 years without a physical hard driver's license because it was issued from the state of Arizona. And it was good for 30 years. So obviously I wanted to just, anytime I got stopped by a cop, I just said, well, this is the driver's license number. I actually physically lost a hard copy of the card, but here's the number, and you could call it up to Arizona, or you put it in your computer, whatever, and you'll see that that's me, and that's my driver's license number. So for 3 years, I was driving around without the hard physical part. So if somebody said to me, like you're saying, well, the security guard's like, oh, come on, dude, how much is this card worth? You know, how much are you asking for it? How much you want me bonded and indemnified for before you release the custody to my possession? It's like, well, like me. Mine was in Arizona. For me to go back to Arizona, I had to take 3 or 4 days off of work. I had to fly out to Arizona, which included a plane ticket. I had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles, and I had to pay them money for a lost card. Then I had to fly back to Atlanta and go back to work. So it cost me a couple of $1,000s to replace that effing card. Wow. So you can say to them, you know, how much does it cost to replace this card? Dude, don't you worry about it. I believe that that's how much that's worth for me and my time lost from work and everything else to obtain one of these things, so I'm not harassed and bothered by police officers anymore. Or when I want to get a motel room, I'm not harassed all the time, you know, because I was traveling all around Alabama and Georgia. It's like, where's your driver's license? I ain't got one. Well, we can't let you stay in a motel here. Oh, great. What am I going to do? Go sleep in your truck. Go find a storage place. You know, somebody will take you without ID. Ridiculous. Yes, this is a very valuable document, and I'm not just releasing it to anybody. They say, what happens if you break it in half? What happens if you destroy it? What happens if you keep it? What happens if you lose it? Then what do I do? Well, just go down and get another one. Okay, how much time does that take me from my life, from my job, from my work? Okay, $200, $300, give me $300 and I'll give it to you. What? Look, I'll give you my driver's license. You give me $200-$300. When you give me back the driver's license, I'll give you back the $200-$300. How's that? Or $2,000-$3,000 because mine is from out of state and I got to fly and I got to do all sorts of nonsense. Give me $2,000-$3,000. Or maybe we just want to see it with your eyes, but if you want to physically touch it with your hand, that's going to cost you. That's what I was telling you. You want to see the baby, you see him with your eyes, not with your hands. You start touching my property, that's a trespass. If you could visually observe my property from the public venue, from the common grounds, that's fine. If you could see my baby from the street, I'll hold him up by the window. There you go. You see him? Good. Stay in the public commons, but you're not coming on private property. And that's what was funny. That phone call was hysterical. Because, like I said to the lady, yell at the cop. You know, if you had, power, if you had authority, if you had jurisdiction over this house, you'd turn the doorknob and you'd walk in like you do when you go to your house when you've done your 8-hour shift. You go home, you turn the doorknob, and you walk into the cross the threshold, and you're in the living room. Why can't you just walk into my living room? Because obviously you don't have the authority, power, control, or jurisdiction to do such an act because you evil bastards, you hateful fucking monsters, man. You'd have no problem turning my doorknob and kicking it in if they gave you the green light to go. You would destroy every damn thing in your path once you cross that threshold. You wouldn't care less what you do to my lamps, my photos, my TV, my sofa, my meal for the evening. You destroy every damn thing in your path to steal my property. You're a bunch of thieving hordes. Well, yeah, it's just ridiculous. But it was a great phone call I did with that lady because, like I said, it was fun because it was live. It wasn't like a radio show where people say, oh, this is all a contrived act. Oh, really? Oh, well, none of his stuff works. Oh, really? Well, the lady had cops at the door on Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. It was Friday night. She calls me late. Saturday morning, she calls me first thing in the morning. And so far, everything's fine with her and the kid. Yay. But like I said, people are like, oh, this stuff won't work. Oh, really? Well, this is what you need to say. This is what you need to do. And she got a letter back from, she got a letter back. Where is that letter? Hang on a second here. She sent it to me. And people always say, oh, these people don't, the commissioners and stuff and secretaries of DFAC or CPS or DHR, they never get back in touch with you. Well, we sent them a letter the other day. And within like a day or two, here's the letter. It's like, Dear Mrs. Livingston, thank you for your letter to Secretary Carroll regarding Child Protective Investigator Alicia Grimes. The Secretary asked that I respond to you on his behalf. Lovely. This is a freaking letter from the top dog. She was going to send it to like the lady supervisor, the regional director, and bullshit. You sent it. If you communicated with the governor, all that's going to happen, because she said she said, oh, I looked at the hierarchy of the government of Florida, and the governor is the presiding chief executive officer for all government agencies. I said, of course he is. I said, but look at this governor of Alabama. He was a cosmetic surgeon. He did boob jobs for 30, 40 years of his life. He has no effing clue about law. He would have absolutely no idea that you're saying this social worker is trying to take your baby, and he'd be, well, I'm a cosmetic surgeon. Isn't that what social workers do? They steal babies? I thought that's what they did. I wasn't aware that they didn't do anything else. So you talk to a governor, they had that funny show back in the 70s called Benson. The governor was like a peanut farmer, and he had no effing clue about anything. But he had a good heart, and people decided to vote for this guy. So then the butler would explain to him, look, I've been a butler for the governors, for 50 governors over the last 60 years of my life. I'm telling you, dude, you're screwing up. This is what you need to do. Don't listen to this clown. This is what got the governor in trouble 20, 30 years ago. This is what you really need to do. It's like, oh, wow, thanks, butler. Yeah, because he knows the real deal. So if you talk to the governor, don't expect an answer from the governor. Expect an answer from like a lady like this. So this guy was named Timothy. It looks like Timothy Ring or Rung. It's R-I-N-G or R-U-N-G. It's hard to read. It's like Timothy Ring. So he's the client relations coordinator for Mike Carroll, who's the second in charge of family services down there in Florida. Because like I said, if you send a letter to the governor, you know what? He's just going to redirect you to Carroll. Then when you send a letter to Carroll, he's going to redirect you to somebody who coordinates, like this guy is. He's a client relations coordinator. So you know what? Go to the second guy. Because honestly, the governor, he doesn't care. He's in Tahiti somewhere shaking babies or like that other governor. He was down at Chile, effing around on his wife, whatever. The governors couldn't care less. They're just figureheads. They're poster boys. They look good and they kiss babies and shake hands real good. Don't waste your time with the governor. Deal with the people that have been there 20, 30 years. Mike Carroll, the secretary and the man in charge, the director in charge of CPS, social services down there, he's been there for over 20-something years. Talk to that guy. So she sent a letter to him, and like I said, and they wrote back to her immediately. It says, I'm sorry you feel Mrs. Grimes is harassing you. I understand you are currently the subject of an open child protective investigation. I also understand you are refusing to let Ms. Grimes see the child, which only serves to promote the perception that the child may be being neglected. If you feel the investigator is trespassing on your property, you should file for an injunction through the courts. Perfect. What a wonderful, perfect, exact letter. He wrote what I would write. And you say, oh, well, no, this guy's good. I mean, I like this guy. He says, I'm sorry for you. You feel Miss Grimes is harassing you. I understand. That's great. He stands under. You are currently under the subject of an open child protective investigation. That's fine. You know, and she's going to have to explain, like, well, you know what, you define it as a child, I define it as property. She could go around with this guy if she wishes to, which is fine, but she doesn't have to. I also understand you refusing to let Mrs. Grimes see the child. Well, she could show proof through her cell phone that she sent dozens of photos to Mrs. Grimes' cell phone. Mrs. Grimes wishes to see the child. I made her wish. I granted her wish. She wished for $1 million. Or like that one TV commercial is funny. The genie says, what do you wish for? The guy says $1 million. And the next thing you see is 1 million male deer walking around the guy's front lawn. There's $1 million. So I asked her, what do you wish? What do you wish of this woman for you to let her alone? What do you wish of her? Oh, and like I said, I recorded the call. She recorded the call. I got this. And I asked the sergeant or the captain who came down there, what do you wish of this woman? We wish to see the child. And then you will let her be. Yes, good. Your wish will be granted. I said, now give me back the phone of this lady. Go in the house, take 1 million pictures, and send it to this lady's cell phone. Now she sees it. Now what's your effing excuse? Now why are you bullshitting and lying to this lady? Oh, now you want to touch her. Dude, when is this going to end? First you're going to see, then you're going to touch, then you're going to take, then you're going to steal, then you're going to commit extortion. When is this going to end? This never ends with you effing people. Your wishes never stop. I asked you a simple question. What do you wish of this person? What's it going to take to let her be? Well, we need to see her. And then you let her be. Yes. Okay. Well, you're a dishonorable man. You're committing, you're a liar, fraudster. You know, this is just the charlatan. You're so full of shit. We're not putting up with this. If this is what you said, I could tell that lady, now, send to Timothy the recording of me talking to the captain. And the captain said, this is all we wish of her, and then we'll let her be. So send this to Timothy. He said, look, she asked to see the baby. Send 1,000 fucking photos. Did they see the baby? Yes. Did they agree to let him be? No. You got to fucking back this lady off now. Because we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt is that you said, well, you are refusing to let Mrs. Grimes see the child. Well, it's honestly, see means something a lot different than visually inspect. See means to have obtained knowledge. So a blind man can see just as well as I can. A blind man who's listening to this show who probably does better than a visual people because he's just visualizing what I'm saying in his mind a lot better than you people can. Just like Gus said when he saw me doing shows with a whiteboard with a paper, pen, and ink or a crayon, drawing on doodling stuff on a board. He's like, oh, my God, visually, your audio makes so much more sense now when I can see you visually, what you're doing. I can see you audibly, and I can see you visually. Seeing has nothing to do with your eyes. So, like I said, I'm not going to attack this guy with this crazy word see. I'm just going to say, no, the lady wished to see it. And seeing is with your eyes, not with your hands, and she could see it. She saw it, front, left, right, back, up, down, sideways. How much more does she need? Just tell us how many more angles or how many views does she need to see to let her be. Because that's all she asked was to see it, not to touch it, not to take it, not to hold it, not to manipulate it, not to put it under x-rays, not to inoculate it, not to give it CAT scans, not to inject it, not to do anything with it. She just wanted to see it. She saw it. Now go. But like I said, but the last sentence was great. If you feel the investigator is trespassing on your property, you should file for an injunction through the courts. Absolutely. If this investigator won't cease and desist the trespass, sue her. Perfect. Thank you, dude. And we got your letter. Attach it. Attach it to your claim that, yeah, I believe she's trespassing on my property. Not only do I believe that this is the proper manner in which I should proceed and prosecute this woman, the head of Family Services also recommends I proceed through the courts for harassment and trespass. Thank you. So that's basically what my dad was teaching me. He'd whisper in my ear. We'd be digging a hole. We'd be digging a footing or a foundation or a swimming pool or whatever we were digging. And he'd look over at the other men who were 30 years old. I was 10, 11, 12 years old. And he's like, look at those men over there. Look at them. Look at them. 4 or 5 guys. Look at those guys. Look at. They're sitting down. Oh, they're tired. Oh, look. They're getting a drink of beer. Oh, now they're getting a sandwich. Look, we've been doing this since 6 o'clock in the morning. We haven't stopped and gotten a sandwich. Remember, the lady asked us, do you want to eat? No. We keep working. The only thing we accept is water. That we could accept from our fellow man. Anything else, we're going to owe him a debt. We don't owe a debt to anybody. When we're done doing this foundation, she's going to owe us. We don't owe her anything. We are in control of our. We do as you know. We don't have to succumb to fatigue, to hunger. We don't submit to anything. We'll work through the hunger. We'll work through the pain. We'll work through the heat. We'll work through the cold. We don't submit to anything. We do it because we wish to do it. We do it because we will to do it. We will do it because we require it of ourselves. We are going to do this because this is who we are. And nobody's going to get in our way. Hunger, tired, fatigue, pain, cold, heat, nothing's going to get in our way. Nothing is going to stop us. We are going to do this, or we're going to die. We have no other choice. We will do this. So he always was whispering, yeah, the other guys, the other men. I mean, I was like the only child, you could say, 10, 11, 12-year-old child there working next to men. But it was great. Like I said, this is what I'm trying to teach you guys. You have no other choice. These people that are coming after you are lepers. Not lepers, they're leeches. They're going to suck you dry. They want to acquire your wealth that you've attained your whole entire lives by doing absolutely nothing. Like, say, an IRS. They print the money. They know it's debt notes. They know it doesn't really exist. They're probably taking tax money and just throwing it in a furnace someplace or throwing it out in the ocean. You know, they don't give a damn. Why they control and stabilize global governments? I couldn't care less. Why they try to take the wealth from the people so, third world countries feel that, well, look, the United States has got so much wealth and, that's not fair and you should spread the wealth with the world and, F that. They're looking globally. I look locally. And it's like, look, are you another man? Yeah, I don't care if you're centralized government. I don't care if you're world government. I don't care if you're universal galactical government. You're not going to take my property. I worked. I sweated. I strained for this. I dealt with the heat. I dealt with the cold. I dealt with not eating. I dealt with the fatigue. I worked through this. I labored. This is my labor. These are the fruits of my labor. Don't you dare trespass. Don't you effing dare. Well, I got a badge. I got a gun. I'm an IRS. I'm a CNA. I'm an ATO. I'm Australian Tax Office. I'm somebody. Oh, really? You're an effing man. And what have you done for me? If you could show me what you've done for me, I'll be more than glad to compensate you. Show me what you've done for me. And I'll be more than glad to pay my fair share. Like, so I say, people always get upset with me because I say, yeah, you should pay property taxes. Yeah, you should pay locally. It's a local obligation. Like I said, maybe you say it's a Germanic thing, part of being German. Yes, we all had to defend our own little locale. We had to defend our own little valley. We had to worry about the marauding hordes that were going to come over the other side of the mountain. That's right. We have to pitch in and build a fort and build a wall. We have to. Somebody's got to stand guard. Somebody's got to pay for the roads. Somebody's got to pay for the schooling of our children because we're busy out there in the fields of butchering. We're too busy doing what we're doing. So God bless some lady who's going to teach my children ABC. Yes, I'm going to support localities. Yes, I have no problem. And a centralized government, what was it supposed to do? Create a standard currency so all the localities can, commerce and intercourse with each other effortlessly. A standardized monetary system, and put a fence around the country. Put a fence around this nation. Secure our borders. Okay, put the fence around our border. I'll help you pay for that. Help with the standardized monetization of the fund. Lovely. I'll help you do that. Anything else? That's not your duty, obligation, and job. Now you guys are just getting silly. All I require of you is to do what you agreed. And your Constitution, which Constitution means contract, your contract with the people is to secure the borders and stabilize the monetary system. That's it. That's all I want to see. I don't want any damn thing else from you people. Thank you for all Oh, well, we'll get this agency to take your to help protect your children. We'll get this agency for what? Look, I'm fine. So to protect the environment. No, that's okay. If my neighbor owns a corporation, his name is Bob, and my neighbors find him dumping toxic waste in our cattle stream that all our cattle depend on, oh, Bob's going to have a hard time. And the least of his problems is being federally indicted. We're going to take care of Bob. The best thing Bob can have is a federal indictment against him, if he makes it to federal court. So, no, I'm not worried about, they protect us from Dow Chemicals. Oh, really? I'm going to find the guy who runs Dow. And we're going to have a little discussion about what he just did, or what he let his subordinates do. Maybe he let his little corporation get a little too big, and he can't train, discipline, and monitor them in a proper manner. That's why any kind of corporation, a Frankenstein, their charter could be revoked immediately, like Tylenol. When they put all those, 2-3 bottles of Tylenol had cyanide in it because some clown in Rhode Island, Connecticut thought it was funny to put it in some bottles and kill a couple of people in Connecticut. Every single Tylenol bottle within the United States control was destroyed immediately. Billions of dollars worth of inventory destroyed because they don't have a right to appeal. They don't have a right to a hearing. They don't have a right to an attorney. They're a corporation. They exist only to benefit man. In the slightest moment, just a hair breadth, you cause any harm, loss, injury, or damage to man, your charter is revoked and you are destroyed and shut down immediately to protect one single man. If it was one life that was saved by shutting down Tylenol, great. The people who invest in the Tylenol say, but wait a second, all our billions of dollars into it, we're going to lose our money. Dude, you're going to lose your money, but you're going to lose your life. Well, no. Well, then what's more sacred? Your money, your wealth that you put into Tylenol, your stocks and bonds, your interest that you accumulated throughout the years, or a man's life? Well, our actuaries said they crunched the numbers and they said, maybe only 3.8 more people might die. Really? Well, how about you take one of these bottles and you take the shot? Yeah, here's one. Why don't you swallow some of these things? Why don't you tell us if you're going to be one of the 3.87 people that are going to die? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, how about we shut it down? Yeah, well, I guess we want to shut it down. So see what I'm telling people? It's just common sense. But people are so worried about, corporate interests, corporate profits, and how, like I said, God bless them. I wish for them to exist. I love that Tylenol exists. But yeah, if it's going to cause harm to man, am I going to be the next one who's going to take one of those pills out of that bottle that guy just died from? Well, come on, he only probably laced one pill in that bottle. Maybe he did two. You willing to play Russian roulette? You want to pop one of those Tylenol pills? Yeah, maybe better destroy that bottle. But the other ones are probably okay. Dude, how about we destroy them all just to play it safe? Yeah, okay, fine. So see, this is I just try to teach people, the common basic sense of what I do, what a corporation is, what a fiction is, how they can exist, how I'm trying to get John to convince the jury that, look, this is a wonderful benefit. The IRS, I love them all. God bless these motherfuckers. But you know what? They're causing harm to man. They got to stop. That's basically simple. And that's it. What the jury doesn't, maybe the jury thinks, well, no, the IRS Tylenol has the capacity to exist, and if they lose 3.87 people in the next year because of cyanide and Tylenol tablets, I guess that's what society's got to tolerate. Can the other side, Tylenol, convince a jury that, okay, maybe we're going to lose 3.87, but look at the millions and billions of people we're helping throughout the world with our product? Maybe they could persuade the jury, because this is the term of art that all attorneys use to juries. Let's be reasonable. Bullshit. I'm black and white. There's no reasonable with me. It's either yes or no, on or off. No maybes, no let's be reasonable. That is a woman's prerogative. That's like somebody who's colorful, somebody who could say, you know what, let's let the kids do it this time, or let's let them do it just a little. No, because I let the lady see the baby. I let her see it. Next thing she wants to do is touch the baby. Next thing she wants to do is take the baby down for an exam. Next thing she wants to do is inoculate the kid. Next thing she wants to do is to put the kid in foster care. Next thing she's going to do is going to summons us to appear in court and commit extortion. Say, if you don't do this, we're not going to give you back your property. She's going to commit extortion. And guess what? This crazy society in which we live in at this point in time on planet Earth believes that's kosher, believes that's cool, believes that's okay, okie dokie, it's not a problem. For these crazy centralized government people to do this. So no, I'm done. Like, I'm drawing a line. I'm done. I was nice enough to let you see the child. I was nice enough to let you see my property from a public vantage point, from a common ground. But you're not trespassing. I am so effing done with giving you people 1 inch because you take a mile. I am so effing done. I'm done being reasonable. I am effing done. But like I said, it's nice to support. You've got to have some sort of you got to have some sort of beliefs. You can't be like this one guy, this boom bender guy, Dallas guy from Texas. He was so wrapped up in acquiring everything for himself and giving absolutely nothing back to society. And we used to go around and around on my early shows. I thought he was a really decent guy at first, and then I just kept saying, dude, you've got to give something back. You make $800 a day, $800 a day, and you sit on your butt, and you move a crane like maybe 3 or 4 feet, you tell me. You make $800 a day, and you don't want to give money back to the local community for property taxes? What happens if a tree falls down in your road? Who do you expect to come down with a chainsaw and allow your wife and your kids to go to school or work? Well, I could hire somebody to do it. Dude, okay, you're at work. Your wife can't hear you because the crane is working. You're doing whatever. You're at work for 10 hours. The cell phone don't work, whatever. You want your wife and kids to be able to function, right? You want them to have the capacity to move freely in and out of that home, right? Right. Okay, you can't always be there for them. What if you drop dead and die? Dude, okay, how are they going to exist? They're going to need a community to support them if you're gone. You've got to give back to the community. You've got to give back. If you can't afford the cash, okay, are you down at the volunteer fire department washing their trucks on the weekends? Well, no. Well, when your house catches on fire, who paid for the fire department to put fuel in that truck to come down there? Well, property taxes. That's right. But you don't want to pay. What happened? Nobody in the neighborhood wants. Nobody in your community wants to pay to put fuel in that fire truck. The firemen are supposed to take the money out of their own pockets and fill up that truck to go save your house? And you're going to bitch that they weren't there fast enough or on time or something like that? You're going to sue them? Where are you coming up with these crazy beliefs? How sick and perverted are you people? What kind of ungodly people are you? It's like I said, you've got to give back something. And that's what people like, even when they established this country, why they thought it was ridiculous to have a form of taxation on the people. It's like people are goodly and godly. They know if they got something, they're supposed to give back to their community. They're supposed to give back to their neighbors, their friends. They're supposed to give back to the community because God is watching. Jesus is watching. That as far as they thank God they had a fear of God watching over them. Or Jesus, was this what you want to be doing if Jesus came back today? Is this what you want Jesus to see you doing? At least they had that little man on the shoulder, little conscious Jiminy Cricket guy whispering in their ear, the little slave behind the chariot, keeping them honest. They had the dad whispering next to them while they're digging a hole. You guys don't have that. And I realize that. And like Gus said, he's like, yeah, because he's like, where are we going to get this from? It's like, okay, like how the ancient Romans did it. Okay, how the German people do it. How the Jiminy Cricket thing, the guy on your shoulder, the conscious thing, the right and wrong. Only God knows what's true. And anybody else who's trying to convince you what's true is just blowing shit out their ass. I can tell you what's the truth, but it's truth and what's true is not the same. Truth is just what I've witnessed. True is what God understands. I can't understand God. I'm not even going to try to pretend to know it's true. I can only observe what God gave me the 5 senses to observe. Well, maybe 6. He gave me the ability to dream. So, like I said, I got these 6 senses that I'm very limited with. And all I could bear witness is tell you what I believe is the truth. Can I tell you what is true? Are you effing kidding me? How the hell do I know? So when somebody said that to me the other day, they said, oh, They said, oh, Carl, you got to look at the YouTube video. So somebody's calling you a con man. I said, you don't understand where the word con man came from. That's a great title to bestow upon me. He was like, what? I said, look, you guys are just getting the words manipulated. Con man means a confidence man, somebody who would build up confidence in his fellow man to pursue a certain endeavor. Usually, it was for the benefit of the confidence man. Usually, he was the guy who's beginning like a pyramid scheme. It's like he's going to get the 90%, you're going to get the 10% if you get anything at all. But to me, I tell people, it's like, look, without that confidence man, did you even have the confidence to begin with then? Did you even have that 10%? No, you would have had nothing. You would have just been a naked ape crawling around on your hands and knees on the ground. Somebody convinced you, your mom and dad convinced you to stand up and walk. Now, did they benefit from that? Absolutely. They don't want to be dragging you around with a leash. They don't want to see you crawl on your hands and knees until you're 18 years old and say, well, why didn't somebody teach me how to stand up? Well, it's a benefit for you, but honestly, for the mom and dad, it's a great benefit. Well, why don't you just wipe my ass for the next 80 years? Well, honestly, I taught you how to take a shit, take a dump because I was getting tired of wiping your ass at 3 years old. Oh, I see how you are. You built confidence in me. Yeah, you always applauded when I took another dump and wiped my ass. Yay, look what Junior did. Yay, he used the potty. Yay. Oh, what a con man. Oh, I know what they're convincing me to do. Oh, well, no more diapering and powdering? No more breastfeeding? What do you mean, no more tit in my face for the rest of my life? Oh, this is bull. Making me learn how to drink with a cup. No, I want that tit. I want it now. Oh, what a con man. My mom was such a con artist. She convinced me to drink with a cup. Yeah, she just let me hang off a tit for the rest of my life. Oh, yeah, what a bitch. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't make sense a little bit. It's like when somebody says, well, you built up confidence in me, so I did something that I wouldn't have normally done. Yeah, absolutely. I hope I did. Right. Did I convince you to pursue it in this manner? Did I convince you to get off your hands and knees and to stand up and act like a man? Yeah, I did. Oh, well, lovely. Then I performed? Yeah, and you got a service from me? Oh, good. And now you're going to compensate me as well? Yeah, thank you. God bless you. God bless us all. Yeah, you got something, I got something. Mommy and Daddy got something, you got something. Yeah, and what's the problem? It just makes you laugh. It's like, well, you should do everything for free. Oh, really? Like your mommy and daddy did everything for free. You don't think it was a great benefit for them to teach you how to drink, or use a knife and a fork and get you off of mommy's tit so daddy could get back at the tit? You don't think dad was busting mom's balls? You got to get this little monster out of the bed. You know what? He's already 3 years old. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Why? You know why. Get him out of here. Convince him not to be afraid of the dark. I don't care what it takes. Con this guy. Con this little guy. Give him $5. Give him another lollipop. Whatever it takes. Build up some confidence in this little monster. Good. Whatever it takes for me to build up confidence in you guys. Good. Whatever it takes. So like I said, she's like, oh, so that's a nice thing you call? Of course it is. They just try to manipulate it and try to make it sound like it's an evil thing. Now, if mom and dad were trying to convince you to, make explosives and strap them around you so you walk into the public and explode yourself, now that's different, that's just evil. But building confidence up in your fellow man, that's a wonderful thing to do. Would a centralized government say that's a bad thing to do? Of course it is, because they got their own agenda. They got their own objectives. They got their own, prerogatives. But yeah, man, I'm going to go back in the house and go ahead, Gus. You can keep talking, man. I'm going to mute myself out for a while, man. It's treason.
All right. If you want to unmute yourself, press *6. If you want to talk about something, press *8.
Hey, Gus, I got a question about John. Yeah. Does he still get to go in front of the jury?
No, it's all done. He wrapped up Friday morning, and the prosecutor. What happened is.
Gus, wait a second. That's right. I forgot to tell you. I did tell you, but you might forget. I don't want you to forget because that was a great story. Told him what happened about telling the jury not to disregard the pink elephant tap dancing on a stick of butter in the refrigerator. Remember?
Yeah.
Told him that story.
Well, that's what I'm going to get into. Yeah. What happened is he's been out of the courtroom for a week and a half, and then Thursday comes around, Thursday afternoon, and he's got a right to testify to speak on his own behalf. So he came in and he took the stand, and he was about to tell his story, and the judge interrupted him and said, "Please wait for the defense to ask you a question before you speak." And John said, "I'm here to, I'm here as a man, and I'm here to." I forget what he said, but the judge kept interrupting him. So finally, John waited, and then the full.
But Gus, if John is there on the phone, let him tell you what the judge said. Then is John still there?
John crashed. He was exhausted.
Okay, that's okay. It wasn't, I guess, really relevant, but yeah, go ahead. You're doing good.
So the public defender asked John a question, and John said, "I can only answer that question based on the relevance it has to the sworn accusation against me. I have not seen a sworn accusation against me, so I don't know what the relevance of that question is, and I can't answer it." And so the public defender said, "Well, that's between you and the prosecutor. Can you just answer this question?" And he repeated himself 5 or 6 times, and stating it in a different way every time. That I don't know who my accuser is. I don't know what I'm being accused of. I have not seen a sworn indictment against me, accusing me of doing any harm, injury, causing anyone a loss. So he just kept repeating this, and finally, after 5 or 6 times, I guess he must have thought that he had laid it pretty well on the record, and so he decided to answer the next question.
Oh, John, wait a second. Before you finish that, Gus, I see, because the story's going to end before you get to one of the very most important things, was remember the prosecutor kept asking him, was he the defendant?
No, that's at the end of the story.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry about that. I don't remember. Usually they ask you in the very beginning, are you the man known as Sean Fall, the defendant in this case? Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, this is what happened is the public defender was asking him, because once the prosecution rested, it was time for the defense to present their case, and so the public defender went up and started asking. John had not yet been on the stand, so the public defender called John as the first witness. So John got on the stand, and these are the answers he was saying, because he wanted to make sure the record reflected that he was there to answer for himself according to common law, and I need to know what I'm being accused of. I require to face my accuser. And so eventually he started answering questions. And he might have answered maybe 8 or 9 questions, maybe 10. But at one point, 5 different times, the prosecutor objected. And I remember the first time the prosecutor says, "I object, that's hearsay." And before the judge could say sustained or overruled, John jumped right in and said, "That's right, that's hearsay. I heard that man say it, and if you think otherwise, why don't you come up here and stand under oath and you tell the court otherwise?" And the judge was trying to tell him to shut up, but John wouldn't stop. He was all over the prosecutor. And then, and I mean, this kept on going on. There was 5 times where the prosecutor objected, and John was all over him. And there was one time, I mean, he just kept on going. And he's saying to the guy, he says, "That's right. You don't want me to talk about this, do you? You don't want these people to hear the truth. You don't want them to know that I require a written accusation against me, a sworn statement, that if nobody swears to anything against me, that there's no reason for all of us to be here." And he just let loose on the guy. It was freaking beautiful. And but he kept on focusing on who's making an accusation against me, who's accusing me, what am I being accused of. And so this was a part of every one of his answers. And then he told the public defender, "Look, I'm not going to answer any more questions. I haven't seen a sworn statement against me. I have no idea who's accusing me. I'm all done. I've got no reason to be here. I've been in the courtroom at the other end of the building, waiting to face my accuser. He has yet to show up. I'm not answering any more questions. And the public defender asked him 3 or 4 times to please just answer one more question. And John finally said, all right, I'm going to answer one more, but that's it. I want to see, I require to see the sworn statement of accusation against me. And so the public defender asked him a question, and it was one of the times that the prosecutor interrupted. He objected, and John let loose on him again and said, look, come up here and take the stand. Okay, you're objecting. You're saying that I'm not telling the truth. I'm under oath. I'm ready to go to prison if anything I say is not true. Why don't you come up here and bear the same liability and say what you got to say under oath? So that was pretty much.
Like I said to John, so I'm trying to help next people who might run into the same situation. It's like, look, I was courteous enough, and I didn't interfere when you talked for 11 days about what an evil, horrible monster I am. Not for one time in 11 days did I object, sustain. Not one time did I open up my mouth when you talked. It is my turn to talk. When are you going to allow me to talk? When are you going to allow me to tell the people what I perceive to be the truth, what I bear witness to? This is what I saw. This is what I've experienced. This is what I believe. When are you going to allow my beliefs to come out to the public? There's a public forum. When are you going to allow the public to hear what I've got to say? To allow them to judge me on the merits of my beliefs? When are you going to stop calling me a liar? Look, if I believe Jesus is going to come back, he's going to come back. Why are you to jump up and tell me Jesus is never going to come back? I object. That's hearsay, speculation. Of course it is. Of course it is. But this is my beliefs. And you've got the right to believe what you wanted to believe and convey to these fine people. Why do I not have the capacity to convey to these fine folks over here in the jury box what I believe? Why are you keep acting so discourteous? Why are you so, consciously knowing what you're deliberately doing is wrong? You know I have the right to give my 5 minutes to the world, to let the world know what I believe. Why are you not allowing that? Why are you acting in such a dishonorable, unmanly-like act? Why are you doing that to your fellow man? Why? Why do you believe that that's a good thing to do? Explain to this jury why you believe that you've got the right to interrupt another man when he's trying to convey his beliefs to the world. What makes you think you have the right to say, stone him, throw a rock at him, shut him up, hang him? Don't let what he's got to say out to the public. Kill him. String him up. Don't let this man, the truth, come out. So see, that's what I'm saying. That you don't have to actually verbatim say exactly what I'm saying. Put it in your own words, your own beliefs, get it in your own heart, and live it every day. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to tell people cut, copy, and paste what I just said. But, yeah, I understand what John was trying to do. But, yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, it's all about attitude, And, I remember when I was over there this summer, you'd be getting these phone calls, and you'd be screaming at people, and I'd be thinking, holy shit, I'm glad I'm just here fucking doing a brake job. It's all about the attitude. There was one guy you were talking to that I think he was in Nova Scotia or Prince Edward Island, something like that. And, his family's land had been taken, and they had a hearing coming up, and you laid into him. You told him, look, it's your court. You take it over. They're having a hearing. You required a jury trial, a trial by jury. And they're having a hearing, and it's not a trial by jury. It's some other bullshit hearing. You get in there and say, what the fuck are you doing having a hearing without me? I require a trial by jury. Oh, that was South Minnesota. I'm not sure what that was. Somebody, South Minnesota, just star 6 if you need to unmute. But you got to mute yourself out if you guys got some background noise. So, what Karl's talking about is really, it's all attitude. It's not the specific words. There are no magic bullets. There's no silver bullets. There is no goose that lays the golden egg. It's all about you. It's all what's inside of you, and you've got to bring it out. And that's what John was doing on the stand. He wasn't taking no shit from nobody. I have a right. I'm a man. Where's my accuser? Who says I do wrong? Show me the paperwork. Show me the sworn statement. And the judge was trying to get him under control, and he wasn't going to have any part of it. And so finally, the defense attorney, the public defender, rested, and now it was time for John to go to suffer cross-examination. So the prosecutor gets up, and I'm sitting right behind this guy. He gets up, and he's got a shit-eating grin on his face, but he's not facing the jury. He's facing, his back is to the jury as he's walking across the desk. I mean, he's got this massive grin on his face, like I'm going to tear John apart. And I saw his face go from grinning from ear to ear to an absolute stone-cold face right before he turned and faced the jury. And then he goes up to the microphone and he says, good morning or whatever. And he says, are you John Fall? And John says, which one? And the guy says, I couldn't believe he said this. He says, the defendant accused in this case. And John says, I'm not the defendant accused in this case. There's no sworn statement against me. There's nobody accusing me of anything. And he says, do you have a sworn statement? Do you have, is there a plaintiff? Is there an accuser? Is there somebody, accusing me of doing some harm, injury, causing somebody a loss? And the guy just stood there dumbfounded, like he was punch drunk. And right before
Gus, hang on. I mean, you're doing great. You're passionate. I love it. But what I'm saying is, people, I'm going to give them a little more depth. What John should have says, I would have done the old O.J. Simpson. What's the man who died? The black guy. His attorney.
Cochran.
What's that?
Cochran.
Yeah, Johnny Cochran. I would have pulled out the old gloves. I would have pulled out a hat. If I was John, I would have had about a dozen hats. I would have said one that said Dad. Oh, he said this. Like, am I the defendant today? Let me see. I bear many titles. Let me see. Dad. No. Okay, son. Okay, grandson. No. Valued employee. No. Let me see if I got my defendant hat today. Do I want to? Can I bear the title of defendant at this time? Yeah, I can. If I will defend, I'll accept the title of that a defendant if I know who or what is accusing me. Because yes, I'm a defendant. Yeah, I'll take on the person of the defendant, but you know that the defendant is a man, right? And I will defend, whatever acts I've done as a man to my fellow man. Is a man going to come forward and make a claim that I've done something, harm, injury, loss, or wrong? I said, and I'll be more than proud to wear the defendant hat because I've not done wrong to any man on planet Earth. And if any man has ever made a claim I've done wrong, believe me, I've always said I'm sorry. I've always apologized, paid forgiveness, and compensated them for their loss. At this point, no man has yet come before anybody in this tribunal, in this open forum, and made any counterclaim that by what I've done or what I failed to do has cost anybody one penny, one nickel, one farthing, one loss, one moment in time. I got my checkbook, and he should have whipped out the checkbook, and I said, I've got my checkbook here for the last 1998, begging all these people who work for this United States government to throw me a number, give me a number, and swear that this is what I owe, that I owe $58,869.17, and I will write that check out to any man from the United States government who will set forth is any man, prosecutor, any man that you brought before this court that's going to swear before this jury that I owe $58,000 or $300 million or $300 trillion to the United States government. Are you going to have any man? That's all I've been asking for. Any man that tell me exactly how much I owe. Because, Mr. Prosecutor, do you know how much I owe? And just like they said the last time we were in New England, they said, no, we don't know what he owes. So how can I fucking pay the United States government because they claim I owe something to them for all the fraud, injury, loss, damages, whatever the fuck that crazy shit they're coming up with when you won't give me a number? How can I right the wrong if you won't tell me how to right the wrong? How do you wish me to right this wrong? What do you wish of me? They don't wish anything of me. They just wish to put me in a cage. That's ridiculous. Did I throw somebody in the cage? No. Did I put somebody? No. Okay. Did my actions cause somebody to lose time with their family, to lose a year or two? The solitary. Did I do any wrong? No. So then why do they wish this to do this to the man? Why? Can they do that to the defendant? Absolutely. But again, there's a dog attached to the back bumper of that truck. Again, there's a man attached to the defendant. It doesn't exist only on paper, pen, and ink. I exist in flesh and blood. I feel. I'm real. I am. And that's how he could have kind of convinced the jury as well. But no, you were doing great, man. So the prosecutor, yeah, he was shaking when we went there last time, man. He was nervous as hell when I went to the hearing.
Yep.
But like I said, I think he realized he was in a battle. And like I said, thank God, John gave him a pretty damn decent answer. So you said that he prosecute. Go ahead. I'm going to mute myself out again. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, John's been down the hall, and I've been able to sit with him for the last 2 weeks. Ed's been coming down with me whenever he can. He's been there at least 3 times, maybe 4. And Vital came down with a new guy that I just met, Richard. Richard's a great guy, real nice guy, smart. And so Vital, Richard, Ed, and I have been down there. And it's, they'll tell you, it's quite a lesson to watch these guys in action and to see what's really going on and to see a lot of the things that you would never know. Like Karl just said, when he was there, he saw the prosecutor shaking, and he pointed it out to me. He says, "You see that guy's hand? Look at him." And he he's not that old of a guy. He's the lead prosecutor looks like he's in his late 30s, and the other guy looks like he's in his late 20s. And the older guy, the guy who's leading the lead prosecutor, he had a shake to him. But here's Karl writing notes, passing me the notes. I'm passing them to John, and we're sitting right behind these guys, and they have no idea, who these guys passing this, John notes, because we'd pass John a note, and John would then have something to say. He'd be adding stuff, changing the game, and I think that really made him nervous. And that was back in November or October. I don't recall. I think it was early November.
Do you remember how the judge obtained the seat of his position? Do you remember what John told him, that the kid had a lot of money, or his family had a lot of money? And that the kid was just obtained that seat to try to move further up in government, like to try to eventually be like a governor, or like Rhode Island? Well, John left the show, but like I said, he was explaining who the judge was and why he's so young and how he fought his way up to the seat. But that's okay. If John's not here, I'm not going to go into it if you don't remember what the judge was all about.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I know Mark does. Mark, you're on here, aren't you? I don't know if Mark could talk. He's still at work for another half hour.
I'm here. I did some research on, you're talking about McConnell.
Yeah.
I don't know about the buying the way of the seat. I don't recall that, but I know he won a big case being appointed by Obama for against the tobacco companies, and it was a huge settlement for the. I thought it was for the state. I don't remember who he was representing, or if he was the judge at the time. But it's on Wikipedia. He won he's getting $1.2 million a year for the next 25 years.
Yeah, that was his cut for being an attorney. Right, that was how much the money the judge is making every year. He's getting an annuity every year for the settlement.
From the lawsuit, from the winning of the lawsuit, actually, from what I remember reading. It was a while ago when I read about it.
Right. So like I said, the guy's got tons of money. Like I said, he's just a lawyer. Like I said, obviously he's going to, go for the legal society because that's what makes his bread and butter. That's what actually he's going to, that doesn't have to do with liquor work for the rest of his life. So it's pretty sick when you have somebody like that who's going to be supposed to be the impartial referee. So, yeah, go ahead, Gus. And that's what people could do too. If you're ever wondering who your judges are, other people like how Gus is trying to do, like common law or word nerds and stuff like that. There's other people that actually do Judgeopedia, and you could actually try to find your local judge on the internet through Judgeopedia, and people who've come before the judges, put their opinions. It's just like what's that Angie's List? Like if you got a plumber or a roofer come to your house, you want to know if he's any good. Other people in the neighborhood are supposed to give you fair warning that this guy is great or he's a Shylock or a charlatan. So some people were doing something called Judgeopedia and giving you their opinions on whether or not the guy that you're going before, is going to, toss it to you straight, or does he have a hidden agenda? So obviously this guy gets $1.2 million a year from a settlement. And just like when I talked to a lawyer in this big fancy Jewish law firm in Alabama, like the richest law firm, they got like an 8-story glass building with a tree growing in the lobby, like a 70-foot tree growing in the lobby. It's ridiculous. So you go down to Montgomery, Alabama, and you say, hey, where's that office building that's got this like 70-foot tree growing in the middle of it? That's a law firm. It's like Leibowitz, Feinstein, and Cohen, whatever, law firm. So I figured, hey, they're from New York, they're Jewish. Hey, you know what? They're probably telling me the straight time of day. They ain't going to F with me. And they did. And they said, look, if we don't play ball and do exactly the way the courts want us to play, have your case end the way they want it to end, they'll overturn every single case that we've ever been involved with. And these guys we're talking to are like 75 years old. They said, every single client that we represented in the past, their case will be overturned. And every settlement that they ever got will be given back. So if this $1.25 million judge doesn't play ball and do it exactly the way they tell him to do, guess what? His ruling on his behalf could be overturned. And that $1.25 million every year that he gets could be overturned. And he could not only not get it in the future, he could have to give all the money that he got in the past back. It's really sick. It is really sick that if they don't play ball, this is what's going to happen. So, like I said, my sister started crying. It's like, I didn't think, I lived in a country like this, and oh my God, I wouldn't believe it. I said, look, you believe from these like 70, 80-year-old Jewish guys, right? We're at the top floor, right? This is as high as we're going to go. Believe me, Karen, you're not going to find anybody in the judiciary, in the Jewish society, the Hebrew, the culture, the Old Testament belief system, any higher and more learned than these individuals. You will never pass this way again. Listen to these men. They're telling you the real deal. They're telling you the world in which you exist. This is how we are controlled. This is how the lawyers are controlled. This is how judgments are rendered. This is how settlements are paid out. This is how it works. You don't have to listen to the dumb younger brother. How about these old guys? They got 150, 160 years of experience combined. These men are very learned. They're not bullshitting you. They're telling you the time of day. That's why I figured I'd bring you up here, because these guys got nothing to hide. There's absolutely nothing we could do to them. They have no fear. They'll tell you the time of day. And I said, and so we got very lucky that these men just flat out told my sister. Here's what I already knew. So like I said, it's always, a lot of people do that. Even my own sisters, like, well, I want validation. I want somebody else to back up what you got to say. Okay, fine. Not a problem. Here you go. So that's what makes this show great, is that instead of you people having to go hunt down this law firm down in Alabama, it's on the south side of the interstate. I don't remember exactly what exit it is, but as you leave the big highway exit, leave the big interstate, I think it's 85 or 85. It's off Interstate 85 in Alabama. It's on the south side of Interstate 85. It's like just before Interstate 85 ends. It's like the third exit before it ends. And there's a great big huge law firm down there. And if you Google it, there's like a Leibowitz, Cohen, and whatever. That's them. So, all right, Gus, yeah, keep going and tell them what the jury did. The prosecutor looked at the jury, and then he kind of like didn't know where to go because he refused to take the title of defendant.
Yeah, well, John, yeah, he wouldn't. He said, "Are you John Fall?" And he said, "Which one?" And he says, "There's a lot of John Falls." And he says, "Well, the one that's the defendant in this case." He says, "Well, that's certainly not me. Nobody's presented me with a sworn statement accusing me of anything." And so John's timing was really cool. Before the guy could speak, he says, "I hope you're not planning on saying otherwise. Come up here and take the, why don't you come?" He just repeated the same stuff. Why don't you come up here and state on the record that there is a sworn accusation? Is that what you believe? Do you believe that there's a sworn accusation against me, that somebody's charging me with something? And he just kept hammering on the guy. This guy was punch drunk. He was just standing there, speechless, And right before he could say one more thing, John just gave him one more, small shot, and it was all over. He wasn't he wasn't going anywhere. And the judge had John removed from the courtroom. He told he cut in. He told John, he says, the prosecutor has a right to cross-examine, and if you're not going to answer his questions, then your testimony can be stricken from the record. And John says, well, I believe I've provided a relevant answer until I see an accusation against me, sworn under penalties of perjury by a man or a woman. How do I know what that question relates to? I don't know if I'm dealing with Shirley Temple, King Kong. I have no idea who I'm dealing with. And the judge told him, as far as this court's concerned, you have not answered the question. And there's an order that says you're going to abide by the rules of the court. And John, right before the jury, I believe the jury was still there, said that order is not to me. That order is to John J. Fall. I am not John J. Fall. I am John Joseph Fall. So you have not made that order to me, and you've had a week to fix it. And,
how John messed up instead of saying I'm John Joseph Fall, said I am John J. Fall. I'm also Nip Pong Twong. I'm also da-da-da-da-da. But what this court has failed to do is establish jurisdiction that I am the defendant. That title I cannot take. I'm also called asshole, monkey face boy, butt breath. You can call me. There's many names that I will respond to. But I cannot respond and I cannot answer to the title of defendant until I know who my accuser is. Who is bringing this case before the court? And he should have picked up the piece of paper and says, is this the plaintiff, the United States of America? Is this the plaintiff? And they would have had to say yes. When will the plaintiff appear? When do I get the chance to cross-examine my accuser? And the accuser is the United States of America. When will I get to meet this United States of America? How or by what means will the United States of America appear? On paper, pen, and ink, or in the flesh? How will I get to meet my accuser? Is there a man attached to the United States of America? Is there a man guiding or controlling the United States of America? Who is the man that's in control? If the United States of America is not a man, then who is in control of this entity? Who's in control? And they say, well, it's Barack Obama. Then why isn't he here today to explain how I've done his little creation wrong? How I've done his baby wrong? Where's his sworn affidavit? Where's his sworn complaint? Where's his signature at the bottom of this complaint? Saying that if need be, he will appear in court and he will testify on behalf of his baby. Where's his signature? Who's the man? There's got to be a man in control. There's got to be a man in charge. Who's the man in charge? Say if it's Barack Obama, lovely. He seems like a very lovely man. And the only problem with this is all Barack Obama ever had to do was send me a letter, say, hey, you messed with my baby. You messed with my baby, and this is the damage that you caused. And this is what I'm going to require in compensation. That's all he had to do. I've been waiting for that letter like you've got no idea. I've been begging and pleading. Can somebody send me it? Somebody put it out of my statement of the bill. Can somebody put a list? Can somebody hand me the bill? Nobody will do it. What more do you people want from me? I want to cooperate. I want to answer questions. You see, that's what I'm saying. It's just part of the game. But John doesn't understand. He doesn't look at it the way I do. And it's just going to take a while for everybody to start seeing it the way I see it. That's all. Because still the people in the jury, you got to believe that they really believe that something called the IRS. And they don't realize, like in Canada, the CRA changed its name 8 times in like 20 years. So if the IRS, they're like, oh, so you're messing with the IRS now. It's like, did anybody tell you on January 1st the IRS changed the name to RSI? Yeah, the Revenue Service, income. You know, they switched their letters around. They're not the IRS anymore, now the RSI or the SRI or the ISR. It's like, oh, so we're not afraid of the IRS anymore? No fear. You don't got to be afraid. You can go to sleep now. You don't got to suck your thumb and wet your pants anymore thinking the IRS is coming after you. Oh, good. No, now the SRI is coming after you. Oh, the SRI. Oh, my God. I'm in total abject fear and terror. But are you afraid of the IRS anymore? Nah, they're gone. No more fear. Yay, we're all free from the IRS. Oh, okay. So you thought you were, under control. The IRS control you. Oh, yeah. The IRS, man, they're powerful. There's a piece of paper. All they did was rearrange the letters on the paper. Now there's a new entity coming after you called SRI. Ain't you scared? Oh, hell yeah. I guess we should be. I don't know. I guess we better wait for the SRI to put a couple of people in jail until they're on CNN prosecuting Donald Trump and putting him in jail for 20 years. Then we better all be terrified of the SRI. Because right now, I'm not really afraid of SRI. What are they? Oh, they're a tax company. Oh, okay. Is your heart palpitating because I said the SRI is coming after you? Well, no. I guess you're going to have to wait for them to put a couple of bigwigs on trial and put them in jail for 20, 30 years. Then you'll be terrified of the SRI, won't you? Oh, yeah, then I'll really be scared. Because the SRI really has power then. Oh, really? Yeah, I see. Oh, yeah, they put Donald Trump in jail. It's just ridiculous. But like I said, at least John is trying to call them out as a man. And that's what I tell people. That's why I don't want to go to court and do it for people. You guys got to put in your own words. You got to convince your fellow man, that this is what it's going to take. I'll be more than glad to answer any question, Judge. I said, who's asking the question? He says, prosecutors. No. You mean a man who's cloaked under the authority of the color law of a prosecutor. You mean a man's asking me a question, right? A man. Okay. Because I'm appearing here only as a man, right? This is like a special appearance. A special appearance by a man. I'll be more than glad to accept the title of person, defendant, if I know who and what I'm defending myself against. Like he said that if he did say King Kong, or am I against Tinkerbell or King Kong? Who am I up against? What is the, who or what is the definition, the description, the characteristic, the nature? How do you define the United States of America? That's all I'm asking. Which one? There's many United States. Which one? You got the United States of Mexico. The country south of the border here is called the United States of Mexico. Which United States is chasing me? This is the United States of America. Okay, Mexico is part of the American continent. Which United States? Who? Okay, let's just put in bottom line. Who's in control of these United States of America that's pursuing me? What is the name of the man? Oh, Barack Obama. Lovely. Is there some reason? When will he appear? Well, he won't. Is there some reasons why you can't summon him to appear? He's awfully busy. Oh, you mean like Bill Clinton and Paula Jones? When Paula Jones, that hotel clerk, summons him to appear down in Arkansas for flashing her? The United States Supreme Court told Bill Clinton, you, more than anybody else who works as a public servant, know your duties and obligation to man. When man summons you to appear, you appear. I don't care you got your finger on the nuclear button. I don't care that you're the king of the world. I don't care that you're the most powerful person on planet Earth. When man appears, no matter how lowly that man is, that man is still greater than the highest person on planet Earth. That man created the position and status of person. You answer to man, no matter how high, no matter how low, no matter how petty or how superior, you answer to man because he created your office, your position, your status, your title. You owe a duty and obligation to man. So don't try to fucking tell me, well, I'm the greatest person. You are. You're the most powerful person on planet Earth. You're not the most powerful man, but you're the most powerful person. That's right. You're the most powerful man. That lowly clerk, just by the mere fact that she's a woman, that she's a man, she's so many light years ahead of you, powerful of you, in your status of that as a person. Like I always tell people, the King of England or the Queen of England. I love that, man. You can see, watch these Vice-Royal Admiral of all the British East Indian Tea Company. Look at all the ribbons and look at how big his hat is and look at how many medals he's got on his chest. He walks before a 13-year-old king, and he was wearing a nightgown, and the 13-year-old king could say, strip this fucking 70-year-old guy, his royal viceroy of all the, strip him of all his titles. Strip him. And they will strip that 70-year-old man who put 50 years in a good service in the fucking country and they'll strip him down to nothing. They'll strip him to nothing. And it could be a 13-year-old king. So just because you think you're the greatest admiral, viceroy, 70-year-old guy, and you've been in your position and status as that person, and you were the strongest, you were in control of the admiralty of the British fleet that controlled the world, a little 13-year-old king in a bathrobe could strip you of all your titles. That little Paula Jones could strip him of all his titles. He's still a man. Bill Clinton is still obligated to not cause harm, injury, and loss to his fellow man, regardless of how high he's the supreme military admiralty of all the United States, and he controls the seas of the world. Yeah, he's great. Paula Jones is calling you. You got to go. Oh, no, look at all the medals. And I'm running the 6th Fleet right now through the Bay of Nanking, and you know what? And we got the Yellow Sea, and China is invading, Korea again. And Paula Jones is just some as you appear, buddy. What, you mean that hotel clerk who makes $7 an hour at Hotel 6? Yeah, that lady. What, because I mooned her when she came in the room? Yeah, I dropped my towel? Yeah. She wants you to answer why you did it. What made you think you could do that to her? Oh, come on, I do that to women all the time. It's just a joke. Oh, really? Well, you know what? She doesn't think it's a joke. You got to go down there and apologize. Oh, that's ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous. So, like I said, it's funny. Like I said, once I'm just trying to teach people, like I said, what the Supreme Court taught the world in Gore versus Bush, and what the Supreme Court taught the world in Clinton versus Jones. And why it's Clinton versus Jones, I don't know. It should be Jones versus Clinton. I have no idea why they put Clinton's name first. I guess so it's easier for people to Google it, or they think, well, that's Clinton, so we got to put his name first. No, it's supposed to be Jones versus Clinton, because she never sued her. So, but like I said, I'm glad John put on a performance like he did, and maybe like I said, he's from New England, and maybe the way he performed, isn't the way I would perform, but maybe he knows the people in New England better than I do. Like I say, maybe an Eskimo knows how to talk to an Eskimo better than I do. So don't do it verbatim exactly the way I say it. Do it around the people that in front of you. If you see an Oriental crowd or a black crowd or a Hindi crowd or a Spanish crowd, okay, you got to communicate them on their level. If you see an Islamic crowd, you got to communicate them on that level. So hopefully John did great, because I can't say he did a great job or he did a terrible job. I mean, if this is, it sounds like he was competent. It sounds like he was, in control. And if this is how it takes for him to communicate with those people around him at that time, oh, well, I hope he did a hell of a job, because it's all a performance. So, like you said, what else? What were you saying, Gus, before all that? You were saying, John, yeah, it's funny. When I interrupt you, you should write down exactly what last thing you were talking about so you can get back on track.
The judge pulled them out of the courtroom, and then it was towards the end of the day. It was only 10 minutes left. He likes to wrap up at 4:30. So what he told the jury is, we're just going to wrap it up. You guys go home. I remind you not to talk to anybody. Don't do any research on this. If the subject comes up in conversations, with family or friends, just don't engage in the conversation, and change the subject and move on. And I'll see you here tomorrow morning at 9:30. So the next day, we got there, and John was brought in, and and just the thing he was talking about with his license. Before I continue there, when he walked in with his license, he was, we were in the car, and he's asking me. He says, "I don't get it." He says, "They keep treating me as a person, and I'm going in as a man, and they keep treating me as a person." And I said, "Well, one of the problems is that when you walk in, you identify yourself as the person. You give them this license, and they say, okay, the person is here." I said, that could be one thing. He said, well, they won't let me in if I don't give them my license. I said, okay, so you can give a note to the judge and say, I'm here, but they won't let the man in the building, and see what the judge does with that. So, it's just it's just an observation.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and so he was a little nervous about doing that. I said, well, you don't have to do it this morning. You can leave the court tonight, and then tell them you forgot your jacket, your notebook, or whatever, and just go back in and see. You can try to do a dry run tonight and see how it works out. So we get to the courthouse, and he walks right up to the guy. He says, I left my wallet in the car. I'm not coming in with any identification. I'm here as a man, and I will only enter this courthouse as a man. And the guy looked at him and said, well, John's been going to this courthouse a lot. So, long before he ever went to trial. So the guy, real nice guy, says to him, well, John, he says, I'm going to need you to put that in writing so I can hand it to the judge.
Oh, that's great. So he did exactly what you told him to do.
Yep.
No, the security guard told John to do exactly what you told John to do. Put it in fucking writing.
Yeah, put it in writing.
That's what you told John to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And thank God John didn't do it, but now the security guard told him, and I bet you John did it.
Well, John pulled out a piece of paper, and he wrote on it.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Gus. This is what pisses me off about the people we try to fucking help. They won't do it because we fucking tell them to do it. They'll do it because a $10 an hour fucking security guard guy tells them to do it. So all people are listening to me, Gus. I'm trying to drill into their fucking skulls. When me and Gus tell you to fucking do something, don't just say, because then you got a stupid security guard guy who just checks, people metal detector guy. He tells you to fucking do it, and you'll jump through the fucking hoop. So, no, it was great that you told John to do it, and John said, yeah, whatever. I got to yawn, Gus. I got to fart. Yeah, I got to pick my nose. Yeah, maybe, Gus. You see what I'm saying? It's just frustrating. You'll get more and more frustrated as years go on trying to help people when they just fucking totally just don't do what the fuck you tell them to do. But when somebody else tells them, okay, then I'll do it.
Weren't we talking about that earlier?
Yeah. But I say it with a little more vinegar. So anyway, the end of that story is that John put it in writing, and the guy turned it over, and somehow, we got upstairs, and we're sitting there watching it on video, and the very first thing in the morning that day, the judge says, on the record, I've been handed a notice from Mr. Fall stating that he's only entering this courthouse as a man and not as a person, and he read the whole notice, and then he says, I'm entering this as Exhibit A. I was like, you got to be kidding me. He's putting it in. Wait a second. You didn't tell me all this.
Well, we haven't had a chance to talk. I've been in court all week.
Yeah, blood on your ass. No, that's great.
I know.
So that's Exhibit A. That's all I need. That's all John needs is Exhibit A. On appeal, everything else. There you go, Exhibit A. He's done. He never appeared, and everything other than a man.
Well, I told John, I said, I can't believe the judge did that. I said, I
can't believe John didn't know fucking to do that since the 15 minutes of talking to me. Yeah. That's how frustrating this shit gets. It's like, now you see how important that notice is. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Yeah, I'm done. Go on, man. You're doing fine.
All right. No, I thought you muted yourself out. I was giving you a chance to come back.
Yeah, fuck no.
Yeah, so the judge read it on the record, puts it in as Exhibit A. And I looked at John. I said, I think the judge found a way to avoid liability. He put it right on the record. Let the prosecutor deal with this guy.
Yeah. Now the jury's on the fucking hook. See, he should have done this a long motherfucking time ago. Way before this fucking trial even fucking existed. Now the judge is saying, hey, look, it's out of my hands. You let a whole bunch of crazy jury fucking people decide your fate. Now, sorry. You should have gave me this, a year and a half ago. Well, the judge is smarter than shit. You got no idea what that judge is fucking doing.
Oh, I've been watching him, and he's handled it, I mean, really, really well. You know, he goes head to head with John. He maintains decorum. Everybody's, respectful. John told the marshals, he says, look, I'm not, he says when somebody gets foreclosed on, they get this nasty letter, and they leave the house. They abandon. And he says, then the bank claims that they abandoned their property. And, this is something John and I were talking about, and I told him, I said, if you leave the courtroom of your own free will, then you are abandoning your claim. You're abandoning your defense. And, same as a foreclosure. So he was explaining this to the head security guy, that I can't abandon the courtroom. You're going to have to take me out. You're going to have to force me out. And I'm not going to make it difficult for you, but for the record, I need the record to show that I did not leave, of my own free will. So, he was talking to the guards, and he made sure everybody knew nobody's going to get hurt. I'm not going to be throwing punches or anything, but I need you to, to force me out. So, do what you got to do, but do it gently. So it was really cool to watch. There's just a lot of things that you see go down when you're there watching it, live, compared to reading a transcript.
I tell this to everybody because somebody, Jason, asked me this the other day. He says, so I'm to fire my defense attorney. I said, what are you, out of your effing mind? I said, you need somebody to be your co-counsel. You need somebody to appear with you before their tribunals, before their courts, before their, personhoods, before their, officials. You need one of them. I said, because when I walk into a court, I'm a very intimidating-looking man. I'm a very big guy, and I, like Jimmy said the other day, he said, you really scared the shit out of these 7 guys. When you stepped out, they said you were really mad. I said, I'm not mad, but boy, they believed you were mad, didn't they? He said, yeah, it's all part of the acting in public. I said, they're afraid of me, just by my sheer presence and my size, my attitude, and my demeanor. They didn't know what I was going to do. They see me jump out of the truck. They said, how you doing today? I said, it all depends on what the fuck you're doing and what the fuck you're doing here. And what you've done, so like I said, when I walked away, Jimmy said the boss guy, whatever, said, man, that guy's pissed. I wasn't pissed. It's part of a performance. It's an act. I know how to act in public. I know how to control myself. It's an act. It's just like, it was funny, I was listening to the story from the niece of Al Capone. She was like, it was all an act with this guy, He said he was all serious, acted badass and everything in front of his friends. He said as soon as all the people or the associates or, the lower people below him left, she said the guy was like demonic when these people were in front of him. And as soon as they left, she said he sat down in a chair, looked over at me and winked, and he started laughing his ass off and went back to being Uncle Al. It's just all a fucking act. It's like, you got to break some knuckles, but it's part of the game. This is how I got to act like a crazy animal. But honestly, I'm a nice guy who just wants to sing and laugh and joke with his niece. So see, that's what I'm saying. It's all how to act in public and how you control the act. How do you keep the act under control? And most people don't know how to do it. So that's what I'm trying to teach people. It's like your parents never taught you how to act in public, did they? They never taught you how to act before the court, how to act before the world in an open forum. That's all the court is an open forum before the world, acting in public. You couldn't handle it in private, now you're acting in the public. So that's all I'm trying to do is trying to keep people to understand that, look, these attorneys, these lawyers, whatever, they're fine. They're just a normal guy like you and me. And so you need to walk into their world. If you're walking into the legal society world and they see, like I said, I got lucky. The guy who was with me, he was also a big guy. He was like 6'2", 6'3". He weighed like, 240, 260 pounds like me. He was a big boy. He was the same age as me. He wore glasses, suit and tie. But they recognized him as one of their own. So it's like when you're walking into somebody's kingdom or castle and you're all decked out, it's like, holy crap, who's this guest? Who's this stranger? But if you see him walking in with one of the knights of the esquires of the court of the crown, I'm like, oh, okay. If he's escorting him in here, he probably would. His first duty is to the court, is to the Crown. So he would warn us that this guy's a hothead, or this guy's carrying an AK-47, or this guy's going to go bananas on everybody in this courtroom. So if he sees me walking in calm and collective, and he sees his buddy walking in and not, winking his nose or blinking his eye or giving a hand gesture to get the bailiffs over here, he realizes that the court calms down and everybody's more relaxed. So if you have a decent, it's like public defender or a Crown, barrister or a solicitor, that's fine. All it does is it keeps the court calm. It helps everybody calm down on the other side because it's the second dimension against the third dimension. And you bring in the third dimension into their second dimension world. And when they realize you're the third dimension, and they realize, man, they're in trouble. They realize you're not playing the second dimension game. No, I'm not. But as long as you're escorted in with another government official or a esquire, solicitor, they feel a little bit more comfortable to deal with you. So like Gus said, yeah, if I had a guy who didn't really know what I was doing, yeah, get a co-counsel. Don't let him stand there and act as an attorney on your behalf. Never get to that level of trust. But always make sure that you have a voice in the matter. Always make sure that you can bring the third dimension forward anytime you wish. Always appear with them as co-counsel. But appear with them? Absolutely. That's fine. You show the second dimension, I got one of your own right here. He checked me out. I'm kosher. I'm good to go. I'm squeaky clean. I'm not going to hurt nobody. So go ahead. You're saying how wonderful this guy Kevin was, so go ahead.
Well, he did a great job his closing argument. I know Mike would have loved it. He got up there and the very first words out of his mouth were, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he says, the government want you to believe all these presumptions. They want, they're offering you presumptions and bringing it to the threshold and hoping that you're gonna do the rest of their job and kick it over. Just push it through the threshold and find in their favor. But it's all presumptions. It's they want you to believe their presumption of this and their presumption of that. And he went through every piece of evidence that mattered and said, they want you to believe this presumption. However, it's only a presumption, and you have to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And how could you be beyond a reasonable doubt if you take this presumption here, and he would put a piece of evidence on the table, on the projector screen, so they could see it, and then he would tell them why that presumption has failed. And he says, you guys do what you guys do for a living. Whatever you do, you're a dentist, you're a farmer, whatever you do it well. And what I do is I provide defense for people to help them, get through things like this. And so my view on this trial is very different from your view. You're here, trying to be as objective as possible, listening to all the information, which is fantastic. But from where I'm sitting, I've noticed some very serious lack of credibility with a very specific witness in this case. And, you might not see it my way because I'm trained this way, but this is what I saw. And he just laid it all out, rolled out the red carpet for them to just walk right down and see how everything's a presumption. There was no evidence provided. It was just, there was offers of proof, and that's about as good as it got. And, Wood's trying to, okay. And,
sorry about that, Gus. I just logged on. I'm going to log on with a different name. Sorry about that. Yeah, take over the board again. Log back on.
I think I'm still back on. Oh, okay, I see.
Can you control the board?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, I'm gonna log back out and come under my other name, so I don't knock you off. Go ahead, keep going, man. You're doing good.
All right. Where was I at?
You were saying, Kevin was saying a whole bunch of presumptions, that they were making a lot of presumptions. One of the witnesses sucked, and this is the reason why that witness sucked, and he took the overhead and he was showing why. Their number one witness had no effing clue what they were going on about.
Yeah, and he was providing these guys with, his view as a defense attorney of the kinds of things he looks at. For instance, I hang drywall for a living. So when I walk into a building which has no drywall in it, there's just a big pile of drywall on the floor, I go into the building and I analyze the walls and the ceiling and the size of the sheets and which sheets are going to go where. These sheets are in the wrong room. These need to be put over there. These are the short sheets. We're going to use those at the end to wrap up. The big sheets have to go on the ceiling. So, I have my way of doing my work, and this defense attorney has his way of doing his work, and he laid that all out to the jury so that they could see, through his eyes what he saw.
So when people want to try to say that the judge did this and the judge did that, no, the judge did exactly what he was supposed to do. This is his performance. This is his character. He was defined as the judge. Did he act like a unicorn? No. Did he act like a leprechaun? No. Did he act like a judge? Yeah. Well, I didn't like what he did. You don't like the performance, but did he act out of character? No. Okay, that was the role that he accepted. He accepted the title of the judge, and this is how he performs. Did he perform as a judge? Yes. Well, there you go. Did you go to watch, King Lear? Did you watch Othello? Did you watch, Henry? Did you watch, what Shakespeare play did you go see? Yeah, well, the guy was terrible as King Lear. This guy was terrible as King Henry. The guy was terrible. It's like, that's right. They can't all be Laurence Olivier. They can't. You get what you get, and you make the best of what you got. It's like when I went to England. The first judge was unbelievable. He had to say 3 or 4 sentences, and me and him were right on the same wavelength. It was fantastic. The next judge, it took 4 or 5 hours to make him understand where I was coming from. But he understood finally. Eventually, he could see what I saw. It took a while. But it doesn't mean he was incompetent. It's just that he never looked at it from this angle, from this position. He was trained and taught to look at it from this position. So like I said, he's like, well, I'm going to go sue that judge. I'm going to sue that cop. Well, you know what? He better have done something so perverse, so perverted that, nobody would possibly say that a judge did that. What did the judge do? Oh, he took a pitcher of water when I was on witness stand and he smashed it on my head. That's a little bizarre. That I don't think that ever happened. And, yeah, you know what? I think you probably can sue him for that. That is so out of character. Yeah, I think you probably got a claim on that one. But just because he wouldn't let you object or didn't sustain it, that's part of the rules too. They don't got a videotape that they go to the control booth and have a replay. You got what you get.
One of the best things anybody can do when they first get started is start reading the words that they think they know on etymology online. Argue and idiot and words that for instance, I was talking to this guy Scott today about that man does interfere with my right to be let alone, and he was talking about interference, and I said no, that's got to do with radio broadcasts, and so there's a lot of these different words, and you think just because interfere and interference are the same root word that one's relevant, and it's not. So you got to really study these words. So it's a lot easier to just give somebody some work to do, let them work on it, and then get back together with them. Like I told Aquila a long time ago, I said I'll answer the phone every time you call as long as the phone call is only 5 minutes long. I know she'll remember that. I told her, I said, look, I'm a guy, I'm a guy. I don't like to be on the phone, but I don't mind answering your questions. So if you've got a question, call me up. You don't have to tell me how much you love me. I don't need to hear any of that. Just call me up. I'll drop what I'm doing. I'll answer the phone. I'll talk to you for 5 minutes. Find out what you need to find out because I don't mind helping.
You know what's amazing too, Gus? I think it's funny. I just heard you saying that. I just turned my phone back on. That I like that you said, go study the words, because what's funny is if you listen to any other any other guru kind of person, they'll say the first thing you need to do is go read the Article of Confederations, or go need to read the Constitution, or go read the letter of Cicero, or go study Deuteronomy, or go do the Republic of Plato, or how about some Socrates stuff in there? Or how about go listening to Alfred the Great in 1066? Go read his opinions. Not doing that crap. How about you just study a word? How about you go look at the word man, or the word suffer, or the word claim, or the word wrong? How about you just go study that stuff? Because, like I said, all the other guru clowns, well, shit. I got to stop saying clowns and morons. They're just different. They got a different way of doing things. They do it the long way.
It's helpful to me the way Gus is kind of feeding me information, because when I go to look it up and when I go to learn it, it's more helpful to me because I understand it better than just him handing it to me. And I know he doesn't have time.
Did you ever even see what the letter of Cicero's looks like? Did you ever see how many volumes they are? No. Did you ever try to start reading that stuff?
No.
Oh, I did. It's insane. And I'm like, what the hell in old golly hell? Oh, no. No man is ever going to have to go through this pain ever again. No way. No way. I said, you know what? I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach man. What's the word wrong? What's the word for like accidental negligence? Well, what's the word for suffer? What's these words? Can you get about 10, 20 words down your vocabulary? Don't worry about all this. Oh, the Republic of Plato. Don't worry about that stuff. Just that. Your hair ain't that long. Your hair ain't that long. Go get out. Go out and go to work. Go get your hands dirty. You don't need to know all this crap. Why? Very lovely stuff. But boy, you better be a billionaire. You better have more time in your hands than to just around with hanging out at strip clubs all the time. Then you know what? You want to actually do something productive with your $1 billion? Okay, go ahead and read all this stuff from the past. Maybe it'll benefit. Maybe it'll have an impact on you somehow. You know what? Honestly, I didn't have to read all that. You know what? My dad could not read or write. And I got 90% of what I needed to act as a man through him. A man who could not read or write, did not read Plato, did not read the Republic, did not read the letter of Cicero, did not read, the Book of Dome. Didn't read any of that stuff.
Didn't need it.
Didn't need it. Wasn't required to be a man and how to act in public. Wasn't required. Well, like I said, when Gus said, well, you know what, just go watch some videos. Go watch, go read, go look up a couple of words. That's it. That's what you're supposed to be teaching these people. Go just look up some very simple words. Go understand who they are and who you are and who I am. And that's pretty well covered. Get the they, the you, and the I pretty well covered, and you pretty well mastered it. You got about 90% licked. And now go take care of your kids. Now go enjoy the sunshine. Now go dig up the backyard and plant something. Yeah, get the hell out of the books. Get the hell out of the building. Go live. Go enjoy the sunshine.
Carl, this is Jason. It's finally nice to say hi to you. I finally got hooked up with Gus and everything, and I've been watching you quite a bit on your videos and stuff, and trying to learn and pass it on to my brother and relatives.
I know a whole lot of Jasons now that I never thought I would know.
Well, this is Carl. This is the guy. Remember when we had gone back out to your truck when you were in Rhode Island? We walked all the way back to get your license. And when we were walking back to the courthouse, I was telling you about Jason, who's in Chenango County in New York, who he lost some fingers on his hand, and he's having trouble finding work, and he's been falling behind, and he's been offering to pay the mortgage. I mean, he's got his house is debt free.
The mortgage he was paying, was this the man who owed the back property tax?
Yeah, the back property tax. That's
see, I can actually remember your story better than you can. That's pretty good, huh?
That's good. So this is him. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's pretty scary that I actually pay attention when you talk to me, huh?
Imagine that.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I remember that. He was willing to do community service and perform, in lieu of the Federal Reserve notes.
So he was trying to make payments on his back taxes. He couldn't come up with the entire sum, and they're telling him they're not going to accept the anything but the entire amount. and he didn't have the whole amount. He was willing to give him $300.
He did have the entire amount. He did have the entire amount.
Eventually, I did.
He's a man. All value, all worth come from man. He doesn't know how to present himself as a man. Just the mere fact of him being a man is of worth great value. I mean, didn't you guys read the thing I wrote for Brian Bonner? Just the mere fact that I'm a man, I'm of great worth and value. I possess all that you could possibly. I possess all of the world's wealth. Just at the mere fact of being a man, you're in the image of God. What do you wish of me? And I will perform. I will perform a service, and you can perform a service, and I'll compensate you. It's not going to be with Federal Reserve debt notes, but it'll be with my hands. What do you wish for me to perform? Which service can I provide for you? You want to watch the fire trucks on the weekends? You want to rake the lawn? You want me to sit in my wheelchair and type one finger at a time? You know, some of this when people appear in court. What do you wish of me? I will perform a service for my community as well. I'm grateful that the society provided a wonderful service, and I understand I owe something called property taxes. I will bear full liability, and I will accept that liability and responsibility. At this time, I do not have Federal Reserve notes, debt notes. To compensate somebody with a promissory note kind of sounds ridiculous, but I am of great worth and value just as sheer fact that I'm a man, that I exist, that I have the capacity to produce. Of all the world, there's no wealth until man pulls it out of the ground. So man has got to be man is the one who creates the wealth of the world. The world is the world. The moon is the moon. Mars is Mars. But it ain't worth shit until a man gets up there and starts pulling the shit out and bringing it back home.
Right.
Yeah. So I can perform for you. In lieu of Federal Reserve notes, I am of great worth and value. Just at the fact that being a man. How may I serve you? How may I perform in lieu of Federal Reserve notes transferring from my hand, which I have a limited liability? And honestly, if the Federal Reserve decides to shut down the flow of Federal Reserve notes and no longer makes them available to mankind, how else can we tender payment? This is how we could do it. We could barter. I could give you a Picasso painting. I could give you, my services. I can rake the leaves of the mayor's office. What do you wish of me? I can wash windows. You have to tender them something off in the form of a compensation for services they perform for you. They did perform a service. Whether you actually dialed 911 up within the last 30 years is irrelevant. That the mere fact that it was there and they were ready for you, you still had, just because the butler, you didn't ring the bell but once a week for 3 minutes, you're not going to pay him $3. Because he only did 3 minutes worth of work. You're going to pay him the full $1,000 a week salary like you agreed. He spent his time on patrol, sitting there, waiting for that damn phone to ring for you. He gave up his livelihood, his time on planet Earth to perform a service for you at your beck and call. You do owe a debt. Yeah. So just accept the responsibility. You owe a debt, and you just ask him, how can we work? Resolve this and tender them a whole bunch of propositions. Propose to them all kinds of, just like you do to a woman. Propose a movie, wine, dinner. All from Jimmy.
Well, he proposed and they refused to accept anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he said. I heard Jimmy's name. I think he's getting a call from Jimmy.
Okay. Yeah, and a lot of that stuff I looked up today, Gus. I was searching, and it did come back to promissory notes, and you as a man.
Yeah, well, we can hold on, Jason. I'd like Bernadette to finish to read that letter.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm ready when you guys ready.
Go ahead, Bernadette.
Okay, basically, I put my address, his address, and then I said, "Dear Mike Karl, as a man also known as the Secretary of the Department of Children and Families, this woman," then I stated her name, "she trespassed and she continues to trespass upon my property. I, a woman, Bernadette Natasha Livingstone, require of you to train, supervise, discipline, and monitor your subordinate. And then I sign my name in the bottom.
Fantastic.
I said, wasn't John do something crazy in court? Like say, this is my drink of water. I thought this was my trial. I thought this was my case. Are you interfering with my right to put on my trial in the manner in which I wish to perform my trial? I thought this was my trial. I thought this was my time in the limelight. I thought this was my time before the world. I thought this was my case. Is this my trial? Are you putting me on trial? Is this my trial? Yeah, well, if it's my trial, I'm going to do as I wish. And if the jury doesn't like the way I'm conveying the performance, that's up to the jury to decide, not you. So look, this is my drink of water, right? This is my glass of water that the bailiff gave me. Yeah, this is my water, right? Are you going to tell me, Judge, how fast or slow I can drink it? Is this my water? Or are you going to try to manipulate and control and get jurisdiction over this glass of water? Is that what you're trying to convey to this court right now, Judge? Do you want to tell me how I could drink this water? What part of my body I could put the water into? What if I want to pour it on top of my head? Here, like this, and then pour the water on top of your head. Right in front of the whole world and God and judge and everybody say, are you going to tell me what I can do with my water? Oh, why don't you tell the bailiff, do not give this man any more water? That's right. Because you know what, Judge? It's not my water. It's yours. It's really, truly yours, but you're saying this is my trial. This isn't my trial, Judge. This is your trial. You're controlling it. You're saying what I can and cannot do. This is your trial. You carry all the liability, and you're trying to put it on me? You're trying to say this is my trial? No, it's not mine. I don't have any control of this whatsoever, do I? No, because if you don't like what I'm doing, you're gonna stop me or strike it or remove it, or you're gonna do whatever. You're gonna take me out of the building. Just like you said all week long, he's taking John out of the room, Well, this is John's trial. It's like Mommy. It's like, oh, well, Mommy says, well, if you don't know how to ride your bicycle, I'm gonna take your bicycle from you. But Mommy, I thought you gave me the bicycle. I thought you gave it to me for Christmas. It was my bicycle. Well, you're not operating it in a way I wish you to operate it in. So, it's taken away from me. So then, Mommy, why'd you give it to me? Because honestly, it's not mine, is it, Mom? It's yours. And you're going to string along all these damn terms and conditions on this, right? Right. Well, then obviously it's not mine to enjoy exclusive with all others within society. So it's not my property, is it? No, it's not. Because you're going to put terms and conditions on it, right, ain't you? Yeah, it ain't mine. Well, guess what? That little bundle of joy that your wife, the mom labored over, that's hers. That's her little piece of bundle of joy. That's her property. Does the dad have a vested interest in it? You better believe he does. Because she's the one who labored over it. She's the one who actually produced that thing. She's the one who put 99% of the labor into it. He put 1% in. But did he provide for her, like a roof and clothing and food and shelter overhead so she can labor? Yeah. He was busy building the factory while she was actually running the assembly line. That's right. So they got joint vested interest in it. You better believe they do. So nobody else within the society can make any claim, though, on the product that they produced. So all the mom and dad have to walk in there if they knew how to act like a man, if they knew how to say, like, that's my property, give it back. That's it. Okay, what did Jonathan Jesse do? It was two sentences for the claim. One, if you give it back, well, forgive and forget right now. And the next sentence was if you don't give it back right now, this is what we're going to do to you. And then the last sentence was the order. When you play under their rules, you can only request. You can't require them to do anything because the judge could deny you all those questions. All the answers could be literally in those answers and the interrogatories or any kind of the answer can be yes and no. They could write yes and no on every single one. So when you play the interrogatory game, oh yeah, if you ask me a question on the interrogatories, you're going to get they're going to say if the say the IRS asks me, a question, did you make any money last year? Yes and no. That's the answer. What? That's the answer. Yes and no. Did I answer them? Yes, I did. The answer is yes and no. Did I make any money last year? Yes and no. It all depends. What do you consider money? And you didn't ask me that question. You asked me, did I make any money? So literally the answer could be yes and no. Because if they asked me if I made any money, well, last year I had English pounds, I had Australian sterling, I had Canadian dollars, American. That's people had me silver, gold. What do you believe is money? So yes and no. It all depends. Did I make money? Yes and no. Maybe. Depends. How much? I don't know. So like I said, when you're doing these interrogatories and depositions like that, you got to understand, especially if they have a legal department on their side, the answers you're going to get are going to be ridiculous. Because, like I said, when I did that years ago, that's the answer they'd give me. Yes, they'd say yes/no. And the judge would say, no, that is an answer. Yes and no is an answer.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to be more specific. You got to be more specific.
Yeah, or they say no answer request requires a narrative, and all these other bogus things that they give. That's another case, though. That's not this case.
You've seen those. So then you've seen those kind of answers.
Sure, I'm familiar with them.
Right. So you know how ridiculous it gets unless you put in a 9-page document for one single question where you pin them down beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's like arguing with a kid or arguing with a wife. You got to pin them down. You got to ask them, 99 damn questions just to get this stupid answer that you knew the whole time.
Right.
So it makes it almost an impossible game to play.
Right.
So like I said, all you should have said is, who do I owe this debt to? And say Cayuga County. Who's going to come before the court from Cayuga County with an exact dollar amount? I mean the exact. And they could lay it out on all paper. They could lay out the documents. They could show every single nickel, dime, and penny where it went. Who is going to come forth and make it known that it's true? Who? Nobody would have. It would have never happened. So I don't know what all this crazy shit that you're going on about. Oh, I know what you're going on about. But I have no idea why you're going down this crazy path when you could just ask the very simple question. I want to pay my damn debts. I'm a very honest man. I just don't believe the numbers are right. Can you show me the numbers?
What you're speaking of is exactly what was entailed for the scheduled deposition.
Okay, what do you mean? Dude, what do you mean is entailed? That's one sentence. What's entailed? Dude, what deposition?
Right, exactly.
That's one sentence.
Your quick and simple Q&A that I've learned off your process.
Dude, it's one question. There is no more. If that question doesn't get answered, dude, it doesn't go to. There is no second question.
Yeah, I get what you're saying purely, Carl. I'm saying that even though I probably wrote 5 or 6 questions, they were simple and direct, and they were based off state the amount that's owed, state how it's owed, and the ledgering of what's supposed to be paid back. That was it. But the point I was making to you was they didn't show up for deposition. He said that the prosecuting attorney said that he wasn't going to do it until he got an order from the court, and the judge conveniently dismissed the case that was obviously reopened. Conveniently dismissed the case exactly 6 days prior to the scheduled deposition.
Okay, dismiss whose case? Case of his case. The Cayuga case.
The collateral attack with me coming in as plaintiff. And then
what do you mean collateral? Okay, why would you collaterally attack anything? Well, why do we collaterally attack? Dude, what's the problem with asking a simple question? Who's the man from Cayuga County going to come forth and give me the itemized statement of the bill? I have not yet to this date received it, and as soon as I do, I'll pay every damn dime. Why can't you just ask a simple question?
Oh, I did. I thought you were going to say something else. I did.
And so where is it? Where's the answer? What was their answer?
That's why my original question. That's why my original question was in common law practice.
I didn't common law, dude. I didn't say common law. I didn't say anything. I don't care if it's administrative, maritime. I don't care if we're 2 pirates passing in through the night. Who's making a claim I owe it? Who's making a claim I owe the debt? I don't care if it's UCC. I guarantee anywhere in any of these ridiculous court scenarios that you're putting on in your head and your brain, and let's say commercial, I guarantee as soon as somebody walks into the courtroom and says, who's the man on the prosecuting side who's going to come forth and just give me the itemized statement of the debt so I could pay it and so we could go on with our lives?
Right. Who's going to
forth and hand it to me? So what did they hand you? What did they hand you?
Nothing. I have been
on
the
then you can't do anything. Dude, then you just say to the court, I can't do anything until I get the bill. How can I pay a debt? How can I answer to something that I know I'm charged with? I don't know what the charges are. What's the charges? How could you answer to doing something, a debt or a wrong, if you don't know what the exact charges are? You want the exact charges so you can answer them definitively. You don't want to kind of in a ballpark. I don't know, maybe about $1 million you owe. It's probably a little less under than $1 million. Oh, can you be a little more? No, not can you be a little bit. You better be a little more exact, because if you draw 1 ounce of flesh, 1 drop of blood, 1 hair of breath more than is due to you, you know it's instant death for you, right? You can't claim more than what's due. You do know that, right? So who's going to stand on this witness stand right now and swear that I owe the debt and it's exact, and how much do I exactly owe, and how did you come to that number? Show me. Just show me how you got it. That's all. How tough is that?
It's not.
Collateral attack. What's all this collateral attack nonsense?
Well, I was explaining to you what I had done. That's why I was explaining the process. And then when you look up void judgments or whatever that they actually honored, which I was explaining in the beginning, that's why I went through the whole explanation of it. So now, going back to the original question, is the process of scheduling an evidentiary hearing, was that something that you identify with?
Dude, as soon as I walk in and I say that one sentence, I flipped it into common law.
Remember how you...
Dude, I could be on planet Vulcan, and that's their common law, too.
Listen, I appreciate all the examples.
Dude, you're flipping into common law just by asking a simple question. What Vulcan on this planet is going to come forth and say, I, an Earthling, owe him a debt? Just bring it forth and I'll compensate. Dude, it's that simple.
I get you, Karl, 100%. I'm enjoying the call and the dialogue. I'm just asking a question as to, like, you mentioned several.
You just put that one simple question before the court and be done. Until that question is answered, you can't go to question 2. There is no question 2.
I get that. Listen, on several calls, you've announced and you've explained how you can hold court at any time. You can hold it Christmas Day, 1 o'clock in the morning, and they have to come per your summons and, press the record, right?
You better be a damn good reason why you're being an asshole to them, though, right? You got to be
okay, I get that, right. Right. So my question is, that's the reason that I'm invoking a question on the call. So my question is, when you do that, when you want to hold court, whenever the hell you please to hold court, and whoever the hell you want to haul in the court, if I want to haul in that prosecutor and say, listen, it's been 90 days since I've been asking, what does the amount due? Press the record and state what it is so I can do it, and you better not be not 1 iota, not 1 centavo off with the so-called demand for the payment.
You don't talk to anybody like that. You don't say 1 centavo. Dude, you got a lot of balls to think that they'd be dishonorable and they don't know the rules. Of course they know the damn rules. And you don't threaten nobody. No, dude, you don't threaten nobody.
What was the threat?
No, dude, you said you better be accurate to the penny, to the centavo. No, dude, you don't have to explain to them the rules. They know the rules. The last thing they want to hear is somebody arrogant jumping in their honorable faces. They know the rules. You want an itemized statement of the bill, and you'd like the bill immediately so you can settle the debt. That's all.
All right.
Simple. You're an honorable man. You want to settle all debts. You want to settle all debts. That's all you're basically saying. I, blah, 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 whatever the hell your name is, being an honorable man, want to settle all debts. I am just looking for the itemized statement of the bill, and I'd like to have the bill sent to me forthwith so I can settle the debt. So there's no controversy. If I got this bill before they filed the summons for me to appear, I could have settled this in a private. For some reason, they don't know how to, for some reason, they didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
All they have to do is tender me the bill. And then they toss you this ridiculous bill. They say, okay, can you give me an itemized statement of the bill? And it's like, okay. And then they'll give you the itemized statement and say, okay, just how much did Cuyahoga County have to put out? How much of this was federal grant money was reimbursed? How much did they get from the state from reimbursement? Was this the layout of the county, and the county never got compensated from the feds or from the state at any level whatsoever? This is 100% pure county taxpayers' money. Is that what I'm reading here?
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Yeah, that's what you want to ask them. Right. That's the simple little questions you want to ask them. The first thing you want to ask them is where's the billing? Where's the itemized bill?
Yeah. Well, what I mentioned to you was for humor, Karl. I wouldn't have actually said what I said to you in court. I mean, I got sent.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man, but that's what I'm saying. They know the rules.
Right. I never said that they didn't. I'm just saying that the next step that I want to do, since everything is on the table, as it is, and right now it seems like I'm, holding the authority for the next situation to be presented. So, and again, that's what I wanted to say, or my suggestion and my question was, when you gave the examples as to when you want to hold court at any time, you go down to the clerk of courts and say, I want to hold an evidentiary hearing on this day, or you can do it at any time. You can do the notice and demand for a hearing like right off the rip, right off the cusp.
No,
Is that right or wrong?
No, you can't because it's their court. It's not your court. It's their court. Did you open a claim against them?
That's the key right there.
You didn't open a claim against them, did you?
Yeah, that's we.
No, you didn't. You said he did a collateral. You said he did some sort of collateral nonsense.
Right, and the collateral attack is.
That's not the same as making your own claim.
I mean, I already know how you feel about Supreme Court rulings, but have you not read on anything on void judgment and the collateral attacks?
Of course not. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to even think about such a nonsense because I'm not part of the legal society. It's ridiculous. What collateral attack? I know exactly what you're talking about. I know it's, dude. I know, man. I read so many void judgments. It's not even funny. I know all about Rule 60A through G. I know every 60A, B, C, D. So what? I don't care about void judgments.
Well, I didn't.
Void judgments don't exist in common law.
Well, yeah, I know that. So,
okay,
but
so one time else we care less worth playing. Look, dude. Like I said, that was great about me bringing my sister down to Alabama. Because we, like I said, we went to like the biggest law firm we could find, and it was like Bernstein, Auschwitz, and Cohan. It was this big Jewish law firm. And like my sister, and they told us, they said, look, if we help your brother and we win his case, which we will. They said, do you realize that every single case that we've ever had, every judgment we've had that is in our favor will all be deemed void? Do you realize they'll all be turned over? Because we went against the state. Do you understand what they're going to do to our law firm and all our clients that came before you and your brother? Do you understand they have the power and authority to turn over every single judgment within their legal world, in their legal society?
Yes, you explained that earlier on previous calls.
Okay, I explained it millions of times. So whatever you want to believe in a void judgment, any kind of judgment to me is a joke. Within their legal society, they could do it any way they want, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. And you take it all the way to the Supreme Court, and they're going to say, well, you know what, the lower court made a ruling, and in our opinion, the lower court made an error in their ruling. Take it back to the lower court. And all the lower court is going to do is like, I don't care you went to the United States Supreme Court. I don't care you fought me 25 fucking years. I don't care. This is the court of original jurisdiction. I know what I witnessed, and my judgment stands true. So good thing you wasted all your times with appeals and Supreme Courts and all this other crap and nonsense. Lovely you wasted all this time because what did the Supreme Court say to do? Take it back to the court of original jurisdiction and let them try the case again. They're going to rule the same damn way they ruled against you 25 years ago, dude. You're wasting your time. You know, trying to remember the man's name, man, in Alabama. The Alabama Supreme Court clerk down there who was there for like 23, 25 years, whatever he was doing it. He says, dude, it's a total joke. He says, you know, the appeal Supreme Court cases, you know, that you're involved with are a total joke.
Yeah, it's a money-making system.
He says it's a joke. It's just a time to waste your time and waste your money.
Yeah,
he says,
it's a money-making system.
Right, and the Supreme Courts in these states, they get elected. You could go run and be a Supreme Court judge tomorrow. It doesn't mean you're an attorney. It doesn't mean you're any damn thing. It means your name was Abraham Lincoln and you had a D next to your name, so everybody in your neighborhood voted for the party line, voted letter D, and your name's Abraham Lincoln or Martin Luther King. You're going to win. You're going to be the next Supreme Court judge in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean that anybody judged your merits. It's like, oh, wow, look who's running for the Supreme Court judge, Martin Luther King. And you're going to win. Oh, look who's running for, governor of Ohio, Abraham Lincoln. Let's vote for him. It's retarded. People just vote for the name of the party line. Dude, the judges don't mean that they know a damn thing about law. So, like I said, all this collateral attack nonsense you're talking about, to me, it's ridiculous. All you want to do is go in there and a man say, look, I want to pay my debt to society. Who do I owe?
Right.
How much?
Well, I wasn't dwelling on the success around the collateral attack. I wasn't trying to explain the collateral attack and or avoid judgment for that matter. My question goes back to the same thing I've been asking. At this point in the game, how do I press the record or go forward or push forward or put the pressure on, whichever way you want to say it, to bring that statement to the forefront? Everything you just said. You never heard challenge jurisdiction. You never did what?
You never heard you could challenge jurisdiction at any time. You never heard that.
Of course I did. That was portion of my voice. Remember I said I never took the DNA.
There you go, dude. You're challenging jurisdiction then by asking, where's the damn bill? What controls me? What's bringing me here? There must be a bill. There must be an outstanding debt, a harm, or an injury. There must be something that's compelling the other side to present me to the court every 5 seconds. What is the moving instrument? What's going on here?
Okay.
How did this jurisdiction get us? How did they establish jurisdiction over me? Where's the debt note? Where's the IOU? Where is it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Challenge jurisdiction.
All right. Well, that was already done in that thing you keep slapping me around with, that void judgment.
Okay. And how did they challenge? And how did you challenge jurisdiction?
Because the proper parties were never before the court. How in the hell did you hold court without the proper?
How about the debt? How about the instrument that was moving the court wasn't there? How about the debt instrument wasn't there? How about how much I gave him?
But how the hell would I know? But how the hell would I know whether that the debt instrument wasn't there before the court if I was never in court? If they fail from the RIP or proof of service of process or sufficiency of process, or whichever way we want to identify it, if I never get properly served, then how can I come to court? How the hell did they hold court? Wait, hold on, give me a second. How the hell did they hold court without me knowing there was court to be held and then make a ruling absent the parties for the court? That's one of the. Listen, I don't read over.
Dude, just say, you know what? You know what? Say the other side. They're absolutely right about everything. I couldn't care less. They did everything 100% kosher. I couldn't care less. Now, who's the man who's claiming I owe the debt? Where's the bill?
Okay, right. So again, am I like inhaling a different kind of air? I hear you, Carl. I'm not dumb. I'm saying the next stage in the game to present that fact before any judge, any man in a skirt, whatever we want to call them, anybody that's acting like they're, king of the hill. How do I get them to come forward in the absenteeism of the prosecutor who's not going to show up with shit? That's my question.
Okay, dude, it's okay. If you want to play the legal game, it's a motion to show cause.
No, I don't want to play it.
Dude, you haven't. Dude, every single thing you said this whole time has been legalese. You want to play the legalese game? I'm telling you the legalese way to do it. Do a motion to show cause.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
You do know that. You do know how to do a motion to show cause, right?
Of course I know a motion to show cause here.
Of course you do, because you're so enamored in this legal shit, it's not even funny. Of course you do. So go do your motion to show cause and say there is no case, no cause, because there has been nobody has ever come forth and brought forth the debt and informed the court what the debt is. How can I answer the court? How could a judgment be passed? How could anything be ruled upon until a debt note is coming to the court, until the itemized statement of the debt has been presented to the court? I don't see it in a case file anywhere. Just do a motion to show cause. You want to play legalese? Play freaking legalese. I ain't playing effing legalese, but if I was going to do it, that's the way I'd do it.
Well, actually, I'm glad that you explained that for the educational purposes for everybody that's listening on the call, because that's not my intent. I've done most of the show cause hearings.
What was the motion to show cause? The motion to show cause was what?
It's garbage, because the motion can be denied for one, as you've mentioned and explained several times over.
It's not going to be denied, dude. They're going to have a hearing for a motion to show cause.
Well, I'm talking about
dude, I've never seen them not have a hearing over that matter to show cause.
Yeah, well, the same thing for default. They branch it. They
you just have to have a motion. Just put a motion to show cause. Okay. Make it very simple. One sentence. At no time has the itemized statement has the bill been presented to the court of a debt that is due. Not at any time, and let them say whether that's true or not, and then take it from there. Has the itemized statement, has the bill ever been presented to the court? Have they ever presented me the court? Have they ever presented to me or the court the bill? How much money do they say you owe?
I don't mean to laugh, Carl. I apologize. They never gave it to me.
Then how could you do that if they never gave it to you? Why the hell are you doing all this crap?
All they did was
if you don't know what your charges are, how could you answer? All you're doing is a motion to show cause. What is the charges, man? What am I charged with?
They have you know how child support goes. What they have is an expectation of a reliable so-called debt-related issue that they're counting on every month or twice a month, however somebody is paid, and they garnish it there too for the life of the child. And even I got friends that's got these so-called exorbitant fees after the child is long emancipated. You know how it is. In fact,
because everybody else smokes dope, does crack, drinks beer, it doesn't mean I have to play the stilly game. Don't tell me it's an expectation of, well, you know how this is going. No, dude. Law, good law is expressed, not implied. Don't just say, well, you know how they do it. Everybody does it. Look, you tell me how much I damn well owe. I'm not like everybody else. I'm not like some dumb schmucks here who'll just let some silly lady with glasses who's got a big pile of paper in front of her tell me that I owe this much money to the state. Why? Oh, because it's expected that everybody pays and everybody knows it's true. Oh, good. The only problem was me. I want an itemized statement of the bill. Just like when you go back and listen to my show. No, dude, you go back and listen to my show a long effing time ago. One of the first things I said on that show was when the Alabama judge said to me, hey, we had your kid now in captivity for six years. And not at one time have you paid any child support. You're $100 and something thousand dollars behind. I said, lady, put it in a form for an order and sign, and I'll pay every damn dime you say I owe. She said, well, I don't say you owe anything. Well, then who says I owe something? She said, the state of Alabama. I said, well, where's Mr. and Mrs. Alabama? He was just sitting right over there in that chair. I said, are you Mr. and Mrs. Alabama? It's like, no, I'm the prosecuting attorney for the state of, okay, Alabama says I owe a debt? Yeah, well, you get on to put it in writing, and you tell them to sign in a form for an order that I got to pay the state of Alabama. I'll pay them every damn dime I owe. And the judge said, well, you got to just pay your child support, you're going to go to jail. I said, are you communicating threats? Is this extortion? I already told you I'll pay every damn dime I owe. Put it in a form of an order and sign it, and I'll pay it. She said, well, you just better. Oh, what, ma'am? Are you communicating a threat? Are you ordering me, ma'am? Well, no. Well, you just better pay what, ma'am? Are you talking to me or is the state talking to me now? Who's talking to me? So don't tell me I know how everybody else gets treated in child support court because you're a bunch of schmucks.
No, the point I was making was the mentality of the government officials and what they expect.
I don't give a damn, dude, because when you talk to the government officials like I talk to them, they shut the hell up. Because when the lady who stood behind me, when she owed it was $200 or $400, so she was like 2 or 3 months behind. She said when they called her up, they said, why haven't you paid child support? Well, and the lady said, well, exactly what he just said. And they said, give her a pair of silver bracelets and take her out of here. Because they knew me, I wasn't fucking around. They knew me. I owe hundreds of thousands? Yeah, this lady owes $200-300. Guess what? She's going to jail. Why? Because she said, whatever he just said. No, because they know if they fuck with me, man, they just committed extortion. They know they just communicated threats. I told them I will pay every damn time. I'm just waiting for the effing bill.
And Carl, let me say this, and the reason why that is true too is because they know when you start talking, you're speaking, and they know where your language is coming from. You're speaking as a man, and I think that's the difference that they know. They know when a man is talking, so they're gonna back off and everything else. But when you're talking legalese and you're talking that language, yeah, they're gonna definitely treat you like. And that, I think, Cleveland, that is what the conversation is going when you go in with legalese and everything else. Yeah. You right in that ballpark. You're right in that jurisdiction, and then you're trying to mix the two, and you can't mix the two. And you're thinking you're not, but you are mixing the two when you're using your legalese and trying to use common law also. So that's why you got to be real careful about the legalese and everything, as because you will get caught up in it. And that's what.
Could have I went into that child support hearing that they summoned me to appear? Could have I done a collateral attack? Could have I used all these lawyers? Of course I could have used all this crap. But why? I just said, look, I'm a man and I'm here to pay any damn debt to any man who's come forth to say it's true. Just put it in a form of an order, hand me the effing bill, and sign the damn thing. They won't do it. Not if you know how to stand in court and act like a man. They know when you're bullshit, they know when you're bluffing, they know when you're faking, and they know when you're just putting on an act, and then they know when you're deadly serious.
Yep.
Yeah, they could read right through the bullshit. They're just like any other man or woman on planet Earth. They could see a bullshitter from a mile away. You said, how would you give the judge notice that you're only going to be appearing as a man or a woman? You're only going to appear in writing.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Somebody had to summons you to appear, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as soon as somebody summons you to appear, it's an invitation. When you get an invitation to go to a party, what do you do? RSVP, right? You respond immediately, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you have any questions on how you're supposed to appear at the party, what do you do?
You refer your questions to the
Okay, if I invited you to go to a party, okay, and you're not sure, is it a wedding party, is it a Halloween party, is it a masquerade party, is it a formal ball banquet party? I just summoned you to appear at some public building, and you have no effing clue what I'm talking about. Okay, you're going to write me a letter and say, who are you and why you want me to appear? And then I'm going to answer you who you are to me and why I want you to appear, right?
Correct.
Get all this court bullshit out of your head, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're invited to appear in a building, okay, at a certain time, a certain place. And you're invited to appear under an apple tree, whatever, at a certain time, a certain place. And you're telling them, who do you believe I am? And they'll say, well, I believe you're a defendant, and I believe that you're a defendant in a traffic matter. It's like, okay, the only problem is I'm a man, and I don't appear in traffic court. Because I have no obligation or duty to any traffic code.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to ask them, who am I to you, and who are you to me, and this is how I'm going to appear, and this is how I'm not going to appear. How do you wish for me to appear? And the guy in Atlanta can tell you, he says that you are commanded to appear as a defendant in this case. Well, I'm not a defendant in this case.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so he's not supposed to have the radio going on at the same time because he's got a bad echo going.
Yeah, you got to speak on. Yeah, you got to speak on. It's echoing in the back.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like Larry or Gus, man, you guys got to be able to answer these questions, man. Because, like I said, I'm in and out, man. My phone's down to 2%.
Oh yeah, but he wanted to, what he said, Carl, was that you and his mother had something. He had, his mother. You did something for his mother. He wanted to ask a question to you for his mother. That's why that's why we called you back.
Okay, well, I got 2% power on my phone. I got 2% power on my phone. When it dies, man. You guys got to pick it up.
Oh yeah, we got. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, we got it now. I mean, but I was just letting him make sure he get his question out to you, since he directed it to, because he said his mother had something to deal with you. What you did. You had
Natasha. Carl, this is Natasha's daughter.
Right.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Well, right there, now, Flaunt, I hope he answered your question. So.
Okay, Carl.
I actually have more questions if it's be okay to ask them. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Can I ask questions? I was talking to Lovey last night. I can ask questions. It'll probably make it a little easier.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
We found out that the customs in Guyana, the daughter stays living with the parents until she's married. Is that going to help her situation?
Like I said, all I know is that some centralized government is trying to take their property, right?
Yes, sir.
That's all it is. And the whole thing is, you're just saying to them, you're committing a trespass. And you're going after the actual man, whatever the man's name was Bill, whatever his last name was, the commissioner. It was a very simple letter that I told you folks to write to this guy, whatever his name was. It was like Bill Smith, whatever his freaking name was, the commissioner of the family, Mother and Children Services, whatever, is of Florida. You say, one of your agents, Susie Cupcake, is trespassing on my property. And then he said to file an injunction in the courts, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he said to file an injunction in the court. And what did I tell your mom?
File a claim.
Don't file a damn injunction in a court. What do you think is going to happen when your mom comes for the hearing for the injunction?
I actually don't know.
They're going to put her in jail. They're going to put her in jail. They'll say, oh, you want an injunction, like say a restraining order, because the husband's beating you up. You want an injunction, you want a restraining order that these people can't come on your property anymore. You want an injunction? Yeah, sure. Come on down. We'll have an immediate emergency hearing for you. We can hold it right now. Come on down. As soon as your mom comes on down, it's like, oh, we're going to do the injunction hearing. Yeah, well, ma'am, you're under arrest. Give us the fucking baby and you're under arrest, and we'll let you go. And they'll say, well, what about the immediate emergency injunction hearing? They'll say, yeah, we'll get to that in 6 months, maybe 6 or 7 years. We'll get to that, but you just give us the baby now. How many times do I tell you people to stop effing listening to these centralized government employees and what they're telling you? Whenever they advise you to do something, how many effing times do I say in the show, guys, you guys should be able to pick this up and run by now because 170 shows, I say you do the complete opposite. If they say to do this, you do that. If they say to do that, you do this. You do completely opposite. That's all. They're not there to benefit you folks.
Yes,
now I'm not going to mad at you and your mom because I already told you, Mom, don't file an injunction. I said, don't do that. I said, you make a claim to this man that this woman, this mad, crazy dog, dressed as a social worker, keeps tearing up your front door. And you're going to make a claim that you don't feel safe in your house no more. And that you had to move out. And you had to relocate. And you want to be compensated because this crazy mad dog wearing a skirt and pocketbook and a hat matches is driving you effing insane. And you're going to make a claim for damages. And you're going to hand him a hell of a bill. That's what you do. Because the letter that you got from this commissioner guy, the head of the Department of Child Services, whatever it was in Florida, he wrote back to you guys in like 1 day. It didn't take 3 weeks. It didn't take 3 months. He said, go file an injunction. Yeah, that's right. So that way they get their hands on you. When my first wife, when Social Services knocked on my mom's door and her kids were there, my wife said to the Social Service lady, get the hell off my front porch and don't come back without a warrant. And the lady said, we're coming back with the warrant. My wife packed up her 2 kids and said, you got call if you want to come with us, you got 15 minutes to get in the car and go. So where are you going? She said, North Carolina. I said, well, wait a second. They can't just come in here and take your kids. She said, you know what? You got 14 minutes. And she was just throwing things in her car as fast as she could. It wasn't even funny. And so, well, wait a second. Let's talk about this. Back then I still believed in, like lawyers and crap. Like I said, well, let's get a lawyer and see what he said. She said, you got 13 minutes. She was doing a countdown. It was the 3rd of July. I did not want to leave my house. 4th of July is like my favorite day of the year so I could blow things up and eat barbecue all day. So guess what? On July 4th, I was sitting in North Carolina instead of with my whole entire family on the 4th of July hanging out at my mom's house, blowing up shit and eating barbecue. Because my wife told me how powerful Social Services is. And when they want to take your kid, they're going to take it. They're going to come kicking in the door. They're going to do whatever they want. And there's not a damn thing you can do to stop them. So when they knock on your door, you better get the hell out of there. So you're lucky that you guys are able to get the hell out of there. Now that you got the hell out of there and you're someplace safe, then you file a paper in to work from the court. But you do it from a distance. Where do I file all my paperwork? Not while I was sitting in Alabama. I was sitting in Georgia. Almost for 4 years I was sitting in Georgia, filing paperwork into Alabama. I wasn't crazy enough to stay in Alabama and fight Alabama in Alabama. You guys want to be crazy enough to fight Florida in Florida? God bless you. Because you're in for an ass whooping. If they can find you, you're going to be going down. Thank God Gus uploaded that call so everybody could hear. I told that woman in no certain terms, I told her, you get your ungodly ass down to a church and you get that baby baptized. And while you're getting that baby baptized, you ask for the church for help. I didn't say for her to stay on your lazy ass. You ain't got no damn job. I didn't say stay on your lazy ass and make effing phone calls. I didn't say to do that. I told my sister, go knock on a church door and ask for help. I didn't say call them up and ask for help. Go down there, baptize your kid. They'll see that you're one of them, and then they'll be part of you. You just make a cold call from a phone. They don't know who the hell you people are. They don't care who you are. It's none of their damn business. I'm telling you, if you're part of the Jewish community, I told her if you're part of Jehovah's Witnesses, I told her if you're part of the Mormons, I told her if you're part of the Amish, they'll open the doors and let you in. But I wouldn't expect an Amish or a Mennonite or a Jew to let me in their door. I wouldn't expect it, and I wouldn't. It'd be beyond me to ask, because what am I ever going to do to return the favor? I told her to take her ungodly ass down to that Catholic church. I said, how old is this kid? I don't know how old she said, 3 weeks, 6 months. I don't know how old the kid was. I said called to my sister. I said, hey, Karen, how long does it take before a Catholic, baptizes their kid? How many days goes by? She said, usually about 10. I said, lady, has it been more than 10? Well, yeah, the kid's quite, much older than 10 days. I said, then why has your ungodly ass not been to a Catholic church? I said, don't you understand? This is what they're doing to you, the centralized governments. They're keeping you people away from your way out, your loophole. Find a community organization like a church. Find something away from the secular community. That's the only reason why people like me even like George Bush Jr. When he was running for 2000, he says, because he's going to take apart the secular centralized government. If you listen to his old speeches, he says, we are going to take apart the secular centralized governments, and we're going to give it to all private, religious-based organizations, all the welfare, all the family, the schools. We're going to send it off to the private sector. We are going to make faith-based organizations the number one benefactor of the United States government. We are going to get rid of the centralized government in any form of secular curriculum when it comes to children, when it comes to family. We are going to send this over to faith-based organizations, and that's why a clown like me loved George Bush Sr. back in 1999. If you go back and look for his old speeches, that's what he's saying. He's going to break down, that's the Republicans' platform, to make it as small as possible. That's their agenda. They say all the time, let's make the government as tiny as possible. And when he said he was going to make it into organizations, I was like, this is fantastic. This is the guy. And he didn't do a damn effing thing to make the centralized government small. If anything, he made it huge. It's ridiculous what he did. So this is what I'm trying to say, is you run to your faith-based organizations because the centralized government realizes that's your only way out. Faith-based organizations, because they honestly, I understand, you like your friends, your family, your neighbors ain't going to help you. But if you find a Jewish temple or Islamic, the Moor Brotherhood, or you become part of the Mormons, you become part of the Jewish religion, or you become part of the Catholics, they'll back you up. This lazy F said, I made some calls. Calls? You made some calls. F lady, did I effing say to F make a effing call? What did I F tell you to F? See, that's why I can't deal with women like that. I could tell the woman the best advice I could possibly give them. I could talk to them, I'm blue in the face. I could talk to them 3 days straight while cops are knocking on the door. I tell them a simple thing to do. Go to the local church, get the kid baptized. While you're there, tell them, hey, you and your kid are in danger. You're in fear that they're going to take your child away. Explain it to them. Sit down and talk to them. No, she says she made a couple of phone calls. Oh, isn't that just effing special? It's bull. So if you can't do what I tell you to do, it's 171 calls already. 170. If you can't just do what I tell you to do, why the hell do you ask me what do I do now? If you couldn't do what I told you to do the other day, where do you get balls big enough to say, well, now they want me to do this? Well, what did you do? Well, I made some phone calls the other day to some churches. You made some phone calls to some churches. Isn't that just effing lovely? Did you take the kid down and get baptized like I told you to do? If you were Amish, I'd say, hey, go find some Amish community there, and go tell them that ask them to welcome you back to the community. That you strayed, you lost your ways, and now you want your way back in. I'm sure they'd assist you. Making a phone call, hey, I can imagine I'm going to call up some Amish community and say, hey, yeah, his brother Zeb there. Yeah. I need a place to crash for a while. What do you say, brother Zeb? They're like, who are you? I'm some guy, and I need some help. It's like, I don't know how to tell you, brother, whoever the hell you are, but, there's nothing I can do for you. But I'm sure if I said, hey, I'm an Amish guy, and I need some place to stay, it's like, the government's chasing my ass around out here. I'm sure he'd say, well, I'm sure we'll find room for you, brother. But like I said, for that lady to, have a lazy ass to just say, I made some phone calls. Made some effing phone calls. Isn't that just effing lovely? Did I say to make some effing phone calls? Did I say, you know what, man, you need to do? Just grab a phone book and start making some phone calls. That's insane. So like I said, why bother giving advice if everybody's just going to do whatever the F they want anyway? Why bother to say, hey, you know what? Just go into court and just say, who's the man or woman who's going to come forth and claim I owe the debt? Put it in a form of writing, sign it, and order me to pay, and I'll be more than glad to compensate you. Just do it. What's all this ridiculous real party of an interest, fact bear witness? What? Where did I effing say that in any of these effing 170 shows? And I was arguing with somebody this week too. I think it was it was Vital again, and he was trying to say about the 13th and 14th Amendment and all this nonsense. Entitled 42, all this civil rights nonsense. I said that's for free black slaves. I said, dude, you're getting silly. I said, I'm not a freed black slave. I said, if I want to claim something, I said, well, don't you understand back then during the Civil War time there was no United States citizen? Did you understand that? And I think he kind of did, but I don't know if people listening on this show understand that back then, before like 1865, 1867, there was no United States citizen. And I said to him, what kind of citizens were there? What kind of citizens were there?
They're state citizens.
Yeah. I said, Vital, he's like, well, it's all different now. We're United States citizens. Oh, really? You think so? We're U.S. citizens now? Why don't you pull out your birth certificate and tell me what state does it say you're from? It says you're from the United States, or it says you're from New York State, or California, or the state of Massachusetts. What does your birth certificate say? I don't see any United States of America birth certificates. I certainly don't have one. So what are you talking about, United States citizen? What are you talking about? The reason why they had to create a United States citizen is because when they released all those slaves, Alabama didn't want to make them citizens. Georgia did not want to make them citizens. Mississippi didn't want to make them citizens, members of their family. So they were basically just wandering like people wandering on the land. They had no nation. They had no state. They had no collective. They had nobody to go to or turn to. So the United States had to say, you know what? These guys are just roaming around. Basically almost like Indians, just like Indians just roaming around. Why don't we give them a title, and why don't we get them under somebody's jurisdiction and control? I said, Vital, what's the big deal about this? I said, so this Rod class is always screaming 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment what? I'm a freed slave? What? And I'm just roaming around and they got to treat me in a certain way? That sounds ridiculous. I said, I'm sure the 14th Amendment mattered at one period of time. We'll say like the Bill of Rights, like the Third Amendment. I'm sure the Third Amendment meant something at a certain period of time. Well, what does it mean now? What does it stand for? You know what I'm saying? What's the Third Amendment? Gus, anybody?
There's two 13th Amendments, yeah, but neither one of them really matters.
No, the third. The Third Amendment.
The Third Amendment?
Yeah.
Quartering of soldiers.
Yeah, in private homes without the owner's consent. Now, just because they wrote a 14th Amendment doesn't mean it didn't just exist for 2-3 years and then disappeared. Same thing with this Third Amendment. You can't quarter soldiers in a private home without the owner's consent in peacetime. Okay? How long did that stay in force? How long was that necessary? Ridiculous. What's the 14th Amendment? It's ridiculous. But everybody screams up and down, the 14th Amendment guarantees U.S. citizens. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I hail from New York State. My birth certificate says I'm from the state of New York. I'm one of the people of New York State. The United States, isn't that some sort of a corporation like Coca-Cola? I'm not a member of the Coca-Cola family. It says United States. It doesn't say United States of America. It says United States. There's a difference between Coke and Coca-Cola. I sure don't want my kids doing Coke, but I don't mind if they do Coca-Cola. There's certainly a difference between the United States and the United States of America. What makes you think I want to be a member of the family known as the United States? Why would I want to be a member of a corporate charter? Well, why? If there is some sort of benefit, believe me, I'll use it when I feel that it's proper. But if I don't feel there's any benefit, why should I use that benefit? I'll just keep it in my back pocket and use it when I feel like it. So like I said, it just makes me laugh when these guys, like these raw class guys, scream up and down about these, Title 42, and I don't care if they start screaming up and down, Title 26, and they start going off about all the silly stuff. Who cares? Who cares? Did you create that? No. Can you control it? No. What can you do? Nothing. They can modify that code at will. Look at that letter that Larry sent me. Larry sent me the letter from that court. I believe it was in Ohio. It was in Ohio or Kentucky. I think I sent it to you, Gus. I'm not sure. But one of the reasons why the judge denied the lady's petition or motion or whatever is they said, I don't see anywhere on file that you're a, card-carrying, union-carrying, card-carrying member of the bar. So everything that you're putting into the court that's based on legalese has no merit, has no standing. So I'm trying to remember if Larry, I think Larry emailed it to me. I don't think Larry text messaged it to me. I think Larry emailed it to me. But you see what I'm trying to say? So if the court wants you, allow you to play pro se, they'll allow you to play pro se for a little bit. What I'm saying is this lady stuff, it might have been dynamite. It might have been better than any lawyer on planet Earth, any attorney on planet Earth could probably muster and put before the court. She might have had some dynamite legal points. She might have had the most perfect code citations. She might have had everything. Perfect. It could have been like the judge says, oh my God, I've never seen such, this is the best I've ever seen. And they said, well, how are we going to stop her? How are we going to deny her when everything she's saying is perfect? It's flawless. It's guaranteed 100% A-OK. How do we stop her? Let's say that it's, we don't see anywhere on file that she's a card-carrying union member of any bar association here in the state of Ohio, so let's strike it down by that. And that's what they did. So why? Oh, here you go. I found it. Yay. Man, I haven't opened up my email in a long time, man. Holy cow. 3,597 behind. That's too funny. Yeah, right. That really inspires me to start doing emails. But yeah, let me get exactly what the judge said, and let me find the exact state that it was in. Yeah, Cayuga County, Ohio. Yeah, pretty good. It says, here you go. Reviews of the affidavits reveal that the affiants makes multiple legal conclusions throughout their affidavits, but fail to establish that they are attorneys licensed in the state of Ohio. Oh, isn't that special? So we're going to have to deny you. It doesn't say they made multiple legal conclusions throughout their affidavits, which they tell you, hey man, that's what they want you to do. So then when you actually go out and do it, and you're actually damn good at it, and you know what, you probably kick that teeth in. They're like, yes, but wait a second, I don't see where she shows that she's a card-carrying member of our union. So unless you're a card-carrying member of our union, we can, we're gonna have to deny you access. We're gonna have to deny you access to this court. We're gonna have to deny you access to have any of your paperwork put in here. We're gonna have to deny you. So it's ridiculous. So you're telling me if she got a real estate attorney who knew absolutely nothing about whatever she was battling them on, or she got a import-export attorney, and he put paperwork in there Are you trying to tell me that, oh, okay, now they'll recognize it? No, they'll just find something else to deny it. Like I told you guys a billion times, like that big Jewish law firm in Alabama said, look, if you beat them, do you realize what's going to happen? Yeah, we're going to win. Yeah, we're going to beat the state. Do you realize what's going to happen? They're going to overturn every single one of our cases that we've ever won in the last 50, 60 years of this firm's history. Every single one of our clients are going to have to return every single dime that they ever were awarded by the court. All of our attorney fees is going to have to go back. So, if you want us to help your brother and we win, do you realize what the court? What do you realize what the judiciary is going to do to us? Do you realize what's going to happen to us? So it's a no-win game. You can't play in their legal system. It's rigged. It's a certain way, and this is the way the outcome is going to be. Go ahead. Go get your 1975 filings with the United States Supreme Court, and go ahead and run them through for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Go ahead. Make it your mission in life. Go ahead. Totally waste your time. Go ahead and do it. On your deathbed, I hope they say, you know what, yeah, you won. We ruled in your behalf. And the opinion of the court was 9-0. Take it back to the court of original jurisdiction and let them have another whack at it, and bring our opinion with you. That might make them change their minds. Because the United States Supreme Court doesn't create the law. The Congress does. The congregation of these elected officials in Washington D.C. They're the ones that create federal law. No, not federal law. United States of America, United States government law. Anything could be federal. Like I said, they got federal law in Mexico, federal law in Canada. That's why I love when Canadians come on here and they said they went to court today. I said, oh, what court? Oh, federal court. Oh, okay, good. You hear that, people in the United States? We're not, federal is not exclusive. It's worldwide. It's probably universal. But yeah, that's good, Pat. I'm glad that you brought those things up because, like I said, I like hearing you guys talk, and then I like jumping in between and trying to dispel what I believe you guys still think has some sort of importance that somehow we should be looking at, like we could possibly care less. What the opinion of the United States Supreme Court is great. I'm sure they're very nice guys, and I'm sure they'd be wonderful neighbors. And I'm sure if I had a problem and I said, hey, you know what, Mr. Scalia, I got an ethical question here. Give me your opinion on this. I'm sure he'd do a dynamite job. But other than that, they're just opinions they're just people. They're just a man. They're just like anybody else that walks on planet Earth. They have an opinion. They're fallible. They get things right sometimes. Sometimes they, maybe it's their opinion. It's what they were witnessed at that moment in time, or at their 50, 60 years, 70 years of being on planet Earth. They gathered all their experience and said, you know what? If I was you younger guys, this is what I would do. And they just pass it down to people who might have been busy being doctors or plumbers or electricians. And they're like, you know what? We read books. We read, when a woman comes to court and two women come to court and they want the baby and how do we split the baby in half, they had time to read this stuff. The women, they didn't have time to read it. They were busy being moms or they were busy being teachers or electricians or whatever, dental hygienists, whatever. They don't know how to settle it. You just go into an old wise guy saying, hey, based on your opinion, based on your experience, based on your readings that you've done, based on opinions in the past, what seems to work? What seems to be the best course of action? What seems to be the best way to go? Can you give us your learned opinion? That's all it is. So when somebody says to somebody like me, we'll call you practicing law. Dude, I'm just giving you my opinion. That's all any of these people are doing. They're giving you their opinion. The United States Supreme Court always says at the bottom, the opinion of the court. They don't say the law of the court. They don't say this is the law of Karl. This is Karl's opinion. Based upon what I witnessed, based upon what I see I believe works, this is what I would do. If we were in an Islamic country, I'd base everything upon Sharia law. We live upon this land, I base everything upon Judeo-Christian beliefs, Judeo-Christian values. That's what I'm giving people. This is what I've witnessed. This is what I've read. This is what the course of action, this is the place, this is the way I would do it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's not right. I'm not saying it's not correct. I'm not saying it is correct. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it is wrong. I'm just saying, hey, I'm just bearing witness. This is what God gave me to work with, and hope you can do something with it. If you could do something with it, God bless you. If you can't, oh well, man. It's been nice talking to you, but hopefully it'll work out. Like I said to everybody, once it switch over to a code land, a one world order, I said all my opinions ain't worth a pile of beans. But right now it's not a code land. Right now we're still in the land of man. Right now man can evoke man. Man doesn't have to rely upon any silly code. But one day if this becomes a code land, oh well, this is the land of code. We're all going to be, locked into some ridiculous code. And just like the U.S. Marshals asked me, I said, how long do you think it's going to take, for them to turn this into France? I said, I don't know, man. I said, I'm sure they're trying as hard as they can. I said, well, the best way to do is disrupt the currency. The best way to do is make a monetary and make a panic. And have the banks close. And have the banks, say we're not going to loan money anymore. Or we're not going to give credit anymore. And watch people have to survive on their own devices. And people don't know how to do that anymore. People don't know how to do anything other than live on credit. So when you close that, you say you cancel the mortgages or call all the mortgages in or you call all the credit card debt in and whatever happens. The bank says, oh, well, we need the money, because we're in financial straits and we need to call in all our loans. We need to call in all our markers and people default like crazy. I said that kind of stuff could create a code world. That could create a code land real easy. Because the banks would tell all the congressmen, it's like, look, you start passing all these laws that people can't use this against us in courts anymore. You can't use common law anymore. You can't call us out man to man anymore. You can't call a banker out as a man. You can't do that. You got to give us total immunity. You got to give us total, sovereignty. You got to make us equal with every other being on planet Earth, or we're going to close up shop and we're going to go to China. So I said, that's what I said to the U.S. Marshals. I said, that's the way I can see them going with this. I said, but other than that, being in the land of man is a lot of fun. The only problem is that when men think and act like a man, but they're not truly a man, they're going to take advantage of the situation. And so if my stuff gets out and everybody starts calling them in as man on man, every single weasel, every single, guy who's a deadbeat, on his debt, every deadbeat woman, they're going to use this. And they're going to push the system into overdrive. They're going to move it into the code land that much quicker. Because they're not honorable, decent people that walk upon this land. They're greedy, avarice people. They're gluttonous, and it's all about me. It's the whole total me generation running around still. They have to go to the Himalayas, by the time they're 67. George Bush Sr. is still jumping out of airplanes like on his 90th birthday. He's still going to the North Pole, spending $1 million to do it. Why? Dude. Well, why are you doing it? Why are you spending money on silly things, on trivial things? Well, I had to see the Galapagos Islands before I died. Oh, really? Why? What was going to happen? You couldn't think about doing something else with your money, like maybe putting a pump or well in for some starving children in Nicaragua or something like that? No. You had to go to Galapagos just one more time. You just had to see that dodo bird. You just couldn't exist. You just couldn't have a happy life before you do that. You couldn't think about, hey, why don't we take that money and pull it together and let's dig some wells for third world nations. Yeah, let's go do that. We're like, nah. Let's go to the South Pole one more time. Let's go jump out of a skydive out of a plane one more time. Okay. But like I said, it just makes you laugh. What people feel is they got value and importance. So like I said, when will this turn into a code land? I think after financial collapse. That'd be the easiest way to do it. People just be begging for anything to stabilize the economy. Because, like I say, what's funny is if you go back and you listen to anybody like these Glenn Beck kind of guys, you go back 5-10 years ago, and by 2015, I think gasoline was supposed to be $200-300 a gallon. Not $2 a gallon. It's supposed to be like $200-300 a gallon for gasoline. So, like I said, that's what I'm saying about the raw class kind of guy. The United States government should be happy they've got this crazy guy running around out there saying, oh, Title 42, oh, Title 26, oh, the IRS, oh, the code clearly states, oh, really, the code, really. If me and Gus are talking in the code and I say, hey, I'll give you, make sure you bring the 300 widgets and I'll make sure I bring the 73 shimolis when we meet next time. What's a shimoli? I don't know. What's a clam? I don't know. What's a widget? I don't know. We're speaking in code. You know, when we give you a definition, maybe that's what it means. Maybe not. Because you're not. I don't see anywhere on file where you're an attorney. No, let me check one more time. No, I don't see anywhere here. Through all your legal conclusions and all what you believe our amendments read and everything that you believe our codes read. Nope. I see that the affiant makes multiple legal conclusions throughout their affidavits but fail to establish that they're attorneys licensed in the state of Ohio or California or New Hampshire or Chicago or Illinois. I'm sorry, I don't see that you're established as an attorney. So all your legal conclusions, they're falling on deaf ears because you're not one of us. You're not of our society. You're not a member. You have no control over us. That's right. And that's what you people fail to realize. They have no control over man. They have control over defendants and affiants and all these little silly names and titles that they give you. They got no control over man. And that's why I say it a billion times. Why are you people accepting this silly title as defendant? I mean, defendant is wonderful things at times. Like I said, Muhammad Ali had to defend the heavyweight championship of the world, 40-something times. It's a wonderful thing to have the whole world recognize you when you step off an airplane. And everyone will want to jump on you because you're a defendant. You're the defending champion. Okay, great. But you know what? At this time, I can't be the defendant. I can't. I'd love to play your little game. I'd love to be in your little arena. I'd love to be in your forum. I'd love to be in your little court. But at this time, I don't have the capacity. Why? Because ain't you moving into something under legalese? Yeah, well, aren't you giving me multiple legal conclusions that I've done something what you believe is criminal? Yeah, well, since you're making multiple legal conclusions throughout your affidavits, I'm sorry, but I'm not a licensed attorney to practice in the state of Ohio. I have no idea what the hell you're saying. Well, it's very easy to understand. No, sir, you don't understand. There's no place that I'm filed. There's no place on file here within the state of Ohio or Virginia that states I'm an attorney. Why are you speaking to me and making legal conclusions and legal assumptions and presumptions? Why are you doing it? You know I'm not a member of your society. Why are you keep harassing me with this silly nonsense? Speak to me man to man. Well, I can't do that. That's right. Because you'd have to bear liability for every damn word that's coming out of your mouth, wouldn't you? That's right. How hard is this to understand? Little Brian Bonneville figured it out real easy. He figured it out when he just walked around with that little piece of common law paper in his hand, and then he realized he showed up in court one day without that little common law piece of paper in his hand. And they jumped all over him like a pack of wolves. And then the next time he came back with that piece of paper, and it was like vampires and garlic. It was ridiculous. He was like, holy shit. He said, that crap worked. And when I didn't bring the paperwork in, he realized they're like, wow, this guy forgot to bring his garlic. So let's jump him. I mean, it's a bunch. It's just a lot of fun when you guys start figuring it out. Because somebody said that to me today. They say, ain't you worried if somebody issues out a warrant for your arrest? I said, to issue something has got to come from the hand of man. So some man would have to say I've done him wrong. So it would be a civil action against me. It wouldn't be criminal. Because the state of Ohio or the state of Illinois or the state of Virginia couldn't make that claim. They can make a complaint, but the only problem is they'd have to bring one single man forward. The same thing that they said to Al Gore. I saw that guy, that Michael, what was his name? That guy who made Bowling for Columbine, that Michael Moore, screaming up and down at one of the Oscar presentations that he won, saying that election was stolen from him by the United States Supreme Court, from Al Gore. It's like, no, it wasn't. The United States Supreme Court said, Al Gore, you have no standing in our court. Why? Because there is no man. in this court making a claim. You say, but look at all the affidavits. Look at all the, dude, okay, lots of affidavits about hanging chads and miscounting and police roadblocks and people not being able to get to the polling stations. That's great. Lovely stories. Lovely. Oh, such high drama and such antics. And, oh, my God, it's so heart-wrenching and gut-wrenching. And, oh, it's heartbreaking. Oh, my God. Oh, those poor people down there. Oh, yeah. Where's the man? What? Gordon, you did bring a man, right? You did bring at least one? Well, but look at all the paperwork. I got a tractor-trailer load of evidence. Yeah. Okay. Where's the man? Where's the man who's going to stand behind all that? Just one man. Well, I got my 17 attorneys and 9 law firms that help me with this. Let me ask them. Hey, guys, did anybody remember to bring a man before the United States Supreme Court? Well, no. Oh, well, then they're saying, it took them 3 minutes to read to come up with the opinion that we have no standing here. That's right. There is no man to stand here before the United States Supreme Court and make a claim or a complaint that his vote wasn't counted. Not a single man showed up. So whose vote wasn't counted? Oh, well, thousands, obviously. Look at all these pieces of paper. Yeah, the only problem is these are, what do they call them, secret ballots? Yeah, why didn't you have somebody write their name and sign their name? Oh, well, we have secret ballots in this country. Oh, why? So nobody will be held liable for the actions of the elected? Oh, that sounds kind of silly. Why shouldn't we all have to bear liability for the man or woman that represents us, just like when we hire an attorney? We elect to have an attorney or a lawyer represent us in a courtroom. We bear full liability for their actions. We're going down with the ship. So why don't we go down when the President of the United States gets the country into a war and kills innocent women and children? How come we're not liable to those families? Or how come when they get into bankruptcy that every man and woman doesn't get their paycheck garnished to pay off the national debt? Why doesn't that happen? It would make sense to me. If I'm a member of a family and the head of the family says, the family's bankrupt, I'm going to have to take a little back from all my children, from all the members of the family, so I can pay off the debt. So we don't lose the land, we don't lose the farm, we don't lose our stuff because we owe a debt. Why don't we just garnish everybody's paycheck? Oh, I guess that's what happens when you deal with the IRS. Oh, I guess they garnish your paycheck to help pay the national debt. Oh, that's right, I guess they do that. I guess there really is a really great benefit to be a member of the United States government, to be a member of their family. That's right, they get to garnish your paycheck when they don't feel that you're paying enough for your fair share to support their government. Not my government, their government. Not a government, man, a government of elected officials under some sort of charter, constitution, or contract. That's right. It's like, oh, Cole, what would you rather have us do? It's like, well, I don't think any Pakistanis, man, have a navy. And I don't think they'd be coming over here with any kind of flotilla on camels anytime soon. I think I'm okay here in Virginia. I don't think we're going to be attacked. I think I'm going to be just fine. And I think the people, like I said, everybody used to say the red menace, the Chinese. The Chinese people, like the number one, like other than like maybe Italians or Irish, are like family-oriented, like unbelievable. They don't want to lose their women and children. They don't want to put their kids to war. And when people start realizing that these Chinese people are decent people, like, holy crap, why are we scared about this red menace all the time? And like they say, like the Russians. It's like, Russians, are you kidding me? I mean, maybe afraid of the women, but the guys are always drunk. What Russian guy am I afraid of? I've never met a Russian guy that wasn't pickled by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If you're going to have a battle, you better have it at 9 o'clock in the morning, because these guys by 5, they're going to be smashed. So like I said, once you start realizing the people around the world, it's like this fear. They mobilize this due to fear. And once we could actually have the internet now and see that people aren't as evil or as menacing as the government wanted us to believe, we all start laughing at them like the emperor's got no clothes. We're like, okay, what's the new fear today? Oh, ISIL. Oh, ISIL. You mean ISIS? Oh, no, we call it ISIL. Oh, that's right. that Barack Obama, he's Islamic, so that's right. He can't call it ISIS, because that's right. He can't make war on his own people, on his own kind. That's right. So he keeps mispronouncing and calls it ISIL. It's not mispronouncing. I guarantee he said to speechwriters, due to my religious background, my faith, and my beliefs, I cannot create war on my own kind. Just like if he was Jewish, he couldn't declare it. Just like if he was Catholic, he couldn't declare it. So he's like, I can't declare it on my own kind. You're going to have to come up with another name because I'm not saying ISIS. So they said, well, just say ISIL then. ISIL, what's that? People won't care. They'll just think you're saying ISIS. And they, well, that I could say. I'm at war with ISIL. What's ISIL? It doesn't exist. Just say we're at war with ISIL. Why? Because it's just a made-up ridiculous name. Nobody's claiming to be ISIL on planet Earth. And there's not one group that says we're ISIL. So just go on to TV and look real stern and look real convincing that we're going to war with ISIL. And we got to take in a couple of $1 trillion and we got to raise your taxes and and this is what we got to do to fight that evil ISIL. The people will believe it. Just look real stern and sincere in the camera. And that way you can keep your Muslim faith in good standing with your ISIS buddies. And that way the American people could think that we're in a panicky war again. Like, oh my God, no, not ISIL. They're gonna take us over. Oh no, the ISILs are coming.
There was an investigation going on, and actually 20 people got taken in. They came, busted in my house. There was nothing in my house, but I had a shotgun. That was it. They arrested me. Next thing you know, in the precinct, getting charged with conspiracy. I go to court. I was indicted on major traffic.
Yeah. So, did you plead guilty yet?
Yeah, actually I did before because I didn't know how anything worked, and I started doing research, and I stumbled into all this information. Now I'm just a beginner at it, but yes, I did plead not guilty. I actually even have a lawyer on the matter.
So you pled guilty?
No, not guilty.
Oh, you pled not guilty?
Yes.
Why don't you say, okay, if you believe I'm guilty, who says I'm guilty?
No, I pled not guilty. I don't know if you heard me.
I'm just saying, when you went to court, why don't you just say, who says I'm guilty?
Well, I had a lawyer present, so I couldn't speak.
Why don't you just say, okay, well, I'm sure, you had a lawyer. I said, ask the lawyer. Say, who says that this man's guilty?
I didn't know to say that.
What?
I didn't know I should have said that.
What do you mean didn't know to say that? If when you were 3 years old, who said I stole that rubber band? Who threw a spitball at the teacher? Who said I stole those light bulbs? Who said I painted a cat? Who said that? Who said I've done wrong? Why don't you just ask?
Yeah, I should have. I didn't. Made the mistake. Now
you're a little kid. What do you mean you don't know? Well, I don't know. What do you mean I don't know to do it? You told me when you were 4 or 5 years old. Somebody said that you did something, it's like you say, yeah, and? So what? So I went out and I flew a kite today, yeah, and? And I kicked a can across the road, yeah, and? And I took my bicycle and I trafficked some bubble gum from point A to point B, yeah, and? So what?
I'm just trying to see if there's anything I can do about it.
Why don't you just ask?
What? Just ask?
Why don't you just ask? Why don't you just ask? Who's a man or woman here saying I've done something wrong? What do you think they're going to say? What do you think they're going to say?
Couldn't even tell you. I'm not sure.
What do you think they're going to say? Take a guess. You think they're just going to sit there stupid like you and just be silent? No, they're going to say something. When you say to the attorney, why don't you stand up? Hey, I got an easy question. Who said I've done something wrong? Well, what man or woman is going to come forward and say I've done something wrong? Anybody going to come forward today and say I've done something wrong? Who do you think will step up and say that you've done wrong?
They're going to probably say the officer. I said,
what man or woman? They have dogs that are canine officers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dog's going to come up? He sniffed the drugs, and he said, "Oh, that officer, he's going to bark once for yes and twice for no." Well, you're going to start barking at the dog, going woof, 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 and the dog said, "Woof." Oh, okay, the dog said I've done something wrong. What officer? No man's going to step forward and say you've done something wrong. Who's going to say you've done something wrong?
And that's the whole thing. Like I'm being drugged into this whole spider web just because I know someone.
You're a 4-year-old kid. Did you kick that can across the street? Yeah. Who's it to you? Who's saying I've done something wrong? You'd say that when you're 4 or 5 years old. You say, yeah, and so what? So I kicked the can, and so I trafficked fucking drugs. If that's what you believe, fine. Who's saying that's wrong? I just ask.
Would it be too late to ask that, or?
Oh, it's always good to ask. It's always good to challenge jurisdiction. Just ask. That's a simple question. And when you realize the answer is so simple, and they'll say, nobody's saying you've done anything wrong. And then maybe a light bulb will start clicking in your fucking head. That it used to click in your head when you're 5 years old, but somewhere along the line you fucking forgot. Pretty simple. Life's really simple. You just made it too damn complicated. I said that 1 billion times on my show. Went to England and said, yeah, everything that these people that you say that they've done was illegal, okay. Guilty? I'm sure they are. And you wouldn't waste all the valuable court resources and time and put that great big huge stack of paper in front of the court if you didn't believe it was true. And? So what? Make it 5 charges. Make it 5,000 charges. Make it 5 million. Make it 5 trillion charges. So what? Lovely. And? Who cares? See, that's like I said, because maybe you could say, well, see, that's because Carl's from New York, and he's a guy, and he's an oldest son. Carl always had, who gives a shit about your opinion and the attitude? That's right, I don't give a shit. Peer pressure don't bother me. Like I said, I look like somebody that fell off a 1970s Cardi Shark advertisement. I look, I look like I fell out of 1975. I don't give a damn. I didn't keep up appearances. I didn't follow the trends. I didn't get into disco. I didn't start wearing leisure shoe suits. I didn't slick my hair in the 1980s. I didn't wear hairspray. I found a comfortable spot, and that's where I stood. I understood life. Life is simple. I don't got to improve. I don't got to go get any more complicated. This is good. By the time I was 10, 11, 12 years old, I pretty well had it figured out. Who are you to say I've done something wrong? I've done something wrong? How much do I owe you? Well, you don't owe me anything. Okay, then what do you want from me? You know, I owe you a debt. Have I done something wrong? Well, you kicked the can. Oh, you kicked the can. Oh, you trafficked in narcotics. Oh, so I trafficked in narcotics. So I trafficked a package of bubble gum. Yeah, and I trafficked a roll of gold. Yeah, and oh, you can't possess gold. Now, the United States government says all the gold's got to be turned into the U.S. Treasury. The only problem is what man in the United States government's going to tell you that? No man. Some guy who's an officer, maybe, or somebody with a title or a rank or a position will, but he'll never talk to me man to man. No man will ever talk to me. And I don't listen to titles. I don't listen to ranks. I don't listen to treaties. I don't listen to aardvarks. I don't listen to constitutions. I don't listen to charters. I don't listen to codes. I just listen to my fellow man. That's the only thing I have a duty and obligation to communicate with. Other than that, let me be. Everything else, man controls. Everything else, man created.
Yeah, that's what I'm just starting to learn, man.
Yeah. Once you start acting like a man, your life will be a lot simpler. Yeah, pretty simple. And life's very, very, very simple. That's why, to me, doing these calls, I say to Gus, man, it's like, thank God I'm doing it now at night. I don't feel bad because I'm inside the house. But, man, I felt terrible during the daylight talking this ridiculous nonsense all the time. I said it 171 shows, 172 shows. This is ridiculous. Same message, same thing, all the time. Last week, man, I exploded on that lady because I told her to do something, and she couldn't be bothered to do it, but she was too lazy.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, I said, you go down to the church? She was like, no, I made some phone calls. I said, that's it. You're too effing lazy. I'm done. So I think, Gus, did you talk to her during the week, or was she on some Skype group and something like that?
Somebody told me that she went down and got the kid baptized, but I didn't hear a whole lot.
Yeah, I think it was Vital again who told me that. He was like, yeah, the woman went down. She's working with the church. The church says they're going to find him a home. She got the hell out of the state of Florida, and she's going to get the kid baptized, or she got the kid baptized. But see, if I just coddled that lady, and I said to her last week, she's like, well, I made some phone calls, and the church wouldn't help, and they told us to go to a soup kitchen. I was like, bullshit. That's not what I told you to do. What the hell did I tell you to do? Why did I waste 3 or 4, 5, 6, 10, 20 hours of my week? Why did I waste my valuable time? And that's why I let Gus upload the phone calls. So you guys can see how many hours I waste. I waste talking to people. Because I waste whatever little hours I got left on planet Earth, I'm wasting them. Talking to people who's going to do whatever the damn well they please anyway. Who's not going to do what I say. And then I don't have the right to get pissed off and say, look, you wasted my time. You gave me absolutely no money, nothing, no medium of exchange, nothing. And all I asked you to do, no, I didn't ask you. I told you, if this is how you want, if you want to keep this kid, this is what you got to do. So, no, you're going to do whatever the hell you want. F you, lady. F this. I'm done. So then, like I said, at least she got off her ass. She went down, actually went to a church. The church said, fine, we'll help you find a home. You know, they're going to baptize the kid, and they got the hell out of the state. But if I just talk sweetie pie to her, like I was from freaking California, and kumbaya, and said, oh, well, let's all just have a group hug here and talk really nice to her and actually start giving us more like law advice or legal advice or something. But why? It's falling on deaf ears. She's going to do whatever the hell she wants anyway. I could have spent fucking 50 hours, 50 years talking to her. And she's going to do whatever the hell she wants anyway. The only thing that this lady understood is like, look, I'm effing through with you. Don't do what I effing tell you to do and lose the effing kid. I don't effing give a shit. And then guess what? Like magic. She does everything I told her to do. Once she realized, I ain't going to be there no more. Then all of a sudden she's like, you know, I think this guy's really pissed. No, I'm not pissed. I just don't give a damn anymore. And if you don't want to do it, don't. I don't effing care. So like I said, at least she got off her ass and started doing it. It might seem harsh the way I do things, but that's the only way I know it works. You can't coddle people. You can't say, well, you know, you got to do better next time, little Susie. You got to get off your lazy ass that don't work anyway, and you know, and you really need to go down and knock on a door, and you know, eventually I know you get the kid baptized probably when he's 37, 38 years old, maybe. No, F you, lady. You know, you got to do it. You got to do it now. You want to dick around? Go dick around with somebody else. Go waste somebody else's life. Go waste somebody else's time. So like I said, this stuff is so simple, it's scary. Like I said, I explained that all last week about a secular society and what I was trying to say, that faith-based organizations. Like I said, I'd rather have my kid going to some Islamic or some Hindi or some, you know, Hebrew school than going to any public school. At least to me, they have some sort of faith-based orientation that they're going to start steering the kid towards some sort of a deity other than a centralized government, that there's a hierarchy, and it has absolutely nothing to do with who's the president of the United States. It has nothing to do with birth certificates or Social Security numbers. And, you know, so like I said, you know, this is what I was hoping for, that, you know, that people would start understanding. When I was trying to tell this lady, I said, upload this. Tell this lady to go seek out a church. Become one of their members. Become part of their family. Once you get baptized into it, you're a member of their family, and they're not going to let you down. So become part of it and see where this goes. Become part of a community. Stop being an army of one. Start getting together as a group. Start getting together as a people. Because, like I said, it's just like what happened back in the 70s when they had that, what was the name of that big political party that came out right now? It's the Tea Party. The other one was what was it called, Gus, man? The people who came out and said that all any kind of Christian denominations, they all joined together and put Ronald Reagan into the White House. Not the Right to Life it was another one.
I wasn't paying attention back then.
You were licking ice cubes. I was eating snowballs.
I was playing hockey.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, that's how you play. Well, I'm not going to say. They wind up more time on their face on the ice than play. I wasn't going to teach you about that. But no, but I'm trying to remember what was that huge group, that huge wave that came up because people had it up to here with the 1960s wacko nonsense, hippie, trippy stuff. And
Angela said Christian Coalition?
Yeah, that's it. The Christian Coalition sprung up. So like I said, because the whole world seemed like it was going into this trippy, hippie, 60s nonsense. And the normal Joe and mom and pop got scared. So they all started joining all kinds of faith-based organizations again. And then that's when the Christian Coalition came around. And that's what got Ronald Reagan into the White House, was the Christian Coalition. And then what was that? I remember I had it on my website for the longest time, is the United States government passed a law that the United States government recognizes and believes in God. So I forgot what act it was in some, whatever, the 37th, session of Congress, whatever the year was. It was during the Ronald Reagan years. It was during like 1985, 87. Actually had it up there for the longest time, that Congress recognizes God, that God does exist, that there is a one, there is a hierarchy, and that the United States government understands that it is under the control and jurisdiction of God. So it's like, okay, people, if the United States government recognizes it, and you could just throw that in their face when you go to court, it's like, look, you recognize the belief of God, right? A hierarchy, right? You believe in it, right? Your government does believe in it, right? Yeah. Nobody's ever repealed this law, right? Right. Okay. I'm in the image of God. Now what do you say? You're saying I'm not, or you're saying I am. So what is it going to be, United States government? What man's going to step forward and say I'm not? Show me. Because your government actually recognizes that in your own law. Like I said, I'm sure some smart guy on this show is going to actually put a link up to it and say, what was the session of Congress back in the 80s that recognized that God exists? But like I said, it was that Christian Coalition, who, I guess, like people like me, who said, no, we are going to go together. We're going to go to Washington, D.C. and tell all these damn senators and all these congressmen, we voted for you. We believe in God. You will believe in God, too. You will recognize the people's belief in a God, and you will put it on law, and you will put it in writing, and you will sign it. Because you represent us. This is who we are as a people. We are a godly people, and this nation will live under the rule of God, whether you like it or not. And they had to put it into law. I think Patrick Moynihan was the head of the Senate at the time because he was a Democrat from New York, and I know he must have been spitting nails having to sign that damn thing. But he was like the leader of the House. But like I said, I don't remember what the law was, but for the longest time, man, it was on my website. So this is what I'm trying to convince you people. Like, look, man, a godly land, man, he will prevail because the United States government actually recognizes the existence of God because the people demanded it. The people demanded that the United States government, their servants, show in law the beliefs of the people that they represent. So, yeah, it looks like Alan's there. Gus, why don't you...
Really quick, Carl. So should I try to rescind my plea? Being that since I already entered the not guilty plea?
Dude, who said rescind your plea?
I didn't
Just
hear
ask him a question. Just ask a simple question. Don't do anything. How about just ask him a question? Who's saying I've done something wrong? And start with that. Who's saying you've done something wrong? Do you know? No, you don't know. If somebody's coming after me, I want to know who said I've done something wrong. Like if somebody says, well, Carl's practicing law without a license. Okay, lovely. Who's saying I've done something wrong? Well, the Secretary of State, Attorney General. Okay, he's got a name. His name's Bob. Okay, Bob, you're a man. Okay, you're going to come to court and stand man to man and say I've done something wrong? Well, no. Well, then what the hell do I care? This is a land of man. This ain't a land of code. What the hell do I care? You coming up with some sort of statutory code? Yeah, I don't speak legalese. I'm just going to invoke the right to call on any man in my court. And if you try to drag me into your court, I'm going to say, whoa, before I walk into that court, they got a man present? Well, no, well then, how could I appear? I only appear man to man.
I should definitely get rid of my lawyer, correct?
No, I didn't say get rid of your lawyer. Dude, you ain't got no effing clue what to even do. You knew more what to do. That's why I'm here, and I'm asking. That's why you keep a lawyer, because you have a freaking clue. You're just going to wind up going to jail if you get rid of that lawyer. You go to jail so fast it's scary. I saw some guy from Australia sent me some newspaper clippings today. He was some sort of security guard, and you have to have some sort of license to be a security guard in Australia. I guess probably because they carry a gun or something like that. And he let his lapse. So he's looking at 30 kinds of counts of, being a security guard or, imitating that of a security guard without a license. And this guy's effing up big time in court. He sent me newspaper clippings. And it's funny, the way it reads in newspaper clippings, he's yelling out at the judge, things. Like, where's the injured party? Dude, what do you mean injured party? Why don't you just ask, who's the man who's saying I've done something wrong? Why don't you just ask him a simple question like that instead of saying, where's the injured party? Well, what kind of question is that? Where's the injured party? I don't know. I don't see a party. Let's go on with the proceedings.
Been waiting for the evidence for over 8 months, and I haven't got anything.
Okay, so I don't say anything about that. Why don't you just ask, who's saying I've done something wrong? And when they say nobody, then what are you going to say to them? What the fuck do you give a shit about evidence when nobody's saying you've done anything wrong? You're like, well, I haven't gotten evidence. It's like, okay, you know what? Why don't you call somebody else's show, and they'll tell you how to get the evidence that they are using against you. They who? I don't have an effing clue. Maybe you know who they are, but I certainly don't. Why don't you just ask them? What's the name of the man who's saying I've done something wrong? What man's going to come forward and say I've done something wrong? And say, well, no man's going to come forward. Well, I'm a man, right? Yeah, well, I need to know what man I've done wrong to. Harm, injury, who? Well, nobody. Well, then you don't have a case. You don't have a case in common law. You don't have a case in my court. You don't have a case upon this land. There's a land of man. This is a godly land. And see, they're trying to make you guys think that any reference to God or any kind of faith-based organizations is silly because you guys are so freaking enlightened. You guys are so effing smart. Oh, they can't possibly. Oh, people who believe in God, they're so whimsical. Oh, they're so cute. They're like 4-year-olds and puppies. Oh, he said the word God. Oh, isn't he just freaking adorable? When we're so scientific and learned and we've got all the answers to every effing thing. And that man, oh, he's just so cute. Oh, I bet he's just going to start speaking Jesus Christ now. Oh, watch this. He's going to go Jesus Christ right on us. Oh, isn't this just effing lovely? No, I'll go Judeo on you. I'll go Christian on you. I'll go Islamic on you. I'll go any direction I think is relevant to get my point across. But thank God this is a land of man still and not a land of code. We're not a bunch of machines. We're not just punching in a time card and punching in a code card and saying, okay, you're going to get 300 demerits and you're going to get to sit in a box for 72 days and 16 hours and 17 minutes. It's not going to work like that. I don't want to be in a code land. Ridiculous. But that's the way the learned are doing. Like, look, it's so much more scientific and logical that we go into the code world, that we get away from the land of man, because man is so silly. Man is so, idiosyncrasies in this man. One day it's yes, the next day is no. Look at a woman. One day she wants it blue, next day it's red. We can't get a consensus of anything. Forget about this. We got to make it all streamlined. We got to make it a one world order. We got to make it that no matter if you do something wrong in Vietnam or China or Guyana or Canada, you're all going to fall under the same penal code. Everybody knows around the planet Earth, if you do this, you're going to get the same justice. Justice is going to be fair, and everybody's going to be treated equal. Like, forget that. I don't want to be part of that. That's ridiculous. Oh, well, you don't want people to be treated fair and equal? Hell no. So I believe that sometimes there's mitigating circumstances why this guy is selling MMS drugs to try to get people healthy, and this other guy is selling some crystal crank meth fucking, rat poison shit just to fuck up people and make them, so you make some money in his pocket. No. I don't think people who are pushing drugs should be treated equally. What kind of drugs, and are they a benefit to mankind that just isn't FDA approved yet? Or are they harmful to mankind? That the guy's just trying to scam over his fellow man and just trying to sell him poison that he knows is going to cause his fellow man harm. Of course not. I don't want to be all treated equal. It's ridiculous. What is the intent? What lies in that man's heart? So like I said, so it depends on what narcotics you were selling and who you were selling them to and why you moved so much, and did the people that you sell them to want them? And so to me, every case is the same, but every case is unique.
Yesterday, I'm standing there, and he goes, he mentions my name or whatever, and I go, I require pen, paper, and ink to give the court a proper answer. He goes, well, are you not? It's a yes or no, it's a simple answer. I said, I require pen, paper, ink. I said it 3 times.
You require, what you're supposed to say, I require leave of court.
Well, last time I did that, he just said no.
Okay, you require leave of court. He says no. He says, sir, I haven't told you why I require leave of court.
No, but last time I said I require leave of court. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. Say it. Finish it.
Last time that was when Tony rode out with me with no brakes, and I required leave of court to get pen, paper, and ink to give the court a proper answer. And the prosecutors all threw paper and pens at me, and the judge said, no, you're not leaving court.
Okay, what I'm saying is, so then when the judge says you're not leaving court, what did you say to that?
Oh, I can't remember back then exactly. I have it all saved.
I guarantee you didn't say to the judge. Maybe you did not hear, but I said I require.
I can guarantee you I did not say that.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Oh, yeah.
Because, Judge, this is not a request, Judge. This is a requirement. See, when the judge would actually know if you knew how to play his effing little silly games.
Right.
Because, like I said, they did that in court in England. When the judge said to our side, to the Punjabis, do you want me to put your witness on a stand? And they said yes. I said, hell no, we don't. We require you to place our witness on a stand. If you fail in your duty to perform, we will find somebody to place the witness on a stand, or we will place the witness on our stand ourselves. We want of no man. God provides all to all man. We require of you to perform your duty and obligation and place our witness on a stand, or we shall do it. I mean, I said that crystal clear and nice and loud. I mean, the Punjabis were supposed to be talking. Bali was supposed to be talking. But I knew Bali wouldn't be able to keep up with me. So I made it crystal clear and nice and loud, pretending I was looking towards Bali's direction, wanting Bali to be a puppet and say word for word exactly what I was saying. But I was saying it too fast and too loud and too clear for Bali to keep up with me. And that's what I evoked, that we have the right, by God, because we are man, and you are a judge, and you will do it because you have a duty and obligation. And I'm going to order you to fulfill your duty and obligation, to provide a service in which you swore that you would provide. If you don't do it, we'll find somebody else who will. If you don't do it, we will. because I require it of you. I don't want anything of you. You didn't make a request for leave of court. You said, I require leave of court. He says, oh, you don't understand the word require. Does anybody here in the court want to assist the judge on the word require compared to the word request? And make a request. I said, I require. Require means I have the power and authority to do such an act or to not do such an act. And I will do that act because I have the power and the authority to do it. So like I said, it's just a game these guys are playing with you. So you got to be able to know how to play back. So when the judge says to you in court, my court doesn't recognize your notice, it has no standing here, what are you going to say?
Well, that's beautiful. I'm not in your court. Yeah. I'm holding my court.
Yeah, the only problem with that is, well, then what's with this notice?
The notice, the letter, it was a letter/notice, but to the Crown, I asked him to, where is that sucker? Let me get it. Hang on. Hi, Kenneth McDonald, Crown Counsel, Public Prosecution Services Canada, and then all capitals, agents of the Attorney General. And I just did that because that's how they style his two titles. So I wrote him the same way he styles it. I am Alan King, am an idiot. I do no wrong. I see no proper claim before I or myself, Alan King, the Court of Queen's Bench of Alberta, or any court. I order the immediate restoration of my properties. See Appendix A and B. Receipts accompanied upon request. I require a response within 48 hours. So that was my nice letter to the guy.
That was a nice letter.
Mm-hmm.
What was your notice?
Well, that's my notice.
Well, what up?
My nice letter was one that Mike helped me with months ago.
So the letter was it a notice?
That was my notice, yeah.
Okay. So when the judge says that the notice has no standing in my court, what are you going to tell him?
Say that again?
I said, okay, it's the third time. So when a judge says you this notice has no standing in my court, what are you going to say?
I didn't send it. I didn't send it to the judge. I sent it to Ken McDonald.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you try to use it, you can say, look, I gave the man a notice that he has my property and he knows where it lies and I want it back.
Oh, I wasn't planning to use it in his court. I was planning to use it in my court to show that I was trying to get a hold of the guy.
Yeah.
Well, I had it.
The judge, he'd say, well, sir, in your court, you're acting as a judge. And then he would say, yes, in my court, I'm the judge. That's right. Say, this is not a judicial notice. This is not a notice to a judge. This is a notice. And a notice is just a document that a man puts out to the world. He wants the whole world to bear witness that there's another man named Bob who's holding my property. And I'm ordering and demanding and requiring of Bob to restore my property immediately. It's just a notice that I'm giving to all of those of mankind. I'm not giving it to a judge. I'm not giving it to a prosecutor. I'm giving a notice to a man. I'm giving a notice to all of mankind. This is a great big huge bulletin board. I put 3,812 of these up on the way to the courthouse today. I put a notice out to the world. If anybody sees this property, knows where this man is, and knows where my stuff is, I want it back. No, I don't want it back. I require it to be restored immediately. I require the immediate restoration of it. So no, Judge, I'm not giving you a notice. I'm not giving a notice to a judge. I'm not giving a notice to a prosecutor. I'm giving a notice to all of mankind.
I joined his titles to his name because I was convinced that it was like kind of to join him both ways, but I was writing to Ken McDonald. That was a letter. It didn't say notice on it or anything. That was a letter to Ken. I'm trying to set Ken up
or either get Ken to talk to me about this claim, this false claim, because I haven't seen a claim against me, and if he's going to push a false claim against me, I want to take him to court. I'm going to haul him into my court.
What, you didn't put this notice into any court record yet? Into any court case?
I mailed it to him, registered, mailed, and yes, I mailed 2 copies to the clerk.
All right, that's good. So everybody knows. That's good.
Now the notice I was trying to give in court yesterday, when I was requiring pen, paper, and ink to give a proper answer to the court, says, notice, small case. I am an Alan King, I'm a legal idiot. And Mike always gets on my case, and he goes, yeah, you're a legal idiot in regards to the legal society. And I'm like, what do I care? How do you know I'm not an idiot in everything? It's my claim. I'm making it. So, and
but it is kind of good. I can see Mike's point of view. I could see that it's kind of good. I'm an idiot in legalese.
Yeah.
Being in Chinese. I mean, it's like, why are you standing in the middle of this hallway looking at those 2 doors? And it's because I don't know which one says men's room and which one says women's room because it's written in Chinese. So why are you standing here for half an hour? It's like I'm waiting for a 3-year-old girl or boy to show me the way.
And what's the problem with saying I'm a legal idiot then?
No, I said I'm an idiot in legalese.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. I'm just an idiot in legalese. But being an idiot, saying you're not a member of a society, you're an outsider. So to me, you're not an idiot in everything. I mean, you pretty well know everything about your family.
So saying I'm a legal idiot doesn't work very well.
It's a legal idiot. That's okay. And I say it doesn't work, but I'd say I'm an idiot in legalese.
Okay.
Because if you try to put me inside of there, the element the thing that I'm going to manifest as is the idiot.
Yeah,
that's me. You put me in a can of soup. I'm going to be I'll be the potato. I don't care. You put me in the legal case, and you put me in a casing. You put me in a sausage case full of legal crap. I'll be the idiot. I don't know what's going on inside here.
Okay, well then I'll put idiot in legalese, but I don't speak. I don't say words like greetings, or I'm an idiot in regards to the legal society. What do I care about legal society? I'm an idiot pertaining to legalese, so I really don't care.
No, I say pertaining to. But I said I'm an idiot in legalese. I say pertaining.
I'm good. I'm good with that.
I know. Actually, I wish I could be as smart as you someday.
So this is the notice I wanted to give. I was hoping to give yesterday that I wasn't able to give to the court. So notice I am Alan King, am a legal idiot. I believe there is no law that forces a man to take part in a legal society. If any man or woman plea on my behalf, they assume liability. All orders given to I must be in writing, signed, and dated. And I have the D's and stuff boxed out. I have not seen a proper claim against I, my person, property, at the Crown Court, or any court. Does Kenneth MacDonald bring forth a false claim against I am Alan King, order a stay of all charges without prejudice and immediate restoration of my property. So that was the notice I wanted to put in.
He wouldn't bring a false claim. But obviously, if he's bringing a claim he believes is true. You know what I'm saying? No, you don't.
I do. If he believes it's true, it's true to him, right?
If I bring something into court and says I saw space aliens land on Al's trailer yesterday, you can say, well, that's a false claim because I certainly didn't see no space aliens. Well, who the fuck are you to tell me my claim is false?
Well, because he sent it to me in October, and I sent him back a letter that Mike helped me with. It was just a one-liner. And it said, said something like, greetings.
He might totally believe everything that he's saying is true. The only problem is he going to swear with an open court that it's true? No. Nobody's going to come forward and swear it's true.
So can Ken verify that this claim is true?
Yeah, is he going to swear in open court that it's true? Is he going to swear under oath or affirmation that it's true? Or is he just wasting everybody's time?
Oh, geez. Is Ken going to come forth and swear that in open court that this claim is true? Oh, I love that.
Yeah, or is he just fucking wasting everybody's fucking time?
I don't think I'll say that. Unless he pisses me off and I start beaking off again. But in the letter, I wasn't going to say that. But it's true, he is wasting my time. Kinda. I'm having a lot of fun here. Oh yeah, so the very first letter I sent in October was, greetings, Ken. I received your letters on October 17, 2014. Please find your letters enclosed herein. I do not understand your letters. Please explain.
Please explain what?
The letters.
Why would you want to explain them?
Because I didn't understand them and he sent me a letter. I was being polite.
Say you speaking to me man to man, you just coming at me with on the legalese. I already told you I'm an idiot in legalese. Why would you want him to sit there and explain Chinese to you? Why would you want him to explain anything to you? I don't want to know Chinese. There's no law that requires me to speak Japanese, Chinese, Nipponese, Japanese. And there really is a language called Japanese. So why should I? But I have very few seconds left in my life. I don't wish to understand Japanese, legalese, and Nipponese. There's no law that requires a man to. Why would you want him to explain it to you? Why would you want to learn and understand?
I wanted him to explain what his letters meant.
Why? What have you written in Japanese and Nipponese or Chinese? What 3,873 Chinese people wrote you letters? Do you really want to understand what 3,713 Chinese people are trying to tell you? You really got that much time in your life?
Well, it depends. They might be warning me about something. I'll go find an interpreter.
Yeah, maybe I don't care. Maybe I got better things to do in my life, like you want to take a nap.
Okay.
I don't want to explain any fucking thing to me. What do I care?
Right.
Well, that's if you're Canadian, you care. See, I'm from New York. I don't care.
No, I was just thinking back to when you got the kids back for John and what's her name?
Jesse.
Jesse. Yeah, and you know, and the judge said to her, you know, well, don't you want to know why we took your kids? And I don't care why you took my kids. I require the restoration of my property.
Right. You told us that. Right. I don't care if rape or rapes me. Why do I care why a guy raped me? I just reported a crime, asshole. I'll do something about it. That's simple. So, Gus, who found the Congressional Act of 87, 85, that the United States government recognized God?
I have no idea.
Anybody put that link on the board?
No, not that I didn't see it go by.
I think I put it. I think I got it in my dictionary.
Under what?
I don't know. Like that French word I told you yesterday, tutelare, means toodaloo. You said it's under the letter T. Was it under toodaloo or was it under tutelare?
It was under tutelare. It was under the letter T.
Yeah, so it wasn't under toodaloo. It was under tutelare.
Well, no, you had it under toodaloo. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay, it's been a while, but like I said, I can almost guarantee I have this Congressional Act somewhere in that dictionary that recognizes God as the law of the land. You know, but I guarantee, man, if you guys could find that on the internet, it'd be amazing. I guarantee they try to bury that so hard, man, it's not even funny. But it's actually an act of Congress, and you see all the senators, and you see all the Democrats, you see everybody who signed it. It's hysterical. But they try to hide that from normal people like you got no idea. See, they want to be man and mankind, and they want you clowns to be men. So they have no problem fucking slaughtering you, because you can't kill a man, but you can kill men, according to the Bible. You can't kill a man, but you can kill men. So all the senators and congressmen, they all want to be of man and mankind. All the lawyers want to be of man and mankind, and they want to not tell you folks why they do what they do to you. Because you're not part of them. You're not part of the club. You're one of the fucking Canaanites. You're one of the dirty ones. You're one of the Gentile. You're not one of the Hebrews.
There's even I'm trying to find that congressional 1985 thing.
You're not Hebrew. You're not Hebrew. You're not Jew. You're not judiciary. You're not the judicial system. You're not of the Jew. You're not of their faith. You're not of their culture. So they could destroy you. They got no problem destroying you. They got no problem taking your property. They got no problem dispersing it amongst themselves. They got no problem. Because it's not stealing. Because they're not stealing from a man. They're stealing from men. That's simple. That's why they go to sleep at night with a clear conscience. You're not one of them.
Did you know about the blasphemy law?
No. Why? There's a blasphemy law in the books?
Yeah, the First Amendment to the United States Constitution provides Congress shall make no law whoever willfully blasphemes the holy name of God by denying cursing. And then it goes on. Yeah.
That's funny.
I was looking for that 1985 thing.
I'd say it's between 1985 and like 92 or somewhere in there.
Yeah, so old man Wilson was yelling at me again yesterday, and he just wants to get a court date. So I said, well, if any man or woman pleads on my behalf, they assume all liability, and they have no plea. You found it?
Mm-hmm. Bible, God, Congress, word, public law. Hang on a second, man. I mean that. I'm going to put it up in a board. They had us up on a board. You bunch of lazy fuckers. I had to do everything, huh? I was hoping somebody else would beat me to it, because I'm supposed to be doing the show and not looking up in my damn dictionary and seeing if I can find it.
Well, where'd you find it? I was looking for it. I looked through the A's and I was on B.
Probably just put the word God in there and probably find it a lot quicker.
Oh, I was looking for Congress.
Oh, please. A gaggle of monkeys, a gang of monkeys, a congregation of monkeys. Right? That's what Congress means, right? A congregation of baboons, right?
Yeah.
You got a herd of antelopes, a flock of geese, a congress of baboons. Yeah. There it is. It's Public Law 97-280, 96 statute, October 4th, 1982, signed into law. So there you go. God exists. The United States government believes that God exists. And that's because the Christian coalition forced their representatives to put this damn thing in writing and sign the damn thing. And like I said, it's been, 33 years, and some clown like me is just trying to jam it down everybody's throat still. Because
I was looking up.
Because that's how you move a court. See, so many people. See, I try not to specialize in a lot of things. I honestly, my opinion of world affairs and monetary systems and finance and oil and to me, I couldn't really care less. I just try to tell people how to move in and out of a court in a common law land. That's all, in the land of man. I'll tell you, if I was living in France, I'd be teaching people how to get the hell in and out of courts of code. I'd be teaching Napoleonic code. If I was in Egypt or something like that, if I was in France, I'd be doing Napoleonic code. I wouldn't be wasting people's time about evoking God in a court of code. If I was in Sharia law, I'd be evoking the Quran. I live in the land of man. I'm evoking God. Well, like I told the U.S. Marshals, I got lucky. I'm in a great land. I don't got to do this silly code stuff that changes every 5 minutes. I don't got to do any kind of Islamic laws. It's all based upon some interpretation of whoever the highest cleric is over there. I said, I should just rely upon God. And he's like, well, why is that such a benefit? Because I'm in his image. And I can say this is what God says. Why? Because you can say the same damn thing. That's what God says to you. This is what you witness? This is what God let you witness? Okay, this is what my God lets me witness. And your opinion of what God lets you witness is just as good as my opinion. My law is just as good as your law. Opinion, law, same thing. But that makes, I said, I just got extremely lucky and got born on upon a wonderful land. How long can we keep it? God only knows. I said, I'm trying my best. And like I said, I can see, man, the U.S. Marshal guy, I'm telling you, man, when I left, the one guy was a thug. And the other guy, man, I could tell, man, like a tear was welling up in his eye. He's like, you're a great man. He says, Godspeed to you, sir. Good luck in your quest, in your mission. I said, thank you, sir. I'm doing the best I can with what God gave me. But when I got there, he could tell, man, I was wearing Walmart clothes and my boots were just hanging on by, duct tape. He knew I was poor as shit. But he realized, it's like, holy shit, you're doing everything. Sir, I'm doing everything in my power. I said, I'm just one man. And he could tell, man, and he could tell, he's like, yeah, and you're dirt Joe, poor broke. There's no doubt in his mind that he knew I didn't have a dime to my name. Because the clothes my sister bought me was from Walmart and just before we went to the U.S. Marshal's office. So obviously, you open up shirts and pants and you can still see the folds in it from the packaging. Didn't have time to iron it out. And my sister said, holy shit, I forgot to get you shoes. She said they're going to see right through these clothes and they're just going to look at your shoes and realize you ain't got a pot to piss in. I said, oh, well. I said, I'm damn proud of who I am. I'm going to go in because I told them I'd be in. I told them I'd, turn myself in so they'd leave you alone so they wouldn't come into your classroom anymore and scare all the kids saying, where's your brother? Tell them to come in. Tell them to come out of those damn mountains. So like I said, man, I've done what I thought was the best thing to do. I've got no shame in my game. So I'm just making a fire in the fireplace, man. It's going to get a little cold tonight, man. You guys can start talking if you want to, man.
All right, I'm going to unmute some people that have their hand up.
Yeah, I don't know how much more I'm going to talk, so let's see if you guys can carry most of it without me, man. I really don't want to jump in and help you guys.
All right. North Central New. Al, did you have something else, or are you all set?
Well, I just want to let Karl know, because the conversation I had with Old Man Wilson was it was a lot of fun. And there's a big sign at the base of this courthouse when you enter, and it says, freedom is the right to be wrong, not to do wrong. When he was pushing me through court and give me a hard time, I lectured him on that. I says, there's a sign downstairs when you enter this court, freedom is the right to be wrong, not do wrong, right? And he got pretty upset with me, but he didn't really say anything. He just kind of shut up at that point. And all the court clerks were looking at him, and the prosecutor was looking at him. They were all waiting for him to beat me up or something.
Yeah.
Right? And he didn't do shit, actually.
What should have you said? How should have you finished that up?
Do you do wrong?
You don't have a God sense in you. Okay, what you should have said is something very simple. What did you say the motto said again?
Freedom is the right to be wrong, not do wrong.
Yeah. And then what did the judge say when you said that?
He clammed up.
And then what you should have said to the judge. And now I speak out to the whole world. If I've done wrong, forgive me. Forgive me of any debt. Forgive me of any trespass if I've done wrong. I'll call out to any man in this court, any man in this world. Forgive me of the trespass. Forgive me of the debt. Forgive me if I've done wrong. Why don't you just beg for forgiveness for any wrong that you might have caused to any man? Why don't you just say it out to the world? Why don't you scream out? It's like born again kind of crap, you know? Saying I'm a sinner and I no longer wish to sin. I wish to be forgiven of any trespass. Those people say, well, now I believe in Jesus. To me, I believe in God. If you want to believe in Jesus, that's fine. I believe in God. I believe Jesus was a hell of a man. I mean, I could only wish to be as good as he was. Will I ever obtain that? I don't know. God only knows. But, I believe in God. I hope there was a Jesus. But I definitely believe in God. You should have finished it up.
When the judge there, him and I were conversing, he gave me an order, and he said it right out of the blue, and it was after I told him about the wrong and the freedom thing. And he says, okay, you're going to have a trial date on November 2nd. You're going to have trial pick in October, and I want you here for a pre-trial conference on June 1st. And that's my order. And if you don't show up, I'll put a warrant out for you. And I said, I require that order in writing, signed and dated. And he flat out said, no way. No, he did give me the order written out, not as an order, just dates. But he didn't sign or date nothing. Can I send him a bill on that?
So what's that? You just ask. You can send it. You can send it. Back to him and say, hey, is this an order? I heard that this was an order. Is this or is this not an order? And what he'll probably write back. I shouldn't tell you what he'll probably write back because if he's listening, they're going to use that. Let's just see if they write back and let me see if it was right. I'll say what they're going to write back is going to start with the letter C. So we'll see if that's what they do.
That doesn't sound good, the letter C. Unless
we'll find out. We'll find out. Like I said, we'll see what they do back. So that way, if they do, I'll say, I thought it was going to start with letter C. I'll say, see, I told you it'd start with letter C. It's not going to call it an order. He's going to call it something else.
All right.
Yeah, right back to him and said, hey, you know what? I love carrying out orders, man. That's what I live for. I live for orders. Is this your order? Whose order is this?
What are the conditions of your appearance when you go to court next time?
That I show up.
What's that?
That I show up. The funny thing is, they got nothing signed from me because I was.
What are the conditions of your appearance? When you show up, they want you to show up. You're going to check with them to see if it's an order. And if he says that it is an order that you need to appear, that the court requires you to appear, are you going to give them the conditions of your appearance?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, sorry.
Just like your brother did.
Yeah. Yeah, he waited and hit him with a bombshell right at the end. It was funnier than hell.
Yeah.
Yep.
But no, I do it way. I do that. I put the terms and conditions and all this other stuff of the appearance in way before that your brother did. He did that kind of be funny at the end just to see if he could make a couple of quick bucks.
Well, actually, he wants to date the prosecutor. She's pretty hot.
Yeah. Well, that's funny too. I called the man Alan real quick, and he's a nice older man, and I realized, as soon as he was talking to me, I realized he was extremely tired, and he's getting ready for the big, he's got like a maple syrup kind of factory thing going on. So his son told me that they were working like round the clock to get ready for the season. So that's why I just had him come on real quick. But no, like I said, it was a great phone call I had with him, and he was describing walking into court, how they were treating him when he walked into the courtroom, how the women were whispering, "That's Mr. Bennett, that's Mr. Bennett." He was like how the judge was very polite to him. He said the judge has always been like an asshole to him, and very snarky. Because Alan's got arrested, I guess, quite numerous amount of times in his lifetime up in that little town. Mostly I think for drinking and driving or drunk in public, stuff like that. So he's been in jail a couple of times. So they're usually pretty rough on the old guy. And he said, boy, their attitude was so much nicer. And the prosecutor and the women were so nice, and the judge was so nice to me, and everybody's like asking me, not yelling at me, not ordering me, because I put in some hellacious paperwork into the court for him, and just to totally, snap that court, into gear.
Were you putting that in his court, or are you putting it in their case?
I was putting it into theirs, explaining who's going to appear, what godlike entity was going to manifest itself before the court.
Well, I talked to you one-to-one before regarding my cultivation issue.
Oh, you're not the guy who was in the court who called me up during the final argument, were you? The closing argument?
Yes.
Holy shit. I talked about you 2-3 weeks ago on my show. I said, this guy was fucking crazy. Calls me up and says, what do I, he's like saying, I got to go back into the courtroom. What do you mean back into the courtroom? I said, this is final closing argument. I said, what? So what did I tell you to do in closing arguments? I don't even remember, but what did I tell you to do?
Well, I talked to you right after closing arguments, and what you told me to do was to ask if the writ of habeas corpus had been suspended.
Oh,
and
okay.
So I did ask when we reconvened, and the judge said habeas corpus does not apply in this case.
Yeah. So what did you say to him?
I think what he said was habeas corpus doesn't apply. The Crown is your accuser. Because I was asking where's my accuser and stuff like that. And,
right.
And
so when he says to you, habeas doesn't apply in this case, that's right. Not in this case, it doesn't apply. But I'm evoking the right as a man to evoke habeas corpus. I'm electing to pull myself out of this case. I no longer wish to be in this case. Like he said, in this case, habeas corpus doesn't exist in this case. Okay, good. You know what? It's like a sausage casing. It's in a case. It's a suitcase. Well, I'm electing to pull myself out of this case. Now I'm standing before this court as a man. Habeas corpus is now evoked. Where's the man who's accusing me of doing wrong? I'm no longer in this case. I'm pulling myself out. I'm God. I no longer want to be an aardvark. I no longer want to be a bull. I want to go back and I want to appear as God before man. It was fun playing the turtle dove. It was fun playing the aardvark. But you know what? I don't want to be that no more. I'm God. I could be anything I wish to be. Now I'm going to have hierarchy and command and control over man again. Man is no longer going to step on the aardvark. I'm done being stepped on by a little mealy man. I'm done being stepped on by a little mealy prosecutor, a little measly judge. I'm done. It was fun while it lasted, but I'm done. Now it's time to evoke the fucking image of God before you. It was fun, but I'm done. It's no longer fun. But like I said, it's because you're an ungodly people. You have to understand where you are and who you come from. And you don't. So that's why it's so easy for me. Because there's no doubt in my mind that there is a God. So it makes my life incredibly simple. I don't have to answer but to one. There's nothing else I have to answer to. As long as I don't cause any harm to my fellow images of God and my fellow man, I'm fine. And if I do, I beg forgiveness like crazy. But thank God I haven't had to do that often in my life. So I've been very fortunate.
Hey, Gus, that's one of those... Sorry, I was just going to say to Gus, that's one of those moments he's talking about, I've heard you say that I don't know how many times, and then one day, the lights went on. Yeah, right, exactly. I answer to my creator, and I answer to my equals. And I'll answer to my to any title or fiction if I choose to, because I may want to.
Yeah, if it's a big if you choose, and when you no longer wish to play it, I'm done. I'm done. If you want to say rescind, you say rescind. I'm just saying I'm done. I don't see any benefit playing this game anymore. You know what? Actually, I'm tired of fucking defending myself. You know what? I got no man to defend myself to, do I? No. Well, then I'm done. Any man saying I've done anything wrong? No. Then I'm done. There's nothing more for me to do here. It's like, well, we're going to keep going in your absence. And it's like, my absence. And it's like, no, in my unwillingness to appear in the manner in which you wish. And you wish for me to appear in this manner. If you wish it, then you're going to evoke the power of man over man. You better hope you have power over me. You have power over the person? Yes. Do you have power over the man? Only if you're a fellow man. Are you ordering your fellow man to appear? You wish me to appear as a man. Because that's the only way I'll appear. Is that your wish? Is that your order? And I'll be glad to comply. And I'm going to seek compensation. But I will appear, if you so order. And like you said earlier, the judge said, I ain't ordering shit.
No.
Yeah, they're getting smart up there. They're saying, I ain't ordering shit no more. We're done. We're done ordering men around. Yeah, I think you are. Because you know what's going to happen to you. You're an honorable people, and you will live up to your debts. You create an order for a mushroom pepperoni pizza, you better believe you'll want to pay for it. You order it up, you better believe when it's delivered and served upon you, you better believe you better pay. They're all honorable people when it comes to debt. They know how to create a bill. They know how to settle a debt. They know how to do it. It's like they're not going to welch on a bet. That's their whole game is keeping their word. So you catch them in their own words. You show him that he's dishonorable, he's going to lose face. And that's all they got is an image. And they don't lose face. That's how the whole game is played. They understand it. That's how they got power over you people. You people could call him a bunch of bastards and everything else, and you could say he's wearing a dress. You can say anything you want, but you can't say he's dishonorable. You can make any fun of me you want. You say I'm wearing a dress. You can say anything about me you want. I don't give a damn. Is he dishonorable? Well, no. Well, that's the only thing I'm concerned about. Do I keep my word? Yeah. Well, then say whatever the hell you want bad about me. I don't care. Just like they did with Gandhi. Once Gandhi died, then they were saying all kinds of hateful things about him, saying that he was gay, he beat up his wife and children. He was an animal molester. No matter what it took to try to bring the guy's status down. Doesn't matter. Was he an honorable man? Yes. That's all that matters to me.
Right.
Did he keep his word? Did he do what he said he was going to do? Yes. Well, do I think what he did was right or wrong? It's none of my damn, business what he did was right or wrong. I would have done it a totally different way, but you know what? He said he was going to do it that way, and damned if he didn't do it that way.
Amen.
So he lived up to his word. Same thing with these judges, man. They're getting smart up there, saying, I ain't ordering a damn thing for you to do. Well, why don't you just put that in a form of an order, Judge, and sign it? Hell no. So what happened? So obviously you were found guilty because you didn't know how to move it through with that habeas corpus stuff, and you went before a jury and you were doing all kinds of crazy stuff, man. This Truthnik guy. Yeah, you were telling me all the stuff you were doing in court, and to me, man, that was just some real crazy shit. What were you doing in court that I said to you, man, that was just crazy?
What I was doing was trying to educate the jury on being self-governing, the dangers of helping this, genocidal government just continue to destroy life and this planet. But the other thing I did was a lot of what I was trying to learn from you was, I would never answer any of their questions, but I would constantly ask them to provide with me, proof of claim of jurisdiction, proof that, their laws, codes, acts, and statutes create an obligation on me, and they just ignore all that and move on. So what I'm wondering is, we kind of are getting the idea of what to do. The trick is in the little details of how to go about doing it, because one thing I have done is I have sent a bill to the attorneys. I sent them lots of notice that I charge this much, my fee schedule, and then I've appeared and $1,000 a day for every day they continue this prosecution without a claim. And so I've sent them a bill, and they just send it right back. I mean, they'll just laugh at everything. So there's something I'm not doing right.
Hey, Nick, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you believe?
Oh, I do believe, yeah. No, I'm fully behind this. I love this stuff.
And I'm going out on a limb here, but to me it sounds like you're throwing all this shit at these guys, and they can clearly see you don't believe any of it.
Well, what I clearly see is that they seem to be oblivious to it, or they are consummate actors and actresses, and can just pretend.
Maybe you just haven't gotten across to them that you do believe.
That's right. Well, the thing is, I think they believe that.
Yeah, but Nick, can you say to me that you started to read this 20-page closing argument and the judge stopped you?
Yeah, I kind of thought I would have all the time I wanted. It was the only chance I got.
I'm just making a joke about 20. I mean, did you have like 2,000 pages? I mean, how long was your closing statement?
Yeah, I had probably about 30, 40 pages of stuff, and I got through most of it actually.
Yeah, but then the judge stopped you.
Yeah.
Right, because the judge realized that the judge was watching the jury knit a noose to hang you because they were done hearing your crap. So the judge did it for your mercy because he knew the jury had it up to here with you. The jury was going to jump over that box and just spring you up against it, and hang you somewhere to be done with. To say, "Oh my God, is this guy going to stop?"
Well,
you should have said about 2 or 3 sentences in your closing argument and been done. Not 20, 30 pages, not 30, 40, 50 pages. No, dude, a couple of sentences and I'm done. You've caused no harm to no man. They trespassed upon your property. They have no power, no right, no authority to enter into another man's domicile. It doesn't exist. It never has. It never will. What you're doing in your closet is no other man's business on planet Earth unless you want to divulge what you've got going on in your closet. It's nobody's damn business. And they should be ashamed of themselves. They know better. And they still do it anyway. You should have made a really simple closing argument like that. Not 30, 40, 50 pages of nonsense and genocidal maniacs and government. The jury was getting ready to hang you, and that's the reason why the judge said, "I better fucking this guy." The jury's gonna, when this guy's done, the jury foreman's gonna ask the judge, "Hey, judge, is there a death sentence we could give to this guy, man, for cultivating? No? Are you sure? Can we jury nullification? Can we hang this guy?" And you would have been like, "What? You didn't dig what I was saying, jury?" No, you had them bored to tears. They were like, "Oh, and we're going to teach you, bore us again. No jury is ever going to have to listen to this crap ever again. We'll protect the society from this dribble." You make it short and sweet. You make whatever closing statement you got to make short and sweet. Just hit the jury right between the eyes. 1, 2, boom, done. And that's it. The more and more you go on, it's not having an impact. That's what basically a closing argument is, an impact statement.
Well, didn't you tell John that he could run his closing statement for days?
He can. I said to him, if you want to, the open argument. I said, if you're going to open something, you could run it like crazy. I said, if they let you have an opening statement, run it like crazy. I said, not so much the closing statement. The closing statement, if you want to drag it on, you can drag it on. But I said, there's really no need to drag it on.
Okay.
But an opening statement, oh yeah, you better believe it. In an opening statement, I could bring a whiteboard out there and show you a flow chart and show you the hierarchy of government and what they're going to try to prove during this trial in the next 2 weeks. This is what I'm going to try to prove in about 13, 14 seconds. But this is what they're going to try to do, and this is how I'm going to move it. This is why I could do it in 10 seconds, and this is why it's going to take them 10 days. And you can draw the map and show them, how this works. And if you don't think you got through with them, yeah, sure, you could do the same thing for the closing argument. Draw a map. Say this is what they did. This is why they do what they do. This is what I do my 10 seconds when I come on. When I come on, I say this, this, and this. There still hasn't been a man. There's been no wrong. Nobody's said to this day, look the judge in the face, hey, judge, have I done anything wrong? He'll say no. So I haven't done anything wrong, Jerry. What the hell are you sitting here? You should be pissed off at the other side for making you sit here for 10 days listening to this dribble when nobody's done anything wrong. Judge, has any man come forth to this point yet and said I've done anything wrong? No. You want to argue with that, prosecutor? I know this is my closing statement, but I'll let you interject right here. Have I done anything wrong with any man or woman? Any man or woman appeared on your behalf? On behalf of the Crown? On behalf of the good people of Canada? No? That's what I thought. You're trying to bring multiple legal conclusions in her affidavits, which, like I said, they could be dead on, pure, accurate, pure gold. So what? They don't recognize them. They can't. Why? Because we don't see any way we're a licensed attorney in the state of Ohio.
Sure.
And what's funny is the lady should have just said, well, where's the licensing agency in Ohio? Where do I pick up one of these licenses? Can you show me what a license, a state of Ohio license card looks like? Can you show me what one looks like? Like Mr. Lloyd over there, can you show me your ID card? Can you show me your license card?
Your bar card, yeah.
Not a bar card, a license.
License card.
Because you're going to have a bar card, you're going to have a union card, and then the Bar Association is the private association. Why do you think, like I tried to explain, it was funny that one guy was talking on Angela's show the other day, some guy named Darius, and I told him like 6 months, a year ago, I said, why don't you apply for a charter to be the Bar Association of California? Because they failed to renew their charter back in 1939.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been asking people in California, he's been calling up, the Supreme Court up there, the court clerks up there, he's calling up everywhere, the Bar Association up there, and asking them these questions that I told him a year ago if they were true or not. And, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It would have been nice if he mentioned, Carl, if he said, Carl told me, to start asking about the Bar Association up here in California. But
yeah,
he was making it seem like it was his bright idea. But that's okay. At least he went in there and he's trying to figure out who the Bar Association was. So what was funny is the Bar Association, I explained to him like 6 months, a year ago, they're a private organization. Why do you think they don't want to be licensed by the state of California? Like, why do you think the Bar Association in Idaho does not want to be licensed by the government of Idaho? You know why?
Why?
Well, say if you have a license, right, you have to abide by all these Department of Motor Vehicle codes of Idaho or California.
Oh, okay.
So then all these Bar Association members would have to abide by a code set by the legislators. And who are the legislators? Legislators are just people like you and me. We get voted for Congress. You could go vote to be a local congressman. You got 25-year-old kids being congressmen up there, I'm sure, in Ohio, Idaho.
Yeah.
What do you do? Now, what if these kids, these 25, 30-year-old congressmen, all get together and say, we're going to control the Bar Association. We're going to say to tell the Bar Association what they can and cannot do because they have a license. The Bar Association is going to go nuts. It's like if the government tried to tell a Boy Scout Association what they can and cannot do. Well, you've got to put gay people in as troop leaders. You've got to let pedophiles become troop leaders, whether you like it or not. The Boy Scouts are going to go nuts. They're going to be like, no, this is a private organization, and the government is not going to tell us who we can and cannot have as a member. You're not going to tell us that this is how we're going to run our memberships. You are not going to tell us how we are going to establish our laws, our bylaws. If this is how we want to play the game, this is how we're going to play. We're a private organization. So, of course, the bar associations here in the United States don't have licenses. That's ridiculous because a Joe Normal like you and me could run for a state legislature, could be a state congressman, a state legislator, and we could control the bar association. That's why they're not. That's why I said to them, why do you think they're not chartered anymore in California? Why do you think there is not a bar association that's chartered, that has the blessings of the state to exist and be issued licenses? You know, like I was explaining to them about having something endorsed. You know, like only the government can endorse, like say you had a bar association, only the governments can issue licenses. The Boy Scouts can't issue a license. The Boy Scouts can't determine, like, well, we're going to give you a license because if you did this without a license, it would be illegal. Who's the Boy Scouts to determine what's legal and what's illegal, what's lawful, what's unlawful? For their own members, yeah, but not for society. The Boy Scouts just can't start rounding you up and just start saying, well, you broke our laws. What laws? The bylaws of the Boy Scout Association. We saw you litter, so we're gonna put you in a cage. We're gonna make you clean up the side of the highway. It's like, look, because the state law says that you could charge me $50 fine. Well, with the Boy Scout Association, that's 6 months in a little jail or 6 months hard labor cleaning up the highway. It's like, look, it's one cigarette butt. It's like, we don't care. It's our bylaws. This is how we roll. So the Bar Association can control their attorneys any way they want. They could disbar them or not disbar them. You could say, I want this attorney disbarred. It's like, well, that's up to the Bar Association. You're like, well, I'm going to write to my congressman. I'm going to write to my senator. I'm going to write to the president of the United States. I'm going to write to the governor. I want this guy disbarred. What do they always tell you? Go make a complaint to the Bar Association.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, please. They're not going to do anything to him. It's like, that's right. They're not going to do a damn thing to one of their own members.
No.
If anything, they'll give him a medal. They'll say, you did a great job effing that man.
Yeah, the only time they disbar a member is when he goes against the bar.
Yeah. Right. If he actually goes to court and says, oh, you know, they're going to love it. They'll say, oh, look, you knocked that man out of his status and you made him a person. Oh, you took that man out of his crazy beliefs and you made him a defendant. You made him a person. Lovely.
Yeah, you did what you were supposed to do.
Right. Like I say to people all the time, you know, like a public defender defends the public from a man making a lawsuit against the public.
Yeah.
You know, a public defender's not there to defend you. He's there to defend the public.
Yeah.
He's not there to defend
you. I was listening. Yeah, I was listening to you say that. That was really interesting. When you told that guy that.
Yeah, because he was explained with the judge. Did the public defender explain to you all your rights that you're wavering? Did anybody force you to go into this agreement? Do you know what charges you're facing?
Yeah.
And, 99% of the people, I guarantee, is like, no, I have no idea the charges that I'm facing, but they say yes.
Yeah.
Because, okay, charges. It's like, okay, charges. Does that mean I owe a debt? And it's like, yes, you owe a debt to society. Where's the bill? Who's the man who's going to come forth and say that's the true bill? Who's going to say that that bill is true? Who's going to come forth?
Kent Holbein is who I'm talking about. And what he is he's an evangelist, if you would, for creation and stuff like that, telling how, God created the world and things like that. He had his own talk show. He had his own ministry. And through his ministry, he had trustees doing all the taxes and things like that. And he is not a tax protester or anything like that, so he wanted to make sure everything was done legally and lawfully. And it was done legally and lawfully up until supposedly about 2003. And then some other guy took over as a trustee or something like that. And they did the same. Everything this guy was trying to do was legally and lawfully. And when they came after him, they came naturally with the codes, and he knew the codes enough in court to say, show me the law that I broke. The codes that you're using don't show, because he's a minister and all that stuff, that he's done anything unlawful or anything like that. So we went through the whole trial of trying to say what you say. Show me the law, please. Show me the law. If I owe a debt, I'll gladly pay it.
Yeah, no,
I'm not sure.
Like I said, I don't say, show me the law, show me the law. I say, yeah, I'm guilty. I'm guilty of your law. Your law, not my law. Your law. I'm sure I'm guilty of your law. The only problem is that I live in a common law land, and I'm going to require you to put a man on that stand to testify that I owe a debt, that I'm guilty of anything. I'll agree that I owe a debt if you show me the bill, if you show me the man, if the man comes forward and makes the claim true. I'll pay it. If you say I owe a debt, and look over the prosecutor, you say I owe a debt, yes, then take the stand.
Correct.
Mark, take the stand. Well, are you saying I owe you the debt? Well, no. Well, then who do I owe? The United States government. Will the United States government take the stand? Well, no. Well, then you know what? You call me up when they're ready to take the stand and testify that the debt is true. Okay? And then I'll pay it. I got the checkbook right here. I got the money in my hand. But somebody's going to have to verify that it's true. I'm not just going to pay because you said so.
That's right. I'm not sure exactly how he put that when...
I guarantee he didn't say exactly what I said. Yeah, I'm guilty.
No, I don't think he said that.
Right. I guarantee I owe a debt. I guarantee I owe many debts.
Exactly.
Who wants me to pay the debt off first? I guarantee I owe dozens of millions or trillions of debts. Yeah, but who's claiming I owe the debt?
That's right, and that's exactly what he was saying in the court.
He didn't do it. Dude, he didn't say that. He said he's not guilty.
Well,
okay, look, I tried to say last week on a show, the word for debt and guilt is the same word in German. So if you tell me I'm guilty, yeah, I am. I'm sure I am. I'm sure I owe debts. There's no doubt about it. I'm sure there's dozens of trillions of outstanding debts that I owe mankind throughout the world for services or products that were delivered to me, and I didn't give them a fair and just compensation yet. Fine. Not a problem. Where is the man who's going to come forward and say, I failed to pay him 22 years ago because he gave me air in my car tire? Bring it forward and I'll pay him.
And this is what I try to explain to you. There's a man called Ernie Land that is doing his, if you will call it, defense, because he's in jail now. And that's what I tried to explain to this guy was, is this what was said in court? Is this what, and he's like, well, we used every defense we possibly could, blah, 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 and nothing seems to work.
Dude, there is no defense against the IRS.
Correct.
That's their case.
That's what I was trying to explain to him.
If you go into an IRS court and they call you a defendant, you ain't got a defense. You've got no standing. You got no say. You got nothing. If you guys don't ancient, it's just simple. Like, let's not go back. Tens of that. Let's just go back to Roman law. A debtor has no standing in court. A debtor has no voice. A debtor has no say-so. All the debtor needs to say is, I am a debtor. Can all the creditors come forward so I can pay the debts? That's all.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because you can't argue with the creditor. Just bring the damn bill and swear that it's true. And I'll pay it, because no creditor will ever be dishonorable and bring forth a claim that that's true, because he knows what's going to happen if he brings forth a false claim. He's going to be beheaded. He will die today.
That's right.
And that's the way it should be. That's the way it's been since mankind began. You bring a false claim into the public. You bear false witness against thy brother. You died.
That's right.
That's exactly right. It's the law. That's right. He has no defense in a debtor credit court. You don't. Just tell the guy, good. You know what? Bring it forward and I'll pay it. I didn't know I owed him. All you had to do was send me the bill and swear that it was true, and I would have fucking paid him.
And from what I gather,
he did not do that.
Well, that's what I'm going to say. There's a tape interview that he did with some guy from Forbes magazine called Peter Riley, and if you Google it, Forbes.com, Peter Riley interview with Kent Hovind. In that, Kent goes through his whole case as to what they did in court and what he said and stuff like that. So
what I do in court, dude, what I do in court, my interview would take about 14 seconds.
Exactly. That's what I did. Well, what else did you do? Nothing. I gave him a notice, put about, 11, 12 words on it, and the judge said, how do you plead? I think I got the notice before the court. Everything I need to say is in writing. It's there before the court. I'm just waiting for the man to come forth with the fucking bill. What? It's in writing, Your Honor. If you need leave of court to get legal lawful advice, if you need to take a leave of court so you can understand that notice, will take as long as you require, Your Honor. But until then, I've got nothing else to say. You know what? It's all there in front of the court at this time. I'm done. Well, then my interview would be so short, it would be the most boring effing radio, TV interview on planet Earth. Well, then what happened in court? Nothing. Well, what did they do? I don't know. They went on for fucking 3 or 4 or 5 fucking weeks about some crazy shit. I don't have a fucking clue. Well, then when it was your turn to talk, what'd you do? I said, please refer back to the notice that I gave you folks 60 days ago.
Yes.
That's all I got to say. I'm done. There's nothing else to see. Oh, I guarantee he said, well, then we did this, and we said this, and we did this, and we put a motion, we put evidence and witnesses on the stand, and we bring forth the law that's true. Oh, it's crazy shit.
I'm sure that's what happened. I'm not sure exactly because it was almost 10 years ago.
Why would I want to watch a video of a man drowning?
Well, because maybe he gets some information is exactly what happened.
To learn what not to do?
No, because as we all know, we go into court and not having, like I said, the expertise that you have. He even said this in his interview that that's what they do. They wait for you to say a word, and you can say the wrong word on it, and that's the next thing you know, you're sitting in jail. So I'm not sure exactly if that's what happened to him, but the fact is now that they're trying to come after him again, and I've tried to get hold of this guy that's supposedly his friend or whatever to get in contact with you, so you might be able to send to him.
Like I said, I just saw somebody with an IRS case up there in New England, and I told the guy, you're going to go to jail. He's like, what? Because you won't stop talking. You put the notice before the court, they notice it, they read the notice out into the open court, and you sit back and do nothing. And that's it. Was anything you say is going to be used against you. So why are you speaking for again? What's the purpose of you opening your mouth? Tell me.
To get yourself in trouble. That's about it.
Yeah. Just put the damn notice in and let it ride.
All right.
How tough is this? But no, you guys are so freaking smart. You're too smart for your own good. And that's the problem. He's so fucking brilliant. He's so smart. He's so educated. He's so learned. He won't shut the fuck up. And a smart man knows the best thing to do sometimes in life is to do nothing.
That's true.
Yeah. Sometimes the best hand in life is the empty hand. You know where I got that from? Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah.
Paul Newman, when he bluffed him in a game of cards. Sometimes the best hand is the empty hand.
Yep.
That's right. I don't need anything. There's nothing for me to say. There's nothing for me to do. You need to prove your case. You just need to bring the man forward and stand on that damn witness stand and say that I owe him a damn debt, and I'll pay him every fucking dime I owe him.
Yep, and I agree with you. And like I said, I had sent basically what you told me to this Ernie Land guy. But I don't know, because he's been fighting for so long, this guy thinks he knows too much or whatever, like you were saying, and doesn't want to listen. But it's like, dude, you got to go simple. You know, you don't need nothing, nothing big, a couple sentences here and there. But like I said, he wants to talk to a man that's had success. I'm like, well, I'm in the middle of something. I'm not having success yet because it's not over. But you know what? This is the most successful way I've ever heard. And I've gone through all the other crap of, Rod Class and all these other guys that are, teaching this, that, and the other thing. And what you came out with the other day about the Ohio case, where the judge said, you're not a bar member, so it doesn't matter what you put in, it don't work.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Larry sent that to me. And if you go to broadmind.org, I just put that on the web page. It's the very first thing when they click on the web page. I highlighted it in yellow.
Oh, that's awesome.
And what I thought was amazing, the ruling from the court. I have never seen a ruling from the court, and every single word is in uppercase.
Wow.
Yeah,
that
so
is
nothing.
Great.
Yeah, so nothing's there.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That is,
I thought that was funny that every single word
in that ruling was in uppercase. I never seen a ruling that was all in uppercase.
No, I haven't either.
Yeah.
That is really strange.
So like I said, and I highlighted it so people don't have to try to read. It's only one paragraph. Instead of people trying to find out, what Larry was talking about, I highlighted it in yellow. So you just go click right to the website, boom, go right to it, boom. And it's there.
No, that's awesome, because I was one of those guys that used to write pages and pages of stuff in there and put every tiny little thing in detail and stuff like that, and then have it rejected. And there's your reason, just like you were saying. Here's this lady who probably knew every law and trick in the book and put the best paper together.
Do you know why that's wonderful that they rejected her?
Because now we all know.
Okay. There are two good reasons why. One, it's going to stop people from arguing with me and saying, look, well, you follow their rules, you do like, what's that guy in Florida that has that website? He's an attorney, and he tries to do pro se litigants, and he tries to help people. And I got this mass email for this guy for the longest effing time.
Yeah.
And you know who I'm talking about?
Dr. Graves.
I can't think of his name, but I do know who you're talking about.
Do you know who it is, Larry? What's that?
Dr. Graves, jurisdictionary.
Jurisdictionary. That's okay. He tries to convince everybody does everything with these ridiculous follow the attorney steps. Do it this way. Do this, this. Okay, the reason why I loved what this judge said is because when I heard, there was this other guy, Cornforth, somebody Cornforth.
Yeah, Richard Cornforth, yeah.
Okay, he always uses Trinzi versus Pagliaro.
Yes.
Now, Trinzi versus Pagliaro was a little ridiculous case in either South Dakota or North Dakota, like back in 1962, 64, or something like that.
The land thing or something, right?
What's that?
It was something to do with land or something?
Right. It never made it to the United States Supreme Court. But it said something about, I'm trying to remember how Richard brought it forth, and it says absolutely nothing like that in the opinion. Not even freaking close.
Oh, yeah, he brought forth that it was something to do with, what was it? Not the plaintiff not appearing, but it was something like that they had to have.
I got what Richard used to say. Here you go. The Federal Supplemental 1964 229 F period supplemental period 647 1964. The United States District Court. Oh, here you go. United States District Court of Pennsylvania. So, I mean, I downloaded and I read the whole damn thing. And it's just not that much to it.
Yeah.
It goes from page 648 to page 649 in the supplemental.
Oh, wow, there's big.
Well, no, it's just 2 pages.
Oh,
648 to 649. It's tiny. And like I said, it's the defendant's motion dismissed for failure to state a claim unsupported by affidavits or deposition is incomplete because it requests this court to consider facts outside the record which has not been presented in a form required by Rule 12b-6 or Rule 56c. Statements of counsel in their briefs and argument, while enlightening to the court, are not sufficient for purpose of granting a motion to dismiss of summary judgment. So when he... Oh, shit, my phone's going to die. Wait a second. Like I said, this is following, like I said, when you use, okay, like I said, like when you see that,
Trinzi?
No, even if it's Trinzi versus Pagliaro, it could be the best citation that's going to support your case on planet Earth. It's the best that you could possibly find. Say it's the best one in the world. The only problem is you are going to put it into their case file, their suitcase. You're going to try to stack your crap into their suitcase. The only problem with that is they're going to do like Larry sent the letter back saying, you know what? You gave a lot of wonderful legal conclusions. You made a lot of legal, you brought a lot of citations. What I'm trying to say is, like, they say Trinzi versus Pagliaro 1965 doesn't support unsupported fact, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. The only problem with that is if you're not a code decipher, if the state doesn't recognize you, is that you went to law school and that when you put it on paper, It is 100% accurate. See, because what happens only Transi versus Pagliaro instead of Pagliara? What happens Pagliara instead of Pagliaro? They're going to say, you know what? Because in good law, if there's one mistake on that paper, that whole piece of paper gets thrown out.
Right.
If you one error. So what they're trying to say to normal people who do not have a bar card or not licensed through the state or whatever, they're trying to say to you, look, even though it sounds great what you're putting before us, when it's submitted by an attorney, we believe them at face value. We totally believe they researched it. It's accurate. It's honorable. They're not putting something in there that to be deceptive. When you did you people? Oh, what was that Robin Williams movie with that guy? And the guy was up in Massachusetts area. It was I don't remember the guy's name. It was
funny that North Russia is melting and the United States freezing.
Somebody's a doctor. I can't hear somebody still in the background, but what I'm saying it wasn't Goodwill Hunting or Good Hunting something or Will Hunting.
Well, Goodwill Hunting. I don't know if it was in there, but
yeah. But what I'm saying, it was a Robin Williams movie with that I'm trying to remember the other guy's name.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. And when this guy was supposed to be brilliant math kid.
Oh yeah, he was the janitor or something like that, doing math problems.
Right. So what was funny is the kid came into the open court and tried to dazzle the judge with bullshit citations and case law and rulings. And the kid was just making it up off the top of his head.
Wow.
If you watch the movie, you watch the very beginning, you don't have to watch the whole movie, but just watch the very beginning when Matt Damon starts citing ridiculous cases off the top of his head in open court. And he said, like John Doe versus Smith, 1964, with the Supreme Court clearly ruled that blah, 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 blah. You know, the Massachusetts Supreme Court ruled in 1989, Sam versus Spade, Section 372, page citation, clearly stipulates a da-da-da-da-da. So the judge, like I said, the kid, when he walked out of the courtroom after the judge dismissed it or whatever based on the citations and crap he used, and the guy said, none of those citations exist. That's all bullshit. He says, yeah, I just make the shit up as I go along, but don't it sound good? It got me out of this fucking building. So what I'm saying, a real lawyer would never do that. He would actually put down legitimate, bona fide, real, true cases because he swore to be honorable. He went to law school. He's got the ability to actually, I'm trying to remember that blue book that they use, blue something they call it. They actually find the newest, latest, greatest citations and codes. So they actually do the homework and actually do, but like I said, a Joe Average, like who was putting it in that state of Ohio case, she could have been making this shit up just to make her paperwork look awesome. It's like, holy, what does this actually literally say? What does it read? And it's like, holy cow, that's great. It's like, did a lawyer submit this? It's like, no. Matt Damon submitted it. Holy crap. Who submitted this? Matt Damon. Oh, shit. And so we actually got to read, Hale versus Hinkle 1902, or we actually got to read Trinity versus Pagliaro. We really got to go back and read this stuff and see, like, where was it? It was in the United States District Court? You mean it's not from the United States Supreme Court ruling? No. Oh, geez. Okay, well, the only problem in 1964, there might have been 18,012 similar cases throughout the United States District Courts. And that might be the only one that went that way in favor of the plaintiff, favor of the defendant, whichever way it went. The other 18,312 went the other way. So are you telling me you picked a little district court out in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, over some land boundary or deed or some whatever the hell they were arguing about? Are you telling me that this has something to do with the case that's before this court at this time? Are we talking about a land case? What are we talking about?
Exactly.
And it's like, well, right.
And then you say, especially if you're in research and you don't know.
Right. Or you're just putting these legal conclusions, and like I said, like I say, especially when I read it from the prosecuting attorney and the state attorney, the actual attorney general of Texas, his name was Hernandez, or I think it was Hernandez, when they did somebody named Fox. I don't know if it was Michael Fox, Jim Fox, James Fox. Somebody down there in Texas got arrested for doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Basically, the Attorney General said, look, you pro se people, you common people did it to yourselves. Because back in the 1960s, you guys started leaning up all the judges because you got decisions that you didn't like. In the 1970s, you guys started writing all kinds of site drafts, buying all kinds of shit based upon your birth certificate numbers. So you people basically did it to yourselves. Now, the court clerks won't take any shit from you people anymore. We won't accept your motions, your petition. We're not going to accept anything from you people anymore because you people did it to yourselves. You clogged up this court system back in the 60s. You clogged it up in the 70s. We're tired of your crazy bullshit. And you know what? The only way we're going to accept the paperwork is through an attorney.
Yeah.
So I'm like, good. God bless them. That's what they should do, because this stuff, when you read from the Attorney General's opinion, he said this is the most, like I said, I actually got involved with one of the people down there. He was from El Paso. I can't remember the guy's, I'll remember his name in a little while, but I talked to him a long time. And he was the reclamator. I don't remember his name off the top of my head. Tom Murphy. He was from El Paso. And he sent me this tripe, this claptrap crap that they put into the court for this guy's James Fox behalf, or Jim Fox, whatever his name is, Fox behalf. And I said to him, look, let me go through this, and I'll redact everything that's not required for you to say, and I'll try to explain what I did. I think I worked on it. He sent it to me like at midnight, and I think I worked on it till like 2 or 3 o'clock the next afternoon, just out of kindness, because so many people were saying, you've got to help this guy. I redacted almost every single thing that, other than, the man's name was, he's saying like he was somewhere along it, he said the word man, Jim Fox, and I said I redacted everything else, and I explained why he was losing jurisdiction over to the government if he left these words in, the words that he used, how he was losing jurisdiction over his case. If he wanted to put a case in, you're losing jurisdiction over them by using these words in this form. And I explained in great detail. And I said, Tom, it took me like 18 hours to do the first paragraph. I'm not going to do the other 6,812 paragraphs. This is insane. So it's so funny when Attorney General down here in Texas wrote back. And he wrote back, and I got the email from him as well, and it said this was the most nauseating, ridiculous, like claptrap he's ever read in his life, because he had so many jurisdictional shifts just in the first paragraph alone. I couldn't figure out which way this guy was going with this case. And I said, look, Tom, this guy was at his court, then it was in the U.S. court, then it's a Texas court, now it's back to his court. I said, dude, when you're really reading this stuff and you know what you're reading, it's nauseating. It's like listening to a train wreck, but it's just saying this is a song, this is a music sheet, this is a composition. Dude, this is a train wreck. Like when I went over to England, Bali gave me the paperwork for his next door neighbor, a farmer, who was being ordered by the county, well, it's called councils over there, to do certain improvements on his land. So Bali gave me the paperwork, and I gave it to Bali and said, did you read this? He's like, yeah. I said, okay, do you understand what it says? So Bali read it. And he's like, okay. And he was done in about, 22 seconds. So then Bali gave it to me, and I'm standing there reading it. And about 15 minutes went by, and Bali's like, Carl? Like, are you still with me? Carl, are you reading this thing? Carl, I said to him, I haven't been able to get past the first sentence. He's like, what? I said, I'm trying to figure out how they're going to establish jurisdiction. The way they wrote this first sentence, they're never claiming jurisdiction over the man. They're not ordering this man to do a damn thing, and it's totally voluntary. I'm trying to see where you believe that they are telling him to do something. It's not here. I said, I'm looking at the first sentence. I don't need to go any further, because it says right here it's voluntary. And I'm saying I'm trying to read every single way into that first sentence where you could possibly believe that it's anything but voluntary compliance, because it doesn't exist. It's not here. The first sentence clearly says it's voluntary, but it doesn't use the word voluntary. It's the way they wrote it. It's the way they used uppercase, lowercase. It's totally up to him. Where do you believe in here that it says him to do it? Well, look, right here it says it doesn't say that. Where do you think it says that? It's not there. I said, you believe it's there.
So you put it into reality. Nobody's telling this man to do a damn thing. He's like, but that's not what it says. It's like when you see like the Virginia codes when it comes to traffic, like all persons shall have a driver's license. That means sometimes in the future, when the government has control over persons shall have driver's license. But until then, if you're a man, shall doesn't exist for you. And when I got stopped by a state trooper a couple of years ago, I said to him, I was driving my sister's van, and the registration expired, and I just got back from England, and it expired in December, and it was January. And the man said to me, I said, I shall get it registered. He said, well, then I shall return with the citation. And then when I said to him, I said, you do know what the word shall means, right? He says, yeah, we taught that at the police academy. I said, what does it mean? He said, sometime in the future. So I said, I told you sometime in the future I'll go get this thing registered. He says, yeah, but they still told us, even though it says shall, and we don't have control over you people, we still have to issue citations. I said, do you realize who you just told that to? Do you realize you're telling me that you do not have the jurisdiction or the control or authority to issue me the citation, but you did it anyway? And he was like, stood silent, and he shut up. He's like, he's like, yeah, because you just told me this even though we don't have control over man or what they do with their vehicles or their property, we still issue them citations so we can have some sort of control over man. Because man believes it. Right. But if man just read the damn law, he'd see that we have absolutely no jurisdiction or control over his movements or his property. And I said to Polly, where do you believe it says anything on this piece of paper that the county, the council over here, is commanding the man or ordering the man to do any damn thing with his property or the possessions upon it? He says, well, it doesn't say that.
And that's one of the biggest problems people have is reading and understanding and the punctuation and things like that, because that's what they like to do is throw that stuff at you, and you know, it's a piece of paper from some lawyer or some court, so they got to be important and they got to know and this, that, and the other thing. But
there's nobody's name on it. Nobody created this damn thing. Nobody's ordering you to do a damn thing.
That's right.
Rugby Borough Council is not a man. Rugby Borough Council doesn't have vocal cords. You believe that Rugby Borough Council county is telling you to do this. You believe it, so you make it true. You make it so. You fight and you argue over something that doesn't even exist. Until you believe it exists, and you believe it has power and control, you manifest it into existence, you asshole.
Yep.
Yeah, you're bringing it out of the second dimension and bringing it into the third dimension. It's just like those, I'm trying to remember that guy Kramer, whatever the hell is the guy who makes all those Scissorhand movies, whatever it's called, Friday the 13th, whatever. You're taking it from the fourth dimension and having an impact on the third. Yep. You're manifesting it into existence. You're fucking believing in it. You believe it's true. You believe you're witnessing it. You believe it has an effect on you. You're letting the stupid letter affect your blood pressure. You're letting it's dilating your pupils. It's increasing your heart rate. You believe this piece of paper has some force and effect on your third dimension, on you. I can see it. You're sweating. You're palpitating. It's a piece of paper with hieroglyphics on it, with a picture on it. It's almost like porn or whatever. Like, oh, you kidding me? It's a picture. Well, look at the picture. Picture of what? Who cares? It's a picture. Well, this is very damaging. Dude, don't look at it. What does it have to do with you? Walk away. Oh, well, I have to do something about this. Do what? Dude, it's a picture. It's like, dude, it's a dream. Get over it. It was a dream. It was a nightmare. Just get over it. Walk away. Forget about it.
That's right.
Bringing it into life. You know, and like I said, and I explained to people how to write back to whoever sent this thing. Like, IRS sent it to me. It's like, oh, okay, Mr. and Mrs. IRS, thank you for sending this lovely fucking correspondence, this letter. You know, how may I address you? Mr. and Mrs. IRS, how would you wish to be addressed? You know, I don't think we're formally introduced. Let me introduce myself. I'm a man. And who are you again?
Exactly.
Look, yeah, nice little simple howdy doody letters. Hey, how do you do, man? Lovely presentment. Lovely document. Lovely. But Mr. and Mrs. IRS, you know, I don't think we're properly introduced.
And that's what I tried to explain to this guy, this Ernie Land guy, was that's who you want to go after. So he came back and said, well, some lady did testify, you know, about this, that, and that, and the other thing. I said, some lady doesn't mean nothing.
Did you ask? the judge, is she testifying? And he will tell you, no, she's not. Did you ask? Or do you think you just saw the woman testifying?
That's right. And I'm sure that was not done.
Did you ask the judge, is this woman testifying? Because when I went to court with my buddy not too long ago, I asked the judge a simple question. Because the bank's attorney was in the courtroom. I said, are you accepting testimony today? He said, absolutely not. And there you go. And I said, well, then, the bank proceed, and you proceed, and everybody proceeds all you want, and I'll just save this for circuit court upstairs. I said, am I in a court of record? He says, nope. I said, good. He said, I'm in Nisi Prius court, a court of nowhere. He said, that's right. So no testimony is given today? He said, that's right. So nobody's here? Nobody's here. So I said, you know I'm present here as a man. He said, you're not noticed. I said, well, there you go. Thank you. Wow. There's nothing left for me to do. And he was being straight up honest. No, nobody's testifying today.
And they will be, when you ask the right questions. They will be.
So like I said, you know what? I'll file a case and I'll move it upstairs where I can give testimony, and when I summon them to appear, they're going to have to testify as well. He said, absolutely. That's the way you do it. I said, okay, thank you.
Yep.
And that's what I said to my friend. I said, look, anytime you want me to move the case upstairs, I'll go get the president of the fucking bank, the man, the CEO, who's ever the controlling officer, who's ever in control of this little corporation, monster, fucking, I'll get him. I'm just to appear.
Yep.
And he could testify it's true or it's not true. Because it was a very simple thing. It just said that the bank was called the plaintiff. It said the plaintiff was at the auction and it was the highest bidder. And I got 5 human beings that have no vested interest in the outcome who could swear in open court, because I walked around and I talked to the people at the auction. Look, if you bid on this man's house and you win, why don't you just let him stay, charge him $500, whatever, $1,000 a month, they'll pay you. I said, so if you want to bid on this house and you win. If you don't want to bid on it, that's fine. You know what? I'll bid on it and I'll let the guy just stay there. I'll be the winning bidder and I'll let the guy stay. So when they said, well, does anybody bid? And I said, yeah, I bid. I bid $1. And they said, well, that's not enough. I said, okay, well, how much is the starting bid then? They said $73,000. I said, you ain't going to get that in anybody's lifetime. That'll never happen.
Nope.
So obviously, when they put the paperwork into the court on line 7, it said the bank was the plaintiff was the highest bidder at the auction. And and like I said, a case just like that got overturned down here when they said a couple of years ago the bank did the same stunt, and the husband and wife said, no, there was no bank representative at the auction. There was no bank at the auction. We were the highest bidders at the auction. And the clerk of the county told me, he said a similar case happened like this a couple of years ago, and yes, they overturned it.
Wow.
So I said to my buddy, well, anytime you want the sale overturned, you just let me know, and we'll file the paperwork and we'll do it.
Awesome.
Yeah. I said, but, yeah, so like I said to him, just let me know. But like I said, here in Virginia, man, just like any place in the Northeast, everybody's just battling to get out of their driveways and make it down the street.
Yeah, I saw you got nailed twice, didn't you? Like 12 inches once and another 15 or something on top of it?
Yeah, like now I'd say there's at least 15 inches or so far today.
Wow.
So
yeah, we've been lucky. We've been lucky all we got was cold.
Yeah, I could live with the cold, but the snow, it makes life tough. Because I want to fly out. I want to fly Washington State. I'm going to go to the interstate. Hang on a second, man. I hear noise, man.
All right.
It's not on your end, right?
No.
Okay.
Sounds like someone's sending Morse code or beeping.
Yeah, that's funny. I got to shut any noise down in the background down. But yeah, like I said to people earlier, I said, I'm sure this man doesn't have a lot of money for me to help him. I'm sure that, this guy just came out of jail and stuff like that.
Well, actually, what they've done to him is they're moving him around now a county jail because he was in a federal. They're moving him around in a county jail until this next trial comes up. As far as I know, the ministry, he still has it going through his son. So I believe they do have money. And I believe they would do anything as far as, anybody could help him to get out.
Yeah.
My son has had direct contact with Kent in prison through letters, and he's even given a number that you can call collect, whether or not, it's monitored or whatever. But, I believe his family was...
They're all monitored.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that. The voice recognition.
I think for a second that they weren't monitored. Every single thing that goes in and out of those things are totally... You don't know if they're making a drug deal. You don't know what the hell is a prison break. You don't know.
Oh, exactly.
I expect every single phone call to be monitored.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we know the NSA, yeah. Exactly.
When I heard Dean Clifford, he was doing some phone calls out of prison. He says, I can't wait to get the fuck out. I want to fuck this judge. I want to fuck the prosecutors. I want to fuck them all. I'm going to take everything they fucking get. And he's doing it from a fucking prison cell.
No, you don't do that.
In a federal prison.
Wow. No,
this guy's crazy. I said to his brother, your brother's never going to get the fuck out of jail. And I heard his brother talked to him about a month ago, and he says, look, dude, I don't have to fucking explain to you any easier. You say nothing but peace, love, and tranquility that you wish of all these judges and all these court officials. You say nothing but how much you love them. And he was calling his brother the prison phone. He's like, well, fuck these. I hate these. I said, look. He said, look, you're never getting out until you tell these people you love them and you forgive them. So at least his brother is listening to me. Because I told his brother came up and met me in Canada. And I said, look, I'm not going to help him. I said, because there's nothing I could do for him. Because he's thinking it's the judge's fault he's there.
Yeah.
It's all his fault. Because he just doesn't have to move in and out of the court.
And when he unmuted.
And when he told people that he posted bail or posted a bond, and he said he was going to appear. Well, his physical body failed to appear. Notices appealed, the motions appeared, but he didn't physically appear.
And that's why they came after him?
That's why they came after him. They went up to Hamilton or wherever he was speaking, and I think he was up in Winnipeg. I'm trying to think of the other, Manitoba. He's from Manitoba.
Yeah.
And I think they picked him up in Hamilton in Ontario and brought him back to Winnipeg. Manitoba. Because he said, I was summoned to appeal. I had to go back in July, and I finished all that up. I put all the paperwork into the court saying I don't accept their shit, and I don't accept this, and you don't have any power over the man, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I don't consent. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I don't have to appear, blah blah. So I'm not going to appear. It's like, why didn't you put it in a form of a notice? That's fine, but you bailed out, bonded out, and it's the same thing I said to the other guy when he rescinded his contract from the bail or the bond or whatever you want to call it that he was doing. I said to him, the terms and conditions of release, an ankle bracelet. I said, no. It was funny, Rod Class helped the guy, for like 10 days. He was at this man's house. And when Rod Class left his house, he gave this man about 4 inches of paperwork to put into the court. Well, when he put that 4 inches of paperwork in the court in July, I met the man in August. When he met this man near the end of July, he had 2 more felonies against him just for putting that 4 inches of paperwork into the court.
I believe it.
Yeah, so when I got there and I went down to talk to the attorneys down there at Evansville, down at the U.S. courts down there, I said, look, and I explained who this Rod Class was. So they dropped the 2 felonies that they had against them, the new 2 felonies, and they kept the original 2. And then we talked around the next 2 felonies he had, and I explained it was an IRS case, and like I said, they said, well, I guess we'll hold this off to sometime next year. We got a lot of cases ahead. I said, no, you better move your case against this man next week like you said you would. I'm going to show this man how to file a claim in a case against you. He wants his damn ankle bracelet off him. He was like, well, he's going to have to wait to try. I said, look, I'm going to show this man how to modify his terms and conditions of his release. And I'm going to show this man how to move a claim against you for failing to move your case, or failing to prosecute. It's got to be a timely case, fair and speedy trial. Yeah, I'm going to show this man how to move a case. If you don't move it like you said you're going to move it, you want to delay it, but still restrict his movements. Oh no, we're not playing this. So what was funny is, I said to him, look, I said it was like I think Wednesday or Thursday. I said goodbye to him. I said, look, mail. I wrote 3 notices for the man. I said, mail this one today. When they answer you in a day or 2, mail this one. When I answer to you in a day or 2, mail this 3rd one. And that should get your ankle bracelet off you, at least.
Yes.
So he called up my show,
about a week or two later, says, well, yes, well, how did it work? He said, well, wow, they answered the first one. That's great. They answered the second one. I said, well, that's great. They answered the third one. That's great. He said, they answered the fourth one. I said, fourth one? Why fourth one? I said, I gave you 3. He said, well, I put the Rod Class one in. I said, holy effing Jesus. No, you did not. I said, what does it read? What does it read? He says, well, Greg, like a free man, require you to immediately order you to remove this ankle bracelet from my ankle. I said, holy cow. And he's like, oh, I'm going to charge you like $1 a day or for every minute that you don't. Right. Holy jeep.
Threat.
I said, you just communicated threats and you just committed extortion to the United States government, federal agents. I said, dude, I just got those felonies taken off you. What are you, out of your effing mind? And I told him, and I said, look, we were told when we were down there, we were told by the attorneys that they listened to my show. We were told. Yeah. And they're going to get, and the one lady said, well, my son is just studying law, so, I'm going to tell him to start listening to your show as well. I said, well, God bless him. I said, and if he has any questions, tell him to call at my show. I'll be more than glad to make him one of the, like a listener or a guest, and I'll be more than glad to talk to him. And I'll explain what I'm doing. She said, oh, you got no problem. I said, look, I love you people listening to my show. He said, well, we are listening to it, and we'll continue to listen. I said, yeah, don't be shy to call in. I said, I'm willing to explain to the feds or the state or attorneys exactly what I'm doing, what you need to do when you see my stuff coming. I got no problem with it. And she actually invited me to, she said, well, every year we have a federal defenders, public defenders seminar convention every. Last year was in Atlanta. She said, I'm not sure it's going to be this year. Could you come and possibly be a guest speaker? I said, there's no reason for me to be a guest speaker to explain that. I said, why do you need me down there? She said, because we can see a lot of your paperwork is going to start coming across our desks. So, like, the prosecutors and would like to know how to deal with your paperwork. I said, when you see a man appear before you, take his paperwork and chuck it in a waste bin. She said, what? I said, look, you got millions and millions and millions of persons that have no idea what the hell I'm doing. So when you see 1 or 2 man paperwork that comes through here, throw it in a waste bin and just move on to another case that you can win easier. Because persons are morons. Persons have no effing clue with who they are, where they stand, or what their status is. You don't need me to address this to a convention. Just tell them. You see the word man on there somewhere, 2, 3 sentences done, run like hell.
Yeah.
I said it's basically, like saying, like, if I, just run like hell. Just give it up and move on. Find there's millions and millions of other people who have no freaking clue what I'm doing. So because if you bring this stuff out into an open court, into an open forum, and you challenge men, and this starts picking up speed, you're going to be you're going to be your own demise. You are going to bring your own, to the end because you're bringing it into the public. Right. I said, right now, this isn't very well known in the public. I said, go ahead and do this and have some man win and have some guy who's a newspaper reporter listening to this and saying, it was unbelievable. This guy put like 1, 2 sentences in and he walked out of the courtroom and nobody stopped him. What happened? The newspaper reporter's going to get curious and say, what the hell just happened? And he's going to say, you know what, I think there's something to this. So the best thing to do is just walk away. Yes. And don't try to prosecute a man. Just let it go. I said, and that way, this my stuff that I'm doing won't pick up any speed. It'll have to be like me telling one person at a time and teaching one person at a time. I said, it's going to take me fucking forever.
That's true. That's true. And that's like you were saying last week with that Rod Class saying that he got his case sealed or whatever. He was better off, like you were saying, they would have been better off to let the case out, to let everybody follow him, because I followed him, and guess what? My complaint got dismissed because I was a crybaby. And they told me, thanks for crying, but get out of here. So now I put in a claim, and of course now they're trying, everything has changed. They're trying to back off. They're trying to do this and that. Now they haven't answered my notices. Threw me in jail for contempt because it was my fault. I asked them to please show me the law that says you can dismiss a man's claim. And instead of doing it on paperwork, he told me to shut up, and I asked him one more time, and so he gave me a day in jail. That's fine.
I taught you a lesson.
Oh yeah, taught me a lesson. I didn't listen to Carl.
Yeah, you're not speaking to a man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So
court. You didn't convene your court.
Right. I did. Well, I have been convening my court, but what they do is, like you were saying, they joust back and forth with the jurisdictions. So I have to joust back, and then.
You forgot to ask who the hell you were talking to.
Exactly.
You forgot to ask who was addressing you.
But what I did do was, when he gave me the criminal contempt, I told him, well, if you're going to put that in order, please put it in order for me, because you are speaking to a man, and you are a man. If you're going to order me, I'm going to ask for compensation once I carry out your order.
Well, that's great.
He gave me a look, and I'm going to give him a bill for the 24 hours I spent in there. So.
Oh, he just gave you a look? He didn't say anything?
Nope, didn't say a word.
Didn't you ask him, sir, do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, or do I got to put it in a form of writing?
Well, what I should have said was, after I said, make sure you put it in order, and he did. He did put it in order. I do have a copy of the order, so that's why I'm going to use it as Exhibit A for my bill, of course.
And it's signed?
Yes.
And it's signed with his name?
Yes. But, you know how the signatures are, whether or not they're stamped, I'm not sure. I don't think it was a wet one.
Yeah, well, that's okay. As long as they could, like I said, as long as he admits that's his signature fixed upon that paper.
Yes.
That's all that matters.
Yep. So
it could be anything. It could be a seal. It could be a thumbprint. It could be anything.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I've got that. Like
as long as he admits that's his mark.
Yes.
That's all.
So I've got a notice into them because, like I said, he was trying to dismiss my claim, and what happened was
he can't. He didn't dismiss your claim.
He can't. Right. Exactly. He's trying to. He's saying, I'm dismissing the plaintiff's claim. Well, there was no plaintiff here. It's a man. So
still, you were talking for something that doesn't exist.
Exactly.
He was addressing the plaintiff. He wasn't addressing you. So it's just like you were a spectator out on the third fucking row in the balcony screaming shit out.
That's right.
It's just like if you were a guy on the third balcony screaming, you can't dismiss a fucking plaintiff's claim. He says, whoever fucking said that, hold him in contempt of court.
Yes.
Right, because you don't understand what he was doing. If he wasn't talking to you, he was talking to something called plaintiff.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had to keep correcting him.
No, you can't correct him. Dude, he's talking to the plaintiff. That's like a guy yelling out the third balcony, Judge, there's no plaintiff here today. This is what I mean. Can't you see? Sit down in front of you.
Yeah,
it's like, who's yelling from the balcony? Who's that dickhead?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, so you shut your fucking mouth and you let your paperwork work for itself. And then you can fucking send him a letter saying that I think he fucking moved in error.
That's right.
I think he wasn't aware of what was going on that day.
Yes, because that's exactly what it says.
Stop your mouth in his courtroom. You don't do it. As far as he's concerned, it's his courtroom. If he's addressing a plaintiff, that's something under his control and jurisdiction. That's something subordinate to him. Exactly. He's not addressing the man. You put it in writing and you shut your fucking mouth.
That's right. And like I said, that was my mistake. I should have known when I was talking. I said, oh, damn it. Carl always said, shut up. Put it in writing.
If that's why, if I went to court with you, like I did with Bali, as soon as Bali turned to look, because what was happening was the barrister, the Crown prosecutor, and I told the Punjabis, don't look, don't react, don't smile, no heartbeat, no raised eyebrows, no flared nostrils, no huff, no puffs, no cracking of the gums, no snickering, nothing. If that fucking side, I don't care what they fucking do on that side, do not bring them into existence. Do not acknowledge they even exist. So as soon as the barrister realized, man, all his shit, nothing was working. There was no objections coming from our side, nothing. He started, the man was Indian, like Hindi Indian, not Punjabi.
Yes.
And Hindis hate Punjabis and Punjabis hate Hindis. Because they kill each other. They've been killing each other for centuries. They hate each other.
because the Punjabi killed what's the lady's name? Gandhi, the prime minister.
The one before? Yeah. The one before him? Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Indira Gandhi.
Yeah.
Punjabi bodyguards killed Indira Gandhi. Hindi.
Yes.
So they hate each other. They'll always hate each other. So this Hindi guy started saying all kinds of shit about Punjabis, like, they're filthy, raghead, smelly, fucking filthy. I don't know why we even let them on a fucking British soil, blah, blah, blah. He was trying to jerk the fucking Punjabis chain like crazy. He was just fucking saying all kinds of hateful shit to try to get us to say something.
Right.
Because I told those fuckers, don't you blink, don't you move, don't you wiggle, don't you open your nostril, don't fucking roll your eyes, don't fucking move your shoulders, don't fucking laugh, don't you fucking do a fucking effort, and I mean fucking nothing.
Right.
And as soon as the Hindi started fucking ripping into the Punjabis, Bali thought it was like a cultural dishonor, and that he would rather, because this Hindi knew what he was doing. He was pushing their buttons. Because if you fucking honor these people are allowed to open carry swords in England. They can open carry swords.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. They open carry swords there, these guys. They don't fucking play.
Wow.
So, like I said, he had no problem knowing that what buttons it was going to trigger to make this side jump around like a bunch of crazed animals, like happened in a preliminary hearing. And I had to throw them all out of the fucking courtroom. And I told them, let's back the fuck off. Don't come near these fucking Punjabis. I got them. They just wait and give them a reason to burn this fucking building down. Just touch them. It's like the anniversary of the fucking massacre in their fucking temple. I said, just give them a fucking reason. They'll burn this place to the ground. So I threw them all out of the building. I remember Bali said during one of the shows, he says, Carl, I think I remember when you were talking to the judge and the barrister, when you had me at the nape of my neck. Oh, scruff of my neck. That's what you call it, the scruff of my neck. So it's like, oh, now I know where the scruff is. I never knew where the scruff was, but now I know where it is. And he said, you were throwing everybody out of the fucking courtroom. He says, and what you were fucking giving the fucking court notice as you were walking out, saying how you are going to now come before Queen's bench. You are now going to come before man. And we are going to summons you to a fucking appeal. And he says, I remember you giving the fair warning as you were throwing us out of the fucking courtroom. So what was funny is during the trial, the Hindi barrister was trying to jerk these clowns' chains. So there's a reason they put a Hindi guy as the barrister instead of a white Englishman, like as a preliminary hearing. That they knew that was going to infuriate the Punjabis. So as soon as Bali looked, he started to turn his head towards the barrister. I hit him so hard, so fast. His brother stood up, and I threw his brother down. I just yelled, like, get the fuck away from my client. And I hit him, and I was like, oh, my God, did I just hit somebody and throw somebody in open courtroom during a trial? I said, holy shit. It just did. It's like sneezing.
Instant, yeah.
I can actually control a sneeze in court better than what I fucking did. Yeah. I just reacted so quickly because I said, it's like a dad seeing a kid going across the street and a car's coming. So the dad will, like, yank the kid by the neck or drop kick him out of the car's way. He's like, did you just drop kick that kid? Well, if I didn't, the car would have hit him. I had no choice. I had a microsecond to think, and I drop kicked the kid. Why? Because the car was going to hit him. It's like, well, so it's like, holy shit, I'm going to jail. Holy shit, I can't believe I just hit somebody in a fucking foreign country. And I threw somebody in an open court. Oh, my God, they're going to throw me out of the building. If they don't put me in jail, they're going to deport me. I'm going to have criminal charge. Holy shit. But it hit me faster than a sneeze. I reacted that quickly because they almost brought the other side to life.
Yes.
They almost made the other side exist. Like the plaintiff almost appeared. The defendant almost appeared. The other side was almost there in that room at that time.
Yep. I see what you're saying. It was almost like a seance. Let's see if we can't conjure up something here.
Yeah. Let's see if we can't get these fuckers to react to this. Let's see if we can't get these fuckers to believe that this is actually having an impact and actually has an ability to control and move them. Because that's all jurisdiction is control.
Right.
So, did we get jurisdiction over you? Yes. Why? Because you reacted. By your actions and your inactions, we realize if we control you.
Yep.
So that's why I said, well, the most important things is your inactions. Not your actions. Your inactions speak louder than your actions. What didn't you do?
Right.
Not what you didn't. What didn't you do?
I didn't say I require leave
You shouldn't have said a damn thing. You put your paperwork in. You're in a paper court, and there's nothing on the other side that's speaking. Everything's paper. You put your paper before the court. You shut the fuck up. There is nobody, there is no man, no woman appearing in that fucking courtroom that day but you.
Right.
So you look insane talking to an empty courtroom.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Although in my first hearing, I did call for the two men that have the claim so that they would come forth, and of course, I did that twice, and he stopped me the third time. Whether or not that has anything to do, they stopped me.
How did he stop you? Only a man could stop you.
Well, I shouldn't say stop me. He interrupted me and then went into a...
He interrupted you because you thought you heard a tree in the forest fall? So you let the tree in the forest fall control you?
No,
you thought you heard a man speak?
Yes.
You really? And you said to him, is there a man speaking to me at this time? I think I hear something, but I'm not sure. Is there a man in this court as well as I? Yes or no? No. Well, then I'm going to fucking continue speaking.
Exactly. That's my fault again.
No, you don't know your shit, so you're going to fucking keep hanging yourself. And this isn't a fucking game, and this isn't like, oh, boy, I got to write this down. Because when the judge shows us, I want to say this. Because then the judge is going to say something else. And like I said, well, people are going to say, oh, Carl, oh, wow, I like what Carl just said. I'm going to write this down. And when I go to court, they're going to do this. Da-da-da-da. The only problem is now the judge is going to say that. And then the judge is going to say this, and the judge is going to say that. Da-da-da-da. And you're going to, like I said, my stuff is a lifestyle. It's not, oh, well, that's a trick, and that's a cool trick, and that's a cool trick. It's like Bali. What Bali was doing with Cole was hysterical. It was funny. It was like he got the one trick, pulled the rabbit out of the hat. And then the judge went and said something else. And Bali said, I'm not a person, I'm a man. And Bali, again, he pulled the rabbit out of the hat. And then the judge said something else that had nothing to do with the answer that Bali was coming up with next. And Bali pulled the rabbit out of the hat again. It's like Bali, go to the next trick. Go to the next trick. Go to the next trick. Yeah. He didn't know how to do anything but pull the rabbit out of the hat. I was like, holy shit. I was like, oh, dude, he doesn't know what the fuck. He's fucking freezing up here. And then that's when I jumped up. And I said, may I aid and assist this court? And they said, and the court clerk said, and who are you? And I said, I'm the next friend. I'm the next friend for this the man before you at this time. And they said, and how do you wish to aid and assist this court? He said, you're looking for the person known as Balraj Man? Yes. The person known as Balraj Man is now present before this court. And Bali's like, looking at me. He's like, no, there was only a man. I said, shut the fuck up. I got this. I said, I'm not coming back to fucking merry old England because this guy's about ready to fucking reschedule this fucking trial in 6 months. I ain't coming fucking back. It's over today. I'm going to fuck home. I didn't come all the way over here to fucking postpone this shit. I came over here to finish this fucking thing now. That's the way I do things. I want it done and I want it done now. I'm going to fuck home. I got too much shit to do. I ain't got time to play this fucking game with you people. So the clerk said, well, how is the person now before this court? I said, yes, the person is before the court as well as the man. The man and the person are both before this fucking court. How is that? Is the person has a duty and obligation according to his right within the society in which he has certain duties and obligations which he must behold. And if he fails in those fucking duties that he ascribed to, the society may fucking impose upon him, such as penalties, fines, jail terms, death, whatever. The only problem is the person in whom you seek is not a member of the legal society. And I believe you have a legal complaint against this man, a legal criminal complaint against this man before the court this day, correct? Yes, well, this man is an idiot in legalese. He does not speak legalese. He's not a member of the legalese, nor is any of the other individuals that this court summons to appear today are part of the legal society. Thank God their skin is brown. It's going to make my job a lot easier to prove to this court that they are not proper Englishmen. They have no duty and obligation to act anyway in any manner that your society subscribes because they did not subscribe to your society. They are Punjabi. I guarantee if they fucking violated or committed any fucking crime or act against the Punjabi society, they will be dealt as such. I said, but you have no jurisdiction or control of Punjabi because he is not of your society. They are idiots when it comes to legalese. But yes, the person that you seek before the court, yes, but a person of the Punjabi society, not of the legal British UK Crown society. Yes, they are persons, but not to your society, not to their society, to their own society, which they have done no wrong. And I said, there is no man that's going to come forth to this day and take that stand and testify that they have done anything wrong to any man of any society. Persons, yes. Man, no. And this is a common law land? Yes. Then they evoke the right to have the fucking man come forward and move their fucking case against them. And that will never happen. So are they guilty as charged? You better believe it. But are they guilty of doing anything wrong? No. They owe no debt to no man. And they have no debt to the Crown because they can't be guilty. They can't hold a debt to the Crown because they don't even know the Crown, the rules, the bylaws. They don't subscribe. There's no document that's going to prove they're a member of the legal society.
That's right.
So then the judge was like, and who are you again? He's like, my name is Karl Lentz. He said, I'm from the United States of America. I said, I hail from the United States of America. No, I'm not from it. I hail from it.
Yes.
He said, and how do you spell your name? And it's like Karllentz. He said, okay, Mr. Karl Lentz. I said, okay, Lentz. Z. He says, oh, Z. Yeah, Lentz. He's like, yes, Karl Lentz. He says, have a seat next to your friend, sir. So I was in a peanut gallery, but I jumped up and said, oh, fuck no. I ain't. The judge was like, if the person is known as this, and this, ain't before the court, the court will reconvene. When's the next time we have an indictment? 6 months. I said, oh, F no. And he's like, and so he's like, what? Oh, F no. There's the person's here. I can testify to that. There's a person here known as Balaraj, man. And Balaraj said, what the fuck are you doing to me? Dude, I got this. Just shut the fuck up. You are a person of the Punjabi society. You are a person. But you're not a person of the legal society. The Crown is bringing you before the court, not the Punjabis. You owe no duty and obligation to these fuckers. Just let me do my fucking job. Just sit there and like, shut the fuck up. I was pissed. I was there for 5 fucking weeks. I'm going home.
Yeah, that was a long time.
I sat there and explained to this fucking guy and his brother from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock the next morning for 5 freaking weeks. And he couldn't get past pulling a rabbit out of the hat. I said, now saw the lady in half. Now pull the fucking cards out of your sleeve. Now make the pigeon disappear. Dude, stop pulling a rabbit out of the hat. Move to the next trick. And then I realized, you know what, this is a lifestyle. It's in you. You know how to fucking act in public. You were raised properly. You know how to perform. You know when you're dealing with a man. You know when you're dealing with your servants. And you know when you're the king, and they can tell you when you're not the king. It's just like the pauper, the pauper and the prince and the pauper. Yes, they were born at birth. Yes, they were separated. Yes, the prince wanted to go out in the real world for a while and be a pauper, and he changed with the pauper. When the pauper was on the throne, everybody realized something's fucking wrong with this king, with the prince. He is not acting like he's in command of us. He is not acting like we're his servants. He's actually scared of us. He's scared of the servants. What the fuck is going on? So then the prince finally reappears and says, and then they're like, this pauper just walked into the royal court, and he's carrying this court like he's the fucking, like he owns it, like he's the king. Wait a second, how can a pauper not fucking walk into our court and fucking know the fucking rules? How can a pauper walk in and command the court? How's he doing this? Because he's really the fucking king. Why? Because his actions, what he's doing, what he's not doing. We could tell that this guy knows his shit. And they could see that you know your shit in a half a heartbeat. You flap your gums like you fucking did in court. If I were the fucking judge, dude, I'll hold you in contempt of court until you fucking get it out of your system. You come back into a fucking court, fucking open your mouth again, see what the fuck's going to happen to you. I'm going to get it out of your system one way or the other. You're going to learn how to act in public. Mommy, Daddy didn't teach you how to act in public. I'll teach you.
Well, yeah, and that's what he told me in court. Stop doing what I'm doing as far as bringing forth my claim.
Right. So, it's not that time. It's not that time. Let them, like I said, when they did theirs, they also had my claim before the court. But when the court was over, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the judge read the ruling from 3 o'clock until 3:41. So 40 minutes, count one. For count one, harassment, guilty as charged. Crown versus Smith, 1999. Crown versus Jones, 2003. Crown versus Lucille, 2012. Count two, stalking, guilty as charged. Crown, and then he was given all the citations and rulings and of what those cases were. 40 minutes of guilty, count two. They were looking at me, the Punjabis were looking at me like, is this going to have a fucking happy ending? I said, just kick back and relax. They're doing their case. Case. The judge realizes my claim is there before the court. He realizes it. He sees it. He knows. what's the claim I made before the court? Just bring a man forward, and we'll and this is over. But it'll never happen. So you're going to have to discharge whatever they're bringing into this court based upon my claim that they've done no wrong. So go ahead, move, you know. And then at the end, the judge said, now for the common law side of the court, the claim that's before the court in the common law. And it's so funny. All the barristers and all the clerks on their side, on the Crown side, it was hysterical. They all took their pens and pencils and pads and they threw them up on the tables, and they all kicked back and stretched and started to yawn.
Wow.
Yep.
But they had nothing to do with it.
And then they said it's a common law, fucking ridiculous nonsense, trivial bullshit. We don't got to write any of this shit that's going to come out of the judge now. Because it's over. We won. The judge, we already won. 5-0. 5 guilty. We won. It's over. There's no sense to fucking write down any of this shit the judge is going to say. He's going to say the common law is dead, and England's been dead a long time. Yeah, the only problem is the judge just say, these Punjabis, this is the most idiotic. I say, oh, yeah, we're going home. And I warned the Punjabis, too. I said, look, if this judge calls you a bunch of fucking idiots, at the end when the ruling comes, you're going home. If he says you're competent, you're fried. So pray that he calls you an idiot. And I said to the Punjabi interpreter, however you have to describe to these people in Punjabi, idiot, tell them not to react negatively, to smile.
Yeah.
I said, now whatever derogatory word you got to use to get through to these fuckers about the word idiot, it's a wonderful, beautiful thing to be told that in legalese. In street language, it's a slap in the face. In legalese, it's a beautiful word.
Yeah.
So just kick back and relax. When they call them idiots, tell them to smile because they're going home. Tell them that they're competent. Oh, they're fried. So the judge called them idiots. I was like, oh my God, they're going home. He realizes they're strangers. They have no duties and obligations as a stranger, as a guest.
And see, that's one of the things that's hard for maybe a lot of people to understand is if you read anything from a lawyer, you don't understand it. Right there's the proof that you don't belong in this society because you can't understand the word they're saying. So, like you always say, why would you want to learn Chinese, Japanese, whatever? Let them speak whatever they want. You don't understand the word they're saying.
It was like I said, when you were starting to say guilty, count 1, guilty, count 2, the Punjabis looked at me and I said, stop. Like, don't yell up and down, don't cry, don't react, stop. Nothing's going on yet. Wait for the common law side.
Yep.
Just wait. Just be patient. And you guys can't be patient. You guys want to do like the lawyers say in this jurisdiction. Well, if you fail to object, you have nothing for appeal. What appeal? Appeal what? You don't speak legalese. What are you going to appeal? You didn't hear anything.
Exactly.
There's nothing to appeal. You're talking legalese. You're talking Chinese, Japanese. How can I appeal?
And that was one of the things that you brought up. That you brought up last couple times about what happened when you talked to that clerk about what appeals mean. That you're wasting your time. I mean, how many people waste years trying to appeal stuff for absolutely nothing?
Right. It's not going to go anywhere. You're wasting your time.
Yeah.
Like he told me, he said, all these Supreme Court justices down here of Alabama, he said they're elected. They don't have a fucking clue about the law. He said they all fucking do what they're told to do. But the politicians do. How the politicians tell them. He says they do like what the Attorney General and the politicians tell them the rule. Oh. Because they're not lawyers. They're not attorneys. They're elected. I could go be elected for the Supreme Court of Alabama. You don't have to fucking be an attorney. You just have to be elected.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He says you're wasting your time.
I figured at least they were attorneys, but wow, they're not even attorneys. No wonder they're being basically used as puppets for whatever reasons that somebody else wants them to do something.
Like I told it to somebody the other day on somebody's show. Oh, somebody named Ken W. on Angela's show. Uh-huh. He said, well, a declaratory judgment. I said, a DJ? I said, you're telling me you got a great victory by presenting a DJ to the court about being a licensed driver or a taxpayer or something like that? I said, yeah, I got a DJ. I said, dude, you know who creates DJs, declaratory judgments? I said, you know, it's like a 16, 17-year-old office clerk or a law student. I said, you're just asking an opinion of a judge. Yeah. I said, judges are like the laziest bastards on planet Earth. So they're going to have some law clerk or paralegal or some retired judge who's 80 years old who's got nothing better to do. He's going to write an opinion. He's going to present the opinion. I said, so you're getting opinions from a 16, 17-year-old legal student, law student. You're getting an opinion. You got the declaratory judgment from a 80-year-old retired judge who's just sitting around an old age home doing some research. Say, hey, you know what? Can you write us up some a DJ for us? Somebody's asking an opinion that if he has a pond on his side of the property and this guy's got a pond on his side, and and that's all it is. A DJ is just exactly. A DJ is just like, look, we're thinking about suing each other, but we really don't want to go into a full-blown trial. So a DJ is basically going to arbitration, just saying, look, I'm thinking about suing you, he's thinking about suing me, but we don't want to spend a ton of money on lawyers. So you know what? Honestly, we're just trying to get a point in law, settled between us at this time. So if we did go to court, and I did sue him about this pond or this tree that fell on my car, can you tell me how the court would rule? And then so you get law clerks and you get retired judges who will actually go try to, do some research and say, well, in the past, this is how they ruled this way, this way, or this way. So if you take it into court, this is how they're probably going to rule. So, but that doesn't, right. So if you agree, if both parties agree that, you know what, however the DJ comes out, we'll agree to it and we'll abide by it. But, if I just went in there and I got a DJ against you and I sent it to you and said, see, this is what's going to happen. You better just fucking pay me because we go to court, I'm going to win according to this DJ. And you're like, you know what? I want to present my case to the open court. I want to present my case to the jury. So thank you for getting an opinion. Thank you for trying to scare the shit out of me. But you know what? I'm going to elect to take this to a full-blown trial by jury. Right. So this guy just kept trying to say how wonderful his DJ was. I said, dude, the DJ is just an opinion of one law clerk or one old man. I said, it's not an opinion of the court. Yep. I said, what are you promoting again? So then he started to say, he started to do that credits and commerce bullshit, like I accept liability and surety for the person known as, oh, shit, this is that 37-word spiel. Yeah. That Gordon Hall used to say all the time. I said, dude, I said, you're credits and commerce, ain't you? And then he just hung up, and Angela was like, where did he go? I said, yeah, because I called him out, because I know exactly what he's going to do. These credits and commerce try to convince people to join their organization, like a 3-month membership thing. They got to go meet up at in Indiana, wherever, or Texas, or California. They got to live there for 3 months, and they study, and then they get accredited by the credits and commerce staff, and they go out there and try to promote this crap.
Yeah, weren't they promoting OIDs and all that, 1099s and all that other stuff?
Whatever was floating the boat at that time, whatever the new trick in the book was.
Right, they keep changing it every other year because nothing works and people start going to jail.
Right, so then you got to come up with another $20,000, $30,000 membership fee.
Yeah, exactly.
To come back up to speed. Like I said, I have a lot of people asking me that. Like, Paul, why don't we set up schools and teach people this? I said, dude, it's so simple, it's scary. Yeah. I said, the only thing I'm going to do is try to create DVDs or write a little simple book and just show people this is all you need to do when you go to court. This is how you write a letter.
Yep, that would be the best thing because I know myself, I'm looking for your dictionary because sometimes, like you say, you get too smart. Oh, you know all these words. Well, guess what? Like you were saying, make it the simplest sentence, like you were a 4th grade kid or something like that, because those words have just as much meaning and clarity than all these big fancy words that everybody else uses. So that, to me, that was one of my hardest things, is going down from, 20, 30 pages of nothing but rambling crap to down to 2 or 3 sentences of hard meaning, answer this, and we're done.
Well, like I said, look at what this one man wrote to me the other day. We started working on a letter campaign back and forth. And the first letter he wrote, I said, looks good. And then he sent a second letter. I said, look, if they don't respond in 2-3 days, send the second letter. And the second letter was basically like the first letter. I got the second letter real quick, follow-up letter. It just basically said, I sent you a letter. It says, he could say I sent you a correspondence, but he used the word letter. That's fine. Like letter to me is A, B, C, D. That's a letter. Right. But that's okay. He said, I sent you a letter, and I haven't heard back from you. Are you in possession of the letter? Maybe the letter was lost or delayed in the mail. Here's a copy. Would you please call or text me at blah, 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 and let me know that you're in receipt of this letter. I wish you well. God bless. And the man's name was Joe. I said, good. That's the second follow-up letter. That's good. It's not exactly the way I'd write it, but you know what? The man's going to get the gist of it. Did I send you a letter? What, you sent him a letter? Cute. What letter did you send him? But you know what I'm saying. It's good enough.
Yeah.
But then the next letter, the third letter to me is insane. So the third letter was, I am asking you, man to man, do you believe I'm guilty of doing something wrong? Regards, Joe. I said, holy shit. I said, you do not fucking send that. And I'm saying to myself, oh, my God. And I just said, laugh online, LOL. No, we will need to talk about this letter. And then he wrote, and then he tried to call me, and I said, sorry, I'm busy. I'll call you back later. And he said, okay. So like I said, he's getting the letter. He's starting to understand what I'm trying to say about you got to write letters back and forth. But when he got to the third letter, he's calling the guy out. You don't call nobody out. He's like, that sounds kind of threatening. Are you trying to tell me I did something wrong? I was like, no, dude, that's all right. The guy's just doing his fucking job. He's a prosecutor. He's not fucking saying anybody did anything fucking wrong. You don't fucking talk to him like that. But like I said, he just sent it to me today, and not having had time to respond back yet. How he should modify that letter. And that's what I was saying to the guy with the ankle bracelet on. He ordered that they take the ankle bracelet off, and he goes back to the state of being he was before the ankle bracelet was on. I said, dude, you begged them to put that ankle bracelet on. There is no other man's name. Dude, I don't even see the United States government's name. I don't see the U.S. Marshal Service name on it. I don't see anybody's name on there, on that wish to have that fucking ankle bracelet put up on your leg, except for yours. He says, no, it says right. Dude, I read the damn thing. Don't try to bullshit me. I read it. They said, they didn't say anything, dude. You said you wanted it on your leg as a term and condition of your release. You said it, not them.
Mm-hmm. He probably never read it, so you're right.
No, he did read it, but you guys read this shit, and you think they're saying it. Wow. You're saying it. They don't have a vocal cords. They don't have ears. They don't have a conscience. They don't have a soul. They have nothing. They're not saying shit. You think that's what it says. Did anybody stand in court and tell you that that's what it says? No. Did you ask anybody? No. Did anybody tell you fucking put it in a form of writing and sign and order you put that ankle bracelet on you? No. Then you did it with your own free will because you wanted to get out of jail. So guess what's going to happen, asshole? You ordering them to take this off your ankle, and you want to be, now for then, what's that? You wanted to go back to non-trunk.
Yes.
You wanted to go back to the way it was. I said, guess what's going to happen? Where were you the minute that you signed it? You weren't sitting in a federal prison somewhere without an ankle bracelet. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to put you right back in the fucking prison without the ankle bracelet. I said, dude, what you're supposed to do, if you want to do this rod class bullshit, is you don't do a non-proton because he thinks he's using his fancy fucking words. What you're supposed to fucking do is make a modification of the agreement.
Yes.
And you could say, well, you know what? Thank you for putting this ankle bracelet on me. It's a lovely ankle bracelet. I'm sure it costs a lot of money and a lot of research and development to do such a fucking wonderful product. The only problem was at the time was I wanted to go home and see my family, and that was the terms and conditions of release. Now that I look back at it, I realize this hurts my ankle. And I realize this glorious fucking government would never want to do anything to cause harm to man. Can you please come up with an alternative solution that way we could use a product that would not be a detriment to man? Thank you. Kind regards. God bless you all. Have a blessed day. Why couldn't you fucking write that? Why'd you use this fucking rod class threatening fucking extortion bullshit on U.S. Marshals? What are you fucking mind? And I said, I know the U.S. Marshals are listening to the show. I said, I know the United States government's listening to this show. Look, guys, if you want to pick this fucking clown up, do it. I am not coming back to Indiana to fucking bail his ass out. And the next day, his wife was like, boom, they picked him up, yeah. I told you they would come up. I said, you don't threaten U.S. Marshals. You don't threaten the fucking judges. You don't threaten these people. Or you don't threaten the persons. You don't do it.
Yep.
You look insane.
Yep. And see, that's
they granted his wish. I said, you can modify the terms and condition of the settlement. That you could do.
Right, but don't demand and don't put out orders.
If you don't fucking, dude, nobody fucking put that on you but you. You're trying to say they put this on you. They didn't put it on you, dude. I read the fucking terms of the condition of your release. You put it on you.
Yep.
He says, no, dude. I said, look, I don't know what the fuck Rod Class read. I don't know what the fuck you read. I don't know if your eyesight and his eyesight don't read what my brain picks up when I read something, but I'm telling you, it's not there. I said, look, I don't know if I'm super smart, and I see things the different way, or I'm so Neanderthal and so back to basic and so simple that I don't put things there that don't exist. I just see black and white. I don't know where you're manifesting all this imaginary shit. I said, maybe I'm too simple. Maybe I'm too stupid. Maybe I'm too fucking caveman. I don't see where it says that. Where do you see it? How do you guys come up with this crazy shit?
Right.
You guys have some vivid fucking imagination because it's not there. I said, I guess I'm kind of blessed that I don't have that kind of fucking imagination. Like, colorful. Women say, oh, let's make it blue, let's make it purple, let's make it green today. Oh, then tomorrow it's going to be orange, yellow, and fucking pink. Me, I said, look, just paint it black, paint it white. I got tons of it. Just fucking paint it black and white. Let's get on with the day. I got time for this shit. Well, you know, maybe some chartreuse. What the fuck's a chartreuse? Get the fuck out. Just paint that damn thing black or white and let's get on with the day. Exactly. It's like Henry Ford used to say, you could get a fucking Model T in any color as long as it's black. That's an actual quote from him.
Yeah, I would doubt it.
Model Ts come in any color you wish as long as your color is black. There you go.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because look, he just considered it a tool to go from point A to point B.
Right.
Not a status symbol, not an ornament, not some ornate, not some flamboyant. A tool to go from here to there. Yep. See, when it's like, well, why accessorize it? Do what? Paint it red. What? Black works just fine. Yeah. Well, why don't we paint it red and charge more money? It's like, that's ridiculous. Why don't we just put chrome fucking rims on it and charge them 10 times as much? Well, yeah, you think we should do that? No, I don't think you should do that. People should spend their money on things like food and clothing for their children, not chrome fucking hubcaps. No, just paint the damn thing black. It's a tool, not a status symbol. It's a tool to help man go from here to there, to help every man on planet Earth go from here to there. Right. That's it. And that's all I tell people. Look, I'm not showing you the chrome, the fucking glitter. Look, this is black and white. This is what you need to do. Boom, be fucking done and go find something else to do with your wife and kids. Like this girl at Commerce was telling people to spend 3 months there at their boot camp or whatever. Come back every now and then for more accreditation. It's more fucking... Dude. I teach people how to get in the fuck out of court as fast as possible so you go back home with your wife and kids and fucking do some work that God fucking put you on earth to do. Not to be tangling with fucking the legal society.
And I know you can attest, and I can attest the same thing. Using the lawyers, all it does is stretch years and years and years, going back and forth, battling over nothing. Same thing. It's like, can we move forward? You know, but you're right.
Their money is billable hours.
Yep.
Now, me, I want to charge people. Did I get the case done for you? Yes. Did I do a job? Yes. Was it done? Like I said, I've been a contractor for almost my whole entire life. I hardly ever punched the time clock in my whole entire life since I was a kid. Everything else, I'm a contractor. And a contractor knows unless 100% of the job is done and complete, he doesn't get a fucking dime.
Right.
That's it. 99% of the job does not get you the paycheck.
That's right.
They don't give you, they don't give, it's like, well, I built a swimming pool, and look at all this work and tiles and everything else I did in the swimming pool. But every time we fill it up with water, it leaks out the next day. So give me all the money you owe me. They'll say, no, that's ridiculous. It's like there must be something wrong with the pool. It's like, I don't know, you see a crack anywhere? And the lady say, no, I don't see no cracks anywhere. But all I know is when we put water in it, the next day it's empty. Something's wrong. Well, show me the crack. I don't know, I can't see no fucking crack, but all I know, man, is the pool's empty. I'm not giving you shit. I don't know what the fuck is wrong, but I'm not giving you anything. It's like, oh, you got it because I did the fucking job. Look, it's a beautiful looking pool. Yeah, beautiful looking pool, but does it function? Does it work? Well, it looks like a pool. But if it doesn't hold water, guess what? It's not a pool, so I don't have to pay for a pool.
Right.
Right, and that's how contractors understand the realities in life. If it doesn't work, you don't get paid.
Yep.
And lawyers have billable hours.
Yeah, and and we know because they have billable hours that they don't care whose side takes the longest, whose side needs a continuance, whose side didn't get the paperwork in. Who cares? I'll go back and we'll go another day, $2.75 an hour, so I can come into court and say, what, continuance? Sure, okay, next month, see you again.
Yeah, they're in no hurry.
Yeah, no.
They're happy if they get one client that'll take up the whole entire year, as long as that client's got money.
Yeah. long as he's paying, sure, exactly.
Right. You know, got to chase another ambulance and look for another victim.
Yeah.
They got one that's on a hook, and this guy's got money. We'll ride this fucking guy for a year or two. And like I tell people all the time, I was like, look, I got some friends who are attorneys, and they told me this fucking scam. Just like that attorney, that's like John Wilkinson Jr., the court clerk, the appellate court clerk down there for Alabama, the Supreme Court down there.
Yeah.
He said the same thing. The attorneys told me the same thing. It's like, look, we just look for billable hours. And it's like, look, you know, well, if there's a man suing another man, we're going to let the poor man win. And then the fucking rich guy could say, wait a second, attorney, why didn't you put this into exhibit? Why didn't you put this into evidence? Why didn't you bring this up into the court at the time? It's like, oh, don't worry about it. We're going to win on appeal. You know, I just saved that for an appeal just in case. And, yeah, we're going to have to use that now. So, yeah, well, I'll put that evidence into the court now. What we'll do is do an appeal. We'll come back. We'll win the appeal. And the appeal will say, go back to the court of original jurisdiction and retry this case. So they're going to keep retrying the case until the rich guy runs out of money.
Right.
They're going to milk this guy for everything he's fucking got. And I said it was funny. I told the guy in Modesto, California, who calls me up every now and then, he lays bricks for a living. He's got a bricklaying company and tile company. I said, look, in Modesto, what do they got? 2, 3 tile companies, 2, 3 brick, I said, Modesto is probably not that big. So how many competitors do you really have? He said, not that many. Right. So if you see a big company come to town, like say Cisco or Microsoft or somebody, and there's bidding, and in Modesto you have to have a permit to lay bricks, right? You got to be incorporated with this. So you got to get fucking chartered. You got to have a permit, right? You said, yeah. So right. Yeah. So 3 or 4 years get together, and you say, look, nobody bid under $1 million. Nobody. You let me win this one, and you could all come in and help as subcontractors, but let me win the bid. And you said there's plenty of work for all of us. But, I'll put it up for $1 million and we'll all share the money. Because honestly, and I know, it's only a $100,000 job. But Microsoft don't know it. Cisco doesn't know it. And we monopolize this county, so we monopolize this city. So guess what? Whatever bid we put up, they have to accept, or they're not going to get the building built. Or they're going to have to look at another city. So let's just agree, $1 million, and we all jump in and we all do the work together. They're like, okay. I said, that's what lawyers do. They all sit around and make an agreement. They already know what the outcome is going to be before you walk into the courtroom, before the parties walk in. The judges and the attorneys already made all their backdoor deals. Right. With each other. Right. So when you walk in, it's wow. They're like, wow, that was quick. How did that, what the fuck would happen? It's like, we talked. It said, what do you mean you talked in chambers? What are you talking about? You mean, the judge already knew what was going on before you, oh, that's right, that's fine. We already talked and we already got it worked out in chambers. We already settled it. Yep. It's like, well, what about the trial? What about the witnesses? What about that? Don't worry about it.
I had that happen in my case where my lawyer that I had hired was talking to the other side, making deals, and wasn't telling me.
Yeah.
So when I ended up firing her and asking her for all the paperwork, I'm getting all these letters that they were sending back and forth. I'm like, what the hell is this? And here you think they're representing you. Yeah, they have no interest in you at all.
Nope. They're going to have billable hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right. It's just a game. It's just like I said, look, you bricklayers fucking do it, right? He's like, yeah, well, we do it too. I said, what makes you think lawyers don't do it?
Yeah.
I said, if bricklayers do it in a little town called Modesto, what makes you think attorneys don't do it worldwide?
Yep.
I said, what? Do you think, why shouldn't they do it? If they know that they're only game in town, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Go get an attorney and sue the other attorney?
Exactly, because as well as I do, you try to enter into their playing field, you don't have that card, forget it. Forget it. And that's exactly what that judge in Ohio was saying. You don't have our playing card, you can't come into play. Sorry. No admittance.
If you folks know you're the only game in town and you're going to monopolize the only courthouse in town and you're going to control it basically 100% of the time, obviously the anything that gets moved in and out of there is going to be by the blessings of the court clerk. And like I said earlier, I said the court clerk should stop you from trying to put any legalese nonsense into somebody else's legal case file. It's like, look, this attorney for the other side created all these legal documents, and he put it in his case, and it's beautiful.
Leave his case and his suit and his documents alone. Don't put your dirty trash, what you think is legalese, into that man's case. Leave it alone. And like I said, I don't know if you went to my website and saw that, where the judge said, he made numerous legal conclusions, and, but I don't see anywhere where they're, registered or licensed to the state of Ohio to act as an attorney.
No, but I haven't seen it on the website, but I heard you talking about that, and like I said, that tells it all right there.
Yeah,
doesn't matter how.
Yeah, if you do have access to the internet, just go to broadmind.org and check it out.
Sure, I will. Sure, I will, because I've done the same thing.
Yeah, because I say that to people all the time. So when I went to court one time back in 2003, 2005, I had the codes down perfect. And when I went to court, everybody was snickering and laughing at me. I said, what's so funny? They said, like, you're a Vietnam vet with VD? I said, no. What are you talking about? I said, good. And they just started laughing. So when I went home, I checked the codes, and they switched, like, Title 26 to Title 15, and Title 26 just disappeared altogether, whatever. They got rid of a couple of title codes, and they codified it into a shorter, condensed version of the codes. And I was complaining like I was a Vietnam vet, complaining that I got, like, fucking a clap from a Hong Kong whore while I was over in Vietnam.
Oh, yeah.
And I was looking for state benefits. And that's why because they knew how I was coming into the court. And these people are smart enough to go to the legislators and said, we need you to change a couple of your fucking codes. What's that? It's like, yeah, can you just change this to this and this to this? Why? Because there's some clown who's going to fucking clean our clock in court. So we want to just fucking totally destroy his complaint against us, his motion against us. We want to make it look totally frivolous and ridiculous so he can never put another one into the court because he's a complete moron. So when they did that to me, I looked like a complete fucking moron. It's like, what title are you fucking quoting? Title 26? Section what? 103. 103. Really? And you do know you're in family court, right? Oh, yes, absolutely, sir, because Title 26 clearly establishes, they have to have no, it doesn't, sir. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't, sir. I was there like January 5th, and they had a revision of the code like on January 1st, on New Year's Eve.
Wow.
December birthday of revision. They revised the code on January 1st. So when I got there January 5th, I looked like a total asshole.
Wow.
So when I got home, when I drove 600 miles fucking back home, flipped open the computer, said, what the fuck? I said, oh, my God, they did not fucking do that to me, did they? I said, never again. I am never walking into a code world ever again. That's it. I am going to figure out a way to fucking teach man to never fucking walk into their code world again. Because it's fucking it's suicide.
It's a slap in the face to realize, but I'm glad that, you did that, because look what happened now. Everybody's starting to realize. Like you have been saying, it's a code. How are you going to understand a code? I was in the military. We send coded messages all the time. Nobody can read them. Why? Because that's what it is. It's a code. You can't read it until somebody decodes it for you, and hopefully if you have the code that's the right one for that day at that time and everything else, you'll be able to decipher the message. Otherwise, it's no good. It's junk. It's garble. Yeah. So, like you said, even though all the studying you've done, we've done, everybody's done, it does you no good, because you still don't know exactly what this guy is trying to say, and they're going to change the code. And that's what we did in the military. We change the code every 24 hours.
Right, there's a new key code that comes out, and you put the new key code in combination, and no matter what you said yesterday, now it's different today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's like I'm wasting my time studying code, ain't I? Yeah, because it's old code.
Yep.
And now it's new code. You're on the wrong page, sir. What? You're on the wrong page, and you look like a damn fool.
Wow. And that's the thing. You go through all that trouble thinking that you're doing it correctly, and then you get slapped right in the face and made look like an idiot. Well, an idiot. I shouldn't say idiot there, but it's, make yourself look like a moron because you thought you had something correct and you were way off base.
To me, moron means that you're putting more on than is necessary. Like, why are you talking about being a Vietnam vet? Why are you going on and on about that? Do you realize where you're standing, sir? Do you realize what court this is? Do you realize what, no, obviously you have no fucking clue what you're doing, and you're totally wasting the court's valuable, limited resources and time. And we're not going to tolerate this frivolous shit anymore coming into our court. And you fucking try to come into our court ever again, we're going to fucking make sure that you're not allowed in.
Right.
So they're going to disbar you from coming fucking appearing in their court ever again. There's frivolous filings.
Yep. And
if you complain to their boss or whatever, the boss is going to say, what the fuck was he going on about? I don't know. He comes in with some Vietnam fucking clap from Hong Kong, Saigon, or what?
Didn't he realize he was in family court? Yeah, I don't know where this guy's getting this shit from. He's wasting our fucking valuable time and our limited resources with this silly Vietnam shit.
Right. Right.
And that's how simple I make it to people. Stop fucking trying to answer their case.
Yep.
You're wasting your fucking time. If you want to answer that case, go fucking hire an attorney.
Yeah, and then good luck with that.
Yeah. Right. Go see when you bid for a contract and you need a bricklayer in the city, and there's only 2 contracting companies in the city, and they're both brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
See what kind of
your
estimate.
cousins, and your cousins with the judge. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. See what kind of estimate you want to get. You could get the same building built any place else for $10. Here it costs fucking $1,000.
Yep.
So guess why? Because it's a monopoly. It's the only game in town, and you fools think that this is the only option you have. So I'm just showing people other options. Because everyone's like, there's no other options. It's like, that's right. Because you don't know how to fucking occupy a fucking public courthouse. It's a public building. You're the public, that's a public courthouse. Move your case into the public courthouse. Just like they moved their cases into a public courthouse. The legal society didn't pay for that courthouse. The public paid for that courthouse.
That's right.
Right. I don't see fucking attorneys say, well, deduct 20% out of my fucking cut so I could pay for a courthouse. We all got to chip in.
That's right. They don't.
That don't happen. It's not coming out of their pocket. It's not coming out of the Bar Association's pocket so they can build a new building. It's not their fucking building. Oh, and if you go to my website, too, I put a fucking plaque, a picture of a plaque.
Yes.
I don't know if you saw that. Did you see the plaque?
Did you just recently put it up?
Yeah, I haven't touched my website in a year, and I just decided to fucking try to do a little bit of something. You know,
I remember seeing all the pictures you did, when you were up in Canada with the hockey jerseys and things like that.
Right, that was a year ago that I've been up there. It was up February, March last year. March, April. February, March, I was up there 5 weeks. I think I was there for the last couple of days of February, the whole month of March, and a couple of days in April.
Wow.
So, but what's funny is I put that plaque that the Bar Association, it's presented by the Virginia State Bar Association on May 17th, 1959. So back in 1960, the Bar Association put a plaque at the Jamestown Memorial Church, in Jamestown, because Jamestown was like the first colony, by the English.
Right.
So I put a plaque, the sign that you could go there and take a picture of. It says the common law. It says, here the common law of England was established on this continent with the arrival of the first settlers on May 13, 1607. The first charter granted by James I to the Virginia Company in 1606 declared that the inhabitants of the colony shall have and enjoy all liberties, franchises, and immunities as if they had been abiding and born within this our realm of England. Since Magna Carta, the common law has been the cornerstone of individual liberties, even as against the crown. So when it says even against the crown, they're not talking about the king, they're talking about the Bar Association.
Right.
The crown is the Bar Association, it's not the king. So when you go against the crown in Canada, you're not going against the king or queen of England because they disowned the king or queen of England. The little old lady in England has no control over Canada, trust me. She doesn't wake up in the morning and say, all of Canada must do this. Nobody in Canada is going to listen to that 80-year-old lady. Nobody gives a shit.
Right.
So it says, even against the crown. Summarized later in the Bill of Rights, its principles, the common law, have inspired the development of our system of freedom under the law, which is at once our dearest possession and the proudest achievement. This plaque was presented by the Virginia State Bar Association, May 17, 1959. So the Virginia State Bar Association understands the common law and why the common law is the greatest achievement that we've accomplished as man on this continent because it protects us from the crown and protects us from the bar.
Yes.
If the Bar Association's admitting it, putting it in plain sight, what the fuck is wrong with the common man to not understand common law?
Right.
Right. It isn't like Karl Lentz put this plaque up at the Jamestown colony. The Bar Association put it up. So if I put it up there, they'll call that's just what you believe. That's what you believe. You believe the common law was established here and upon this continent to protect us from the Crown, the Bar Association. That's just your belief, Carl. It's like, well, the only problem is the Bar Association agrees. Why? Yeah, because they are the ones who actually put it up Oh, no, Carl, that's your crazy beliefs. Every time I go to court, the judge always says there is no common law. Common law where? In this case before the court, he's telling you the truth. Where's your case based in common law? Do you have one there in front of the court at that time? No? Well, then it does not exist in this courtroom at this time. Admiralty exists. Bankruptcy exists. Divorce exists. Traffic law exists. Common law doesn't exist because you didn't evoke it. You didn't move it into the fucking courtroom, asshole.
Right.
Yeah, but does common law exist? Not at this particular moment in time. Just like the first thing I asked the judge is, are we taking testimony today, Your Honor? No, we're not. Okay, well, then there's nothing for us to say. Thank you. It's like, well, if you don't like the ruling of the court, appeal it. Appeal what? There's nothing being testified to appeal. For me to file an appeal, there must be testimony for the appellate court to review. If nobody's testifying today, if nothing's speaking in court, everything is in writing. I'll just move a claim against what they wrote. What they wrote on line 7 was the plaintiff was the highest bidder at the auction. So that negates everything from 7 under is void because that's fraud. They didn't appear. I got 5 human beings that will swear and testify under oath that there was no representative of the bank at that auction. And I'm just waiting for the county recorder's office that they shipped it off to the attorney for the county to record the transactions and the events that occurred at the day of the auction. And that takes 6 months. 6 months hasn't passed since the auction, so we're going to have to wait for the attorney report and review of what transpired during that auction on that day. So the attorney's going to have to bullshit and lie for the bank, saying the bank was there. But the only problem is I'm going to bring 5 people of this county before the court because I know all their names. They're going to say, that's not what the fuck happened. And we're going to ask, hey, attorney, were you there at the auction? Because we didn't see you. And then he's going to fuck himself.
Right.
So this is going to be a really interesting report that this attorney's going to have to generate on what actually transpired at the time of the sale, because the attorney's supposed to be there and give a recording of the event of the auction. And there's no fucking attorney sitting on that courthouse steps that day. Gus was there. I was there. Even Gus was there.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there you go. So now you've got 5 men that are going to testify against a corporation fiction entity and a representative of a corporation fiction entity, and they're not going to come and testify.
Right, they can't because they know they weren't there. And they know I could bring 5 of mankind before the court to show that that did not occur. This is what happened, this is what did not happen. So like I said, but like I said, I got so much fun, good stuff going on right now with so many people all over the world asking me to help them with cases, and that's what I say, man. I always say, like to Gus and Larry and Mark and Mike, hey, guys, catch up to me, man. Get on board. Stop helping me do this stuff.
That's one of the things I was going to ask. I know that you had some guy, I think one of his name was Patrick from Chicago, to give out emails or whatever, so that we can get small groups, throughout the country. So everything is just directed right back at you. And, like with Gus and Larry and Al and Mike and everybody else that's helping you out, that's what we need to do is spread this out so everything's not thrown right back at you. When we get a question, we have something we're stumped on, then we can come to you and you can give us, your opinion, your advice, and everything else.
Yeah, you said that the man is still. I guess I'll talk to you, during the week and get the man's number and stuff like that to where to talk to him. But you said it did bounce from county to county, prison, jails.
Yes, that's what they're doing now. Yes. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to. I'm not even sure exactly what court. I believe it was a federal district tax court, the first one, but I'm not sure about this other one. But like I said, I can actually I can have my son call him, collect, or write to him again to get as much information as far as an update as to exactly what's going to be happening, this March 9th trial or whatever. But yeah, and I'll send it all to you.
All right. Yeah, because I wanted to ask that Mike Miller in Canada a question, because I was trying to help some lady with a granddaughter, trying to keep the police from kicking in the door. And, that worked out good because they had a warrant for her arrest and they had a pickup order for the kid. But
the one in Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Guyana lady, yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah, so I told the lady, look, there's a couple things that you have to do. I said, I'm not asking you to do them. I'm telling you, you better effing do it. If you don't effing do it, I'm not going to, don't bother calling me up.
Right.
And one of the things I told her to do was make sure that you go become a member of a church. I said, what, you know, where you from, Guyana? So either you have some sort of a Catholic upbringing or some sort of like fucking tribal fucking voodoo thing shit going on. I said, whatever it is, I really don't care. But you better go find, you know, some religious, you know, non-secular faith-based organization to help you.
Yes.
Because I can't see cops coming into a faith-based organization and pulling you or that fucking child out of what they would call a church or a temple or a mosque or a synagogue. I just can't see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's ever happened in U.S. history. You know, and if it did, you know, and it got out to the public that somebody came into a church and dragged some woman out with a baby, I don't know how this country wouldn't explode.
That happened in Chicago about a year ago. That some immigrant lady was hiding out in a church, and that's exactly what happened. The cops would not go in, and they actually talked through the priest and finally brought her out. But yeah, you're right that they don't go in there.
They won't go in. They will convince the lady. Look, the church people will try to convince the lady. Look, work with the authorities. You know, it's one of those render to Caesar what is Caesar's.
Yeah.
You know, they'll convince you render upon Caesar's what is Caesar's. They will try to convince you of that. But like I said, with that lady, it was like she's like, well, you know, and I exploded her on my show. I said to her, did you go to the church and ask for help? It's like, no, I made something. Oh, her sister said, no, the church rejected her. The church denied her. The church denied her. I said, bullshit. The church didn't deny her. She said, oh, yes, they did. I said, no, they didn't. He said, oh, yes, they did. I said, look, my sister went out to the Bay Area, and she realized it was going to be like $2,000 a month for a little tiny cubicle called an apartment. So my sister had no place to go with a little dog and her daughter. And said, well, use your old Catholic fucking card, pull that out of your fucking back pocket and throw it on a table. And as soon as she did, they gave her a place to stay. And the same thing happened when she went to Virginia Beach. You know, it's expensive as hell to live there. So she went there and didn't have enough money to secure an apartment with her dog and all this other shit. So the Catholic Church gave her a place to stay again. You know, gave her a set of keys and said, here you go. I said, you know, the Catholic Church, you know, they're the number one healthcare provider in the world. I said, you know, people don't realize that, you know, that they got deep, deep pockets. And as long as you go talk to nuns, you know what? That's all these nuns live for. They help them with a kid.
Yep, that's right.
They think they're doing God's work, which God bless them, they are. So, like I said, you know, I said they'll provide you legal aid, lawful aid. They'll provide you fucking people who know how to talk for you to state and government officials. You might not be able to do it, but believe me, they'll find somebody who could calm the state government officials down. They'll get somebody up there to talk for you. So, yeah. So what was funny is when her sister said, "No, the state denied it, the government, the church denied it," I said, "Bullshit." And then when she came on, and she said, "Well, you could ask my sister. My sister's walking through the door right now." And her sister said, she got on. I said, "The church denied you?" She said, "Yes." I said, "So you went down to your local church?" She said, "No. But I called up 3 churches." I said, "Gus, get this fucking woman off my show." I said, "Look, you know, just get her off my show." I said, "Look, if you people won't do what I tell you to do, it's like dealing with a wife or kids or whatever. Like, you had it up to here. Like, I'm done." I explained it to this woman exactly. I talked to her for hours. I mean, effing hours. Like, I got to move out of this fucking place. I got to get some money up so I can build a storage shed on my folks' farm to get all this crap over my folks' farm, because the landlord's brother didn't like the people I was bringing up here. So they asked me to leave. And that's what I told people. You can't come up here. And people thinking like, well, look, you can't come up here. It's not my place. If they see you coming up the road, and like I said, especially I knew he didn't like black people, you're not coming up here. So the people come to understand. It's like, look, stay in town, get a motel, and I'll come up.
Yeah.
Well, somebody came up here, and his wife and kids were black, and I didn't know. And I realized, holy shit. If anybody says something, you know, it's going to go around this fucking street like lightning, you know, I don't need this crap. And a couple of days later, they said, you know, we're going to ask you to leave.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, that's fine. I understand. And, you know, it's their property, you know. And like I said, look, I'll get out of here as soon as I can. You know, I'll bring my stuff up to my folks' farm. I'm going to build a little storage unit up there, and I'll get my stuff. And I said, you know what? It gives me an opportunity to get on the road anyway. You know, all my stuff will be safe and secure near my folks' farm. My brother will watch it, you know, like, you know.
Right.
We watch it for me. It'll be fine. They said, you know what? It's probably working out for the best that I leave this place and get on the road anyway. Because a lot of people ask me to travel all over. I said, you know what? It's probably going to work out for the best. Because I haven't done any wrong. And if I'm living next to a guy who's that like racist, whatever, it's time for me to. And I want to bring people here. Next guys that might come up here might be tutti frutti fucking flaming fags. You know, but if they need my help, I'll say, you know what, you come on up here. Like when I get my own place, if they want to come, or like say some crazy fucking bikers from Canada want to come up here. And I say, look, you can't bring your motorcycles up here. Why not? It's not my place. You can't do it.
Yeah.
They're old fucking, you know, redneck white people, you know, the cops are afraid to come up here.
Well, there's a lot of people. You're right. A lot of people.
I was already told by the sheriff's department, if I need help, don't bother 911 because we ain't coming. They said we ain't coming. A lot of people don't know. They said we ain't coming. It's outside the mountain. It ain't going to happen. We ain't going to do it. You got to figure it out with your neighbors yourself because we ain't doing it.
Yep.
So it's like people have been here 300-400 years and it's their law, it's their land, and don't you fucking think you come in here and tell them what to do? They ain't playing that game.
That's right.
What was funny is I asked Mike in Ontario there, and he was writing the letters for the lady. So whatever happened with that Guyana lady?
She got a letter saying that the Department of Children and Families voluntarily dismissed their case.
Okay. The big thing, that was wonderful, like I said, and everybody's going to be like, yay, they did that. Whatever happened with the church?
I'm not sure if she got baptized, but when she went to the church, they told her they would give her an apartment and told her that they have a man that knows law and that he would talk to Department of Children and Families and find out what's going on.
Okay.
But I don't know if she ever followed up on that.
Yeah, thank you, because this is what I'm trying to explain to you. You know, like your paperwork and everything, you're doing fantastic. All this other stuff you're doing is fantastic. What people like you are doing by aiding and assisting this lady further with the letters and letters going back and forth is you're undermining what I'm trying to accomplish. What I'm trying to accomplish is I'm trying to get people to join together as a community in faith-based organizations, because that's the only way that's going to protect you people from the secular governments. So this lady might get sloppy and lazy, and she might not join the church now, and she might not baptize this kid, and she might not go to the church every week. Because what's going to happen when she goes to church every week, she's going to find like-minded individuals like you and me, and she's going to get together in community. And she's going to tell her horror story, and then she's going to say, hey, another lady at the church, her granddaughter's going through right now. So now this lady, Guyana lady, could go talk to that other lady who's Jamaican or Scandinavian or whatever the hell. And she's going to be able to promote this shit throughout the community. But now she just goes home and says, whew, I got out of that one. What do you think this lady who's on welfare, kicking back on a government check her whole life, what do you think she's going to do to promote this stuff? Nothing. Not a effing thing. She's going to go back and watch Wheel of Fortune and Price is Right all day. And guess what's going to happen? The government's going to say to her, oh, well, we're going to have to deny you food stamps and Medicaid and blah, 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 and your kid can't get this and can't get that because we see she's not vaccinated, and we're going to need you to bring the baby down here, and we're going to have to examine the kid if you want food stamps. So now the lady doesn't have the Catholic Church to rely upon, or I don't care if she was a voodoo fucking, person. I don't give a damn if she was a pagan. I don't give a damn. As long as there was a community of like-minded individuals in which she could fucking congregate with. Like Congress, that's what it is. We're going to congregate and we're going to act together as an organization to protect and secure each other's properties and secure each other's rights. We're going to do this with each other. We're going to get together. Because what's happening is the government is giving people like her fucking free rides, free checks, free welfare, free everything. She's not getting together as a community. And when I noticed that down in Birmingham, Alabama, when these women were getting their kids taken away from them, the other women didn't jump up in arms and say, we're going to protect you. Now, if they belong to a Southern Baptist community or something, sure. But no, all these women live in Section 8 housing, and as far as they were concerned, they were all living on welfare checks, smoking, drinking, doing crack, whatever, walking around the streets all hours of the night. They didn't give a rat's behind. They were on this shit for generations. But nobody was together as a group. There was nothing other than secular. There was no fucking faith-based organization. There was no belief of a higher deity or God or something you had to answer to. So this is what I'm trying to say. I was working this lady up to a pattern to say, look, go get that child baptized. Well, if you do voodoo, go get it. Go get a a needle stuck through its nose. I don't give a shit, whatever the fuck you people do. But get together with like-minded individuals that are going to back you up, because Karl Lentz and the people who write letters to you might not be there for you when you need it. You're going to have to find localized people, like-minded individuals, that are going to help and protect and secure your rights. We're not always going to be there for you, lady. So if they take your kid and lock you up and put you in jail, how are you going to get in contact with us? You're not. How are you going to get the message out to the local people outside in your community? They're not going to hear you because you never became an active member of their society. Because this is one of the first things I told you when you first called it like a year ago, whatever, and I guarantee you're furious. I said, no. I said, the community shouldn't help you get back your fucking kid because you do nothing for the society. You do nothing for your community. You don't wash fire trucks. You don't join the police auxiliary. You don't join any Christian fucking club. Are you a member of the fucking, Kiwanis Club, Elks Club, Moose Lush? No, you do your 40, 50, 60 hours a week. You take your money, go home, and play video games all day. Why should anybody in the community give a shit if you ever get your fucking kid? They don't, and they shouldn't. But if you bring a whole bunch of fucking people to testify and on your behalf, say he's a good man. He should have this kid because you know what? He comes down and he fucking teaches the youth organization baseball or soccer or football. He comes down and helps with band camp. He comes down and fucking rakes the leaves at the parks for the kids. He really wants to be fucking, not only does he cares about his kid, he cares about everybody's kid. This guy's a really good guy. He comes and polishes the swings, the slides, whatever. He cleans up the park, picks up the trash on the weekends. We see this guy all the time. He's a great dad. He's a great man. He should have his kid, and we should help him get back his kid. He helps everybody else's kid. We should help him. That kind of crap. Because it really looks good. If you ever watch any legal law movie from the past, they always say, do you have any character witnesses to testify on your behalf? I don't see anybody calling character witnesses anymore to testify on their behalf. I don't see somebody who's smoking crack or smoking pot or say cultivating pot. There you go, because I know there's a shitload of cultivating potheads listening to my show right now. Do you have any character witnesses that you brought into court to say what a good man you are? What a hard-working individual, what a fucking credit to society you are? No. So why not? Because you don't have none. Why? Because it's all been about you your whole fucking life. That's why. You never built up a character. You're an army of fucking one. You got nobody to testify what a wonderful human being, and why it would be a detriment to society if you get locked away or you don't get your kid. Why it would harm the kid if you don't get your kid? You say, well, if I don't get my kid, man, the kid will be without a dad. And it's like, yeah, okay, and so what? There's lots of kids without dads. So what? Tell us what makes you fucking so special. Well, I'm so special. Okay, you got anybody to verify and testify to that? Well, no. Anybody ever see this guy do this shit? No. Well, you know what? Your word doesn't mean shit then. Your word means as much as hers. Nothing. So you got to stack the cards. You got to stack the table to your side. And that's what I was trying to get this Guyana lady to understand. Yes, you might get a letter from the state. Yes, oh, Karl, tremendous victory. Yes, they dismissed this voluntarily. Yeah, big shit. For today, for this week, for this month, for this year? What are they going to do to it next year? What are they going to do in 5 years from now? What are they going to do in 10 years from now? What are they going to do on a kid's 17th birthday? You don't know. But if she builds a like-minded community, if she goes into the church, whether it's voodoo, pagan, Wicca, Catholic, she's going to tell the story to all these other women. The other women who would never find this information and never hear this from this show. She's going to go out to the community and spread it to like-minded women and say, holy shit, that's great. How do we stop these fuckers? This is how we do it. So that's all I was trying to do. You know, like I said, it's nice that you write letters. It's nice that you help people. But if you don't see the whole picture of what I'm trying to do with, like, say, one person individually, like this Guyana lady, you got to understand. Another lady I might not do that with. Another lady might not say, you know what, you need to go baptize the kid because she already told me she is a member of a church, or she has standing in her community. She's a volunteer nurse, or she works for the 4-H club, or she's a part of the Red Cross. I'll say, okay, you're part of an organization. Yeah, okay, well, then you know what? That's fine. You got people who testify on your behalf for your character? Yeah, okay, well, good. Well, you know what? We don't have to fucking do that shit. And I can just bypass that. But with that piano lady, it's like, no, you must do this next. Now, I'm fairly sure she's sloppy and lazy and has no desire to fucking become a part of a church whatsoever. I can almost guarantee it she didn't do it.
And you're right. She doesn't realize the benefit of having, for instance, a nun to come up and testify.
Oh, fuck
yeah.
You know what that would be? Yeah. You know what that would be if she brought the fucking, if she went to, the seminary or fucking, if she brought all the fucking nuns up there, she said, yeah, not only did she take care of the grandbaby because she's on welfare and it's got not a fucking thing to do 24/7, 365. She volunteers and helps the other 17 fucking babies that are up here with us. She's dynamite. She's called Granny by 17 fucking kids. There you go. Now, how's the state going to rack that up against her? They're going to be fucked. Right.
Exactly.
So see, this is what I'm saying. I try to get people to understand my strategy of like how I try to build something, but everybody's unique and everybody's different. So when I'm trying to help somebody, it's like, look, you must do this, and don't nobody fucking help her until she comes back on and says she did this. If she did this, then we're going to fucking continue. If she doesn't do this, fuck her, because we're wasting our time. Because eventually she's going to lose. Eventually they're going to take it away, and she doesn't know what to do. Then she's going to write another fucking letter. Too bad, too late. The kid's gone. Try to get it out. You're screwed. It ain't going to happen.
And what she probably doesn't realize is the experience, the hands-on experience that you just gave her while there's police officers at the door and you're talking through her to them and they leave. I mean, how many people have ever had that happen to them ever? Never. So
what I'm saying is,
to me, was so huge.
Right, but she's not devoted to learning and the mastery of this. She's going to forget what we told her to do. Right. She's going to get lazy and just fall back. And the next time, cop's going to do, I got rights and I got the Constitution, and I'm a woman, and you can't do that. And no, you can't come in. I didn't say she couldn't come in. I didn't tell you them they couldn't come in. They can come in with a bond. Exactly. You're more than welcome to come in. Just come with the fucking bond, and the door's open. As soon as you got that bond, the bond's the magic key that unlocks that fucking door. Come on in.
Yep.
Until that time, I'm going to have to fucking, I'm going to have to, require that as a form of admission. Other than that, I'm sorry. But you're more than welcome once you do that. Come on in. Break my lamp. Burn the house down to the ground. Do whatever you want. Drop the kid. Break his neck. I don't give a fuck. But come in with a bond. And I'll tell you how much that bond's worth. And I'll secure that bond in a fucking location that you'll never find. And I'm going to make sure that bond is a fucking bona fide, legitimate bond. And then you could fucking enter.
And that's one of the things that you were saying about the bond was taking it and putting it to somebody secure. You're right. The second, if they ever did bring the bond and you did that, they would be scared shitless, wondering, oh my gosh, are we ever going to get that back? No, I can't believe we gave it to him. No, it's in his, it's in his control. We might never see that money again. Why would we ever give it out? Why would we ever do that? So you're right. That power right there. I'll do whatever you want. That's one of the things I want to tell a judge.
How simple it is for me to relate to that. It's like any drug deal I seen to go down, like in New York when I was a kid. The guy comes in with a briefcase full of cash. The guy comes with the drugs. The guy with either the briefcase of coke or the cash shoots and kills the other guy, picks up both cases, walks out the door.
Yep.
It's that simple. Yep. Just because they gave you the bag of money, just because they gave you the bond, they pick up the kid. They're going to fucking still pick up the kid, pick up you, and pick up the money and go home. Pick up the bond and go home. Go back to the station. And you're going to say, well, you gave me the bond. What bond? What are you talking about? I never gave you no bond. Well, yeah, I gave you, it's like that silly commercial. You see, Jeannie comes and says, what do you want? And the guy wishes, I said, I wish for $1 million up here. Deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a joke. I'm like, okay, coming with a bond. Came with a bond, came to the bond, took the fucking kid and left, and took the bond. It's like, well, yeah, I gave you the bond, but you didn't say how long you wanted it. Did we come with the bond? Yeah, we came in. See, bond. There's a bond. We came in. Now give us. Now we're gonna take you and take the kid and gone. Wait a second. It's like, look, you said just come in with the bond. We came in with the bond. You didn't tell us to turn it over to you.
Right.
You can just come in with the bond.
To you. Yep. Exactly.
That's right. Here's a bond.
Yep.
Did you tell us to relinquish custody of it? No, you didn't ask us to do that.
And that's one of the things, like you were saying. Listen to your calls. You give the explanation. Do it this procedure. You'll be fine. Don't vary from it. Don't add to it. Don't throw rod classes stuff on top of it, and you'll be fine. But the second you vary from it, they're going to jump on you, and who knows what they'll do after you open the door or whatever.
Well, that's why I love doing live seminars, because I say make sure the cop comes in the door. You get the bond. Then somebody says to me, "What about the bond?" I say, "Oh yeah, you know what? That's a great point. Let me bring it into greater detail. How do you now he comes in with the bond, secure the bond, obtain custody of the bond, transfer the bond to a remote location, a secured location, so they can't fucking pull it back." And I said to somebody in the crowd, "That was a great question. Thank you." Because you know what? I know exactly what to do when they come with the bond. That's right, because there's 10 more steps to that, but I know how to do the 10 steps, and it comes so easy and quick and natural to me. I forgot. You fuckers have no clue. Because these clowns will actually come in with the bond, say, "See, bond, now you come with us, haha."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just like, holy shit, did you forget to secure the fucking bond? Did you forget to fucking make sure the bond was in a fucking location in which it was secure that they could not fucking, retain the custody of it? I've been in court a lot in my lifetime. I know what I'm doing. It's like I said, it's great when you grow up with those kind of people that just say, look, don't open your mouth to cops. Don't even give me a freaking name. You say, look, the cop says, what's your name? You say, hey, you got the badge. You're the detective, right? Yeah, you tell me who the fuck I am. All I know is I sit here, don't say a fucking word, and somebody's going to come here and bail me out in a couple of minutes. So you do your damn job, and I'll do mine. I'm not here to help you do your job. Just like a cop, what's your name? So what? Well, why should I help you do your job? Why, are you going to help me do mine? You're going to come on a dock and help me sling some load, what are you going to help me do? You're going to come and help me do my job? No, then I'm not here to help you do yours. I ain't never seen you down there helping me. So I don't owe you nothing. How do I tell you nothing? How do I explain nothing to you? And that's the way we were taught when we were kids. They said, thank God my dad was a street kid, and thank God the Sicilians took him in. Thank God. Just shut up. Don't open your mouth. They're not your friends. They're not here to fucking help you. Just shut your fucking mouth, and we're here to help you. We're your family. We'll come and get you. Just shut up and don't say a fucking word. They ain't got no evidence, ain't got no witnesses. You're going to go home. It's that simple. And if they do got evidence, a witness, it'll disappear. We'll make it all go away. Okay, thanks. Okay, keep your mouth shut, and that's it. So it's very simple. Like your mom, your dad might have said, oh, a policeman does this, policeman does that. Oh, you just might as well confess and tell them every damn thing. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, they'll go easier on you. Oh, yeah, sure they will. It's like you see that silly stuff on TV all the time. You see the cops getting these poor kids in the cities all the time or out of the cars. Like, look, just show us what's in your pocket, and we'll let you go home. And the kids are like, oh, really? Yeah, just show us what's in your pocket. We know you got the drugs. Just give us the drugs, and we'll let you go home. And the kid's like, oh, okay. And they pull the drugs out, and the cops know the rule. Once you expose the public to the danger, then you're liable. While it was in your pocket and under your control, in your possession, there was no one in the public that was in danger. You did not expose the public to danger. You did not break the peace. You did not breach the peace. But once you expose the public to that drug or that, you opened up Pandora's box. You expose the public to harm. And the cops know the rules. So as long as you open the door, you open your car door, you open up your wallet, you empty your pockets, it's all on you, baby. I ain't opening my wallet. You got a search warrant? No, I got a license. Yeah, it's there. Can I have it? Oh, fuck, no. You're going to use it against me. No way. I'm not giving you anything. You order me, and that's one thing. But asking me, or telling me, no, that ain't going to work. Order me, and I'll carry out the orders. But if you think I'm going to turn evidence against myself, you're out of your mind. Because, like I said, it goes even back to ancient English law. People have the right to be secure in their paper and effects. Yeah, my papers. I don't have to turn my papers over to you. This ain't Germany. I got to turn my papers over to you. But like I said, order me to, and I'll be more than glad to. I'll do it under direct order. I am not doing it voluntarily. I'm not doing it. But if you order me to, I'll be more than glad to carry out your orders. So it's that simple. It's that kind of mindset. You don't say that literally to a cop, but you say it in whatever you're comfortable with. You just got to understand. Look, you volunteer. It's like, oh yeah, guys say, well, we need somebody to volunteer to take the point. We need somebody to volunteer to jump over that wall and see if there's any Indians over there going to shoot us. Oh yeah, I'll volunteer. Yeah, go ahead, volunteer. So many times you volunteer. Volunteer once, then you're dead. Go ahead and volunteer. The cop's not doing it to protect you. The cop's doing it to make his job easier, to see if he could generate some revenue. So his boss could give him another a good, meritorious, hard-working badge that he generated some more income for the state. He's not doing it for your safety and your protection. So, like I said, you just got to be like, hey, I'd be glad to give you the license, man. Just order me to. I'll be glad to carry out the order. Just order me.
we were just talking about Blackstone's commentaries, and again, it's just Blackstone's comments, his opinions, his commentary. He's not saying this is the way it is. He's saying this is what he believes. And I'm sure there's 3,812 other Blackstones in England at that time who had their own opinions too, but for some reason his book stuck around. So it's just his opinion. That's what I try to tell everybody all the time. Just because some man lived 2, 3, 4, 5, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, it's just his opinion. It's just what he witnessed at that time. So can we, so if somebody says, well, Blackstone says to do this, it's like, oh, dude, just give it a rest. Because the other 3,811 guys, they had opposite opinions. Did you read their books? It's like, well, no, I just read Blackstone's. It's like I said about, Noah Webster's dictionary in 1828. Everybody in England, the book reviews said that dictionary was a travesty to the English language. He totally mutilated the English language. But everybody today, they run right back to Webster's dictionary when they want to find a definition or meaning of a word. Nobody runs the same, the Johnsons, the father and the son, Jay and Samuel Johnsons. Nobody runs back to theirs, and that's what was popular in in America at that time. Nobody runs back and reads Tomlin's. Everybody goes and reads Webster's. So this is the biggest thing. I see people doing this all the time. Some guy had a pretty good shot at getting his kid back in Canada because the judge read it out in open court. But first of all, he did an affidavit, and I never say to do anything in an affidavit form. It's supposed to be a notice. And then he required the Supreme Court of Ontario or whatever to restore his property. I said, that's ridiculous. So I can't believe this guy wrote this nonsense. I said, what's wrong with you people? I said, why are you requiring the Supreme Court of Ontario or the Justice Court of Ontario? Why are you requiring a tree to do anything? Why are you yelling at a rock? Why are you yelling at a twig? Well, I'm going to take this to the Supreme Court. You're going to take it to a rock. You're going to go argue with a twig. You're going to argue with the Supreme Court. What Supreme Court? It's ridiculous. You're going to present your claim to a man, and you're going to have a man bear witness. And if no other man comes forth and says that it's not true, or they got a superior claim, or they have a vested interest in your claim, well, what the hell does it matter? What the hell is the name of this ridiculous court saw? I mean, you guys are so effing enamored by the name of a court. Oh, the Grand Supreme Supersized Justice Court Center, Olympia, it's ridiculous. What the hell does it matter what the hell the name of the court building is? The older man had to say is, I require any man or woman who's in possession of stolen property to restore it or return it immediately. That's what he had to say. Yeah, let me see. I'm just going to read that email real quick, and then I'll say hey to Gus here real quick. But let me get that man's email real quick here. And his man's name is H-U-G-H-U Prasad. He says, I'm about to be jailed, deported, stripped of my child, etc., etc. I would desperately like to talk to you. I've been exposed to numerous On January 16th, 2015, I delivered an affidavit to a judge on which she read out loud, I, as a man, require the Ontario Court of Justice to restore my property. She then hurried up into the decision and refused to let the Brentons, Brantfords, Children's Aid Society respond. So I have no idea why he, as a man, requires Ontario Court of Justice to restore. How could he require a tree or a rock or a piece of paper or a book or a title to restore anything? They don't have arms. They don't have legs. How are they going to restore it? How are they going to pick it up and deliver it upon you? How are they going to do it? So like I said, he actually got the judge to say it, and then he says after she realized what she said, she hurried it up. Because honestly, he had them in the perfect position. They just like Catherine and Joe did. They had him in the perfect position just by saying, by the way, we're walking out the door now. Yeah, Yeah. By the way, we got a trial coming up. Exactly who is Her Majesty the Queen? Exactly who's going to appear here, and who's the party we've done wrong? Yeah. Who is Her Majesty the Queen? You see on a piece of paper up here it says Her Majesty the Queen. Exactly who's Her Majesty the Queen, and is she going to appear? Is there a reason why she didn't write to us and tell us that we have a situation here, and that if we don't settle it out of court, she's going to drag our ass into court? Is there some reason why? Who's Her Majesty the Queen? Can you just answer that for me before we leave today? So, like I said, when people, it's so simple to set these folks up. And then you guys go do some crazy shit like this guy did. He says, I delivered an affidavit to a judge. Now, where on planet Earth have you ever seen the word affidavit? Where's the, okay, let me put it this way. Where's the only place on planet Earth where you see the word affidavit?
The court.
In legalese. You don't hear that in everyday common parlance. You don't hear everyday man walking down the street and says, oh, did you see that affidavit on a bulletin board downtown? No, they said, did you see the notice on a bulletin board at work? Did you see the notice at school? Did you see the notice on a fence downtown? Did you see the notice? How many people say, oh, did you see the affidavit on a bulletin board at work? It's ridiculous. So this guy gets exactly what he deserves. If he wants to talk legalese and he wants to be, under the control and jurisdiction and authority of this court of Ontario Court of Justice, well, he just did it. He did it to himself, and I got no pity for him because I always listened to my show. Because he got the one sentence down, but for some ungodly reason, he decided to put Ontario Court of Justice. Now the judge is never going to let this guy put another piece of paperwork into that courthouse. I guarantee it. She's going to be like, oh no. No more paperwork from this guy. No more. Because he's going to fix it and he's going to get it right next time. Oh no, we ain't playing this game with him. Same thing like with Catherine and Joe. They had one shot to trap the other side into saying who the plaintiff was. And then when the poor prosecutor couldn't figure out what to say, he was like, I don't know, the monarch of Canada? And she was like, Queen Elizabeth, okay. There's no monarch of Canada. That's ridiculous. There's no monarch of New Zealand. There's no monarch of the United States. There's no monarch. What monarch? What are you talking about? Is she Queen Elizabeth? Is she Queen Elizabeth? Or is she Monarch Elizabeth? Which one is she? There's no synonyms in law. Is it Her Majesty the Queen? Is it Queen Elizabeth? Which one is it? There's two different things. Her Majesty the Queen and Queen Elizabeth is not the same. Why? Because it's not spelled the same. There's no synonyms in law. It's expressed, not implied. You guys are too damn smart for your own damn good. If you were speaking a foreign language and it was a nice little simple word like say it was something simple like Jibichuan, Votois, Voix, Pimi de Contois. Say it was something simple like that. Instead of using the word Contois, you use identification. Well, it doesn't sound like it means the same thing. So, driver's license, ID, it's the same thing. No, it's not. Driver's license and ID is not the same. Her Majesty the Queen and Queen Elizabeth is not the same. But you could have Her Majesty the Queen of the Philippines, Her Majesty the Queen of Russia, Her Majesty the Queen of Istanbul, wherever, Kazansak, wherever. Her Majesty the Queen is not the same as Queen Elizabeth. Just because you say Her Majesty the Queen, it doesn't revert to always meaning Elizabeth. It could mean some other queen. It could be some other Her Majesty. It could be Her Majesty. It could be the name of a breakfast food cereal company. It doesn't mean it's the woman. It doesn't have to mean it's that woman. It's just like I say to people all the time. It's when I say to people in the United States. Everybody just thinks it has something to do with some landmass that's between Canada and Mexico and the Atlantic and Pacific. For some ungodly reason, Almost every single person who's listening to my show will swear that the United States is a landmass between Canada, Mexico, Atlantic, and Pacific. I guarantee almost every single person. I've said this hundreds of times on these shows, and this is getting ridiculous. Because just south of us is called the United States of Mexico. That's right. They got many states, like Chihuahua's down there. They got they got a whole bunch of states down there, independent states, and they formed a federation, a federal government that's called the United States of Mexico. There's dozens of countries on planet Earth that are called the United States. So just to say, well, there's only one United States. Oh, really? So there's just one Her Majesty the Queen. Oh, really? Really? Are you sure about that? There's just one queen on the entire planet. You tell me there's no other queens on planet Earth. Or Her Majesty the Queen can't be the name of a breakfast food company in Switzerland. I don't know. And I don't care. All I know is I haven't gotten any communications from no woman saying I've done anything wrong to her. And until then, I got no obligation, duty, or responsibility to any Her Majesty the Queen. It's that simple. I don't know, you guys make it so damn difficult. Then these guys ask me for help all the time, and it's just exhausting. You keep saying the same thing over and over. It's like, I know the guy listened to my show. He must have. He did it in one sentence. So he's got a pretty good idea. And then when I say, gee, man, I'm sorry about that. Look, dude, don't apologize to me. I'm telling you, the court's not going to give you another shot at it. It's like you tried to come in, you tried to nail them, and they're going to see it coming again. They're not going to let you get away with it. They're not going to let you put no paperwork in. You didn't mess me up, dude. You messed yourself up. How do you cure that? I don't know. Because now they see you coming. And you had one good shot at it, one trick shot. And it's like, oh, that's your trick shot. Okay, how many other trick shots do you have? Well, I don't have any. I just knew that one, Carl. That's right. You haven't listened to like 300 hours worth of shows. Well, no. Well, then you got no other trick shot, do you? No. Well, then how long do you think it's going to take you to learn another trick shot? And then when they see you coming, like they did with Catherine and Joe, they realize these folks are just going to try to say, hey, the plaintiff must appear. And they go, yeah, and? We're not going to make the plaintiff appear. Now what, smart guy? Now what are you going to do? They're like, what's the next trick we could do? That's right. They don't know. Because they did it one step at a time. It's like, oh, well, you got to come in there with a whole, entourage. You got to come in there with, every single thing that they could possibly throw at you. You better practice this stuff and be ready for it. So it's nice to catch them off guard the first time, but they're not going to do it twice. They're going to see you coming. It's like, oh, no, we're not playing with these people. So you got one shot at being slick. And then after that, they're just going to ignore you. They'll say, you know what? They'll say, you know what? Sue us. And then what do? You really know how to sue them? Yeah, good luck with that. And then I would say, well, go listen to another 400 or 500 hours worth of my shows. When you could have got it done with one sentence the first time, just do the first sentence right. Then you get them stuck in an open court, like, oh, you got them with the pants pulled down. Like, okay, now what do we do? Ha-ha, I got you. How do you answer that, Judge? What's the answer to that? And I'm not moving an inch until you answer. I'm not moving an inch until somebody in this court answers. You're going to provide an answer. Or I'm going to go above you and I'm going to force an answer. You're going to answer me. But like I said, if you guys don't know how to do it, then you just better get your one sentence correct when you go into the court. You drop that notice before them, and that's it. And read it out loud, and they go, holy cow, now what do we do? Cat's out of the bag. How do we get it back in? This guy's got us. He tricked us. Like, yep, I got you. I tricked you. Uh-huh. the guy didn't know how to finish it up. With that little affidavit in there. He said the judge just hurried up, didn't let the other side say anything, and she closed up the show. He's like, hey, you got a notice. Oh, it didn't have a notice. You got an affidavit. See, he couldn't even say there's a notice before the court. He says an affidavit before the court. Yeah, and whoop you do? Did you give him a notice? No. Is it the same as an affidavit? Hell no. Did you have your claim there? Saying that you're going to sue whoever is holding your property. Unlawfully, illegally, naked possession, however you want to word it. Whatever possession. Say they got stolen property in their possession and you require it to be restored immediately.